Awakening simulator, Limu has traversed, opening his eyes to experience a simulation. In the morning, you signed a contract of servitude at the Lu residence, becoming a household servant. By noon, the steward informed you of a cat that could perform backflips and invited you to his room to admire it. You cannot resist. The good news is that the steward indeed has a cat. The bad news is that the cat has escaped, and the steward himself is meowing and performing a backflip. You crash into yourself and successfully defend. This. Observing such an absurd and wild simulated life, Limu. What? The simulator has a cooldown of only 2 seconds, and during the simulation, time in reality stands still. After the simulation, all benefits are inherited and all detriments are eliminated. Then, there's no problem. Limu, wait for me a minute. I will first become invincible in the world, and then go to your room to see the cat. Chapter 1. No, are you calling this oppression? Simulation begins. In the morning, you signed a contract of servitude at the Lu residence, becoming a household servant. By noon, 2 robust guards from the Lu residence approached you, stating that the steward has a cat that can perform backflips and inviting you to his room to admire it. You cannot resist. The good news is that the steward indeed has a cat. The bad news is that once you enter, the cat has escaped, and the steward himself is meowing and performing a backflip. You crash into yourself and successfully defend the crystal. You have died. This simulation has ended. What is this? What Lu residence? What steward? What contract of servitude? What the hell is going on? Limu, who had just traversed with the simulation attached for merely 2 seconds, tightened his grip after receiving the automatic feedback from the simulation. Before he could tighten it further, the memories of his previous life surged like a tsunami, and Limu, with a dazed head, finally grasped the current situation. This is an ancient world where a martial arts expert coexists with the imperial court. His previous incarnation, due to a locust plague and banditry in his hometown, has become a refugee, begging his way to Tuanshan County. Coincidentally, the local gentry, the Lu family, is recruiting household servants. In order to survive, many refugees signed contracts of servitude, becoming servants at the Lu residence. The servants were taken to the Lu residence for a cold bath and given a piece of dry bread. But before they could take a bite, there was no further development. Limu distinctly saw 2 robust guards from the Lu residence approaching him. Among the drenched refugees who had just bathed, Limu stood out as exceptionally clean and noticeable, having been known as a handsome young man throughout the region. Those familiar with the mechanics of time travel know that the content simulated is inevitably what will be experienced next. I absolutely do not want to see a seemingly 300-pound, round-faced, bearded old rabbit meowing and performing backflips. Limu erupted, resolute in his defiance, planning to fight back. But the 2 seconds of cooldown have ended. Would you like to initiate a new simulation? Huh, a good person's simulator with a cooldown of only 2 seconds? Limu was taken aback. As a devoted user who has spent thousands of hours reading and even purchased an ad-free monthly subscription, he had read no fewer than 100 novels featuring simulation mechanics. He understood all too well the strengths and weaknesses of such a simulator. The power of the simulator is unquestionable. Without going into detail, the ability to foresee the future is impressive, and foreseeing the future is merely one of the many insignificant advantages of the simulator. What about inheriting memories, cultivation levels, and items? It is in essence an invincible and godlike asset. Yet, precisely because it is so overpowered, the number of simulations or opportunities to simulate becomes exceedingly precious and rare. Moreover, once a simulation concludes, one can only inherit one aspect, either the realm, memories, or items, into reality. Something is amiss. Is this a legitimate simulator? Limu could hardly believe it when a notification floated before him. Due to the simulator being excessively powerful, in order to impose limitations, suppress, and slow down the host's growth, it cruelly sets the cooldown time for each simulation to a long and despairing 2 seconds. However, due to the cruelty of this limitation, the option to inherit after each simulation has been cancelled, replaced with complete inheritance. After each simulation, memories, insights, items, cultivation, and realms will all be perfectly inherited without loss, and regardless of the years experienced in simulation, time and reality will pass as 0. No, are you calling this oppression? Limu was astonished. But according to the memories of his previous life, a day in this world comprises 12 hours. That equates to 86,400 seconds in a day. If simulations do not consume time and have a cooldown of 2 seconds, one could simulate 43,200 times in a single day. Perfect inheritance, able to simulate over 40,000 times a day. That means in just one day. No, 1 minute is enough. Li Mu was intensely motivated, immediately setting a modest goal. Within 1 minute of traversing, he would become the strongest in the world. I love suppression. Casting a glance at the two robust guards approaching to escort him to the steward's room to see the old rabbit performing backflips, Li Mu's lips curled into a smile reminiscent of a dragon king, a battle god, a Shura, and a divine healer. Simulator, let me see where your limits lie. Simulation commencing. You are acutely aware that you have entered a simulation. According to the law of conservation of energy, you understand that in order to reap rewards, one must make sacrifices. To become the strongest version of yourself in reality. Just a minute from now, you know this life will demand that you relinquish many things. As you observe the two guards from the Lu residence, just 20 seconds away from the battlefield, you decide to start by discarding your mere dignity. A smile graces your face as you gather your breath. Question: a high temperature nearing 40 degrees, plus a refreshing cold shower, plus the remnants of various indescribable foods consumed during your journey as a refugee equals what? Answer: the foul stench permeated the courtyard where you had just bathed. The two guards from Lu residence halted in their tracks, casting disdainful glares your way, wishing to strike you, but their obsession with cleanliness forced them to point at another pale-skinned refugee boy outside the courtyard. You vaguely hear them speaking to that boy, the steward's cat, performing backflips with remarkable agility. You regard the peculiar glances from the other servants and refugees in the courtyard as inconsequential, relishing a baked pancake as you head for another cold shower. That afternoon, the bearded steward summoned you and the other servants to assemble. Standing among the crowd, you spotted the boy who had been taken away earlier. He had donned the formal attire of a Lu family servant, his cheeks flushed, standing proudly with his hands on his hips behind the steward. At that moment, the juxtaposition of sweetness and poison became palpable. However, upon seeing you, he surprisingly glared at you with a mix of provocation and arrogance. Clearly, he had learned that the steward's first choice to witness the backflip was you, not him. The slight guilt you felt towards him vanished entirely, replaced by a wish for his descendants to flourish and enjoy a happy old age. The steward, towering at over 2 meters and weighing more than 300, gestured with delicate fingers, instructing the boy to select 10 servants to work in the cellar. The boy promptly pointed at you. Upon entering the cellar, a wave of rustiness hit you, and you sensed something was amiss. With a flick of the steward's wrist, several burly men in black suddenly emerged from the shadows, swiftly breaking the legs of the 10 servants, including yourself. Then, the strong men produced daggers, beginning to slit throats one by one. The steward's little South Liang shrieked in terror. You saw the steward hand him a dagger and whisper something. His gaze turned frenzied as he approached you with the dagger, intent on silencing you. With your dignity already cast aside, you fought back desperately despite your broken legs. You endured several stabs, but ultimately managed to wrest the dagger from him, striking back even as your consciousness began to fade. Just before your awareness dissipated, you seemed to hear the steward's voice, pitched high, shouting something about collecting while it's still warm. At that moment, you dared not succumb to death, mustering your last breath to clutch your waistband tightly. Thankfully, what he meant was to gather while the blood was still warm, rather than to beat drums for a funeral. You died, and the simulation concluded. Without even blinking, the wave of simulation came to an end, yielding virtually nothing. Just the dagger you clutched tightly before your demise lay obediently in the simulator's storage space, ready to be retrieved at your mental command. Yet, more than the meager spoils, Li Mu was far more intrigued by the sinister nature of the Lu family in Xianxia County. Chapter 2. The simulation begins. Simulation commences. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. Upon re-entering the simulation, you require no fundamental mental preparation. Instead, you focus on centering your energy. Without any surprises, the young man, who revels in the acrobatics of the housekeeper, has been taken away, leaving your emotions unperturbed. You proceed to indulge in a bath and savor some pastries, while simultaneously devising a plan to escape the Lu residence before the afternoon. After a rational analysis, you promptly dismiss the notion of sneaking away. This is a realm where martial prowess reigns supreme, and the Lu family, not only local gentry in Xianxia County, but also covertly siphoning the blood of refugees, undoubtedly harbors numerous warriors. Thus, deception is futile. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. You keep track of time, and before the housekeeper arrives to summon individuals to the cellar for bloodletting, you seize the opportunity to approach a servant of the Lu household, claiming you have urgent matters to discuss with the housekeeper. The housekeeper's interests are evidently no secret among the servants, and the attendant, unaware of your earlier display of centering energy, assumes your good looks signify enlightenment. Consequently, he amiably escorts you to meet the housekeeper. Upon encountering the housekeeper, you become a master of theatrics, earnestly declaring that you have two younger brothers who, due to uncertainty about the Liu household's hospitality, were concealed in the woods outside the county city. You assert that having tasted the delicious pastries at the Liu residence, you now believe in their generosity and wish to request permission to retrieve your brothers, so that they too may offer their services to the Liu family. Whether the Liu family genuinely intends to exploit refugees or the housekeeper, captivated by your charm, harbors expectations for your siblings. He promptly agrees to your request, though he insists on sending two servants with you for the retrieval. At long last, you have earned the opportunity to escape the Liu residence. A quarter of an hour later, two robust servants, taller and sturdier than you, yet slightly less imposing than the Liu family's boorish guards, flank you as you depart the estate and step beyond the county's borders. Initially wary of your potential to flee or harbor ill intentions, they soon lower their guard, observing your lack of concealed weapons and the fatigue evident in your labored breathing. Upon entering the woods outside the county, you confirm that no one is around and, in a moment of subterfuge, perform a dramatic fall, tripping over your own feet. Ouch, my leg. It seems broken. You wail, clutching your leg on the ground. The two servants rush to inspect, and in an instant, you draw a dagger from the simulated space, disregarding precision and intent. With all your might, you unleash a long-lost martial art, the 8 cuts of Xianxia. In the beginning, filled with anxiety and apprehension, you closed your eyes and wielded the dagger. Feeling the blade pierce flesh, the anguished cries and curses reached your ears, while the warmth of blood splattered across your face. Only after executing the 12 strikes of the Summer Princess 8 cuts did you dare to open your eyes. Fortunately, the steward of the Liu residence underestimated you. The servants dispatched, despite their martial training, remained within the realm of ordinary men. You beheld the two grotesque bodies on the ground, repulsive enough to induce nausea. Yet to you, they symbolized freedom. Gasping for breath, you suppressed a silent scream, adhering to the noble tradition of not being overly reliant on others in this new world. You began to search, probing left and right, even prying open mouths to check for gold teeth. During your meticulous yet unfamiliar search, you discovered on the two Liu servants a total of 3 pieces of silver, 2 fire torches, a vial of healing ointment, a small packet of jerky, and a rather inconsequential martial arts manual titled palm striking technique. At that moment, you felt an immense sense of gratitude for having forged a good relationship with the village chief's simple-minded son in your youth, which allowed you to learn to read at a private school for a time. You treasured the palm striking technique, stowing it away in your simulated space. At last, a sliver of opportunity opened in the mainstream martial arts of this world. Regrettably, the sound of wild dogs howling in the forest reached your ears, no doubt drawn by the scent of blood. With your strength waning, you dared not confront a pack of wild dogs, and thus resolved to abandon the task of dealing with the bodies, fleeing deeper into the woods. As you chewed on the jerky to replenish your energy, driven by an indomitable will to survive, you trudged on for a day and a night without pause. You passed through 2 villages, too wary to linger, continuing onward, just as you felt you could go no further. You spotted a concealed treehouse nestled high in a large tree. Climbing up the vines that hung down from the treehouse, you were pleasantly surprised to discover that it must have been a resting spot created by a hunter from one of the earlier villages. Inside, layers of dust indicated a long abandonment, and utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, you collapsed into a deep slumber, awakening only after a full day's rest. After consuming the last of your jerky, you traveled another 7 or 8 miles until you found a freshwater stream, where you drank heartily. Satisfied with the relative concealment of your surroundings, you embarked upon a life of wilderness survival while simultaneously honing your martial skills. You diligently studied the palm striking technique, gaining a foundational understanding of the martial arts in this realm. You came to recognize 3 levels of martial prowess, ascending from the lower tier of body tempering to blood nurturing, and finally to true chi. The initial stage of body tempering is further divided into 3 phases: skin refinement, muscle training, and bone forging. These phases do not follow a strict hierarchy. The order in which one engages in them depends on the martial arts practiced. Ultimately, one must fully refine skin, muscles, and bones to reach the limits of body tempering, enabling the transition to blood nurturing. However, the inconsequential external technique of palm striking could only permit you to engage in the skin refinement phase, qualifying you as a novice in body tempering. To achieve completeness in body tempering, you would need to master at least 2 additional martial arts that emphasize different aspects. However, for your current self, the technique of palm striking suffices, as after 3 days of diligent practice, you have come to realize that your martial arts talent is not particularly exceptional. Despite your efforts over 3 days, you have yet to experience the joy described in the manual, striking a tree with your palm and feeling the invigorating rush of blood nourishing your skin. Instead, you only feel your palms engorged, bruised, and swollen. Yet, you remain undeterred, for you understand that time is on your side. Even if your innate martial prowess is lacking, and the conditions for practice are far from ideal, the principle of energy conservation still holds true. In pursuit of your dream to become the strongest in the world within a minute of traversing reality, you are unafraid to gather your energy publicly. What is hardship to you? You are a persistent learner. Talent is of little concern. If 3 days yield no results, then perhaps 30 days will suffice. If 30 days bear no fruit, then 1 year it shall be. At merely 16 years of age, even if it takes you until 80 to grasp the fundamentals, those arduous decades of survival and martial training would merely amount to a fleeting moment in your lifetime. You cast aside all distractions and begin your training, losing track of time as the forest cycles through decay and renewal, bearing fruit once more and donning a silvery cloak of frost. It is only when the heat returns that you realize a year has passed since your escape from the Lu residence. On this very day, you witness 2 peculiar birds resembling parrots engaged in a fierce battle. A quarter of an hour later, both birds meet their demise, and you roast them over a fire for a sumptuous meal. To your astonishment, your hands, now calloused, slightly darkened, and seemingly on the brink of decay, suddenly experience a delightful tingling sensation. Blood surges rapidly, and the calluses fall away, leaving your palms in a condition superior to their pre-training state. You strike again, and with a satisfying sound, your palms penetrate the wood. Guess what? As the saying goes, hard work rewards the diligent. A year of arduous practice was worth more than simply feasting on 2 birds. The technique of palm striking has been mastered. Chapter 3. The prodigy of the artificial gang in the 2nd year, having survived a year in the wilderness honing your martial skills. You have finally ascended to the initial stage of body tempering through your budding understanding of palm striking. Reflecting on the hardships endured over the past year, you realize that living like a dog while practicing palm striking did not yield progress as swift as roasting 2 birds. You have come to a profound realization. Martial arts is 3 parts practice and 7 parts sustenance. You decide to abandon the life of a wild man and return to civilized society. After all, relying solely on a mediocre technique like palm striking and your almost non-existent understanding of the martial path would render decades of secluded practice futile. Opportunities for simulation, which take mere seconds to cool down in reality, are far too precious to squander. You quickly gather your belongings, packing the pelts of the creatures you have accidentally hunted over the year. Bearing a grudge against the Lu family, you naturally choose not to head towards Xianxia County, but rather set your course in the opposite direction. Based on your prior experience as a refugee, you are aware that by traversing this path for approximately 10 more days, you would reach the borders of Xianxia County. However, upon bravely cutting your way through the dense forest and arriving at a village under the jurisdiction of Xianxia County, you find yourself compelled to retreat back into the wilderness. Is the Lu family truly deranged? As a mere refugee, do I merit the trouble of having the authorities issue a wanted notice against me? In the forest, you curse vehemently at the wanted poster stealthily torn from the village's notice board, your anger further ignited by the reason for your pursuit. The notice declares you a malevolent martial artist masquerading as a refugee who, under the guise of seeking refuge within the Lu family, has brutally slain dozens of their servants before being injured by the righteous members of the Lu family and fleeing. So this is their game. They are attributing their misdeeds to me. I detest being the scapegoat. The actions of the Lu family evoke unpleasant memories of your past experiences as a nuclear-powered beast before your transmigration. With fierce determination in your eyes, you return to your modest treehouse, draw your dagger, sterilize it over the fire, and prepare a healing salve. I am unafraid of facing public ridicule. Why should I fear a few more scars upon my face? With decisive strokes, you inflict pain upon yourself, rolling on the ground. Yet this is not a mere rolling about. It is a transformative journey towards becoming a ruthless individual. As a practitioner of the body refinement realm, your physique is significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person. After half a month, you set out once more, this time with a scarred visage capable of silencing a child's cries. Your destination aimed towards Tuanqing County. Since the Liu family refuses to let you be, you intend to confront them with fervor, but first, you must hone your martial skills. You seek a nearby village, don coarse garments you have scavenged, bathe, and tidy your appearance before officially returning to Tuanqing County. Your attire, simple and rugged like that of an ordinary peasant, combined with your scarred face, bestows upon you an unexpected aura of sophistication. You deliberately position yourself beneath your own wanted notice at the county's bulletin board, standing there for half an hour while at least 100 passersby, including county constables, fail to suspect that you are the very bloodthirsty demon depicted on the poster. However, numerous members of local gangs approach you, suspecting your demeanor, suggest that you are an outsider seeking to stir trouble. Upon learning that you are neither a gang member nor a mere novice, but rather a self-taught practitioner in the early stages of body refinement, every gang member who approaches you extends an olive branch, their offers eerily similar as if they have been uniformly trained. Bro, join our gang, otherwise, you are wasting that face of yours. The gang members are eager to recruit you, believing that your appearance alone could elevate their operations in debt collection and sanitation fees, boosting their overall GDP by 2 percentage points. You, however, harbor reservations about joining a gang, fearing it would impede your martial training. Your aspirations lie elsewhere. You seek a martial arts academy where you can find a master to impart systematic knowledge of martial arts and a more scientific approach to your training. In the town of Tuanqing, there exist 4 martial arts schools: the Eagle Claw sect, the Iron Garment sect, the Point Green sect, and the Inverted Insertion sect, each presided over by masters who have attained the true Qi realm. The martial techniques imparted are all of at least 3rd-tier quality, which theoretically allows for cultivation to the true Qi level. However, after traversing the limited options of Tuanqing's martial arts establishments, one begins to ponder the wisdom in what the gang's human resources representatives claim. Is it not a waste of one's appearance to forego gang affiliation? Beyond this, there exists another subtle motive that sways your decision. For an ordinary individual, the tuition to study under a master amounts to 5 taels of silver per month, while gang members enjoy a discount, paying merely 3 taels. Being thrifty by nature, you promptly choose to join the Rooster Crowing Gang. Your allegiance to the Rooster Crowing Gang is not solely due to its status as the mightiest faction in Tuanqing, but rather because you have heard that its primary enterprise involves entertainment venues, and you have nurtured a musical dream since childhood. Thus begins your journey within the gang. Despite the fact that the martial art you practice, the chopping palm technique, is rather commonplace. Nevertheless, a martial artist, even one at the early stage of body refinement, can easily best 10 ordinary ruffians. Consequently, you commence as a 2nd-tier disciple of the Rooster Crowing Gang, earning a monthly stipend of 1 tael of silver. However, this paltry sum pales in comparison to the 3 taels required for tuition at the martial arts school. After all, 3 taels merely cover the basic tuition. To excel and progress swiftly, one must indulge in hearty meals and procure supplementary elixirs to aid in cultivation, which collectively necessitates a monthly budget of at least 10 taels. Yet, now that you are part of a gang, who can afford to live solely on a meager salary, armed with a reckless courage, unafraid of injury or peril, you charge to the forefront in skirmishes against rival gangs and in dealing with freeloading patrons. Within just a month of joining the gang, you manage to earn 12 taels of silver. Of this, 1 tael is your base salary, 5 taels are bonuses, and the remaining 6 taels are acquired through a subtle maneuver against a particularly troublesome patron who, while spewing insults, you corner before he returns home, suggesting that his wife would not appreciate his indulgences at the entertainment venue. The patron, smirking dismissively at your threat, receives a counter-smile from you. Are you not concerned that your friends might learn of your brief escapade? Infuriated, the patron resolves to retaliate, prompting your sly retort. If I were to inform your friends of the length of your musical interlude, which stretches to 2.5 hours, in a fit of anger, the patron produces 6 taels of silver and hands them to you, promising to return with friends the following day. With your earnings totaling 12 taels, you begin to contemplate which martial arts school to attend. First, you eliminate the Inverted Insertion sect, as its name suggests a lack of seriousness. After careful consideration, recognizing that the chopping palm technique shares certain similarities with the Eagle Claw technique, you resolve to seek mentorship at the Eagle Claw sect. Chapter 4. Contributions recognized, promotions, and raises await. The process of apprenticeship unfolded seamlessly, without any unforeseen incidents. You did not even encounter the master of the Eagle Claw school. The martial arts educational framework in this world is exceedingly refined. Mastery of martial skills cannot be attained merely by paying a month's tuition. In order to sustain their GDP, the school has dissected the third-rate martial arts manual, Eagle Claw Technique, into a purported 24 layers. Only at the beginning of each month, on the first day, will students who have mastered the previous layer be granted access to the next. This implies that even prodigies in martial arts must pay 2 full years of tuition to learn the complete Eagle Claw technique. Of course, the term complete merely refers to the foundational level of the Eagle Claw technique. This third-rate martial art can indeed reach the realm of true energy. It is said that the techniques suitable for the blood chi stage have been further fragmented into over 40 parts, accessible only to the master's direct disciples who can afford the exorbitant fees. However, you regard this matter with indifference. At present, you are engaged in a lucrative role within your gang, and the passage of time is of little consequence. Your journey as a disciple at the gang's martial arts school has commenced. You suppress the hatred within, avoiding any contact with the Liu family from Xianxia County. Each day is consumed by gang duties and martial training, with your earnings barely sufficient to cover tuition and procure 3 meals, leaving just enough each month to afford a bowl of the Eagle Claw Technique training elixir. Time slips away unnoticed. You realize that you have consumed 6 bowls of the elixir and have finally mastered the first layer of the Eagle Claw Technique. Your finger strength has significantly increased. Although you remain at the initial stage of body refinement, your combat prowess has seen a modest enhancement. You estimate that you could defeat 2 versions of your former self. But no more than that. If it were 2.5, you would undoubtedly falter. In the 3rd year, time flies. In the blink of an eye, you have been at the Eagle Claw School for nearly a year. Despite spending over 100 taels of silver, you have begun to practice the 3rd layer of the Eagle Claw technique. This progress cannot be described as swift. Among your contemporaries, those who have persisted, apart from those who dropped out due to financial constraints, have advanced more quickly than you. You have gained a deeper understanding of your martial arts aptitude, yet you remain unperturbed. So what if it is slow? A man should embrace the slow path. Indeed, a man. Now, 3 years into your journey, your physical age has finally blossomed into the vibrant 18 of spring. You have long been tempted by the older sisters in the brothel who incessantly make advances toward you. As for whether women might impede your martial training, you stand tall and firm. After enduring the trials of self-discipline and the struggles of a delicate appearance, do you not deserve to indulge in some enjoyment? In the 4th year, the leader responsible for managing the brothel's operations within the chicken call gang approached you, earnestly advising, "Little Moo, although we are brothers, even brothers cannot benefit without contributing a single copper coin for an entire year. You have been afforded the luxury of a year without charge, and it must be said that the leader's generosity is commendable. You have not taken this for granted, vowing to contribute to the sisters' achievements with your own resources in the future. The following day, you severed ties with distractions, embracing the notion that a true warrior should devote himself wholeheartedly to martial arts, focusing solely on elevating the gang's performance, resolutely refusing to allow women to impede the swiftness of your blade. As the year drew to a close, your exemplary performance during a collaborative training event with a friendly gang caught the attention of the higher-ups in the Rooster Call gang. You successfully dispatched a novice martial artist from the rival gang using the Eagle Claw technique, earning you a promotion to a first-class disciple and a modest residence with a small courtyard in Xianxia County. After 4 years of your journey, you had ascended to the ranks of homeowners, surrounded predominantly by fellow members of the Rooster Call gang, fostering a harmonious neighborhood. Particularly, your neighbors, a generous elder brother and a beautiful sister-in-law, expressed their astonishment at your single status at the age of 19, repeatedly suggesting that they introduce you to their younger sister. However, you politely declined, not due to a lack of worldly desires, but rather a lack of confidence in the sister's appearance, influenced by your neighbor's striking looks. In the 5th year, you finally advanced the Eagle Claw technique to its 5th level. As the complexity of the training increased, it became evident that martial prowess was increasingly reliant on innate talent. At this rate, you surmised that breaking through to the 6th level could take an additional 5 or 6 years. Your instructor, a senior disciple responsible for your training, earnestly advised you that, given your natural abilities, martial arts might not be your calling. If you were determined to persist, the only viable path was to amass wealth. The formula was simple: 3 parts practice, 7 parts resources. When talent falls short, elixirs must supplement. If you could consume 3 to 5 bowls of the Eagle Claw techniques accompanying elixirs each month, your training speed could potentially triple. This notion stirred a deep desire within you. Yet, given your current standing within the Rooster Call gang, earning a mere dozen taels of silver monthly felt like the limit. Thus, you sought guidance from your affable neighbor. He informed you that your current role was more business-oriented and lacked physical exertion. If you wish to earn more, joining the Iron Beak Hall dedicated to combat specialists would be the way forward. The Iron Beak Hall is a division within the Rooster Call gang comprised entirely of martial artists. Unlike the occasional collaborative events that ordinary disciples participate in, members of the Iron Beak Hall engage in such encounters regularly. By constantly putting their lives on the line, they stand to earn substantial rewards. According to the regulations of the Rooster Call gang, Iron Beak Hall members not only receive a monthly stipend of 5 taels, but also enjoy year-end profit sharing based on overall performance. Moreover, the more frequently they participate in these events, the greater their opportunities to loot and gather spoils, which constitutes the bulk of their income. The affable elder next door, a member of the Iron Beak Society, recommended you, enabling your successful admission into this fraternity. That very evening, you ventured outside the county town to participate in a moderately scaled gathering of 80 individuals engaged in mutual combat. Your prowess may have been the least among them, yet your fearlessness and disregard for injury led you to triumph in your inaugural skirmish, securing 2 loot bags and earning nearly 10 taels of silver. Although your gain was substantial, it puzzled you why the gang members, fully aware that such competitive gatherings could result in their spoils being claimed by opponents, still chose to carry silver or other valuables. However, after partaking in several of these events, you naturally gleaned the wisdom of the streets. It became evident that members of combat associations faced a high likelihood of being apprehended by the county magistrate, thus necessitating readiness for a hasty retreat. Being without silver made such an escape arduous. Undeterred, you eagerly engaged in these gatherings, boosting your monthly income to 30 taels. Finally affording yourself a life of comfort with 3 bowls of secret potion each month. Your martial training accelerated significantly, yet you still found the pace unsatisfactory. As the year drew to a close, the genial elder next door informed you of his wife's pregnancy, heralding his imminent fatherhood. Thus, it was time for him to transition from physical pursuits to business, signaling an end to his participation in these gatherings. Chapter 5. Scarred Eagle of the Brothel Street. The 6th year began with a sensational announcement that sent ripples throughout the realm. The Northern Barbarians, traditionally known for their lack of intellect and long-standing adversaries of the Shang Kingdom, had unexpectedly adopted cunning strategies of subversion and infiltration. 10 days prior, these northern marauders conspired with insiders in Wangbei City, breaching the defenses of the Shang Kingdom's northern frontier. They laid waste to Wangbei City, committing heinous acts of slaughter, arson, and pillage, resulting in over 1 million casualties among the populace of the 9 northern counties of the Shang Kingdom. Enraged, Emperor Qiuan commanded the valiant General Wang Xiaoli to lead an army of 300,000 on a northern expedition. Upon hearing the news in Tuanqing County, the townsfolk were filled with righteous indignation, eager to enlist and join the battlefront. Yet, you found it difficult to empathize, as your sole focus remained on amassing greater wealth. The onset of war led to soaring prices. What once sufficed for 3 bowls of the secret potion now barely afforded you 2.5. With the current trajectory of inflation, it seemed inevitable that soon you might only be able to procure 2 bowls, or even just 1. The transition from indulgence to frugality proved challenging, causing you considerable distress, but there was little you could do, for the course of war was beyond your control. However, 3 days later, a foolish thief, emboldened by the darkness, attempted to scale your walls and steal from you, inadvertently opening the door to a new realm of possibilities. You slapped your thigh in realization. How could a person who fought daily in a gang transition to a law-abiding citizen after work? Naturally, if funds were short, one must pursue a side venture. You resolutely chose to embody the noble hero who robs the wealthy to aid the impoverished. With your debut performance targeting a malevolent rice merchant in Tuanqing County, under the veil of night, you glided through the streets and alleys of the county like a specter. Although the eagle claw technique is primarily a hand-based skill, it is accompanied by an array of footwork exercises, rendering the act of scaling rooftops trivial for you. However, being a novice, you lacked experience, and the merchant's residence was vast, initially intending to head directly to the storeroom. You found yourself meandering and eventually stumbled into the merchant's bedroom. Through the window, you witnessed the merchant engaging with 12 concubines in a display of competition, which left you utterly astonished. Yet, bolstered by your immense willpower, you decisively activated your focus and continued your search for the storeroom. This time, the protective measures for novices took effect, and you successfully located the merchant's storeroom, fortuitously evading several martial artist guards. Then, you were left in a state of disbelief. While you had anticipated the merchant's affluence, you were unprepared for the sheer extent of his wealth. The storeroom was piled high with various herbs for enhancing vitality, and 2 large chests brimmed with glimmering silver, alongside a small box of golden bars that gleamed resplendently. With a sweeping gesture, you collected everything into your simulated space. And upon a preliminary assessment, you realized your haul exceeded 10,000 taels of silver. Ecstatic, you felt akin to a jubilant canine. And a profound realization dawned upon you. All items within the simulation could be perfectly inherited in reality. Indeed, becoming a hero was the true essence of the simulator. With over 10,000 taels of silver in your possession, you could easily assume the role of a gang member. However, given that the realm was embroiled in warfare, the previously lax household registration system had tightened considerably, making it a cumbersome endeavor to leave Xianxia County for greener pastures. Furthermore, having just executed a significant heist, it was imprudent to flaunt your newfound wealth immediately. You resolved to bide your time for a few years, continuing to work within the chicken crowing gang until the war subsided, at which point you would soar to greater heights and lavishly spend your fortune. In the 7th year, you maintained a steady regimen of 3 bowls of the Eagle Claw secret elixir each month, navigating through an entire year with stability. During this time, the incident involving the malevolent rice merchant being plundered became a hot topic in Xianxia County, yet it mattered little to you. By the 8th year, although the front line was still engaged in conflict, the prices in Xianxia County gradually stabilized. Whispers circulated in the county suggesting that a compassionate master, devoted to upholding justice, was concealed within the town. The merchant's downfall was attributed to his audacity in raising rice prices amidst the war, which incited the wrath of this master. Meanwhile, you had become a veteran of the chicken crowing gang, earning the nickname Scarred Eagle of Golian Street within the martial arts circles, gaining modest renown and a significant salary increase. Consequently, you elevated your monthly intake of the Eagle Claw secret elixir to 5 bowls. In the 8th year, you advanced your mastery of the Eagle Claw technique to the 9th level, achieving a state of perfection. Your hands could effortlessly create 10 holes in a piece of bluestone. You commenced the muscle training phase of your cultivation, and, after traversing 8 years, you finally emerged as a mid-stage practitioner of body tempering. However, fortune often comes in pairs. Mid-year, the master of the Eagle Claw School, whom you had only encountered 3 times over the span of 7 years, passed away. He succumbed to injuries sustained during a drunken altercation with the master of the Inverted Door Martial Arts School, who, in a fit of rage, executed a series of 18 throws, leading to the master's demise a month later, after he returned home and coughed up blood. You were utterly astonished, never having imagined that the seemingly inconsequential Inverted Door School would prove so formidable. It truly made one contemplate forsaking their own school to join their ranks. Yet, by that time, it was too late to join the Inverted Door, after contributing over 1,000 taels of silver to the Eagle Claw School over 7 years. Your physique had already taken on the form of the Eagle Claw style, and they would have no use for you. Nevertheless, the passing of the master was a remarkable stroke of fortune for you. The master, having been an old man who was blessed with a son, had pampered him excessively, resulting in the young master being utterly unfit to uphold the school's reputation. Moreover, he had secretly accrued an astonishing gambling debt, including 1,800 taels owed to your chicken crow gang. On the very day the old master passed, the Eagle Claw School was looted by various factions. Consequently, within 3 days of assuming his position, the young master had lost 80% of the students. Seizing the opportunity, you approached the leader of the Iron Beak Hall, expressing your willingness to risk life and limb for the benefit of the gang, citing the Scarred Eagle of the Brothel Street. You successfully acquired the task of debt collection, and that very night kicked open the back gate of the Eagle Claw School, a place you had never entered in 7 years. With a promissory note in your left hand and a large knife in your right, you confronted the young master, who promptly interjected, "I have nothing left, not even a copper coin. You might as well kill me." You smiled subtly, recognizing the absurdity of his words. Although you were indeed there to collect a debt, you remained a loyal disciple of the Eagle Claw School, and you were on the same side as the young master. The young master rolled his eyes at you, disbelieving your fanciful words. You didn't believe them either, but with a net worth exceeding 10,000 taels. You were adept at persuading the impoverished. After a lengthy discussion lasting the equivalent of 2.5 incense sticks, the young master, indifferent to the loss of his father's estate, handed over the complete version of the Eagle Claw technique along with the formulas for 3 accompanying secret medicines. You honored your promise by publicly tearing up the debt note, and then returned home to transcribe the Eagle Claw technique, delivering 200 taels of silver to the Chicken Crow gang, claiming it was the entirety of what the young master could muster. The higher-ups of the Chicken Crow gang were quite pleased with this outcome. After all, the initial principal they had lent was merely 200 taels, and the remaining over 1,000 taels was all interest. Now, having retrieved the principal and gained an entire volume of a third-rate martial art, it was a commendable result. As the primary beneficiary, you were exhilarated and found it impossible to sleep through the night. From that moment onward, you could finally unleash your potential and maximize the secret medicines. Chapter 6. All right, brother, the end. In 8th year, you divided the 14 medicinal herbs required for the body-tempering phase of the Eagle Claw technique into 2 parts. One portion to be procured from various medical halls within the county, and the other to be sourced from herbalists in the surrounding villages, aiming to minimize risks and unforeseen events. A month later, with a focus on stability rather than speed, you gathered all the necessary herbs and officially commenced the creation of the secret elixir. Fortunately, the concoction of the elixir from Eagle Claw technique was not particularly challenging, devoid of any technical complexities. By simply securing a sufficiently large cauldron and mastering the ratio of herbs to water, you were able to simmer it gently for a total of 49 hours, and the task was complete. Upon calculating the costs, you realized that while the secret elixir was once sold for 6 taels of silver a bowl at the Eagle Claw school, your self-prepared version cost less than a single tael, even without a stable supply channel for the herbs. Moreover, with the complete Eagle Claw technique manual in hand, you discovered that the martial arts school not only profited exorbitantly from the elixirs, but also engaged in deceptive practices concerning their martial training. The Eagle Claw school had fragmented the foundational Eagle Claw technique into over 20 layers, embedding unnecessary movements within each layer that only served to hinder students' progress and elevate the learning difficulty. Frowning as you pondered this, you lamented the school's unscrupulous nature, feeling it deserved its current demise. In the 9th year, with a daily intake of the elixir and the comprehensive Eagle Claw technique manual at your disposal, your martial arts journey progressed at an astonishing rate. Merely 4 months after achieving self-sufficiency with the elixir, you completed the training phase of the Eagle Claw technique. Your hands had developed skin as tough as leather, with tendons taut like bowstrings, and your arms were muscular and robust, capable of exerting 300 pounds of force. With a grip strength of 500, you are now qualified to challenge the latter stages of body tempering. With your current prowess, even within the ranks of the Iron Beak Hall of the Rooster Cry Gang, you could be considered a minor expert, ranking within the top 15. However, you still felt that your progress was too slow. Observing the substantial number of silver ingots within the simulation space, you resolved to indulge further, opting for 2 bowls of the elixir daily, aiming to complete bone tempering and advance to the later stages of body tempering within a year. Mid-year, while attending a casual gathering at the home of your boisterous neighbor, the elder brother remarked on your age of 25 without a spouse, insisting that in order to ensure you had someone to rely on in your later years, you should adopt his less than 2-year-old son, Little Tiger, as your godson. This way, you would have a safeguard for your future. Although Little Tiger was intimidated by your scarred visage, he obediently called you Godfather, stirring a wave of emotion within you. You immediately resolved to personally craft a small wooden horse for your godson. The following day, you procure the wood, but alas, your lack of skill turned the wooden horse into a wooden stool, the stool into a wooden sword, and the sword into a wooden dagger, ultimately reducing the wood to splinters. You mused to yourself, what sort of toys do children truly enjoy? Purely frivolous distractions, perhaps a sweet treat would suffice instead. By year's end, the second largest gang, the Shun Gang, which controlled 90% of the gambling establishments in Qing County, suddenly announced their foray into the entertainment industry and declared war on your Rooster Cry Gang. As a core member of the Iron Beak Hall, your workload surged dramatically. Despite your considerable wealth, you had no desire to become embroiled in such trivial matters. However, the Shun Gang's unscrupulous methods left much to be desired. On the night following the outbreak of hostilities between the Shun Gang and the Jiming Gang, you had just concluded an exhilarating group training session, returning home drenched in the stench of battle. Before you could even pour a ladle of water over your head, the anguished cries of your sister-in-law resonated from next door. Rushing to investigate, you discovered the boisterous elder brother, covered by a blood-stained white cloth, lying lifeless on the door panel, his demise a tragic spectacle. A few third-rate disciples from the Ji-Ming gang stood by, utterly at a loss, while your sister-in-law, and Young, who wept uncontrollably. Inquiring about the situation revealed that the Deshun gang had long allied with another faction. This night, seizing the opportunity while the main forces of the Ji-Ming gang were engaged in their training, the other gang launched a sudden attack on the Ji-Ming headquarters. Your neighbor, the once vibrant elder brother who had transitioned from a life of physical prowess to a business-oriented existence ever since his wife became pregnant, had met a gruesome fate. His body cleaved into 3 segments. A surge of fury coursed through you, although your neighbor had not yet made a name for himself. He had been the kindest and most caring individual you had encountered since your arrival in this world. He even envisioned a future where his son, Xiao, would provide for you in your old age. The loss of such a benevolent soul ignited an unquenchable rage within you. Bang, bang, bang. Your roars of anger pierced the night, and in your wrath, you shattered a portion of the stone wall of your brother's home. Your eyes bloodshot, you gazed upon the lifeless body, silently vowing that you would not rest until vengeance was exacted. Who murdered my brother? Who dares to harm a brother of the Scarred Eagle from Guilin Street? I shall ensure he meets a fate worse than death. You bellowed hoarsely at the grieving junior from the Ji-Ming gang. It was Liu Bin, the vice leader of the Deshun gang. In the mid-stage of Qi and Blood Realm, the junior replied loudly. You cast furtive glances, feeling that your previous outburst had been too loud and hoping it had not drawn unwanted attention. Brother, you may not have heard the saying, those who live by the sword shall die by the sword. When will the cycle of vengeance cease? If this grudge remains unavenged, then let it be. Rest assured, I will take good care of Xiao and your wife. After dismissing the grieving junior, you expended a considerable sum to engage a local official to resolve issues related to household registration and travel permits. That very night, you fled with Xiao and your sister-in-law from Tuanqing County to the bountiful Yumi County. Yumi County, as its name suggests, is a land rich in resources. You established a residence there, purchasing a 2-courtyard home where your sister-in-law and Xiao occupied the rear courtyard while you resided in the front. You harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards your beautiful sister-in-law, who regarded you with the utmost respect. She bore no resentment for your failure to avenge her husband, but rather admired your efforts to shield them from further calamity. As a mother, her only wish after losing her husband was to see her son grow up safely and joyfully, far removed from the tumultuous world of gangs. A decade later, having settled in Yumi County for a year, you lived a reclusive yet joyful existence as a prosperous gentleman, indulging in 2 bowls of secret elixir daily, steering clear of gang-related activities, playfully engaging with Xiao and sharing pleasant conversations with your sister-in-law, leading a life of tranquility and harmony. One afternoon, you suddenly felt a warmth radiating from your hands. Moments later, your entire body trembled, signifying the successful completion of your bone tempering. The eagle claw technique had reached a state of profound understanding, culminating in the harmonious mastery of the 3 core stages of body refinement: skin polishing, tendon training, and bone forging. You had ascended to the late stage of body refinement, with your palms becoming as delicate and fair as those of a woman. Yet, once you channeled your energy, you could effortlessly rend steel as if it were mere confection, as you reveled in the newfound strength of your arms and hands. You reflected on a decade of martial training, finally transcending the limitations of the ordinary. You pondered the capabilities of body refinement practitioners at this level, and the prospects of those who had attained the higher realm of blood vitality were indeed formidable. Elated, you delved into the Eagle Claw Technique Manual, eager to explore methods for breaking through to the blood vitality realm. The approach was deceptively simple. Combine specialized elixirs to cultivate blood vitality, practiced diligently, and the breakthrough would naturally follow. However, one key ingredient in the elixir, known as the 10-year-old mountain ginseng, was exorbitantly priced. Still, you felt confident in your ability to procure it. After all, the unscrupulous rice merchants of Tuanqing County had surely amassed considerable wealth. If funds ran low, you could always revert to your old ways of redistributing wealth from the affluent to the needy. Chapter 7. The Big Kid, Little Tiger. Year 11. Money truly evaporates quickly. Observing the severely diminished gold and silver in your simulation space filled you with melancholy. While you could continue your philanthropic endeavors, the stagnation of your strength was disheartening. You sensed that, given your natural aptitude, relying solely on herbs to become a body refinement practitioner might have been your limit. After all, How could thousands of taels of silver yield only a paltry amount of ethereal blood vitality? According to the eagle claw technique, one needed to cultivate 10 strands of blood vitality to be considered a qualified novice in the blood vitality realm. At this rate, wouldn't it require 100,000 taels of silver to ascend? 100,000 taels, returning to Xianxia County to exhume the ancestral graves of those unscrupulous rice merchants and arrange ghostly marriages for their ancestors would hardly suffice. Unwilling to accept this fate, you resolved to consult an expert. Upon discreetly inquiring at a martial arts school in Yumi County, you immediately felt a wave of foolishness for not seeking advice sooner. The blood vitality practitioner at the school was a straightforward individual. After accepting your silver, he provided you with a vivid lesson. He instructed you to extend your hand and struck it forcefully with a wooden stick, inquiring if it hurt. No, it doesn't. Exactly, for you practice the eagle claw technique. When practiced correctly, pain is negligible. The practitioner then gently struck your leg with the stick, and this time, without needing to ask, you clutched your leg and cried out in agony. You gained invaluable insights and finally understood why you struggled to cultivate blood vitality. Firstly, blood vitality resides within the body. Thus, the body is the vessel for this essence. The human body resembles a cracked water tank. Those with superior martial talent naturally possess fewer fissures. In the refining stage of the body, the processes of skinning, bone tempering, and tendon training serve to mend fractures and reinforce the vessel. The eagle claw technique, a skill of the hands, can achieve an extraordinary level. Yet it merely repairs and strengthens the sides of the vessel, leaving the cracks on the front, back, and bottom intact. For those endowed with exceptional martial talent, the vessel may naturally possess fewer cracks, allowing them to excel with a single martial art, preventing the essence and blood from leaking away. However, for the vast majority of individuals in this world, relying on a solitary martial art is insufficient. They must train in 2 to 3 forms based on their innate strengths and weaknesses, not aspiring for uniform proficiency, but rather focusing on one primary discipline while the others serve to seal the gaps, ensuring that their essence remains contained. Given your talent, which is rather lacking, while the cracks in your palms and arms may be mended, other areas leak like a vast chasm, making it a wonder if you can cultivate any essence at all. Realizing this, you resolve to learn more martial arts to seal all the fissures. Conveniently, your sister-in-law possesses a copy of the mediocre martial art wind treading steps, which was once practiced by a boisterous neighbor, a technique focused on the legs. Your sister-in-law, eager to express her gratitude for your care of her and her child, promptly offers you the manual along with a prescription for a secret elixir. However, she also presents a small request. Little Tiger will turn 6 next year, and with his foundational bones beginning to develop. What kind of worthy boy would he be without martial training? With a heart full of pride for your own child, you readily agree to share your knowledge. Year 12. I have come to understand why those who trained before my transmigration feared leg workouts so greatly. As you collapse on the ground, your legs numb from 10 continuous days of practicing wind treading steps, you find yourself incapacitated for at least 2.5 days. Yet, all efforts yield rewards. Within a year, you have completed the skinning phase of wind treading steps and made significant progress in tendon training, with hopes of beginning bone tempering before year-end. Of course, according to the principle of equivalent exchange, your rapid advancement, despite your many flaws in martial talent, is solely supported by your financial means. Observing the additional 3,000 taels of silver in your simulated space, you delightfully remark on the profitability of rice sales. A certain unscrupulous grain merchant in Xianxia County is left in tears. By mid-year, you examine Little Tiger's bones and feel he is ready to commence martial training. You decide to teach him not only the wind treading steps, but also the eagle claw technique. After all, who could resist sharing knowledge when the child is undeniably good-natured? Godfather, my hands feel tingly. What is this sensation? On the 3rd day of imparting the eagle claw technique, Little Tiger approaches you, raising his chubby hands in inquiry. Upon inspection, you discover that the skin on his palms has completed its refining. Reflecting on your own practice duration, you bite your lip, resolute in your decision not to feel envy. Godfather, my hands are starting to cultivate again. 10 days later, Little Tiger announces that he has completed the tendon training in his palms. Father, my hands. In just a brief month, Xiao Hu has achieved a level in the eagle claw technique that matches your own, and more importantly, he has not consumed a single bowl of secret medicine during this time. Your eyes, filled with envy, betray your denial of jealousy. What a martial arts prodigy. He still must call you father. However, The following day, Xiaohu seeks you out again, and you find it increasingly difficult to maintain your composure. Xiaohu complains of a warm, swollen belly, while the vigor you spent thousands of taels to cultivate has manifested within him after a mere night's sleep. At this point, it transcends mere jealousy. You are truly curious if devouring Xiaohu might replenish your own strength. Of course, consuming him is out of the question. You understand that Xiaohu is no ordinary martial arts talent. He embodies the essence of a martial arts heir, possessing protagonist-level potential. To teach him martial arts would be to lead him astray. Instead, you resolve to find him a genuine master. A true master, of course, is not one of those who preside over county martial arts schools, limited to the realm of true chi. Neither you nor they are worthy. You plan to send Xiaohu to a reputable martial arts sect. In this world, formidable martial arts sects are those that can rival an emperor in power. You have learned that the nearest esteemed sect to Yumi County is the Baiyu sect, known for its abundance of female disciples, who speak sweetly and possess gentle dispositions. Yet, these details pale in significance compared to the new incentive program at the Baiyu sect, which rewards those who introduce exceptionally gifted disciples. Once verified, the introducer receives 1 to 10 bottles of nourishing essence pills based on the disciple's aptitude. Nourishing essence pills are alchemical concoctions far more effective than the so-called secret medicines associated with martial arts. The Baiyu sect's sincerity, combined with the prospect of finding a worthy mentor for Xiaohu, makes it difficult for you to resist the temptation. You resolve to set off with Xiaohu at dawn. Although your sister-in-law is reluctant to part with her child, she prepares provisions through tears, willing to make sacrifices for Xiaohu's future. Charge! That night, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed as a battalion of 2,000 northern barbarian cavalry, having crossed vast distances unnoticed, abruptly appeared outside Yumi County in the southern territories of the Shang Kingdom. The barbarians brandished curved sabers and longbows as they surged into Yumi County. Chapter 8. Seeking a Healer. Year 12, Part 2. Carrying your sister-in-law and Xiaohu, leap over the wall, fleeing in the opposite direction of the advancing barbarian army, while cursing the martial officials of the Shang Kingdom for their incompetence. You truly have witnessed the extraordinary in times of war between two nations. It is not uncommon for one nation to employ the high mobility of light cavalry to outmaneuver and harass the cities of the other. The county of Yumi is situated to the south of the Shang Kingdom, considerably distant from its capital, separated by at least several hundred cities from the front line. The sudden appearance of an enemy cavalry force exceeding 2,000 in number, unbeknownst to anyone, is truly an occurrence that defies logic. The event transpired abruptly. The towering city walls were rendered ineffective against the barbarian cavalry, as skilled individuals scaled the walls and opened the gates from within, allowing the 2,000 horsemen to surge into the county town. In this moment, you feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having purchased a residence near the southern gate of the county. You believe that, with your speed as a late-stage body refinement warrior, you can escape the town before the barbarians arrive, and once in the mountains, you could easily evade capture. However, you realize how naive you have been. As you approach the southern gate, it suddenly bursts open from the outside, and a 100-strong contingent of barbarian cavalry storms in, laughing maniacally, indiscriminately slaughtering everyone in their path, be they soldiers or civilians. Even a mere dog is not spared. Your face contorts in despair, feeling that this simulation has reached its end. Yet, a glimmer of hope emerges. My godfather, Xiaohu, knows of a small hole nearby. I often sneak out to play with the Zhuang and the others. The child tucked under your arm suddenly points toward the thicket at the base of the city wall. Overjoyed, you rush over, clearing the foliage to reveal, indeed, a hole that is somewhat large for a child but rather small for you. Without further ado, you urge your sister-in-law and Xiaohu to crawl through, and as you mutter to yourself that flesh is soft, you begin to squeeze through the hole. However, as you wriggle through, an unsettling thought strikes you, not because of the presence of enemies outside, but a realization that could elucidate the bizarre events of the night. Typically, wherever the protagonist appears, calamity ensues. Reflecting on your godson Xiaohu's extraordinary talent, the tragic fate of his father, and the outrageous assault on the city this night, you ponder whether, without your presence, Xiaohu's mother would meet her demise tonight. Absolutely. In fact, she might not have survived until today, had it not been for you. By all logical accounts, she would have perished in the chaos following her husband's tragic death several years ago. You draw in a sharp breath. Is this not a quintessential protagonist template? If a twist of fate spared the parents, another twist will surely follow, for as long as the parents live. The protagonist's ascent is inevitable. Once again, you inhale sharply, suddenly confronting a grave issue. Strictly speaking, you're not only the godfather of the protagonist, but also his martial arts mentor and a benefactor to his entire family, which means you're burdened with an overwhelming death buff. Nervously, you extricate yourself from the dog hole, only to find that the county town behind you has erupted into flames. A part of you yearns to abandon your godson, Xiao Hu, and your still graceful sister-in-law to flee for your own safety. However, one cannot help but feel emotion, for you have watched your adopted son grow since childhood, nurturing him with care for several years. Under the fluttering banners, the instinct to protect women and children in times of danger had already taken root in your heart. You sighed quietly, resigning yourself to fate. Death, after all, is but a fleeting moment. You continued to flee with little Tiger and your sister-in-law, yet some forces are truly beyond human resistance. Outside the county town, barbarian cavalry lay in wait. You ran with desperate urgency, but the legs of a martial artist at the late stage of body refinement cannot outrun a well-trained warhorse. A quarter of an hour later, an arrow pierced through you, and you perished. Year 13, you did not die. Not a bit. In a small fishing village south of Yumi County, you acquired a boat and spent your days joyfully practicing martial arts and fishing. A year ago, while fleeing with little Tiger and your sister-in-law, you were gravely injured by a barbarian's arrow outside the county town and fell unconscious. Upon awakening, you found little Tiger and your sister-in-law missing, and nearby Yumi County lay in ruins, consumed by flames. The whereabouts of the barbarian cavalry remained unknown. Having narrowly escaped death, you retreated to the mountains to recuperate, eventually arriving at this humble fishing village, where you relished the tranquility of life without the burden of a protagonist. You embarked on a serene and fulfilling martial arts journey in the village. Year 20, you calculate the time. This year, you are 36 years old, having practiced martial arts for 2 decades. Yet, to this day, you remain a late-stage body refinement martial artist, with the breakthrough to Blood Chi realm still an elusive prospect. It is not for lack of diligence, but rather the stark reality of your meager talent. If we were to liken martial arts talent to a water tank riddled with cracks, yours would be akin to a shard of the tank resting atop those very fractures. Thus, while the average individual might master 3 martial arts techniques during their body refinement stage to mend the cracks and cultivate sufficient blood chi for advancement, you have studied 9 techniques without fully repairing your metaphorical tank. Nevertheless, your mindset has been tempered to remain calm and undisturbed. If 9 techniques do not suffice, then perhaps 10 or 20 will suffice. After all, you have parted ways with the protagonist and are merely a 36-year-old mid-level martial artist. Even if it takes until the age of 80 to break through to the Blood Chi realm, you consider it a worthwhile endeavor. Moreover, through 2 decades of immersion in martial arts, you have discovered that acquiring knowledge of multiple techniques is not entirely disadvantageous. At the very least, your extensive learning exceeds that of other late-stage body refinement martial artists in terms of combat prowess. After all, few would undertake the study of such a multitude of techniques at this stage, as most would hasten to advance to the Blood Chi realm once they feel adequately prepared. Therefore, your physical prowess and skill far surpass those of the majority of warriors within the same realm. You have tested this and recorded a remarkable feat, a single individual defeating 8 adversaries, notably without injury, save for a slight smudge on the corner of their attire. Do not inquire how one could face 8 opponents. The answer lies in the pursuit of justice, aiding the impoverished, a duty we must embrace. In the 30th year, another decade has passed, and you find yourself a seasoned warrior at the age of 46. If not for unforeseen circumstances, you remain stagnated at the latter stage of body tempering. Yet, in comparison to a decade prior, you have mastered 14 martial arts. You sense that a breakthrough into the realm of vital energy remains a distant hope. You harbor serious doubts about your ability to ever transcend this limitation, as you're now 46, and the pinnacle of physical vitality has eluded you. As a body-tempering warrior, the cultivation ultimately revolves around external skills, which can be detrimental to one's health. Without the nurturing powers of vital energy to mend the body, once physical peak is surpassed, various latent issues from youth will resurface. At 46, you are capable of defeating 10 warriors of equal standing. Yet by the age of 50, this might dwindle to 5. And by 60, you might find yourself seeking the aid of a long-bearded physician. The physician remarks, "Do you aspire to reach 60? Chapter 9. Reunion. In the 31st year, At 47, you embark on a journey of health preservation, not for any other reason but to extend your years. The elderly physician you consulted last year, skilled in both medicine and martial arts, has provided you with a more comprehensive understanding of the martial path. In this world, nearly all body-tempering warriors deliberately limit their mastery to no more than 5 martial arts. During the body-tempering phase, every increment in strength is obtained through the strain on the body, challenging its limits. Once one surpasses the mastery of 5 arts, the risks associated with extreme physical exertion become increasingly difficult to manage, as they transcend mere hidden injuries and encroach upon the depletion of one's life essence. To mitigate these risks, one must either ascend to the realm of vital energy and gradually nurture oneself with the power of vital essence, crafted through personal cultivation, or resort to rare and invaluable elixirs specifically designed to address such conditions. Thus, a typical individual, upon mastering 5 martial arts, yet failing to breach the vital energy realm, would relinquish their unrealistic dreams of martial prowess, opting instead for a life where at 80 they can still mount a bicycle with ease. However, in your youth, you were reckless, vigorously practicing 14 martial arts. While this granted you unparalleled strength within the body-tempering realm, it has severely exhausted your life essence, making it arduous to survive past 50. Desiring to evade an untimely demise, you resolve to simultaneously pursue health preservation while seeking rare elixirs that can eliminate such bodily risks. You have traveled extensively, yet the ongoing conflict between the Xiang Nation and the northern tribes has left you in tumultuous times, yielding little useful information. Nonetheless, you have come across an intriguing tale. A great hero has emerged from the Xiang kingdom. Over the course of a decade, he single-handedly attempted to assassinate the barbarian king of the Northern Territories 13 times. Although he was unable to successfully behead the king for various reasons each time, dozens of high-ranking officials from the Northern Barbarian Nation met their demise at the hands of this valiant hero. Yet, the most remarkable of his feats was not the assassinations, but rather his audacious 3-day concealment within the king's harem last year, where he left the character for moist inscribed upon the palace wall. It is said that even now, the royal palace glimmers with a green light at night. In the 32nd year of your life, at 48 years of age, you have grown wary of facing the wind while attending to nature's call. With your eyes shut, you seem to witness the fleeting moments of your life, yet you have not surrendered. You refuse to succumb to death. 5 months later, you fortuitously encounter a venerable old man with a white beard by the roadside. After rescuing him, you discover he is a master alchemist. Grateful for your intervention, the old man shares much with you. You learn that nearly all martial arts sects nurture alchemists, and while the number of alchemists is not particularly rare, it is regrettable that the elixirs capable of remedying your physical ailments are beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. The old man reveals that the elixir specifically designed for your condition is called the Revitalizing Pill, which comes in 2 forms, the Lesser Revitalizing Pill and the Greater Revitalizing Pill. The former can address physical issues for practitioners of up to 9 martial arts, and he is capable of crafting it. However, the Greater Revitalizing Pill, which can remedy issues for those practicing up to 13 martial arts, is beyond his mastery. Nonetheless, as your lifesaver, he promises to return to his sect to seek the sect leader's assistance in crafting it. However, you have mastered 14 martial arts, rendering even the Greater Revitalizing Pill ineffective. The old man expresses his regret and helplessness. In gratitude for your life-saving act, and at your request, he leaves you a cauldron for alchemy and a beginner's guide to elixirs. Although you are unwilling to confront death, you are not afraid of it. You resolve that if you must perish, you shall leave behind some treasures for your future self. In your 33rd year, at 49 years of age, you resume your former exploits, transforming into a chivalrous figure who robs the wealthy to aid the impoverished and uphold justice. You decide that before your demise, you shall not disable your automatic collection of riches, despite your impending death and your reluctance to face the wind while attending to nature's call. Your mastery of 14 martial arts renders you quite formidable and fleet-footed. Moreover, with your simulated space serving as a repository, you are adept at hoarding wealth. Whenever you arrive in a new locale, the local unscrupulous merchants and the oppressive gentry tremble in fear. 6 months later, the silver you have amassed in your simulated space exceeds 100,000 taels, and you feel affluent beyond measure, until an unfortunate encounter with a county official reveals your lingering poverty. The fertile lands under this official's jurisdiction suddenly suffer from a mysterious blight, leaving crops barren and transforming food into the most coveted and precious commodity. However, it was only after you inadvertently found yourself at the residence of this county official that you realized the extent of their cunning. This so-called affliction that rendered vast fields barren was, in fact, a scheme orchestrated by the county official in collusion with several grain merchants, who had deliberately imported a toxic source from the distant mountains to inflate grain prices and amass wealth. Your indignation ignited, and the spirit of the ruthless avenger within you began to awaken. Ironically, they deserved their fate. The county official and the unscrupulous merchants had convened secretly without any guards, effectively walking into your line of fire. You swiftly executed a flawless quintuple kill in 8 seconds, and with a decisive wave of your hand, you seized all the silver from the county official's household and subsequently raided the grain storages of the deceitful merchants, confiscating all their provisions. Under the cloak of darkness, you displayed their corpses upon trees in the central square of the county town, heaped the grain into towering mounds, and inscribed their misdeeds with their own blood, feeling a sense of liberation as you made your escape. However, such a significant upheaval made it nearly impossible to remain undetected. Although you were unaware of how you had been exposed, the wanted posters for the ruthless avenger were disseminated faster than you could flee. At the age of 49, you finally grasped the harrowing reality of being pursued relentlessly, no matter where you went. Fortunately, in the beginning, no one took you seriously. The pursuers were predominantly at the body refinement stage, with a few at the blood chi stage, while you were undeniably formidable. When you unleashed your full potential, you were astonished to discover that the blood chi warriors you had long aspired to surpass were not as formidable as you had imagined. They lacked your strength, speed, skill, and even experience in combat. Of course, it was possible that the early-stage blood chi warrior was simply inept, but ultimately, the outcome remained the same. He lay dead, while you continued to live. After fleeing for over half a month, you suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue, a weariness that seemed to sap the very essence of life from you. You turned your direction towards Xianxia County, contemplating that if death was inevitable, you might as well settle some long-standing scores before your end. Regrettably, before you could reach Xianxia County, you were intercepted by a troop. This time, the leader was a martial artist at the true chi stage, and there were 3 of them. You glanced at the supplies accumulated in your simulated space and chuckled, thinking that even death would not be in vain. Father, a heartfelt and impassioned call resonated from afar, as a strikingly handsome young man, reminiscent of a celestial being, descended from the heavens. He waved his hand, and everyone surrounding you, including the 3 true chi warriors, was obliterated. Father, it's me, little tiger. I have finally found you. The youthful figure knelt before you, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Your long-lost godson, little tiger, returned to you after 21 years of uncertainty regarding your fate. Chapter 10. The Great Strength Technique. In the 33rd year, a 27-year-old Xiao, who finally located his godfather, who was 49 and nearing his demise. Both of you were filled with excitement, as Xiao, who recounted how, 21 years prior, after being pierced by an arrow from the northern barbarians, his mother met with misfortune shortly thereafter. However, at the moment of his impending doom, he was rescued by a passing martial artist of the Xianxia realm, who brought him back to the strongest martial arts sect of the Shang Kingdom, the Iron Cutting Mountain, where he became a cherished disciple. The next level of martial arts, following body tempering, blood essence, and true energy, is the Xianxia realm. Yet, Xiao, whose current martial prowess exceeds even that, as he has attained the status of a martial arts master. He is also the celebrated hero of the Shang Kingdom, having attempted to assassinate the northern barbarian king 13 times over the course of a decade, leaving behind a single character, Run, in the king's harem. Upon learning of Xiao Hu's journey, you felt not a hint of jealousy, not an ounce truly. This is the rightful treatment bestowed upon one after the sacrifices of parents and a godfather. Nevertheless, the reunion of father and son after 21 years is indeed a moment for celebration, and even more so for you, as it seems you are granted a reprieve from death. In the 34th year, Xiao Hu brought you back to the Iron Cutting Mountain, the most powerful martial arts sect in the Shang Kingdom, and provided you with a vat of great rejuvenation elixir, a quantity measured in the size of a rural water storage tank. Do not inquire where Xiao Hu procured such a colossal amount of the elixir. He is, after all, the protagonist, with a beloved confidant who happens to be the saintess of the most formidable alchemical sect, the Miraculous Valley, destined to become its leader. Your life has been extended, Although the Great Rejuvenation Elixir cannot entirely restore your severely depleted life essence, with a sufficient quantity, it can prolong your lifespan from 50 to 70 years, granting you an additional 20 years. Alas, this extension is capped at 20 years for a portion of your life essence. Once exhausted, cannot be replenished. And even with continued martial training, you cannot ascend to the blood essence realm. Yet, you remain undeterred. The extinguished flame of your martial spirit has begun to burn brightly once more. In the 35th year, at the age of 51, you resumed your martial training. But this time, you are no longer practicing in isolation. The Iron Cutting Mountain, being the preeminent martial arts sect of the Shang Kingdom, had Xiao Hu as its holy son and future leader. As the son of the holy sun, your status is akin to that of an emperor in the sect. You confided in Xiao Hu that your greatest regret in life has been your abysmal innate talent, which rendered your efforts to master 14 martial arts futile in bridging the gaps necessary to ascend to the blood essence realm. Xiao Hu smiled gently and presented you with a tome titled The Great Strength Technique. This was a remarkable skill he had fortuitously acquired during his initial travels through the martial world. The Great Strength Technique is specifically designed to enhance and improve martial aptitude. While it may be deemed useless for a prodigy like Xiao Hu, upon closer inspection, you felt as though you had found your destined path. This Great Strength Technique intriguingly follows a similar path as yours, compensating for the gaps in martial talent through the mastery of various martial arts. However, without the Great Strength Technique, one can only learn up to 5 martial arts. Exceeding this limit would jeopardize one's life essence, merely preventing the cracks rather than enhancing one's innate abilities. Upon mastering the Great Strength Technique, the dynamics change significantly. This martial art profoundly mitigates the depletion of life essence during the body refinement stage, allowing an individual to safely double the number of martial arts learned. In essence, once one acquires the Great Strength Technique, they can learn up to 10 martial arts without harm, fundamentally enhancing their martial talent and innate foundations with each new discipline mastered. Theoretically speaking, even a pig, after learning the Great Strength Technique and subsequently mastering 10 martial arts, could boast martial talent and foundation comparable to the inner disciples of the Iron Cutting Mountain. Moreover, the situation is even more compelling because Xiao Hu is a prodigy in martial arts and the protagonist, although the Great Strength Technique is of no use to him. Upon recognizing your aspirations, he collaborated with the alchemist Saintis, a confidant of beauty, spending half a year to develop a specialized elixir named the Longevity Elixir for Godfather. With the Longevity Elixir for Godfather, you can safely cultivate 30 martial arts. If a pig can elevate its martial talent tenfold to reach the level of an inner disciple of the Iron Cutting Mountain, just imagine the implications of achieving this 30-fold. Enthralled by this prospect, you resolutely declined Xiao Hu's offer to find you companions, dedicating yourself entirely to the pursuit of martial arts. In the 36th year, under the guidance of Xiao Hu and at least 4 martial arts masters from Iron Cutting Mountain, you devoted a year to mastering the Great Strength Technique, officially embarking on your martial journey to refine your qualifications. With the abundant martial arts resources at Iron Cutting Mountain, you need not inquire about their numbers. Simply reaching out would yield as many as you desire. Many were perplexed by your obsession with martial arts. After all, with your life essence compromised, even with ample Great Rejuvenation pills sustaining your life, you could only live until 70. And ascending to the Qi and Blood realm in this lifetime seemed impossible. They wondered why you continued practicing martial arts. Even if you enhanced your martial talent, you would still be an old man with limited years left, unable to progress to the Qi and Blood realm. Shouldn't you rather spend this time seeking companionship? In the face of their skepticism, you smiled gently. Although you would not ascend to the Qi and Blood realm in this life, the next life, just 2 seconds later, held uncertain possibilities. You resolved to utilize the remainder of your life to establish a robust foundation for your future self in the next simulation. You diligently practiced martial arts daily while also urging Xiao Hu to stay focused. You remarked, "Hu, the Great Strength Technique, allowing only 30 martial arts, is insufficient. If others knew, they might think I lack the capability. At least 50 martial arts." Xiao Hu replied, "Rest assured, Father, I am here to support you." In the 40th year, 5 years passed, and building upon 14 martial arts, you learned an additional 15 disciplines. These 15 martial arts are not the mediocre skills you previously learned, but rather, they're the esteemed techniques preserved within the archives of Xianxia Mountain, each classified as second-tier martial arts. Naturally, Xianxia Mountain also houses a number of first-tier martial arts. And while it is well known that the higher the level of martial arts one learns, the greater the enhancement to one's innate talent. You have chosen not to pursue any of them, not out of greed, but due to their diminished cost-effectiveness. It is common knowledge that the more advanced the martial art, the greater the difficulty in mastering it. Considering your limited lifespan of merely 70 years, you seek only speed and efficiency. By the end of the year, you have successfully completed the body tempering phase of one second-tier martial art, reaching the pinnacle of what the Zhuang can offer without detriment. Your martial arts talent has been enhanced a total of 30 times. The unfortunate news is that this 30-fold enhancement is rather meager and of little consequence. The fortunate news, however, is that Xiao Hu has returned, fulfilling his godfather's expectations by elevating the limits of De Zhuang to 50 martial arts techniques. In the 41st year, you reflect upon your remaining lifespan of roughly 10 years and consider the inadequacy of the 50 martial arts techniques available in De Zhuang. Thus, you inquire, Xiao Hu, what do you think about the prospect of attaining 100 techniques in De Zhuang? Xiao Hu appears troubled, scratching his head for a considerable time before sighing. If you insist on pursuing this path, I may have no choice but to venture abroad. The following month, after yet another failed assassination attempt on the northern barbarian king, Xiao Hu traveled to the neighboring country of Deliang. Within Deliang lies a sacred place for elixirs known as the Shin Hall, where it is rumored that Xiao Hu has a romantic interest, the daughter of the hall's master. You assert I do not envy them, truly, not in the slightest. In the 45th year, Ms. Li Tsueifan once remarked that after fastening 10,000 screws, one's speed at screwing would increase at least threefold. Having learned 44 body tempering phase martial arts, you find her words to ring true. Your current pace of learning martial arts has accelerated significantly compared to before. Yet speed has never been your ultimate pursuit. Ferocity has always been your true aspiration. In today's world, aside from yourself, it is highly unlikely that anyone else can learn over 40 martial arts techniques in the body tempering phase. In comparison to the 44 enhancements to your martial arts talent bestowed by De Zhuang, the increase in your combat prowess is truly formidable. At 61 years of age, with merely 9 years left to live, you bear little resemblance to a typical elderly man. Not only have wrinkles eluded you, but the scars from decades past, incurred while evading a bounty in Xianxia County, have transformed into smooth, radiant skin. Were it not for the slight air of maturity and composure acquired through the passage of time, one might mistake you for a youthful man in his 20s. At times, you cannot help but touch your face in astonishment, realizing that the scarred eagle of Xianxia County has become a mere echo of the past. Yet, this is merely your ordinary appearance. Regardless of the martial arts practiced, the process of refining the body, including skin smoothing, muscle training, and bone forging, serves to enhance the physical structure. Your entire being, muscles, skin, tendons, and bones, has undergone the rigorous trials of 44 martial arts, exhibiting signs of extraordinary strength. When you cease to suppress your power and unleash it fully, you instantaneously transform from a youthful gentleman in his 20s into a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height. With skin that glimmers like metal under the sun, a body defined by explosive muscles paired with remarkable flexibility and agility. You sought out masters from Xianxia Mountain for comparison, and although you remain in the body refinement stage from a martial art perspective, you can easily defeat practitioners at the early stage of Qi realm, and with some effort, you could even triumph over those in the mid to late stages. Notably, this prowess is achieved without sustaining any injuries. Even a practitioner at the late stage of Qi realm cannot penetrate your resilient physique. And even the preeminent master of the martial arts in Xianxia, Qi Hai, the current leader of Xianxia Mountain and mentor to Xiao Hu, is astounded by your strength. However, this extraordinary power is not replicable by outsiders. For a typical individual, even a pig, under the influence of the De Zhuang, would at most be able to practice around 10 martial arts before uncontrollably advancing to the Blood Qi realm. As for you, my hero, it is not merely the case that you cannot ascend to the Blood Qi realm due to damage to your life essence, even had you never suffered such harm. Having mastered 44 martial arts and enhanced your martial potential through the Zhuang 44 times, you still feel that reaching the Blood Qi realm is an elusive dream. At 61 years of age, you finally grasp a profound truth. You once believed your martial arts potential was akin to a shattered water vessel, merely requiring a bit of repair. However, you now realize that the damage is not just a mere hole, but rather a black hole. In your 48th year, through relentless study, You have finally reached the current limit of De Zhuanggong, mastering 50 martial arts, thereby elevating your martial potential 50 times. You are now capable of effortlessly defeating practitioners at the late stage of Qi realm, injury-free, and perhaps even contend with those at the Gangqi realm. Elated, you decide to break your routine slightly and visit a nearby town to enjoy some music. However, upon your delightful return, Zhantai Mountain is draped in mourning attire. A surge of joy fills your heart as you initially believe that the venerable Qi Rahai, now over 300 years old, has passed away, paving the way for Xiao Hu to assume the position of leader upon his return. I shall be the father of the new leader. But tragically, on his journey back from Daliang to Xianxia, Xiao Hu is ambushed by 12 martial arts grandmasters from the barbarian nation, resulting in a mutual demise. Qi Rahai, filled with rage and sorrow, hands you a package. Before his death, Xiao Hu left behind a blood-written message, insisting that the latest improved version of De Zhuanggong and 100 medicinal pills be entrusted to you. Now they are yours. Qi Rahai spoke coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. The others from Zhan Taizhan regarded you with equal hostility, clearly believing that Xiao Hu's fate lay squarely on your shoulders. This sentiment was not unfounded. You were indeed culpable. Over the years, a significant portion of Xiao Hu's energy had been devoted to you. Otherwise, given his innate talent, he would have undoubtedly ascended to the level of a supreme master akin to the sect leader, Qi Rahai. The people of Zhan Taizhan loathed you. However, they did not expel you, for you remained the last kin of Xiao Hu in this world. Although merely a godfather, your desperate efforts to rescue Xiao Hu, a motherless orphan, were well known throughout Zhan Taizhan. Thus, despite their animosity, they were still willing to provide for you in your twilight years. Yet, you declared that you would not accept such care. You returned to your quarters to gather your belongings, including the martial arts techniques from the 3 gates that Xiao Hu had meticulously transcribed for you over the years. 15 first-rate techniques and 22 second-rate techniques that you had yet to practice, all stored in a simulated space. You then proceeded to the armory, where you retrieved a massive axe weighing 300 pounds, before finally seeking out Qi Rahai. In this lifetime, you harbored no grand ambitions. Yet since childhood, you had nurtured a dream of joining the battlefield as a soldier. You implored the sect leader to leverage his connections, allowing you to experience the thrill of combat on the northern front before your days came to an end. Limu, why do you subject yourself to this? Qi Rahai, observing your transformation overnight into an aged man with hair turned white, seemed to grasp the essence of your resolve. Unable to dissuade you, he provided you with a personal letter. The sect leader of Zhan Taizhan, Qi Rahai, the foremost martial artist of the Shang nation, was also the martial commander appointed by the Emperor Qiyuan of Shang. Sending someone to the front lines as a mere foot soldier was a simple task for him. You expressed your gratitude to Qi Rahai, shouldering the axe and clutching the letter as you journeyed to the northernmost city of Wangbei in Shang. This city, having suffered a massacre by northern marauders decades ago, remained shrouded in desolation. With the letter in hand, you sought out a general from Zhan Taizhan station to the border. From that moment forth, the Shang nation's northern expeditionary forces gained a 60-year-old veteran, still merely at the body refinement stage. You quipped to the old man, "At my age, why join the battlefield?" He chuckled, "I fear that my young lad down below would be lonely, so I might as well send some marauders his way for him to deal with." You grinned broadly, your demeanor cheerful as you engaged with everyone, eagerly volunteering for the charge battalion. Your compatriots suspected that you were merely seeking to exploit the system for pension benefits. 3 days later, you joyfully joined the sacrificial charge battalion and faced your first confrontation. Your massive axe swung wide, deflecting an arrow aimed at a young soldier beside you. With a smile, you patted the young man's shoulder. "Young man, do you understand the importance of respecting your elders? In battle, it is our duty as old men to lead the charge." The young soldier, still shaken, foolishly inquired, "Grandpa, you're not here just to scam for benefits, are you?" "No," you replied. "I merely wish to slay some marauders, so my son knows that his father is no coward." Kill. Chapter 12, The Great Melee. In the 49th year, upon the battlefield of the northern frontier of the prosperous nation, you emerged as a new legend. At the venerable age of over 60, wielding a 300-pound axe, you were always the first to charge into the fray. Under the aegis of your formidable energy, none could stand against you, and no harm could befall you. After 1 year of service, undaunted by death and tireless in your endeavors, you employed any means necessary to vanquish the barbarian tribes. You once infiltrated the enemy's territory alone, ambushing their supply lines and slaying their commanders. You feigned capture, only to incite a rebellion among your fellow prisoners once you were taken behind enemy lines. Your comrades called you the old hero, while the barbarians referred to you as the cursed old dog. You became a thorn in the side of the enemy, while your exploits resonated throughout the prosperous nation, even reaching the ears of Emperor Xianxia. With silver-streaked hair, your spirit remained undiminished, and your resolve to protect your homeland burned fiercely. The emperor of the prosperous nation in the Golden Hall applauded your bravery and bestowed upon you the title of Duke of Northern Stability. The conferral of a noble title is a significant affair, entangled with numerous interests, and had it been in the past, the court would have surely raised objections. Yet this time, no one dared to oppose the emperor. In fact, it is said that the prime minister deemed your title too modest and suggested a higher rank. After all, you were merely an old man with a few years left to live, childless and alone, yet you could uplift the morale of the troops on the front lines. In the 50th year, the title of Duke was of little consequence to you. However, the impending duel between Master Xianxia of the Iron-Cutting Mountain and the three supreme masters of the barbarian nation at the border exhilarated you, prompting you to slay over 200 foes on the battlefield. Master Qi was finally prepared. You unleashed your full power, transforming into a towering figure, cleaving a barbarian general in half, horse and all, before making your way to the duel's location. When you departed from the Iron-Cutting Mountain, Xianxia had sensed your resolve to face death, just as you had perceived the determination in his eyes. Yet, as the foremost martial artist of the prosperous nation, Xianxia bore the weight of many responsibilities, which restrained him from being as unencumbered as you. But now he was ready. Little Tiger, your foster son whom you raised from childhood, was also his protege, nurtured under your guidance. 3 days before the duel, you arrived at the site, believing you had arrived early, only to find the place teeming with spectators. The supreme masters represented the pinnacle of martial prowess, and the life-and-death duel among the four would not only be a grand spectacle, but could also determine the outcome of the decades-long conflict between the prosperous nation and the barbarian tribes. Consequently, nearly 100,000 warriors from both nations had gathered to witness this martial extravaganza. Xianxia stood silently at the border with his sword in hand, and out of concern for his mindset, you refrained from approaching him, instead quietly offering your support in your heart. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the fateful day, at noon, the clear sky was suddenly pierced by thunder and lightning. The three supreme masters of the barbarian nation descended like thunderbolts. Having reached such an extraordinary level of martial prowess, they had transcended humanity, living for up to 5 centuries and wielding the elements of nature, thunder and fire, as extensions of their will. Suddenly, Xianxia, who had been standing motionless like a corpse for 3 days, opened his eyes and drew a rusted, broken sword. With a gentle wave, thousands of sword energies shot towards the heavens. The battle between supreme masters indeed lived up to expectations, delivering a magnificent spectacle. Yet as the fight escalated, it grew increasingly chaotic. The four masters soared higher into the sky, quickly surpassing the visual limits of most martial artists below. Observing the opposing camp of barbarian warriors, they were all craning their necks to gaze upward, completely unguarded. You felt a surge of impulse, thinking that if you charged forward now, a whirlwind of love could easily claim dozens of lives. Your resolve hardened. After all, as a father avenging his disciple, it would be unreasonable to remain idle. You counted to 3, found an opportune angle and moment, and transformed into a 3-meter giant, decisively leaping into the ranks of the barbarian warriors. You began to spin, the sensation of the axe blade slicing through flesh and bone electrifying your entire being. Cut down these barbarians. To your surprise, many warriors from the Shang nation also leaped into the fray, as if they had been awaiting your signal. Had you charged in alone, your demise would likely have resulted in a stalemate, with both sides returning to their vigil of the supreme master's duel. However, the spirit of the martial artists was bold. Once more individuals joined the fray, the chaos became uncontrollable. Soon, while the supreme masters clashed above, nearly 100,000 warriors from both the Shang and barbarian nations engaged in a grand melee below. Though you were a martial general, you possessed a modicum of wisdom and sensed that something was amiss, as if a deliberate scheme was unfolding. But it mattered little. The thrill of slaughter was all that concerned you. In this grand melee, you thrived. Despite the presence of many formidable warriors, the majority of them excelled in one-on-one combat, while you, seasoned by years of battlefield experience, navigated the chaos with intimate familiarity. You targeted only the barbarian warriors below the level of the Qi realm, retreating gracefully from those stronger than you, slippery as an eel, yet fierce as a shark. The border between the two nations had transformed into a grinding mill of flesh and blood, the chaos continuing for 2 days and nights. Above, thunder and lightning raged alongside the sword energies, clearly indicating that the high-stakes battle had yet to yield a victor. Exhausted, yet exhilarated, you seized the opportunity to ambush and slay a barbarian master distracted by a Shang nation's martial arts master, although you have sustained severe injuries. The ability of the body refinement realm to slay a martial arts master makes it worthwhile, even if it costs you your life. However, you are nearing your limit. After all, you are an elderly individual on the brink of death, and now you've been pierced through the chest by that master. When you tally the numbers, over the past 3 days, at least 100 martial artists from the barbarian nation have fallen to your hands. In addition to the thousands you have slain on the battlefield. You believe this avenges Little Tiger, so in these final moments of your life, it is not too shabby to live for yourself. You vigorously rub your hands together and begin to rummage through the corpses, collecting various martial arts manuals, elixirs, weapons, and treasures into your simulated space. But as you continue, the ground begins to tremble. With your extensive battlefield experience, you recognize this as the sound of charging warhorses. Suddenly, a torrential rain of arrows descends upon you. A cavalry unit numbering over 10,000, clad in black armor and veiled in dark cloth, surrounds you from all sides and launches a relentless charge. Already nearing your limit, you are overwhelmed by the first wave and fall into unconsciousness. When you awaken, your breath is faint and your life hangs by a thread. Fortunately, your vision remains intact. You discover that the cavalry has vanished, leaving behind a sea of martial artist corpses. As if 100,000 warriors from both nations have perished here. Not far away, another group of individuals clad in black approaches. The leader, a rotund figure with a bushy white beard, weighs an estimated 300 pounds. Though he has a plump visage, he exudes an oddly effeminate demeanor. You furrow your brow, feeling an unsettling familiarity with this person. Suddenly, the rotund man, wielding a knife with a delicate grip, slits your throat, exclaiming in a high-pitched voice, "Quick, quick! The blood must be fresh. Hurry and bring the skins." Chapter 13. Perfect Inheritance. Ding! You have died. The simulation has concluded. A kaleidoscope of sensations washes over Li Mu, akin to a feeling of being transported to another world. The lengthy 50 years within the simulation seem but a fleeting moment in reality. Not even a heartbeat has passed. For time in the real world has not moved at all. It appears that my simulator is indeed quite extraordinary. Not only is there a cooldown period, but the experiences within the simulation are fundamentally different as well. Having personally undergone a complete simulation, Li Mu is convinced that he has stumbled upon a treasure. Based on his experience from reading simulation novels, he knows that those who utilize simulation cheats often receive treatment akin to the favored child of destiny. Drinking water may lead to unforeseen accidents, eating may yield unexpected events, walking could bring about peculiar mishaps, and even a simple, honest sleep could result in inexplicable surprises. The variety of accidents is vast, each capable of resulting in death. The focus is on ensuring that the protagonist within the simulation meets an untimely demise. It seems that each day in the simulation is fraught with challenges more arduous than a pilgrimage to the West. Turning to reflect on his own experience, Li Mu acknowledges that there were indeed dangers during the simulation. Were there unexpected events? Certainly. Regardless of the unforeseen calamities and perils encountered, we have persevered through it all. Even if we were to meet our demise in the end, truth be told, it would bear little distinction from a natural death due to old age. Surviving to the age of 70 only to pass away at 66 is hardly different from a natural conclusion to life. It is indeed absurdly ironic. However, this is what one might call a simulator, thought Li Mu, feeling a sense of elation as a text box materialized before him. You will inherit the following rewards from this simulation, including but not limited to martial arts realms, insights into combat techniques, wealth, elixirs, and items. Do you wish to inherit? Yes, indeed. There was no option to decline. With a flick of his mind, he continued. Congratulations, host, inheritance successful. You have acquired peak martial prowess from the simulation, all insights into martial arts, de Zhuanggong, enhancing martial talent by 50, a refined version of the longevity elixir, 100, 800-year-old ginseng. One weapon, a flower pattern axe, 65, 000 taels of silver, 3 supreme martial arts techniques, 15 first-rate martial arts, 22 second-rate martial arts, 88 third-rate martial arts. 1 identity token of the Northern Marquis of Xianxia, 1 token of a 1,000-man commander of the Northern Expeditionary Army, 20 0 units of grain, 200 jars of fine wine, and 22 pairs of insoles personally crafted by Little Tiger's mother. Note: all inherited items will be automatically stored in the simulation space, with martial prowess, realms, and insights perfectly merging with no detriment to oneself and no time lost. Though he acknowledged the vulgarity of the term, Limu could not help but exclaim, "How terrifyingly magnificent!" The text box before him was brimming with rewards. A closer inspection revealed that even flipping the pages would cause his fingers to ache. This was indeed a flawless inheritance, leaving nothing behind, not even the insoles gifted by his sister-in-law. As he swallowed hard, he envisioned the plethora of resources amassed within the simulation space, a comforting warmth enveloping his body. The peak martial prowess from the simulation perfectly fused with his being, devoid of any delay or hindrance. What constitutes a perfect inheritance? Perfection is the absence of any potential pitfalls. Only the benefits are inherited, while the drawbacks remain unclaimed. The pinnacle of strength from the simulation has been inherited, but the life essence consumed from years of practice? Apologies, but we only desire the essence, not the dross. Ding! The simulator's cooldown has concluded. Shall we commence the simulation? The prompt materialized before him, and feeling the vigorous rhythm of his heart, so unlike before, Limu could hardly contain his laughter. Just 2 seconds ago, he was but a hapless wretch at the mercy of others. Yet now, 2 seconds later, he had transformed into a formidable master, capable of effortlessly tearing apart a late-stage practitioner in the chi refinement realm with merely his body-tempering cultivation. Take note, this is paramount. 16 years old. Before this simulation concludes, although Limu had boisterously proclaimed a dream of becoming the world's strongest within a minute of crossing over, he had little confidence in the depths of his resolve. But now confidence? Dreams? What further conviction or aspirations did he require? In a minute, I shall be the unrivaled champion of the world. Limu cast a meaningful glance at the 2 guards of the Liu family, standing 19 meters away. The sinister allure of Liu's household in Tuanqing County continues to ascend. In this final simulation, the wretched, rotund elder with a beard, undoubtedly the steward of the Liu family, has been ensnared. A mere servant from a small county gentry family, he astonishingly resurfaces 50 years later amidst a chaotic battlefield where nearly 100,000 martial artists from the Shang and Man nations clash, scavenging for human blood. This is utterly bizarre. No matter how one contemplates it, something feels off. As he touches his neck, a glimmer of murderous intent brews in Limu's eyes. Including the time spent traversing through simulations, he has now undergone 3 iterations, each resulting in his demise at the hands of the Liu family. Although the benefits gleaned from the simulations are inherited flawlessly, while all adverse effects, including psychological trauma, are discarded, this applies to the average person. For one who harbors grudges, the absence of suffering from a death inflicted by another does not imply immunity from being wronged. Regardless of how sinister the Liu family may be, prudence dictates he refrain from action in reality, waiting for the simulation to commence. Once it does, he will unleash his fury upon them, shaking their very foundations. Taking a deep breath, Limu promptly selects Start. Simulation begins. Year 1. Confronted by 2 guards from the Liu family who intend to take you to the steward's quarters to sell drums. Your choice is with a vigorous energy surging through your core. The guards retreat in disdain, covering their mouths and noses, while a handsome, fair-skinned youth, who ranks just below you in appearance, becomes the steward's new favorite companion. Ignoring the scornful gazes around you, you leisurely indulge in a refreshing bath. Liu family, you have vowed to annihilate them to the extent of shattering their very essence, and you shall indeed take action, but only if your safety can be assured. The Liu family is exceedingly treacherous. What if they harbor a peak practitioner of the Gangxi realm, or even a master of martial arts? Even within the simulation, you ever composed would not act impulsively. What of the simulation? Those precious opportunities, occurring every 2 seconds, would be squandered if recklessly wasted. One must investigate thoroughly before proceeding. After meticulously cleansing yourself, you retreat to an unnoticed corner, retrieving from the simulation space an outfit nearly identical to that of the previous 2 guards, and swiftly scale the wall to exit the servant quarters. The Liu family's guard uniform is not a specially tailored design. merely a standard set of black and gray short martial attire, of which you possess dozens within your simulation space. With this disguise, you stride confidently through the Lu estate, ears perked like a vigilant hound. The heartbeat of a martial artist resonates distinctly compared to that of a layman. Similarly, the rhythm of a martial master diverges sharply from that of a mere practitioner. The 50 martial arts you have mastered not only bestow upon you a formidable physique, but also heighten your senses to an extraordinary degree. You plan to meander around the Lu estate, and once you ascertain the absence of formidable opponents, then head. I have heard Chapter 14, the definitive path to ascendancy. In the first year, after wandering aimlessly for half a day without hearing the heartbeat of any masters, you found yourself near a row of small courtyards, whereupon you discerned voices within and paused to listen. Brother, I heard that we've exceeded our quota of red paste for 3 consecutive years. The higher-ups, in their delight, have conferred upon us the esteemed martial art, 12 hands of the dragon seal. Do you think we have a chance? Don't even think about it. Such first-rate martial arts are exceedingly rare. We've only been with the Lu family for a few years. In my opinion, one must serve at least a decade or more, or achieve significant merit, to even have the opportunity to glimpse 12 hands of the dragon seal. First-rate martial arts. Your spirit stirred at the mention. Martial arts manuals are classified from the lowest to the highest as third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, and the ultimate clan secrets. Having experienced decades of simulated adventures in the martial world, you are acutely aware of the value of first-rate martial arts. Even the mightiest martial sects of the realm, such as the Iron-Cutting Mountain, possess merely 17 or 18 volumes of first-rate martial arts. Should news of a first-rate martial arts circulate in the martial world, it could incite a tempest of bloodshed. No wonder the Lu family was able to gather human blood in that grand melee of martial artists during the last simulation. With a first-rate martial art as their foundation, a family can develop for 50 years in stability, potentially cultivating a martial master. You murmur to yourself, licking your lips, deep in contemplation. The man known as the Scarred Eagle of Grimy Street, who was recognized as the best active participant in the gang building of Xianxia County for 5 consecutive years, was certainly no righteous hero of the martial world. Now that you are aware of the Lu family's possession of a first-rate martial art, you will not rest until you secure 12 hands of the dragon seal. Moreover, this task is straightforward. As long as you ascertain that there are no formidable opponents within the Lu family, a direct assault would suffice. Therefore, the contemplation of seizing martial arts is not the crux of your thoughts. You are pondering a crucial decision that pertains to the upper limits of your future martial prowess. Presently, your strength is entirely derived from the extraordinary martial art, great strength. You have cultivated 50 martial arts in the body tempering stage, comprising 41 third-rate and 9 second-rate techniques. Under the harmonization of great strength, merely possessing a multitude of third-rate techniques, supplemented by a handful of second-rate ones, has enabled you to wield the raw physical power to transcend 3 major realms and contend with warriors of the essence manifestation stage. What if you were to exchange all 50 of those martial arts for first-rate techniques, or even clan-level ultimate arts? The mere thought of it sends your heart racing uncontrollably. Although you have never practiced a first-rate martial art, you have sensed its essence while training in second-rate techniques. With the infusion of great strength, completing the body-tempering phase of a second-rate martial art has significantly enhanced both your innate martial talent and physical strength, far surpassing that of third-rate techniques. It is rather difficult to quantify precisely, as you have cultivated 9 different secondary martial arts, each yielding a unique enhancement. However, even the one that offers the least improvement surpasses the efficacy of the Eagle Claw technique by 3-fold. The immense popularity surrounding first-tier martial arts speaks volumes about the magnitude and strength of the enhancements they provide. The great strength technique has already evolved through 100 iterations, while the rare and esteemed clan techniques are far too scarce to contemplate. Yet, I cannot help but wonder, should I manage to replace all the martial arts I have previously mastered, as well as those I shall cultivate in the future, with first-tier techniques, complemented by a select few clan-level secrets, to what extraordinary heights could my physical prowess ascend? Could I reach the realm of slaying grandmasters? No. I dare say I might even contend with supreme masters, or perhaps even vanquish someone of Chi Rahai's caliber. Your heart races, and your breath grows heavy. Given your less-than-stellar martial talent, the most promising path to enhance your strength lies in fervently honing the great strength technique to amplify your physical capabilities. It is akin to constructing a building. If we liken third-tier martial arts to earthen bricks, secondary martial arts to red bricks, first tier to specialized cement, then clan techniques would be the steel reinforcements. A structure built from earthen and red bricks can hardly compare to one forged with specialized cement and steel. A change is imperative. While I do not wish for an abundance of clan techniques, those that can complement my great strength technique must, at the very least, be first-tier martial arts. After a moment of contemplation, you resolve not to waver any longer, even if the great strength technique forbids the replacement of martial arts. The only recourse to pursue this path is to forfeit the 50 techniques you have already mastered. You understand well that the self-destruction of your martial arts, followed by the arduous retraining of 100 first-tier techniques, is a treacherous journey fraught with thorns, far more challenging than your previous indiscriminate practice. Yet, such concerns are trivial. Having already embarked on a simulated journey, if I do not choose the most difficult yet potent path, I might as well erase my account and abandon the endeavor altogether. The boundless vistas awaiting at the end of this arduous path far outweigh the prickles along the way. You have made your decision. Once you settle matters with the Liu family, you will seek a serene place to relinquish your martial arts and commence the cultivation of the ultimate version of the great strength technique. Casting a glance at the technique stored within the simulation space, including the 12 dragon seals from the Liu family, which you have yet to acquire, you possess 3 clan-level secrets and 16 first-tier martial arts. Though this amounts to a mere 19 techniques, you are confident that upon completing the body refinement stage of these arts, your prowess will be at least 6-fold, perhaps even 10-fold, of what it is now. With determination, you embark on this journey to become the world's most formidable foundation within a minute span, a decision that will lay the groundwork for your future. Filled with anticipation for what lies ahead, you continue to roam the Liu family estate, attuned to the rhythm of your heartbeat. After a brief interval, you find solace in the fact that you have gleaned every detail from the Liu family. There are indeed skilled individuals, yet based on the intensity of their heartbeats, it can be discerned that this person's cultivation level shall not exceed the late stage of the Qi condensation realm. As long as there are no peak Qi condensation experts or masters present, the Liu family poses no threat to you. Consequently, the subsequent matters shall be more manageable. You must don the attire of a refugee servant anew and stealthily return to the servant quarters. Such esteemed martial arts are exceedingly rare. Once acquired by the Liu family, they will undoubtedly be meticulously safeguarded, hidden away in a location obscure to outsiders. Thus, embarking on direct hunt is not the most prudent course of action. The optimal strategy is to first procure the 12 dragon seals, or at the very least ascertain their whereabouts. The ideal candidate to inquire about such information is undoubtedly the rotund and affable Steward Liu, who delights in mimicking feline sounds and performing backflips. You are aware that this afternoon, Steward Liu will personally oversee the execution of the refugee servants, leading them to the Liu family's clandestine underground vault for slaughter and bloodletting. This vault is indeed a notable place, albeit somewhat grimy, odorous, and eerily foreboding. However, it boasts exceptional soundproofing, rendering it an excellent venue for interrogation. As you recall scenes from the 10 most excruciating tortures depicted in films, you await in silence. Chapter 15. A subtle mental shock. In the first year, a brief nap to rejuvenate your spirit was interrupted by the summons of the house servants. Upon lifting your gaze, you noticed the young man who had substituted for you in observing Steward Liu's feline mimicry earlier that morning, now basking in the glow of triumph. Snugly nestled beside the steward, feeling superior to you and your fellow lowly servants, Steward Liu struck the drum beside the lad, who, brimming with arrogance, stepped forward to select 10 servants for labor in the cellar. Without a doubt, among the assembly of refugee servants, you, standing tall as a crane among chickens, were the first to be chosen by the young man. Alongside 9 unfortunate souls, you were escorted to the cellar. As you surveyed the dim, musty, and foul-smelling confines of the cellar, a wave of nostalgia washed over you. It was here that you had perished during the second simulation. You know that within 3 seconds, figures wielding heavy clubs will emerge from the shadows, ready to shatter the legs of you unfortunate souls, subsequently allowing the blood to flow freely. Counting down in your mind, 3, 2, 1, an ominous gust of wind swept past, and you smiled faintly as you leapt gracefully into the air, evading a low-swinging club like a dancer expertly navigating a jump rope. You then extended your legs in a soaring Thomas spin, causing all spherical objects over 15 meters in height within a 2.5-meter radius of you to explode including the unfortunate refugee servants. In the simulation, you had matured into a formidable antagonist, fully aware of your next course of action, with no need for any surviving witnesses to extol your virtues. With an elegant landing, you swiftly launched a handful of copper coins retrieved from the simulation realm, precisely eliminating everyone in the cellar's save for Steward Liu. Liu, the steward, glanced at you, then at the dashing young man in his arms, his jaw dropping in disbelief, revealing his tonsils in an utterly shameless manner. He could never have imagined that amidst the wretched refugees, there lay a formidable expert. You approached him with a cold smile, raising your palm. What do you intend to do? Stay back. Stay back, you say? Slap. You love cats, do you? Slap. You enjoy mimicking cat sounds, don't you? Slap. You can do backflips, can't you? Slap. You so casually expose such private matters as your tonsils? Slap. Oh dear, I seem to have run out of words. Slap. 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 You effortlessly switched between your left and right hands, relishing the smoothness of the experience. At that moment, a wave of satisfaction washed over you. You had long desired to strike Liu's oily, plump face. Yet, how could someone revel in being beaten? Did he treat the pain as a form of pleasure? With cheeks swollen like a pig, Liu, after enduring your 8 slaps, seemed to have developed an addiction to it, delivering a faint shock of exhilaration to you. You were astounded, a surge of inexplicable rage igniting within you, and you raised your fist to strike him again. You could hardly believe that anyone in this world could be unafraid of pain or death. How could you inquire about the location of the 12 hands of the dragon without subduing Liu a quarter of an hour later? Hee, little brother. You possess quite a bit of strength. I like that. With blood gushing like a fountain, Liu trembled, struggling to form a delicate gesture with his fingers, his gaze fluttering enticingly. Could it be that my beating has awakened him? Facing such pure insanity, you sensed you might be on the verge of defeat. The more you hit him, the more he seemed to relish it. How could you interrogate him under such circumstances? You certainly could not beat him to death. But what about the 12 hands of the dragon? However, you were no ordinary opponent. After a whirlwind of thoughts, you reached behind your back and retrieved a fragrant embroidered belly band from the simulation space. This belly band had been gifted to you by a broad-minded sister during your last simulation in Tunshan County while mingling with gangs, taking advantage of your position to indulge in some free entertainment. You had not anticipated that the simulator's inheritance function was so authoritative that even such a useless object could be inherited. Yet, as the old saying goes, all waste is merely a treasure awaiting the discovery of its proper use. Feeling the silky texture in your hand, you realized that now was the time to transform waste into treasure. In this world, there may indeed be individuals unafraid of pain, perceiving it instead as a form of allure. However, that only signifies that pain is not their weakness. With keen eyes, you held your hand aloft, feigning to cradle the air. The crafty frog has been feeling your belly all along. Old rabbit, what do you see here? Swish. With a flourish, I unfurled the fragrant belly band before Butler Liu's face. Ugh, take it away. Quickly, remove this filthy thing from my presence. Butler Liu, who had previously exerted all his strength just to delicately pinch his fingers, now recoils as if struck by a surge of adrenaline upon catching a whiff of the aromatic fabric. Hee. In that moment, I knew victory was assured. As I approached Butler Liu, clutching his treasured artifact. Speak. Does the Liu family possess first-rate martial arts? Dare to conceal a single word, and I shall force it into your mouth. Yes, the sealing Dragon 12 Hands was delivered 3 days ago and lies hidden in the secret vault. If you take it, I will immediately guide you there. Wait, I haven't finished my inquiry. Why are you collecting human blood? I do not know. It is a task assigned by the head of the family, ongoing for many years. The head merely follows orders. All I know is that a cartload of red paste must be delivered every half-month. Red paste? The red paste is human blood. Every fortnight, a cartload is sent to the capital, where individuals receive it. Even the head of the family does not know their identities, but the rewards they offer are substantial, be it gold, silver, or elixirs of refinement, or even treasures like first-rate martial arts manuals, provided enough red paste is submitted. You lie. After years of collaboration, you dare claim ignorance of their identities? I confess, it is the Spring South Duke of the capital, the Liu family superior in the blood paste supply. As I press closer, wielding the belly band as a means of intimidation, Butler Liu retreats without a moment's hesitation, spilling everything. Yet in the next instant, a glimmer of self-satisfaction flickers across Liu's terrified face. Having retreated to the depths of the cellar, he suddenly slams his palm against the wall. A nearly colorless metal thread, hidden within the wall's crevice, vibrates, and I faintly hear the sound of copper bells ringing from below. This is bad. A chill runs down my spine, and before I can react, the ground beneath me trembles, followed by a thunderous crash. A burly middle-aged man bursts forth from the earth, his fist piercing through my chest, instantly draining me of all my strength. The muscular man gazes at me coldly, his formidable energy coalescing into a tangible force. Peak of the Qi realm, and not merely among the ordinary practitioners of the Jianghu. Drawing on my previous experience, clinging to a powerful ally at Xianxia Mountain, I deduced that this man's presence signifies mastery of first-rate martial arts. With my current strength, defeating those who practice second-rate martial arts is feasible. But facing an ambush from a peak Qi realm practitioner who wields first-rate martial arts leaves me with no chance of victory. Cough. I expel a mouthful of blood, trembling and chilled to the bone. Lu's family indeed harbors formidable individuals, yet this master remains concealed underground, some 20 meters beneath the surface. It is no wonder you failed to detect their presence above. This fellow poses a significant threat. We must incapacitate him. Butler Lu, rising with fervor, implored, Master, you know my expertise lies in interrogation. Entrust this individual to me. I shall personally extract the truth. As you lie there, your chest pierced and your head drooping. This pronouncement causes your eyes to widen in disbelief. Being interrogated by that old rabbit? How could that possibly bode well for me? In a fit of rage, you strike Butler Lu's arm, causing your already grievous wound to tear further. Chapter 16. Ordinary individuals are unworthy of being Lu family members. In the first year, the head of the Lu family pierced your chest, and with a surge of strength, you tore yourself free at the cost of half your body. The sheer brutality of your injuries caused the head of the Lu family to shudder. I have never encountered such a valiant soul. You collapse to the ground, blood pooling around you, feeling life slip away at an alarming rate. Perhaps 5 seconds, perhaps 3, until death would once again greet you. Yet I may perish, but I shall take that old rabbit with me. Seizing the moment while the head of the Lu family remained in stunned disbelief, you crawled through the muddy blood, adopting a posture reminiscent of a dark, aberrant creature, racing towards Butler Lu. Li Mu, deploy the rocket-headed hammer. Bang! You and Butler Lu met your fates together. You succumbed. The simulation concluding. With a flash, the simulation ended, and time resumed its normal flow in reality. Li Mu grimaced, scratching his head. That old rabbit truly has it in for me. Having perished 4 times in the simulation, each time due to that relentless rabbit, Li Mu found himself grappling with a nauseating image of his lifeless body pressed against Butler Lu's corpulent form. Ding! The 2-second cooldown has concluded. Would you like to initiate a new simulation? The fleeting 2 seconds passed, and Li Mu stifled his nausea, recalling how Butler Lu had dealt him 2 critical blows in the previous attempt. Yet, such trivial injuries did not waver his resolve to pursue the Dragon Seal 12 techniques. Exceptional martial arts are exceedingly rare. Having already charted the ultimate path for physical growth, he was determined to see it through, unwilling to allow a repulsive old rabbit to undermine his aspirations. Commence. Simulation beginning. In the first year, you yearn for the Dragon Seal 12 techniques, envisioning a future where all members of the Lu family are rendered powerless, and Butler Lu is left to consume refuse. However, mere thoughts proved futile against the pinnacle of the Lu family's martial prowess. It seemed a new approach was imperative. As you observed 2 guardians of the Lu estate drawing closer, your eyes narrowed, and your mind raced with possibilities. The last simulated failure has imparted upon you not only a profound sense of anguish, but also, to some extent, a measure of valuable insights. For instance, the fact that the head of the Lu family is a peak martial artist in the realm of Gongqi, with exceptional martial skills at his core, indicates that prior to acquiring the Sealing Dragon 12 techniques, the Lu family must have possessed a first-rate martial art. Presently, the Lu family boasts 2 such exceptional techniques, which is exhilarating to contemplate. Furthermore, although the elder steward Lu is quite adept at manipulating emotions, you are unequivocally certain that his fear of the lovely and delicate elder sister's little belly wrap is genuine. Thus, when interrogating him, his claim that the Lu family is sourcing human blood from the Spring South Marquis in the capital is likely true. The Spring South Marquis, a noble within the esteemed ranks of the Shang kingdom. Perhaps, as your thoughts whirl, a bold plan suddenly flickers into your mind. In this era, who in the martial world isn't somewhat of a noble, The Liu family's superior is merely a minor marquis, while you, the illustrious Mr. Mu from elite Guilin Street, renowned for 3 consecutive years as an exemplary figure in gang-building activities, hold the esteemed title of a marquis yourself. You are the distinguished Duke of Dingbei, appointed by His Majesty, Emperor Qiyuan, with a spark of inspiration. You retrieve the identity token of the Duke of Dingbei from the simulated space. Although this so-called Duke of Dingbei pertains to a prior simulation, does that truly matter? Let us inquire whether this token is authentic. If the Liu family's superior is a marquis, it stands to reason that the marquis's superior would be a duke as well. Aha, the plan is sound. With your mind firmly set, you have devised a complete strategy. Moments later, 2 guards from the Liu family enter the courtyard, and upon a cursory glance, they fixate on you, whose demeanor, appearance, and physique are undoubtedly the ideal choices for the elder steward's discerning eye. Ah, lucky you. Come with me. The steward's quarters are in need of cleaning. If you work swiftly, you might even earn a bowl of meat as a reward. Meat to a group of starving refugees who have gone months without sustenance. The mere utterance of the word carries significant weight. A crowd of envious onlookers gazes at you, wishing they could take your place. Hurry up, dry off, get dressed, and come with me. Don't you want to eat meat? Another guard impatiently urges as you stand drying off after a cold bath. Your eyes narrow. Suddenly, with a swift motion, you strike. The impatient guard is sent reeling, spinning through the air and landing outside the courtyard. How audacious! Who is truly audacious here? The other guard, now agitated, reaches for the whip at his waist, but your voice booms louder, and you advance a step, executing a low sweep that brings him to his knees. Do you know who I am? Dare to speak to me in such a manner? Behold this. You let out a disdainful snort and tossed the Northern Duke's token at his face. The guard, cradling the token, went from crimson to ashen, then back to red. His pupils dilating and contracting in a tremor, his hands shaking uncontrollably. What do you want me to look at? I cannot read. The illiterate boasted with audacity. Then take it to someone who can read, begone. As your eyes twitched, you sent him flying, inwardly lamenting the lack of any sane individual within the Liu family. 2 guards, clutching your token, hurried away. Though illiterate, they possessed some martial skills and understood that you were undoubtedly a formidable warrior. A minute later, in the steward Liu's chamber, he gazed at the 2 guards, who were not only bruised, but had failed to bring him the esteemed lady. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, his eyes fell upon the token they held, causing an immediate jolt within him. The token shimmered with a faint purple metallic luster under the sunlight, instantly reminding him of something. A purple gold mine. The purple gold mine was a unique treasure of the Shang kingdom, inherently imbued with a noble hue. However, due to its exceedingly rare production, since the founding of the Shang kingdom, tokens and insignias crafted from purple gold had become symbols of status among royal family members and esteemed nobles. Steward Liu cautiously accepted the token, and upon reading the 3 prominent characters inscribed, Dingbei Marquis, his entire body trembled with astonishment. A marquis. Although he had never heard of the Dingbei Marquis, given his status as a mere steward in a small county's gentry family, it was commonplace for him to be unaware of such prestigious titles. Yet, Steward Liu was not an ordinary steward. He had witnessed another noble's identity token from the Shang dynasty, whose material and craftsmanship were identical to this Dingbei Marquis token. Well, you 2 mute fools, do not delay in explaining how this token came to be, Steward Liu inquired, his fingers delicately poised. The 2 guards, covering their faces, recounted the truth, and a profound, inscrutable expression settled on Steward Liu's face. Why would a distinguished marquis or a close confidant of a marquis disguise themselves as a refugee to come to the Liu family? Upon further reflection, was there anything unusual about that individual? After a moment of contemplation, the guards simultaneously exhibited a spark of insight and raised their index fingers. Guard A, Steward, that person is highly suspicious. There is a significant issue. Oh, pray tell. Guard B, all personal belongings of refugees are thoroughly searched and incinerated before entering the Liu residence. This token is merely the size of a palm. Or could he have concealed it to evade the search? Guard A, he wasn't seated. Moreover, when we passed by earlier, he had just bathed and was completely unclothed. Steward, I suspect this individual is hiding something. Chapter 17. So, it is. At that moment, Steward Liu was profoundly shaken and promptly kicked the guards away. You too. This month you shall receive not a single coin. Quickly, accompany me to find the head of the family. After half a tea time, Liu Turan, the head of the Liu family, lay on the wooden platform in the cellar, holding the Northern Commander's token, lost in contemplation. He could not fathom why one would masquerade as a refugee to infiltrate the Liu family and so recklessly reveal their identity. Was it perhaps to investigate the Liu family's collection of the red paste? Such reasoning was utterly nonsensical. The title on this person's token indicated that they were a noble from a military lineage. Investigations were always the purview of the National Supervision Bureau. What business did a military noble have with such matters? Even if there were a connection, who would conduct an investigation in such a manner? To expose oneself so soon after infiltrating the Liu family was nothing short of madness. This individual was shrouded in mystery, leaving Liu Tuo-ren utterly perplexed. After a brief interval, Liu Tuo-ren rose, his mind in disarray. Liu Er, the butler who had successfully eliminated 4 main characters and gained renown through his prowess, quickly assumed a formal stance. Regardless of this person's intentions, the token was undoubtedly authentic. Therefore, preparations must be made. Liu Tuo-ren began issuing orders, instructing the highest standards of hospitality to be arranged, with the finest delicacies laid upon the table and 50-year-old vintage wine warmed. Liu Er raised his hand, Master. Shall we include a fruit platter to refresh and soothe? Yes. Liu Tuo-ren waved his hand, sending someone to the brothel street to summon all the renowned courtesans and entertainers. Liu Er nodded seriously, but suddenly recalled the phrase exceptional talent. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously inquired, what if this person possesses a particularly masculine spirit? Liu Tuo-ren furrowed his brow, casting a dubious glance at the butler. Suspecting that the old fellow was attempting to exploit this situation for personal gain. Yet, adhering to the principle that politeness begets no offense, he nodded. Then let us also invite 2 young gentlemen from the Xiangu pavilion, just to be prepared. After this was settled, he instructed the guards to take up strong bows and conceal themselves outside, applying poison to the arrows. Should this individual pose a threat to the Liu family, if he could not be retained, they would immediately shoot to kill. Understood, Master. I shall relay your orders at once. Having resolved this matter, the 2 men, with anxious hearts, proceeded towards your small courtyard. At this moment, the courtyard was filled with the unconscious bodies of refugee servants, all rendered insensible by your actions. You emerged from a simulated space clad in a set of exquisitely tailored garments, mimicking the stance of Chi Ru Hai, the master of the iron-cutting mountain, as he addressed the disciples during a grand assembly. This person must be of significant stature. From a distance, Liu Tuo-ren felt intimidated by your commanding presence. Liu Er was equally astonished, but his curiosity was piqued. Was it not agreed that you would emerge freshly bathed and unclothed? How is it that you now adorn such lavish attire? This is excessive. If one were to suggest that a palm-sized marquee token could evade a thorough search due to exceptional talent, how, then, could one account for garments that, even when rolled, are thicker than a man's leg? I am Liu Tuo-ren, and I am unaware of your connection to the Marquis of Northern Town. Liu Tuo-ren hastened forward into the courtyard, respectfully yet cautiously clasping his fists. The head of the Liu family truly is a man of many forgetful moments. Have you so quickly forgotten our brief encounter at the Spring South Duke's residence all those years ago? The half-smiling retort left Liu Tuo-ren momentarily bewildered. As you stepped closer and extended your hand, Liu Tuo-ren promptly reciprocated. According to the customs of the Shang nation, scholars greet each other with a fist salute, while martial artists engage in a handshake. Since the head of the Liu family has forgotten me, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Su Kun, a minor commander under the Marquis of Northern Town. Upon finishing your introduction, you unleashed an undeniable force that caused Liu Tuo-ren to tremble slightly. He hurriedly summoned his vital energy to maintain composure, his mind shaken. What formidable strength this person possesses. Even at the pinnacle of my vital energy cultivation, I find myself unable to withstand it. Could he possibly be a master of martial arts? No wonder I could not perceive the depths of his abilities. Masters of martial arts are often inscrutable. Had it not been for this handshake, I might have assumed he was merely a body cultivator without even a trace of vital energy. In terms of raw power, you may not surpass Liu Tuo-ren. After all, you possess neither vital energy nor even the more rudimentary blood vitality of a martial artist. Yet, in terms of sheer physical strength, your might is indeed impressive. The moment you clasped hands, Liu Tuo-ren was already convinced of your identity to a significant degree. General Su, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Liu Tuo-ren retracted his reddened hand and asked tentatively. Red Bomb. The casual mention of those two words caused Lu Turin and Lu Er to experience a tightening of their pupils, their minds reeling. What do you mean? Am I not aware that red balm is peculiar? With a cold snort, you continued, your Lu family has received red balm to deliver to the Duke of Spring South. Yet the Duke intends to send it to my Lord's military encampment. Both Lu family members gasped in shock at the implications of your statement. If that were true, you would be the superior of their Lu family's superior. Just days prior, the Marquis's residence discovered that the Duke of Spring South had awarded a first-rate martial art to your family. Such a precious martial art. I have come here under the orders of the Marquis of Northern Town to conduct a covert investigation into whether the Duke's actions are linked to illicit dealings with your Lu family. After delivering this revelation, you surveyed the two, confirming that they were nearly entirely convinced, needing only the final push to seal their belief. With a slight smile, you casually remarked, "What? Do you not believe me?" You pointed to the steward Lu Er, who had been hiding behind Lu Turin, a rotund man with bulging eyes. You are indeed the steward of this Lu residence, are you not? Your favorite pastime involves using your pet cat to lure unsuspecting youths into your room. Am I mistaken? Upon turning to Lu Turin, you addressed him, and you. The entrance to the Lu family cellar where the red paste is stored lies behind the artificial hill in the backyard. The cellar consists of 2 levels. The first houses 27 wooden barrels, while the second serves as your long-term martial arts training ground, correct? With a graceful flick of your splendid garments, you raise your head high, challenging their disbelief. Did you truly imagine I jest? Had I not meticulously studied the Lu family inside and out, entering and exiting countless times? How could I have arrived here this morning in such attire? Ah, so that is how it is. Lu Turin and Lu Er suddenly comprehended. In this world, there exists no extraordinary talent. It is all merely the result of prior preparation. At this point, the two harbored no doubts about you, save for a profound shock and an intense trepidation. After all, there are 7 or 8 families under the command of Lord Chun Nan that collect red paste. If the Lu family were not engaged in some clandestine dealings with Lord Chun Nan, how could the tome sealing the dragon's 12 hands possibly have fallen into their possession? The head of the family exchanged glances with his steward, their thoughts synchronizing. If our private lives have been scrutinized so thoroughly, then the Lu family is truly doomed. Chapter 18, A Simple Diet. The 2 members of the Lu family were utterly ensnared by your words, believing them without reservation. Although you appeared youthful and handsome, akin to a mere child, Lu Turin had already envisioned you as a martial arts master of military descent. As a martial arts master, unless one were a veritable elder exceeding 90 or even over 100 years, who does not possess a youthful visage, captured by evidence presented by a superior. The master and servant exchanged panicked glances. Years of camaraderie had endowed them with a unique skill in silent communication. Lu Er exclaimed, "This is dire, my lord. Should we eliminate him?" Lu Turin retorted, "Eliminate him? Are you out of your mind? He might very well be a martial arts master. Do you have any sense at all? What shall we do, my lord?" "Liu Epresit." Lu Turin replied, "Remain calm. Since this individual has chosen to reveal his identity rather than immediately report the findings to Lord Jinbei, it indicates that there is still time to negotiate. Let us proceed as per our usual protocol." In unison, Lu Turin and Lu Er exchanged a knowing glance, their resolve unified. The old method, to thoroughly corrupt him. With a thud, they knelt in synchronized motion, one clasping his fists in a display of supplication, the other clinging to your leg in despair. You kicked aside the steward Lu Er who attempted to grasp your leg, observing Lu Turin's performance in silence. Taking a deep breath, Lu Turin addressed you, "General Su, I admit that there indeed exists some private transactions between the Lu family and Lord Chun Nan regarding the matter of sealing the dragon's 12 hands. However, I implore you to understand. This was never the intent of the Lu family. My family, the Lu clan, has been dedicated to the noble endeavor of collecting red paste for 33 years. Diligently and unwaveringly, without the slightest hint of negligence. Among the 8 families under Lord Chun Nan, our collection consistently ranks at the forefront, and in the past 3 years, we have achieved the top position consecutively. According to the reward system established by the higher authorities, it is entirely justified for the Lu family to receive the sealed dragon 12 hands. However, Lord Chun Nan, insatiable in his greed, has long withheld rewards and engaged in relentless exploitation and extortion. If I do not present him with gifts, it is not only the sealed dragon 12 hands that will elude me, but I might even be stripped of the qualification to continue collecting red paste. Moreover, Lu Turan lamented bitterly to Lord Chun Nan about the excessive oppression he faced. The veracity of his grievances is uncertain, yet it matters little to you. What you understand is that this path has indeed widened for you. Oh, is that so? Your eyes widen, your tone reflecting both empathy and lingering doubt. Lu Turan's eyes sparkled with hope as he eagerly moved 2 steps forward on his knees. General Su, I assure you, what I have just stated is entirely truthful. I have maintained records of all the extortion I have endured at the hands of Lord Chun Nan over the years, and they are available for your scrutiny at any time. Oh, you narrow your eyes, stroking your chin. If that is the case, then not only is your Lu family innocent, but you have also exposed a significant rat for me. Why such formality, Master Lu? Please rise. As long as there are records to verify, all will be well. According to the Lord's regulations, Lord Chun Nan will surely be dispatched to the borders, and I shall take on his position to continue gathering red paste for the Lord. With a gentle smile, you assist Lu Turan to his feet. Master Lu, what a delightful twist of fate. Who would have thought that my journey south would lead to your promotion? You are indeed my benefactor, as you observe your amiable countenance. Lu Turan swallows hard. Before I even begin my subterfuge, you are already poised to succeed Lord Chun Nan and become my new superior? In that case, my standards for corruption must be raised to the highest level. Butler Lu Air kneels while Lu Turan stands to converse with you for a brief moment. General Su, I will fetch the records for you immediately. No ruse. The records in your possession won't escape. Just bring them to me before you leave. Yes. General Su, I have prepared a feast to express my gratitude for your recent diligent investigations. Indeed, that is appropriate. I must say, Master Lu, your method of acquiring red paste through refugees is quite commendable. It alleviates the refugee crisis for the court while yielding a substantial amount of fresh red paste. However, the lives of the refugees are also precious. At least those sentenced to death receive a morsel of chicken. You, on the other hand, merely offer them a choking piece of dry bread. My throat still feels uncomfortable from it. Lu Turan immediately nodded and delivered a kick to Lu Air, who was still kneeling on the ground. General Su stated that the lives of refugees are indeed valuable. Henceforth, every purchased refugee must be provided with a chicken to gnaw on before the blood is drawn. And it must be a free-range hen that has been raised for no less than 2.5 years. Did you hear that? I heard. A free-range hen of 2.5 years, Lu Air replied, his head bobbing like a garlic clove. Smack! What General Su desires is a plump free-range hen of no less than 2.5 years. Lu Turan kicked again, having understood that Lu Air was a source of irritation, thus resorting to more scolding and kicking as a subtle means of erosion. Master Lu, your temper is rather fiery. Smack! You two delivered a kick to Lu Air's backside, applying just enough force to send him flying over the wall, instructing the kitchen to prepare a light loofah soup for him, as your temper was too intense, and the loofah soup would help cool it down. General Su is concerned for me, Lu Turan thought, feeling a warm glow in his heart. General Su, please. Master Lu, please. The two of you, resembling familiar old friends, walked out of the foul-smelling refugee courtyard together. Lu Turan rubbed his hands together, recalling that he was still unaware of the general's dietary restrictions, so he could inform the kitchen ahead of time to avoid spoiling the general's mood. After some contemplation, he reasoned that having spent years in the barracks, the general's meals were likely heavy with greasy meats. Thus, today's fare should be lighter. Just remember these 4 points. Please, General, less oil, less salt, less sugar. And a young woman. Lu Turan thought to himself, I had prepared a courtesan to entice you, and even had a young gentleman on standby. But I never imagined you would desire a young woman. At this hour, where am I to find one? His heart was a tumult of emotions. Yet he considered that you would likely succeed the noble Lord Chun Nan, becoming his superior, possessing evidence that could obliterate the Lu family. Enough. A person of great ambition must overlook trifles for the brighter future of the Lu family. Lu Turan called over a passing maid and whispered in half an hour, Please invite the lady to the banquet hall, and remember to dress nicely. A quarter of an hour later, after sipping some tea with Lu Turan, a lavish and exquisite meal, light in oil and salt, was prepared, stirring your appetite. You were no longer the scarred hawk of the brothel streets who had survived on your own for years after escaping the Lu family. At only 16 years of age, amidst the nostalgia of refugee survival, you could gnaw on the Lu family's suffocating baked cakes as if they were tender beef. Yet you were knowledgeable about health, Recognizing that at this moment, excessive consumption of rich foods was unwise, a light diet would be more beneficial to your well-being. As you picked up your chopsticks, ready to begin, Lu Turin smiled slightly and raised a hand to stop you. General Su, please wait. You are the most esteemed guest of the Lu family. How could I allow you to serve yourself? Chunlan, come quickly and attend to the general. As Lu Turin's words faded, a fragrant breeze wafted in. General, this is my wife, Chunlan. Come here quickly, Lu Turin beckoned. You looked up to behold a vision of beauty, akin to blossoming peach and plum trees. Her slender waist and striking figure evoking thoughts of introducing her as the enchanting lady of Jingdejun, who graced your side with a charming smile. With delicate, porcelain-white hands, she took the chopsticks and began to serve the dishes. Haha, less oil, less salt, less sugar. My dear wife, you truly are a master of culinary finesse. Lu Turin remarked. Chapter 19. A formidable time traveler cannot afford to lose focus on worldly matters. You glanced at the vibrant scene beside you. Observing the beautiful Madame Lu and then the rather inept husband Lu Turin, you inhaled deeply the rich aroma, feeling a surge of emotion. It is often said that only names can be mischosen, while nicknames hold truth. However, in this instance, the head of the Lu family is indeed aptly named. The delightful luncheon, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, was more enjoyable than any indulgence you experienced before your journey through time. After several rounds of wine and 5 courses of dishes, Lu Turin had the servants present golden mooncakes filled with mung bean paste, alongside property deeds and rich pastries, which brought you immense joy. Though you were destined to be a mere passerby in Tuanshan County and had no need for the property deeds, who could resist the allure of gold? Even after inheriting assets worth an astonishing 65,000 taels of silver in your third simulation, you remained determined to continue amassing wealth. After all, the adage goes that the impoverished pursue knowledge while the wealthy pursue martial prowess. Your lofty ambitions to master extraordinary martial arts could not be realized without substantial financial backing. Once the meal concluded, amidst the numerous promises you made, the atmosphere was one of mutual joy, though Madame Lu's cheeks flushed with a mix of excitement and anxiety. You waved your fragrant hand, signaling Lu Turin to dismiss the others, as you wished to discuss serious and private matters with him. Lu Turin glanced at your aromatic hand, and then at his blushing wife, pondering the nature of your serious topic. Was it not clear? He could simply leave. I cannot hold my liquor well. Chunlan, please take care of General Su, he declared, rising to depart, his steps imbued with a faint determination for self-improvement. Master Lu, please wait. I have matters to discuss with you. You called out, your lips twitching as you hastily halted him. While you were indeed curious about the unfolding events following Lu Turin's exit, a man of honor must know when to act and when to refrain. As a dignified time traveler, how could one become distracted by trivialities? The day was still young. It was time to attend to important affairs. You silently recited the core philosophy of a villain's self-cultivation. One may forget righteousness in the face of beauty, but never the pursuit of profit. The room had been meticulously cleaned, and the servants had prepared fine tea to sober you up. In less than half a cup of tea, only you and Lu Turin remained in the room. Where's my steward, Lu Er? You inquired, sipping your tea. The general has a matter to discuss with him. Shall I call him over? Lu Turin rose from his seat. You waved your hand, indicating that there was nothing urgent for him to do, merely that the room felt somewhat empty, and having him continue kneeling as a mere ornament would suffice. Lu Turin responded, please wait a moment, General. In no time, adhering to the principle of not wasting Lu family silver, he had just summoned 2 young gentlemen into the room to practice meowing like cats when the butler, Lu Er, who had yet to start anything, found himself in a state of deep frustration, kneeling against the wall with an expression that pleaded for mercy. You nodded in satisfaction, and then the matter at hand became apparent. Master Lu, you may bring forth the accounts that Spring South Duke has extorted from you over the years. General, they have long been prepared, came the reply. Lu Turin promptly presented a thick ledger. Goodness, it was a hefty tome, meticulously detailing each and every transaction, chronicling the tributes Lu family had submitted privately to the Spring South Duke throughout their 33 years of collecting red paste. As of this month, the total amount of tribute had exceeded 300,000 taels of silver. Externally, you maintained a calm demeanor, but internally, tumultuous waves surged. This was merely the Lu family's clandestine dealings with the Spring South Duke, amounting to nearly 10,000 taels of silver each year. Those who have engaged in sales understand that if one can spend 10,000 to entertain clients, It signifies that the business closed will yield benefits to the company and to oneself that are at least several times that amount, if not dozens or hundreds of times more. Over the course of 33 years, Liu family had spent 300,000 taels of silver merely on entertaining clients. One can only imagine the profit they amassed from the collection of human blood. Yet, the value of human blood seems excessively inflated. What exactly is the Spring South Duke, or perhaps the figure behind him, doing with such human blood? Your internal turmoil intensified. You had previously thought the secret behind the collection of human blood involved a group of sorceress practitioners from a demonic sect. In this world, martial arts are indeed divided between righteousness and evil. The righteous path typically requires secret medicines and elixirs, or certain special metals. Conversely, the wicked sects often depend on human involvement as their essential resources. During your previous stay at Iron Cutting Mountain, you witnessed firsthand as your adopted son, Xiao Hu, led a group of disciples to eradicate a sect that masqueraded as a prestigious righteous faction, but secretly practiced martial arts using human hearts as their secret medicine. Thus, you suspected that the true mastermind behind Liu family's human blood collection was also a similar demonic sect, possibly a coalition of several such sects reliant on human blood for their martial practices. However, upon discovering the vast interests entangled in this matter, your thoughts began to waver. In the Shang Kingdom, no matter how powerful a demonic leader may be, they are akin to rats in the sewers, unworthy of weaving such an extensive web of interests. After completing this task, it is imperative to seize the right moment to make my swift exit. The matter of collecting human blood is entangled in complexities far beyond my reach. I can no longer pursue this investigation. They may do as they please. I shall set aside any sense of righteousness. This is merely a simulation, and I am but a selfish yet handsome villain. Even if the entirety of Shengwo were to perish, it holds no significance for me. You quickly adjust your mindset, feigning a serious demeanor as you tuck away the account book. A chilling smile, one only a seasoned veteran of countless battles, drenched in blood and indifferent to the lives lost under his command, graces your lips. With this account book in hand, Spring Nambwa is doomed. His position shall be mine. Upon witnessing this smile, Liu Turin felt a shiver run down his spine, his belief in your identity and origins solidified. He had once shared drinks with seasoned border soldiers, individuals who bore an indifference to life akin to yours, an aura so chilling it rendered one frozen in fear. Yet, their presence paled in comparison to yours. They were mere novices. If General Su had not slain 1,000 men on the battlefield, I would not bear the surname Liu. Liu Turin mused inwardly. Very well. Master Liu, you say, your expression grave. We have concluded our discussion regarding the accounts. Yet there remains another matter that requires your cooperation. Please, General Su, proceed. I shall comply without reservation. You nod, your voice low and somber. I would request that Master Liu retrieve the Sealing Dragon 12 techniques. This item is crucial evidence for toppling Spring Nambwa, and I require it to present to Lord Ho. At the mention of the Sealing Dragon 12 techniques, Liu Turin exuded an unmistakable aura of resistance, caught in a web of profound conflict. You do not rush him, merely awaiting silently. Though your own internal turmoil rivals his, maintaining a serious expression and remaining silent to exert invisible pressure upon Liu Turin is the wisest course of action. You trust in Liu Turin's intelligence. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes pass. Liu Turin's gaze flickers, his eyes darting toward you, his fingers nearly tearing at the hem of his garment. At last, he could not contain himself, inquiring, General Su, may I ask if the Sealing Dragon 12 techniques can be returned to the Liu family after submission? Unclear, unknown, and not guaranteed. You respond with a series of dismissive retorts, causing Liu Turin's countenance to darken further. You continue to apply pressure, stating that investigating any irregularities regarding the rewards granted to Spring Nambwa, including the Sealing Dragon 12 techniques, is the very reason for your presence here. It is imperative to ascertain the facts. This item must be returned to Lord Ho without exception, leaving no room for negotiation. However, with the pressure mounting, you suddenly shift your tone, softening slightly. General Su only seeks the original. As for whether Master Liu has made copies or imprints, I am entirely unaware and have no desire to investigate. Liu Turin felt a sense of relief. Yet some inner conflict lingered. Martial arts manuals are indeed subject to copying and reproducing. However, this applies only to those of mediocre or lesser caliber. When it comes to elite martial arts, mere reproductions fall short. The essence of a martial artist's true intent can only be found in the original text. Although reproductions can replicate the text and illustrations, they fail to convey the profound truths of martial arts. This essence is crucial for breaking through the confines of the Xianxia realm and ascending to the rank of a martial arts master. For instance, the first-rate martial arts and sect-defining techniques you have stored in your simulated space were all transcribed by Little Tiger at the Iron-Cutting Mountain. The contents are identical to the originals, yet devoid of any genuine martial intent. Nonetheless, you are unconcerned with the absence of martial intent. Currently, what you require are merely the techniques of the body-refining stage from these elite martial arts. The cultivation beneath the masters offers no need for profound martial intent, which you would not comprehend anyway. Naturally, if given the choice, acquiring the original martial arts would be ideal. General Su, might I request a brief stay at the Lu residence? It need not be for long, perhaps 10 days to half a month. After a brief pause, Lu Turin cautiously inquired, with the intention of hastening his training. Since martial arts must be submitted, he hoped to seize the opportunity to thoroughly grasp the martial intent within the sealing Dragon 12 hands. You resolutely shook your head, stating that you would return to report early the next day. However, Lu family head, are you perhaps underestimating Su? After overthrowing Uncle Chun Nan, the one in charge here would be Su. What he could offer you, surely I can as well. I would never dream of underestimating General Su. Lu Turin hastily shook his head, visibly anxious. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to act decisively. He kicked Lu Air, the butler, who was kneeling in a corner like a statue, out of the room. Did you not hear that General Su requires the sealing Dragon 12 hands to report to the Marquis? Hurry and fetch it. At this, a smile finally graced her face. Moments later, Lu Air presented an ancient and elegant tome, and upon grasping the sealing Dragon 12 hands, your heart brimmed with joy. Finally, you felt a sense of security. Your plan had come to fruition, just one step away from perfection. But causing a stir is your specialty, and a single sealing Dragon 12 hands cannot satiate your appetite. You secure the martial arts manual close to you, patting Lu Turin on the shoulder like an old friend. The business was concluded, and now you could enjoy a closer bond. Lu family head, through our previous interactions, I have discerned your formidable physique and the depth of your strength, far surpassing that of an ordinary Xianxia realm. I surmise that your cultivation is rooted in a first-rate martial art of an external nature, correct? Lu Turin shuddered within, realizing that merely by a casual touch, General Su had discerned his background. Indeed, General Su was a master of martial arts. Your keen insight is commendable. To be candid, I hail from humble beginnings. In my youth, while gathering firewood on the mountains, I accidentally fell off a cliff and fortuitously landed in a tomb of the well-dressed dead. Within, I discovered a manual titled Iron Corpse technique, a remarkable art of the highest caliber. It is through this technique that I have attained my current accomplishments. Faced with the master's inquiries, Lu Turin dared not conceal the truth and responded earnestly. Your smile deepened. Iron Corpse technique? Such a splendid name, such a formidable skill. Master Lu, I have a humble request. Might you permit me a glance at the Iron Corpse technique? Lu Turin felt that the audacity was truly remarkable. How could a master of martial arts be so ignorant of the unspoken rules of the martial world? Wasn't it common knowledge that martial arts manuals were highly confidential? How could one be so presumptuous as to ask for a mere perusal? This is an inviolable boundary. I may lend my wife, but not my martial arts. General Su, I must decline this request. Of course, I shall not gaze upon it without reciprocation. What I cultivate is a prestigious art granted by a noble, a renowned skill of my sect. Since we have met, we might exchange knowledge and elevate each other as prowess. You interjected with a smile and a tilt of your head. By the way, what was it you just said about declining my request? Lu Turin straightened his neck and waved his hand. I apologize, but I must take my leave to fetch the Iron Corpse technique for the general. Alas, to exchange a first-rate martial art for a prestigious sect skill, only a fool would refuse. Lu Turin dashed away like a wild buffalo racing across the African savanna, swiftly retrieving the Iron Corpse technique and returning with eager anticipation in his eyes. A mysterious smile crept upon your lips as you reached into your bosom. Master Lu, have you ever heard of the 3 ultimate arts of Xianxia Mountain? The Xianxia sword, the 9-fold blade, and the 7-city spear? Lu Turin replied instantly. Xianxia Mountain was the foremost martial sect in the Shang Kingdom. Its stature among warriors surpassed even that of the Grand Court. The 3 renowned ultimate arts of Xianxia Mountain were long admired. Haha, Master Lu, please take a look at this. You slowly drew forth a tome from your attire. Lu Turin's pupils contracted as he abruptly stood, breathing heavily as if a bull. 7. Cities. Spear. Chapter 21. After the battle, a swift escape. Lu Turin panted, his eyes glistening with excitement. Xianxia Mountain was the strongest martial sect in the Shang Kingdom, housing the 3 ultimate arts which could easily be deemed the pinnacle of martial prowess. Now, the most formidable technique lay before him. How could Lu Turin not feel exhilarated? The Northtown Marquis indeed possessed remarkable skills, truly deserving of the title of my superior's superior. The martial arts he casually bestowed upon his trusted subordinates were the likes of the 7 Cities Spear, a truly supreme art. However, it was merely a copy, not the original containing the true essence of martial arts. General Su, this is but a copy. You should first secure the original Iron Corpse skill closely, then coldly smile at him, saying, Master Lu, even if it is merely a copy, it is a reproduction of the 7 Cities Spear, one of the 3 supreme skills of Iron Cut Mountain. Do you truly believe that the copy of 7 Cities Spear is less precious than your trifling Iron Corpse skill, which has only recently reached the first-rate standard? Forgive me, I spoke without thinking. Lu Turin replied, shaking his head in trepidation. You, having calmed your expression, replied lightly, it is good that you understand. I shall grant you 1 night to transcribe a volume of 7 Cities Spear. The copy I am providing you must be returned by tomorrow morning. As for your Iron Corpse skill, allow me to borrow it for a period of contemplation. Of course, I, Su Kuan, have always conducted myself with the utmost integrity and shall never take advantage of others. This is a steadfast belief of mine. When I return next time, after assuming the position of Lord Chunnan, I shall compensate you from other sources. The Jian Prefecture consists of merely 2 districts and 13 counties, making it the smallest in the Shang Kingdom. However, there are indeed as many as 8 families involved in collecting the red paste for the Marquis, resulting in excessive personnel and complicating management. To enhance efficiency and simplicity in the collection of the red paste, reducing it to 5 families would be just right. As for the shares vacated by the 3 families, I believe, Master Lu, you could certainly take on more responsibilities to assist me and Lord Jinbei. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Lu Turin immediately knelt before you. Having collected red paste for 30 years, he had already spent over 300,000 taels of silver in tribute to his superiors, highlighting the immense profit involved. If the 3 families could be eliminated and their respective areas entrusted to him for management, then, General Su, to be candid, ever since I laid eyes on you today, I felt as though you resembled my late father. If you do not mind, I would like to adopt you as my sworn brother. Cough, cough. That's too much. Too much. Let us simply refer to each other as brothers. Get up quickly, my younger brother. You hastily interrupted, aware as a time traveler of the significant risks associated with assuming the role of a father figure in these times. All right, elder brother, I shall heed your words. Lu Turin readily complied, and the 2 of you clasped hands, laughing heartily. After a bit more banter, you waved your hand and said, all right, younger brother, I must report to the Marquis early tomorrow. While you still have time, it is imperative that you quickly transcribe 7 Cities Spear. The town's unique skill is replete with wisdom. Do not be careless in your writing. Understood, elder brother. We shall refrain from drinking tonight, and when you next assume your post, we shall celebrate together. Lu Turin, eager, kicked Lu Air, exclaiming, Lu Air, my elder brother is weary. Quickly take him to bathe and rest. Sir, what do you think is appropriate to arrange for the elder master? Bang! Lu Turin kicked again, glaring fiercely. What nonsense! My home is my elder brother's home. When a master returns, he must reside in the master's quarters. Understood. You silently give Lu Turin a thumbs up, then suddenly slap your forehead, exclaiming, oh dear. How could I forget to mention something? Please, go on, elder brother. Release all those refugees. What? Your casual remark leaves Lu Turin and Lu Air momentarily bewildered. With a swift kick, you admonish Lu Air, what is it to you? Brother, there is a reason for my request to release those refugees. Do you not recall the purpose of my return to report to the Marquis? To overthrow Lord Chunnan? Precisely. You nod vigorously. After all, Lord Chunnan is also an underling of the Marquis. Although you are confident in your ability to usurp him, having more leverage is certainly advantageous. You must not only release the refugees acquired today, but refrain from collecting any more red paste in the coming days. Furthermore, you should discreetly send individuals to sabotage the operations of the other 7 collectors. By doing so, Lord Chunnan's supply of red paste will inevitably be delayed in the latter half of the year, leading to his downfall. Lu Turin hesitates, but elder brother. What if Lord Chunnan retaliates against me? What are you afraid of? I ask you, what do you fear? With a fierce glare, you assertively place your hands on your hips, declaring, Lord Chunnan is merely a grasshopper after autumn, as long as your actions remain clean while sabotaging the other collectors. All his subordinates will also be unable to deliver red paste, just like you. What punishment can he impose? One must not only focus on immediate gains, but also consider the long term. Think of the prosperous life that awaits you after I take office. We brothers are destined for greatness. Yes, I promise to adhere to your instructions, elder brother. Rest assured with me around. Lord Chunnan will find it impossible to collect red paste. Poor Lu Turin, completely swayed by your words, joyfully clutches the Seven City Guns manuscript and rushes off to complete his task. With a habitual kick, you lead the way, ensuring that your brother's wife does not grow anxious waiting. The night stretches on. Some are fervently writing, while others are passionately inscribing. The atmosphere is delightful and indescribable. As dawn breaks, you reluctantly conclude your observation of the impressive porcelain production line in Jingda town, stretching your aching back before shouldering your travel bag. Elder brother, second brother. In the morning light, two weary-eyed men clasp hands, reluctant to part, while a plump man nervously fidgets. Second brother, the road is long and arduous. I shall take the lead, keep our affairs in order, and remember my words. In no more than 6 months, I shall return. Understood. Safe travels, elder brother. With a thud, this time it is not Lu Air's drum that echoes, but your feet striking the ground as you dash towards the north. Lu Turin stands still, gazing into the distance. In the span of 3 breaths, you are already a fiery blur, disappearing without a trace. Truly, your running style is extraordinary. Lu Turin envisioned a splendid future, his hands resting contentedly on his hips. Lu Air scratched his head. Master, I have heard that martial arts masters can fly. Why does our esteemed master still run on foot? Lu Turin's heart tightened, a faint sense of unease creeping in, yet he dismissed it. Impossible. My elder brother must have his own considerations for choosing such a humble means of travel. With a sudden outburst, he kicked out instinctively, Get lost. Who do you think you are to doubt my brother? Hurry back with me. This time, I have the chance to bond with my brother, and my family's chunlan is indispensable. Tell the kitchen to prepare a medicinal meal with that 300-year-old wild ginseng for chunlan. Chapter 22, Darkness Under the Lamp. Regardless of whether it's Blue Star or this ancient world after my transmigration, I firmly believe that the sunk cost fallacy is universal. No need to panic. My second brother will convince himself. You joyfully run through the countryside like a gorilla who just won the lottery, using a flawed edition of Seven Cities Gun to swindle 2 authentic martial arts manuals. You profit immensely. However, Lu Turin will inevitably uncover the truth, and then he will go mad. You estimate that the earliest he will realize it is within 10 days, or at most 2 months. After all, in the current timeline, there is no such person as the Duke of the North. When Lu Turin's initial excitement subsides, a slight inquiry would reveal that he has encountered a genuine immortal who has stealthily robbed him. What situation? His wife has been taken, his martial arts stolen, and he has even offended the true superior, Chun Nanbua, to the point of enmity. Do you think Lu Turin's sole belief for the rest of his life will not be to devour you whole? He will spare no effort to find you. Thus, the next destination is a matter requiring your serious consideration. You need a sufficiently safe place to forfeit your martial arts and achieve the ultimate version of the Zhuanggong. So where to go? From day to night, you delve into a thicket, pondering this dilemma. The best course of action is, of course, to leave the Shang Kingdom. Whether heading to the northern barbarians or the Great Liang, you can minimize the threat posed by Lu Turin once he awakens to the truth. First, you eliminate the northern barbarians. The harsh and frigid land is entirely unsuitable for me. The Great Liang is also not viable. I cannot fly, and traveling on horseback will waste 3 to 4 months. It is quite possible that before I reach my destination, I will be intercepted by Lu Turin's men. In this otherworldly realm, the plan of staying is out. You bring forth a new scheme, to offer a touch of Bayez shock to the deep mountains and forests of this other world. No. Wilderness survival in seclusion, with minimal oil, sugar, and salt, without any charming young women. This utterly contradicts my dietary habits. After much contemplation, a bold idea suddenly arose as you gazed in the direction of Tunxin County. The most perilous places often harbor the most exquisite opportunities. You resolved to return to Tunxin County, concealing yourself right beneath Lu Turin's nose, for that was the safest haven. With a determined thump of your thigh, you sincerely believed that this novice village of Tuinshin County was indeed a splendid locale. By the time Lu Turin realizes your whereabouts and seeks to pursue you, he will be utterly oblivious to the fact that you have hidden within his very stronghold, living a life of unbridled joy. You could even take it a step further, altering your appearance and directly applying for a position as a servant in the Lu household, thus epitomizing the ultimate form of darkness beneath the lamp. Not only would you gain immediate insight into Lu Turin's movements, but perhaps you could also engage with the matriarch in further studies to refine the porcelain techniques of Jingda Town. However, upon reflection, you dismiss the notion of extreme subterfuge, recognizing that the Lu family's dealings with the Crimson Paste were far too entangled, and involvement would bring more misfortune than fortune. It was wiser to simply reside discreetly in Tuinshin County, especially since there was someone of great significance to you there, Xiao Hu. In this third simulation, your beloved foster son Xiao, who was undeniably the key figure in the development of your current prowess. Without Xiao Hu, not only would you have never acquired the extraordinary skill of the Zhuanggong, but you would have perished long before the third simulation. Xiao Hu not only elevated your status, but ultimately sacrificed himself for you. Alas, the mere thought of Xiao Hu fills your heart with sorrow. You reminisce about the time when his father, who is yet to receive a name, was alive, and your dear neighbor, big brother, took such care of you. How many times did his beautiful wife tend to your wounds in the stillness of night, administering comfort through her own means? Yet you fail to safeguard Xiao Hu, and shame washes over you. Truly, it is a source of deep remorse. From the simulation space, you retrieve an array of vials and colorful pills, beginning to consume and apply them to your face. A strikingly handsome youth transformed into a somewhat naive and unpretentious young man in his 20s. These items were acquired during the third simulation, when, leveraging Xiao Hu's godfather status, you seized opportunities from the elders and disciples of Zhantai Mountain. Transforming your appearance with these substances was far more reliable than scarring your own face. In no time, you were prepared. However, this time, you did not intend to emulate your previous simulation by mingling with gangs in Tuinshin County. The legends of the Scarred Eagle on the brothel street were better left untold. Engaging with gangs required participation in numerous group activities, which would hinder your pursuit of martial arts mastery and the ideal achievement of the ultimate de Zhuanggong. The most idyllic state would be to reside in Tuinshin County, doing nothing but dedicating yourself wholeheartedly to martial arts training. Yet, living in the town without any occupation would seem too peculiar and invite unwarranted scrutiny. After much deliberation, you decided to take on the role of a martial arts instructor. Year 2. As the new year begins, everything is renewed. In Tuinshin County, rows of red lanterns adorn the streets, and the faces of the townsfolk are illuminated by smiles, varying in degrees. You push open the gate to your small courtyard, methodically clearing the snow. My younger brother's responsiveness has proven to be far slower than I had anticipated. A glance towards a Lu family's direction stirs a multitude of emotions within you. It has been half a year since you settled in Tuinshin County, yet Lu Turin's pursuit has yet to commence. Furthermore, under your deliberate observation, you have discovered that he continues to carry out the commands you issued prior to your departure. He has dispatched martial artists, veiled in black, who tirelessly work to disrupt the operations of the other 7 families under the leadership of Lord Chunnan, collecting red paste. You never expected that a single, thoughtless comment made in a moment of weakness would, to this day, have saved the lives of at least several hundred, if not 1,000 individuals. Truly, my deeds are immeasurable. Contemplating this, you envision yourself radiating golden light. Alas, this is merely a realm of martial arts. Were it a world of cultivation, such merit would undoubtedly grant you a significant boon. Ah, brotherly, what joyous tidings. Brother Wang, wishing you good health. At this moment, the door to the neighboring courtyard swings open, revealing the good-natured elder brother from next door, the future father of Xiao Hu, who approaches you with a broom. Extending his New Year greetings, you reciprocate with a smile, and after he finishes clearing the snow, he calls you over. Brother, how have you considered the matter we discussed? I see you are nearly fully recovered. Would you like me to recommend you for the gymming gang? I assure you, the benefits within the gymming gang are quite favorable. While our monthly stipend may not be the highest among various factions, we offer hidden perks that no other gang in this county can provide. You know what I mean? Brother Wang nudges you with his elbow, a knowing smile on his face. All the brothels and entertainment houses in Tuinshin County belong to the gymming gang. Thus, Its members have a knack for enjoying free indulgences. Chapter 23. Resuming Martial Arts. Year 2. No, Brother Wong, my mother does not permit me to associate with gangs. You playfully decline, and the elder Wong, recognizing your disinterest, expresses his regret for the gang scene in Tuanqing County. Look at your physique. You would have made a splendid candidate for gang activities. What a pity. Sighing, he shakes his head and heads home to prepare a New Year's breakfast for his wife. You venture into town, purchasing a couple of meat buns, and upon returning home, securely shut the doors and windows. Today is a significant day for you. Having spent half a year navigating the shadows of Tuanqing County, just 3 days after settling in and establishing your life, you resolutely chose to forfeit your martial prowess, transforming from a formidable warrior capable of battling at the level of the Qi condensation realm into an ordinary person devoid of any skills. No, it is even worse than being an ordinary person. The act of voluntarily relinquishing one's martial prowess is indeed detrimental to one's health. You endured a prolonged period of 6 months in a weakened state, only managing to recover through the acquisition of several healing elixirs during the 3rd simulation at Ironcut Mountain. As of today, the debuff period from your self-imposed incapacitation has officially concluded, signifying that you can now commence your martial training and begin mastering your first Tier 1 martial art. Rubbing your hands together, you retrieve all martial arts manuals of Tier 1 and above from the simulation space. Among them are 3 foundational tomes of the esteemed sect. Ironcut Mountain, the 3 unparalleled techniques known as Ironcut Sword, Ninefold Blade, and Seven City Spear. In addition, there are 17 Tier 1 martial arts manuals, of which 15 are copies and 2 are originals, specifically Iron Zombie Technique and 12 Dragon Sealing Hands. I owe my gratitude to my generous brother Liu Air, whose charming wife has also played a part in this. With a respectful salute directed towards the Liu family, I set aside Iron Zombie Technique and 12 Dragon Sealing Hands, storing the rest of the manuals. Since my training only requires the refinement phase of martial arts, whether a manual is an original or a copy, or whether it contains the true essence of martial arts, is of little consequence to me. However, as the old adage wisely states, when given the choice of a well-known brand, one should not opt for something lesser. Since I possess the original martial arts manual, it is prudent to focus on mastering it first before delving into the copies. As for why I do not directly pursue the sect's supreme techniques, the reasons are abundantly clear. Your lackluster martial talent, despite being amplified 50-fold by mighty strength technique, remains profoundly inadequate. To challenge the sect's supreme arts at this juncture would be no joke. With a decisive gesture, I select 12 Dragon Sealing Hands. 5 seconds later, it triumphantly earns its place as my first martial art. Taking a deep breath, I solemnly and slowly turn to the first page. To practice this technique, one must first. Wait a moment. This is not the little sunflower manual of the Southern Liang. I quickly glance again at the title. It is indeed 12 Dragon Sealing Hands. And I resume reading the content. To master this art, one must first cultivate a pain-resistant will. Ah, now that feels right. You nearly startled me, calming my nerves. I begin to read attentively. 12 Dragon Sealing Hands is a Tier 1 martial art focused primarily on claw techniques, while also emphasizing agility in movement and joint-locking maneuvers. Through the cultivation of this technique, one can harness true Qi and even formidable energy to forcibly seal the meridians and dantian of an opponent from a distance of 10 or even several dozen paces. In my understanding, this is akin to Garen's Q ability. Each strike silences the foe. However, the notion of sealing someone's dantian and meridians holds no significance for me at this stage. Currently, I can only engage in the refinement phase of 12 Dragon Sealing Hands. Regardless of the quality of martial arts, even the most esteemed techniques of a sect, during the body tempering phase, cannot possess even the slightest embellishments or extravagant effects. The singular purpose of cultivating any martial art during this phase is to fortify the body, enhancing its strength and laying a solid foundation for future endeavors. Naturally, the higher the grade of the martial art, the more significant the enhancement it provides during the body tempering phase. Your objective aligns perfectly with this principle. By harnessing the power of the great strength technique, you aim to master 100 martial arts of first rank or above, thereby forging the strongest physique in the world. In this realm, the pinnacle of martial arts is the grandmaster of the extreme realm, and you aspire to become a man capable of defeating such a master at the body tempering stage. Without further ado, let us commence the training. The 12 Dragon Seals consist of 12 sets of foundational postures, corresponding to 12 grappling techniques. As you assume the stance of the first set, within merely 2 minutes. You sense the extraordinary nature of first-rate martial art, with experience drawn from the cultivation of 52nd and third-rate techniques. You recognize that these lesser martial arts serve as specialized training during the body tempering phase. Techniques focusing on palm strikes emphasize the hands. Leg techniques concentrate on the legs, while claw techniques involve vigorous scratching against trees and piercing green beans. However, this specialization can lead to physical issues, hence the necessity of a specialized medicinal concoction that must be administered without pause. While gaining strength, one also risks becoming fragile. First-rate martial arts, on the other hand, differ significantly. They not only retain specialized training, but also incorporate holistic training. They not only yield superior and comprehensive enhancements to the physical body, but also do so with greater safety, albeit with higher demands. The 12 dragon seals necessitate the concurrent use of 3 special medicines during the body tempering phase, each corresponding to the 3 stages of skin polishing, tendon training, and bone forging. In your simulated space, you possess 100 longevity elixirs gifted by Little Tiger, specifically tailored for the cultivation of the great strength technique. Regrettably, after 5 days of training, you confront a harsh reality. The longevity elixirs can substitute for all second and third-rate medicinal concoctions, but cannot fully replace the specific medicines required for first-rate martial arts. The primary function of the longevity elixirs is to harmonize the integration of different martial arts, enabling you to complete the cultivation of 100 techniques during the body tempering phase without depleting your bodily vitality. Nevertheless, you resolve to procure the necessary medicines on your own, reassured by the ample wealth at your disposal, several tens of thousands of taels. You traverse the medical establishments and apothecaries of Xianxia County, gathering all the requisite herbs for the 3 special medicines required for the cultivation of the 12 dragon seals, except for a principal herb known as iron punishment vine. Unsurprisingly, this herb cannot be found in Xianxia County, as it is a rare medicinal plant that only grows in the vast desert. It is likely that one must venture to the capital of Jinan Prefecture to have any chance of acquiring it. Lacking the principal herb does not faze you in the slightest, for you possess it within your simulated space. However, this was not acquired from the iron-cutting mountain, but rather obtained during the 3rd simulation of the later stages, amidst the battlefield in the north, through fierce combat and scavenging from the northern barbarians. Your stockpile is limited, only about 3 or 4 pounds, which should suffice for your needs. Shortly thereafter, a pungent medicinal aroma began to waft from your kitchen. The neighbors were unfazed, as you had spent the previous 6 months concocting various remedies to restore your health. Chapter 24. Rapid Progress. The following year, crash. The pot for brewing the medicine shattered. Whether it was due to the secret potion of the 12 hands of the dragon seal, or the inherent quality of the pot itself, your first attempt at brewing medicine ended in utter failure, wasting a good batch. You meticulously revisited the secret method outlined in the tome, which indeed specified that the vessel for brewing such potions should preferably be made of pure gold. However, there were no goldsmiths in Xianxia County, and lacking the skill to forge gold yourself, you reluctantly set out to find a new medicinal pot, ideally a metallic composition. After 3 fruitless days of searching, just as you were contemplating seeking out a blacksmith to purchase tools and attempt to hammer out a makeshift gold pot at home, you unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance on the street. Ah, is that not your sister-in-law? Your eyes lit up as you beheld the enchanting and voluptuous Lady Chunlan, wife of Lu Turan, who was seated in a sedan chair, heading towards the outskirts of the county. You discreetly followed behind, not intending to rekindle any past connections, but simply curious about your sister-in-law's destination. You soon discovered that Chunlan was en route to a temple to offer prayers. Kneeling on the mat, she softly murmured, "General Su, where have you gone? I miss you dearly. I beseech the Buddha to protect you and bring you back to me soon." Unfortunately, you did not hear your sister-in-law's entreaty, as your gaze and attention were captivated by an incense burner. It was a 3-legged bronze vessel, the specific metal unknown, but it seemed perfect for brewing medicine. That night, you skillfully engaged in automatic collection. Returning home, you murmured prayers to the Buddha while scrubbing and lamenting, accompanied by the silvery moonlight. A flash of golden light nearly blinded you. This incense burner, having been charred and tarnished over countless years, revealed its resplendent golden hue after being thoroughly cleaned. Pure gold. I knew the abbot would not disappoint. The following afternoon, as the fragrant medicinal smoke wafted through the air, the first batch of the potion corresponding to the 12 hands of the dragon seal for body tempering was completed. Can this be consumed? gazing upon the rust-colored liquid, with numerous rust-like filaments swirling within and an intensely sour and fishy aroma. You wish for nothing more than to zip your mouth shut. Yet for the sake of martial arts, you persevered. You gulped it down in one go, then quickly found a stone to hold in your mouth, tightly wrapping your lips with a cloth strip. It has been proven that this course of action is not superfluous. The moment the medicinal liquid enters your throat, an overwhelming sensation of physiological discomfort arises, as if what you have ingested is not a bowl of medicine, but rather a concoction of fish mint that has fermented for over 10 days within the entrails of a deceased fish, each strand entwined with needles. The taste is excruciatingly bitter, and upon swallowing, the pain intensifies, akin to countless shards of glass mingling with your blood, inflicting a relentless torment from within. You are aware that the source of this agony lies in the primary ingredient of the secret medicine, the iron punishment vine. This substance is carried by certain military officials of the northern tribes, primarily for the purpose of serving as a liquid nitrogen accelerator for their steeds. On the northern battlefield, when a commander encounters an insurmountable enemy, they will insert a small piece of iron punishment vine into the horse's mouth, prompting the steed to unleash a burst of speed comparable to a martial arts master soaring through the air, allowing for a swift escape from peril. I knew from the outset that the first line of martial arts text was not penned in vain. Your eyes are bloodshot. The opening line of the 12 Dragon Seals declares that to cultivate this skill, one must first hone an unwavering will against pain. Upon reading this, and realizing that the main ingredient of this secret medicine is the iron punishment vine, you comprehend that the path to mastering this martial art is fraught with agony. Fortunately, although your pain tolerance may not rival that of a seasoned warrior, you possess sufficient resolve to preemptively block the route of expulsion for the medicine, stifling any cries of pain that might attract the attention of neighbors. You muster your willpower, resisting the urge to writhe on the ground, and tremblingly make your way to the wall. There, you observe that several poles have been inserted into the wall, with an odd human shape carved out in the center. You brace yourself against the wall, your body supported by a bamboo pole, striking an unusual pose. This is another preparation of yours. The stance formed by the bamboo pole mirrors the static, standing posture of the first foundational training of the 12 Dragon Seals. This expedient method may not yield results as robust as diligent practice, yet it is certainly preferable to being incapacitated by pain after consuming the secret medicine, thereby wasting its potency. With the bamboo pole as support, you maintain a relatively standard static posture, and before long, amidst the throes of pain, you begin to sense the gradual nourishment of your bones by the medicinal liquid. The body-tempering stage of the 12 Dragon Seals commences from within, starting with bone forging, followed by tendon training, and finally, skin refinement. However, as the bone forging proceeds, the pain escalates dramatically, surpassing the limits of your endurance, and with a sudden crack, you faint. Yet, even as consciousness fades, the training does not cease. The bamboo pole firmly locks your body in the static stance. Your mind? As a humble martial artist, I have little regard for the trivialities of training. The elixir I consumed, potent enough to last for 2 full hours, caused me to lose consciousness and awaken repeatedly in agony. Yet, as twilight approached, I was pleasantly surprised to find that my body seemed to be acclimating to the excruciating pain. The human body is indeed a marvel, capable of indulging in pleasure while simultaneously adapting to suffering. Of course, it is also conceivable that the lingering effects of the elixir were waning, rendering the pain less severe. A quarter of an hour later, the ground beneath the wall was thoroughly soaked with my sweat. I struggled to extricate myself from the bamboo pole, only to collapse onto the floor in weakness. That single bowl of elixir had drained my will, spirit, and physical strength entirely. I had no energy left even for cleansing myself, let alone returning to my quarters for rest. Thus, I resolved to forego the return, wishing myself a good night as I lay there. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed, following a regimen of consuming the elixir every 3 days. I had partaken of it 10 times. Even now, the pain following ingestion rendered me nearly lifeless. I could only maintain the standing posture with the support of the securely positioned bamboo pole. However, I no longer succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. I was able to maintain a steady breathing rhythm throughout, and after each session of training, I could walk back to my room unaided, even managing to stretch my limbs and take a bath, an undeniable progression. Moreover, after a month of arduous training, my bone density had more than doubled compared to a month prior, according to the standards of the 12 Dragon Seals. I was tantalizingly close to mastering the foundational aspects of bone refinement. Wait, when did my aptitude improve so dramatically? Chapter 25, New Development. After concluding today's training, I performed some gentle stretches, visibly reaping the fruits of my labor, yet I was engulfed in confusion. It shouldn't be, after only a month, I was on the verge of mastering bone refinement. If memory serves correctly, during my previous attempts at practicing the mediocre palm splitting technique, it took me a year to barely scratch the surface of mastery, and that was only due to a stroke of luck involving a fortifying creature I consumed. Yet now, faced with the significantly more challenging 12 dragon seals, I was close to achieving what I had deemed impossible in just 1 month. Does this imply that I might complete the entire body refinement phase of the 12 dragon seals within half a year? Such a pace, could it truly be within my capabilities? As a man with martial talent, as dim as a black hole, I was acutely aware of my lackluster training efficiency and had long accepted the harsh reality of being a mediocre martial artist. But now, the prospect of mastering a first-rate martial arts body refinement phase in merely 6 months was unfathomable. This efficiency, this aptitude, surely even the so-called prodigies of the martial world would find it unattainable? My mind raced with possibilities, the most significant of which pointed towards the great strength technique. Before relinquishing your martial prowess, you had cultivated 52nd and third-rate martial arts through the practice of the great strength technique, which had enhanced your martial talent 50-fold. Is it conceivable that, despite having forsaken my abilities, the enhanced martial talent remains intact? No, that cannot be. If my martial talent were preserved, I would surely be aware of it. You shake your head, dismissing one possibility after another, until you find yourself devoid of new ideas. Your gaze drifting to the pure gold tripod cauldron that had automatically come into your possession from the temple. Surely, this object cannot be the source of my predicament. This small cauldron is capable of amplifying the efficacy of potions exponentially. It is utterly preposterous to think so. If such an item possessed such miraculous powers, it would no longer be merely a cauldron, but rather an extraordinary tool of enhancement. In a world where I, a time traveler, already exist, how could there possibly be a second miraculous artifact? Absolument impossible. You continue to shake your head, vehemently refuting this implausible notion. Yet the more you do so, the more you feel a twinge of uncertainty. Who decrees that a world can harbor only one time traveler, only one miraculous artifact? Even if a world could host but a single time traveler, it still has its own destined children of fate. Reflecting further, you recall your adopted son, Xiao Hu, from your third simulation. Although Xiao Hu ultimately perished due to your actions, all his experiences before his demise conformed to the stereotypical expectations of a protagonist. You lift the golden tripod cauldron, feeling an irresistible itch of curiosity. Before your journey through time, you were quite the bibliophile. In an era before the emergence of foreign novels, rampant piracy, and the rise of system-based narratives, the protagonists of online stories often wielded their miraculous abilities in the form of objects. Items such as rings of authority, powerful little green vials, and jade pendants with built-in accelerators were commonplace. The small golden tripod before you indeed embodies the characteristics of such miraculous artifacts. You furrow your brow, maintaining a serious skepticism towards this notion, yet the efficiency of your martial training is undeniably absurd, defying all logic, and the lack of an explanation is equally undeniable. After dismissing all possibilities, the most improbable answer often reveals the truth. Very well, I shall verify this. It is hardly a bother. A plan begins to form in your mind. To ascertain whether the tripod cauldron possesses the ability to enhance potion potency is quite simple. If one were a fool, they might approach it in such a manner. One could laboriously concoct a golden pot of the secret potion, sealing Dragon 12 hands, and then compare it with the results from the tripod cauldron to discern the truth. But you're no fool. Does this require comparison? Who do you look down upon? You grasp a handful of berries that resemble goji berries in appearance, taste, and function. Yet in this world, they are not called goji berries, but rather Madame's laughter. Tossing them into a small golden cauldron, you ignite a fierce flame to reduce the concoction. A quarter of an hour later, you pour out a bowl of vibrant red medicinal liquid, allowing it to cool slightly before downing it in one gulp. 1 minute passes, then 2, and finally 5. The effects are kicking in. After consuming Madame's laughter for approximately 5 minutes, you suddenly feel a surge of warmth radiating from your stomach towards your kidneys. With a rip, the fabric of your trousers is slightly torn. It's a scorching sensation, robust and vigorous, as your kidneys thump wildly, unleashing an exhilarating burst of energy. Bending over, your face flushed, memories and impulses flood your mind. Recalling the moment spent with Chunlan in Lu Turin's room, and you feel an overwhelming strength coursing through you. Is this truly the nourishing power that Madame's laughter should possess? You are astonished. Those who often stay up late reading novels without urging for updates or leaving favorable reviews should understand that the effects of goji berries are rather modest. The benefits to one's health are not as impactful as simply going to bed early and rising early for a couple of days, complemented by a daily regimen of Kegel exercises. Yet now, a mere handful of Madame's laughter, brewed in the small golden cauldron, has managed to elevate one's vitality to this extraordinary level. Is this the effect that should come from just a few berries? Forget a few. Even consuming a ton of juice would not yield such results. Thus, I have truly stumbled upon a treasure. The small golden cauldron is indeed a divine artifact akin to a cheat code, capable of amplifying the potency of any concoction. You leap with excitement, realizing the reason for your transformation from a hellish existence to a simpler mode in martial arts practice. Eager to brew another potion, you solemnly place the small golden cauldron into your simulated space, change it to a fresh pair of trousers, and resolutely head towards the brothel district. Brewing medicine? Practicing martial arts? After being so invigorated by Madame's laughter, how could they expect me to continue my martial training? Do they possess no humanity? Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive today, you are determined to converse with the alluring women of the brothel about dreams and futures. Oh, brother. As you step through the grand entrance of the largest brothel in Tuanqing County, you encounter Old Wang, who is just off work and heading home. As a mid-level manager in the Rooster Call gang, his presence here is quite reasonable. However, today, you have no time to engage in idle chatter with Old Wang, and instead seek out the charming Madame. Sister, I wish to meet Ten. Don't be ridiculous, brother. Meeting Ten would be fatal. The Madame pales, seriously doubting your sanity and whether you're seeking trouble. If I cannot meet Ten, I shall pay 3 times the silver. Your cheeks flushed, your gaze resolute, you point towards Old Wang. Future little tiger's father. Wait, how does my ability to meet Ten concern you? Isn't it obvious that I am being deceived? Which man could possibly take on 10 at once? Chapter 26. The swift completion of the 12 techniques of dragon sealing. The following year, on a serene morning, you gracefully emerge from the bustling alley, leaving behind nothing but a breathtaking legend that leaves the people of Tuanqing County in awe. Neighboring Old Wang, astonished, simultaneously derides you while fervently wishing to become your disciple. Yet, it is impossible for you to impart your knowledge. The secret of the 3-legged golden cauldron must remain known only to you. Upon returning home, you secure the doors and windows. The effects of your wife's laughter have fully dissipated. Your keen intellect reclaims its prominence as you retrieve the 3-legged golden cauldron from the simulated realm, your fingers trembling in excitement. In this world, besides your simulation enhancement, there truly exist other golden opportunities. Moreover, not only do they exist, but you have fortuitously acquired one. With enhancement upon enhancement, is this not akin to soaring through the skies like a dragon? How could one possibly fail? Eager to know how to fail. With the 3-legged golden cauldron, any secret elixir you require for your martial practice, upon passing through it, will emerge with amplified potency. Not only does it enhance the efficacy of the medicine, but it also poses no harm to the body, ensuring that excessive potency does not lead to any physical burden. This has been validated through a month of continuous use of the elixir from the 12 techniques of dragon sealing. What a delight! In just 6 months, you can master the foundational stage of a first-rate martial art. Moreover, as you accumulate more martial techniques, your innate martial talent will continuously improve. The efficiency of your training will only accelerate. Thus, as long as the martial manuals and elixirs keep pace, you will master 2 techniques in 1 year and 4 in 2 years. You hold great hope that before the age of 50, you will have perfected the 100 techniques permitted by the Great Strength Technique, thereby achieving the most formidable physique in the world and establishing an invincible foundation. The more you contemplate this, the more exhilarated you become. 50 years of age may signify the onset of decline for an ordinary person, but for a martial artist, it is the prime of life. Naturally, you are also curious as to why a second enhancement exists in this world, an insatiable curiosity brewing within you. Yet you have no intention of delving too deeply into it. What is the point of researching such matters? As long as it proves useful, that suffices. Even if there were grand conspiracies lurking within, they could only scheme against you in the simulation. At most wasting 2 seconds of your time. What could they possibly do to you? No more to say. Let the training commence. The second year, mid in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. After confirming that the 3-legged golden cauldron enhances the effects of the elixirs without harming the body, you directly double the dosage. This month, you have consumed 20 bowls of the secret elixir, and if you could introspect, you would discover that your entire skeletal structure now faintly radiates a metallic sheen, particularly in your arms and palms, where delicate vine-like patterns have begun to emerge on your finger bones. To this point, the body-tempering phase of the Sealing Dragon 12 techniques has reached a consummate state, allowing you to embark on the next stage of muscle training. The accompanying secret elixirs for the muscle training phase also primarily consist of iron vine, but it necessitates a different set of stances for practice. This set of stances predominantly focuses on dynamic stretching. According to the martial arts manual, upon completing the training, not only will your body's flexibility increase manifold, but the tendons within will become as resilient as the strings of a formidable bow. You begin to brew the elixir, daring to challenge yourself with a bowl each day. However, a piercing scream shatters the tranquility of Xianxia County, a lament filled with rage and agony. You can't help but grimace. Your dear younger brother has taken a full 8 months to realize the truth of his deception. Such a delay in perception is indeed remarkable. You chuckle and shake your head, continuing with your brewing, completely indifferent to the madness that Lu Turin might unleash in his quest to find you. With Lu Turin's limited intellect, he would never fathom that the one who deceived him of 2 top-tier martial arts led him to oppose his own superior, and made his wife understand the essence of masculinity. General Su Kun was hiding in Xianxia County, merely a couple of kilometers from his home. The following day, you deliberately rise early to observe the spectacle at Lu's residence. Lu Turin's furious roar from the previous night has piqued the curiosity of the entire county. Before long, you witness Lu Turin himself, accompanied by a throng of bodyguards, storming out of his home, radiating an aura of peak martial prowess that sends shivers through the onlookers. You smile faintly, turning back home, ready to resume your medicinal regimen and martial practice. If Lu Turin manages to locate you, it will be your loss. The following year, in the small courtyard, you lie amidst a pool filled with iron filings, shattered weapons, and debris, your skin bloodied and sore, emitting low groans of pain. The muscle training phase of the Sealing Dragon 12 techniques has long been perfected, and now the skin polishing phase is nearing its conclusion. The 3-tiered training of the body tempering phase is increasingly torturous. At the onset of the skin polishing stage, one must rub their skin against the gravel, turning it red and bloodied before applying the secret elixir and swiftly standing to absorb its effects. Once accustomed to the gravel, iron filings are added, followed by iron needles, shattered long sword fragments, and metallic shards, continuously intensifying the stimulation to the skin. The agony experienced in this polishing phase surpasses that of the combined muscle and bone training. But fortunately, you have persevered. 10 days later, you plunged into the pool, vigorously rolling against the pupae. Yet neither the coarse gravel nor the shards of iron and sharpened metal could pierce your skin any longer. Your skin resembled a layer of aged leather, coated with a layer of liquid metal. Even standing still, you could withstand the ferocious slashes of several ordinary strongmen without suffering the slightest injury. Truly, the prowess of superior martial arts is formidable. During your training in second and third-rate techniques, despite mastering 7 or 8 forms, their effects on your physique paled in comparison to the comprehensive strength imparted by the 12 dragon seals. It is no wonder that those atop the iron-cutting mountain claim that, at the same level, a practitioner of first-rate martial arts overwhelms those of second or third-rate arts, akin to a human overpowering a dog. Though I have only mastered 1 first-rate technique, I can hold my own against practitioners of second and third-rate martial arts in the blood chi realm. Rising from the skin polishing pool, the process complete, your training in the 12 dragon seals has reached its fruition. You lift your head high, chest out, brimming with confidence. Once again, you stand as a peak practitioner in the body refinement realm, and compared to 6 months prior, every aspect of your being from spirit to stature has undergone a monumental transformation. With just 7 or 8 first-rate techniques, my strength can return to its pinnacle, just as it was before I abandoned my martial arts. You swing your fist, producing a powerful gust of wind, and your conviction in this path of unparalleled physicality grows stronger. Chapter 27. pursuing martial arts through unorthodox means. Your lack of martial talent provides ample justification for not advancing to the blood-chi realm, allowing you to remain entrenched in the body refinement realm. Diligently mastering 100 techniques of the great strength art. The enhancement of the three-legged golden cauldron's medicinal power enables you to achieve the swiftest training results with minimal resources. At this rate of improvement, once you master 100 first-rate techniques at the body refinement stage, defeating the mightiest grandmaster of the extreme realm with sheer physical prowess will not be a mere dream. Next, it is time to cultivate Iron Zombie skill. But there is no rush to commence today. Having settled in Xianxia County for a year, if you do not hasten to find employment, some may begin to question your identity. Stretching lazily, you feel a twinge of resignation. You do not wish to work, yet reality does not allow for idleness. This is not merely the ancient backwoods martial world, where neighbors frequently communicate, even in the modern world, where familial and friendly ties are distant. Living half a year in a new home without knowing your neighbor's surname would raise eyebrows. If one remains unemployed for an extended period, cooped up at home without worry for sustenance, it will attract scrutiny. Encountering someone overly inquisitive or paranoid could lead to unwelcome inquiries into your background. You have already been settled in Xianxia County for a year, and for the sake of martial training, your diet consists of lavish meals and constant herbal concoctions. In this world, while there may not be those with persecutory delusions seeking trouble, there will undoubtedly be individuals who harbor curiosity about your wealth, leading to nefarious intentions. Each day you do nothing yet indulge in lavish meals and wear fine clothing. One must wonder how substantial your family's fortune truly is, particularly as a solitary resident. It would be a disservice to the intense gang culture of Xianxia County if you were not targeted. Although you are not particularly fearful of being robbed, it is often better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Should any commotion arise, it would not be the officials that concern you, but rather the notorious Lu Turin. With a chuckle, you resolve to adhere to the original plan and seek employment at a martial arts school. You rub your hands together and push the door open. Although Xianxia County is termed a county by the standards of Xianxia, it is akin to a city from your previous life. While the capital city is comparable to a provincial capital, Xianxia County encompasses over 20,000 households across its villages and towns. With a population nearing 100,000 and 4 martial arts schools, Eagle Claw School, Iron Armor School, Point Green School, and Inverted Door School. Every time you think of the Inverted Door School, it feels as if something unsavory has infiltrated. You grimace during your third simulation. The first school you dismissed was the Inverted Door School. Considering that the initial martial art you practiced, the splitting palm technique, was a palm technique, you chose to join the Eagle Claw School as an apprentice to learn the Eagle Claw technique. However, you were rather biased in your judgment. You had not anticipated that the Inverted Door School, which you once scorned for its name, would prove to be quite formidable. You cannot recall the exact year of that third simulation, but the master of the Inverted Door School had decisively defeated the master of the Eagle Claw School, and you took advantage of the situation to obtain the complete Eagle Claw technique manual and the secret medicine formula from the young master. Curiosity piqued. You genuinely wonder about the origins of the Inverted Door School and whether joining would entail any benefits, perhaps even the opportunity to become a son-in-law. Your yearning to embody the role of a son-in-law, a dragon king, a divine physician, and a battle god becomes irresistible, prompting you to decide to visit the Inverted Door School. On your way to the Inverted Door School, you deliberately detour to the central square of the county to take a look. There stands a large wooden board, plastered with wanted posters from either the authorities or private individuals. The sheer volume of these notices reveals the precarious state of public safety in Xianxia. However, your name is notably absent from these wanted posters, although you did hear about them while chatting with Old Wong next door. In the other counties and towns of Jian Prefecture, the walls are plastered with wanted posters from the Lu family. Lu Turin is offering a reward of 100,000 taels of silver for the capture of a handsome young man, whose true name remains a mystery. Old Wong only knows that this young man once deceived Lu Turin, using the alias Su Kuan, causing significant turmoil between Lu Turin and his wife, Chunlan. Due to this incident, since there is nothing regarding me, I can breathe a sigh of relief. Your spirits are high. So much so that Lu Turin is too lazy to post your bounty in Xianxia County, illustrating just how astute your choice is in remaining hidden. After an incense sticks burn, you meander into a somewhat antiquated courtyard, where a sign declares the presence of the Inverted Door Martial Arts School. In comparison to several other martial arts schools in Xianxia County, the Inverted Door Martial Arts School appears lackluster. evoking a sense that it has long struggled to attract apprentices and could abscond with tuition fees at any moment. It is indeed surprising that such a poorly named establishment could recruit students. Standing outside the school, you scoff, despite having resolved to work there. You cannot help but disdain the name. Imagine, you and Xiaoming, the pride of your village, two companions who, with dreams of martial arts, bear the expectations of your entire community as you arrive in Tuanqing County to seek a master. Xiaoming joins the Eagle Claw School, while you enroll in the Inverted Door School. After diligently studying for 6 months, you return home to visit family, greeted warmly by villagers at the entrance, who eagerly inquire about your progress. Xiaoming stands tall, demonstrating a move called Divine Eagle S Pounce, proudly announcing, Xiaoming of Eagle Claw School greets all esteemed villagers. You, however, remain silent, your toes painfully digging into your shoe soles. Eventually, under persistent questioning, you shyly mutter, Disciple of the Inverted Door School, please offer your guidance. In that moment, the village is taken aback. Your father, gripping a carrying pole, seems ready to break your legs, while the village chief, flushed with anger, threatens to remove you from the family lineage. You become the target of the villagers' disdain. They pooled their resources to send you to martial arts training, only for you to spend your money learning how to be a son-in-law. Reflecting on this scene fills you with trepidation regarding the future of the Inverted Door School. As you knock on the door for what feels like an eternity with no response, you finally push it open only to confirm your worries. The structure of Tuanqing County's martial arts schools is uniform. Behind every grand entrance lies a training ground. To this day, you vividly recall your third simulation and the scene upon your first entry into the Eagle Claw School. The training area spans approximately 500 square meters, filled with rows of wooden stakes and over 100 robust men, shouting in unison as they sweat profusely, striking the stakes, a sight that leaves you utterly astonished. In contrast, the Inverted Door School is, in a sense, equally astonishing. The training ground is less than 200 square meters, and only 5 individuals occupy it. One sweeps the floor, another washes clothes, a third chops vegetables, a fourth stitches sheets, and finally, a handsome middle-aged man, exuding an air of refined elegance mixed with a hint of ineptitude, wanders about, occasionally instructing the others on how to sweep effectively, wash properly, cook well, and sew tightly. Remember, he proclaims, mastering household chores is the fundamental skill of the Inverted Door School. After surveying the area, he raises his voice, proclaiming boom. You feel like your brain has been struck by lightning. No, wait. Calling it matrilocal son-in-law is one thing, but you're teaching real skills here. Is this the legendary Otherworld Gigolo Training Center? Chapter 28. The Miraculous Matrilocal Son-in-Law, Second Year. The handsome middle-aged man patiently and meticulously trains for young men on how to clean. Only after 4 or 5 minutes does he finally notice you standing at the doorway, wearing a speechless expression. Who is there? The handsome uncle jumps up like a startled rabbit. Having dull perception is one thing, but his nerves seem pretty weak too, making you, who are already speechless, even more speechless. The handsome uncle pats his chest, his steps unsteady as he walks toward you. To be honest, even with your eye for things, you can't tell whether this handsome uncle is a true expert or just a slightly frail, ordinary middle-aged man. If you say he is an expert, his neck veins contract and pulse powerfully, his breathing long and steady. You even counted. From the moment you entered the martial hall until now, his rambling mouth never stopped once, yet he has only taken 3 breaths. Aside from freaks like you, handicapped by a talent black hole and forced to train only the physical body, any normal martial artist would need to at least comprehend inner breathing to have such astonishing lung capacity. And inner breathing is a realm only accessible to Chief Force realm warriors. But if you say he has nothing special, that wouldn't be wrong either. He is fair and clean from head to toe, without a single trace of training. His waist and leg strength are soft and weak, clearly the result of long-term, undisciplined living and bodily depletion. You can't make sense of it. Completely can't. Strong or weak, it's like a cat in a box. A Schrödinger's martial artist? You're observing the handsome uncle, and at the same time, the handsome uncle is sizing you up as well. This kid is tall and well-built, solid and strong, just judging by his physique. He really is a fine seedling that wealthy ladies would like. What a pity his facial features are so ordinary. He is destined to never amount to much. But that's exactly the kind of person I need. In less than 3 seconds, the handsome uncle labels you, decent body, but an unfortunate face, clearly unable to live off women. A perfect target customer for a matrilocal son-in-law. That assessment isn't wrong. To hide your identity, Your disguised appearance truly is plain. So plain that even old Wong next door, busy with gang team building, dares to entrust you with helping at home, sending you to fetch water and chop firewood for his beautiful sister-in-law, future mother of little Tiger. But why are you being called a target customer? 5 seconds later, the handsome uncle walks up to you, clears his throat. Young man, go back. The first requirement for becoming a matrilocal son-in-law is appearance. With your aptitude, you're not suitable to study in my matrilocal son-in-law martial hall. However, if you insist on walking this path, I can write you a letter of recommendation. Prepare 50 taels of silver and head to the prefectural city. In Chow Family Alley, find a physician nicknamed Ghost Hand. He'll help adjust your facial features. After that, you should just about meet my minimum recruitment standards. Of course, if you're short on cash. I happen to be friends with the manager of a money house under the Four Directions gang. I can ask him to lend you 50 taels as emergency funds. Although the interest may seem somewhat elevated, the fact that you have managed to locate our esteemed martial arts academy suggests that you are aware of the promising future that our students are destined to achieve. As long as you dedicate yourself to your studies, even if you cannot find a wealthy family to marry into, the skills you acquire here will enable you to earn a modest income of 20 taels a month as a small official, allowing you to repay your debts and thrive with ease. You involuntarily flinched, taking a step back to gaze once more at the name of the academy. Indeed, it was the Awaken Academy. Your features contorted slightly as you regarded the handsome elder with a glimmer of anticipation in your eyes. You harbored a grave suspicion that this dashing gentleman, much like yourself, might also be a traveler from another world, a compatriot from your native Blue Star. Otherwise, how could his approach be so remarkably advanced? Do you wish to sign a contract and earn a fortune, young one? He inquired. If so, you should join us. However, to ensure that you can more effectively secure your first pot of gold, I advise you to undergo some grooming, for in this day and age, appearance is indeed the foremost productivity. What? No money? No acquaintances in the medical field? He continued. Fear not. I possess connections. Is this truly the realm of martial arts? Or does it masquerade as an illegal MCN cloaked in the guise of a martial arts academy? If you are not my fellow countrymen, I would find this hard to believe. You swallowed hard, filled with anticipation, and inquired, May I ask who you are? I am Xiao Balian, the master of the Awaken Academy, he proclaimed, standing tall. Master Xiao, it is an honor to finally meet you. You clasped your fists together in greeting, then lowered your voice, raising your eyebrows to convey the secret phrase. Odd changes, even remain the same? Xiao Balian furrowed his brow in confusion, and you realized that he could not comprehend what you were saying, indicating that he likely had little formal education before his own journey. You decided to try a different phrase. Palace Jade, liquid wine? Xiao Balian. Celebrating the holidays this year? Xiao Balian. The rooster that lays eggs? Xiao Balian. He exhibited no reaction, leading you to conclude that he was not from the northern regions. Adjusting your tongue's positioning, you switched to a clumsy Cantonese. Giving birth may not necessarily be a blessing. What nonsense! Do you have any business here? Xiao Balian's irritation was palpable, and you sighed in disappointment, realizing this man was not your fellow countryman. If he were, you firmly believed no compatriot could remain entirely unaffected after hearing those phrases. My apologies. I mistook you for a relative of mine from my hometown, hence my use of colloquialisms. You offered a courteous apology, then clasped your fists once more. Master Xiao, I am Li Mu. I possess some knowledge of martial arts, and due to my financial constraints, I seek employment at your esteemed academy. Rather than coming to learn martial arts, I thought as much. It appears you are new to Tuanqing County, he remarked. I have only just settled in after a year. On my way here, I encountered bandits and sustained injuries, from which I have only recently recovered. Haha, come to my school as an instructor, and you should have researched the various martial arts schools in the county beforehand. Do you know what I teach in this establishment? Xiao Balian couldn't help but chuckle. You awkwardly smiled, previously unaware, but now it seems I've gained clarity. Indeed, Xiao Balian replied, shaking out his sleeves. What I impart is not merely martial skills, but rather a craft, a skill that, once mastered, can spare a man from wandering down the wrong path for a decade. Now that we've cleared up this misunderstanding, you may go wherever you wish. Our apprentices in the art of facial features need not suffer through arduous martial training, which would only hinder their future. No, you shook your head, your gaze resolute, declaring emphatically, Master Xiao is narrow-minded. From my observation, those who wish to learn the trade of your esteemed school must first learn martial arts. Oh, then I am eager to hear your reasoning. Xiao Balian raised an eyebrow. feeling his authority challenged. Every year, he successfully produced at least 5 outstanding son-in-laws and young gentlemen for the distinguished families under the jurisdiction of Jinan Prefecture. So how could he lack expertise? You smiled slightly. Master Xiao, while I may not be well-versed in the professionals you train, I possess great confidence in my family's martial arts. Should your school wish to employ me as an instructor with my skills, I can undoubtedly assist your apprentices in achieving unprecedented heights in their careers. Family martial arts? What level? Merely third-rate, but perfectly suited for your school. You cross your arms behind your back, resembling a proud peacock, and proclaimed, "This martial art is called Iron Crotch skill. Once mastered, one can take on 10 opponents. If the master doubts it, he can inquire on the Gallant Street. I believe the legends I left behind should still be circulating, even after several months." Chapter 29, Iron Crotch Skill. Hiss. Upon hearing your mention of the legendary tale on Gallant Street, the 4 apprentices ceased their chores and collectively gasped alongside their master. "Are you the one who, months ago, wagered with Manager Wong of the Rooster Crow Gang and triumphed in a 1-against-10 duel, earning the title of the Invincible Marksman of Gallant Street?" Xiao Balian was greatly astonished and stepped forward, asking how you would prove this. You grinned innocently. "If we find the time to visit Gallant Street for a drink, you'll discover the truth. Legends can be fabricated, names can be misrepresented, but I cannot feign my character. Those sisters will surely remember me." Hiss. The entire cadre of the inverted door made remarkable contributions to the warming of this other world. Your confident demeanor and willingness to verify the truth rendered you trustworthy in their eyes. "Master, I wish to learn the Iron Crotch skill. I will pay extra for it. I cannot sit idly by. This Iron Crotch skill is essential to learn. If you do not retain Instructor Li, then we shall not study under you." While Xiao Balian remained in shock, the 4 apprentices, eager for advancement, could no longer contain their insistence. "How does one learn to invert the door? What is the purpose of studying that? It is utterly useless. Whoever wishes to be a son-in-law can do so. We aspire to master the unparalleled skills of marksmanship." "How dare you? You have yet to grasp the most fundamental concepts and still dare to dream of attaining the Iron Crotch technique? Step aside and mind your own business. This is not your place to interject." Xiao Balian was enraged, dismissing the 4 apprentices who sought to cloak you in the robes of authority. With a gaze that penetrated deeply, he extended his hand. "Is the Iron Crotch technique truly as miraculous as they say? Indeed. Is it difficult to learn? Not at all. At my age, is it still possible for me? Absolutely. There is no issue whatsoever. I guarantee you will master it." "Excellent." Xiao Balian grasped your hand firmly. "Welcoming you into the unconventional martial arts school. From this day forth, you shall be the chief instructor of our academy, receiving a monthly stipend of 5 taels. And upon the employment of our students at year's end, you shall receive additional bonuses. I entrust you with this responsibility. I shall not disappoint the expectations of the master. I will impart the Iron Crotch technique without reservation." On this pleasant winter morning, you and Xiao Balian formally became strategic partners. With your assistance, the prospects for the son-in-law industry in Jinan Prefecture are poised for an epic enhancement. Anger? Trembling? Cold? No need for that. The time has come for countless sons-in-law to rise. After agreeing to officially commence your duties the following day, you joyfully bid farewell and return home. Meanwhile, Xiao Balian waved his hand grandly, commanding, "Prepare the writing tools." The apprentices hurriedly arranged the table and set out the 4 treasures of the study. With brush in hand, Xiao Balian began to paint, and within less than half a tea's duration, your altered visage materialized vividly on the paper. To become a competent son-in-law, merely managing household affairs is far from sufficient. Poetry, prose, calligraphy, and painting are the true treasures that will enable you to establish a firm foothold after your marriage. Xiao Balian set down his brush and remarked, "Take this portrait to the brothel street and verify the authenticity of this Limu. Remember, you must not enter the brothel street yourself. Spend a little silver to hire someone to assist you." The apprentice holding the portrait hesitated. "Master." But Limu himself said that if we drink with him at the brothel street, we will know the truth. Why complicate matters? Foolishness. Xiao Balian expressed his disappointment. "Is that a place for you to venture? Do you wish to marry into a respectable family? If it becomes known that you have frequented the brothel, can you bear the consequences?" Thank you for the reminder, Master. I shall go immediately." The apprentice felt warmth in his heart, realizing how considerate and meticulous his master truly was. Though the teachings may seem trivial, the earnest Xiao Balian truly cares for his apprentices. Outside the unconventional martial arts school, you quietly descended from the tree and strolled leisurely back home. The Inverted Door Martial Arts School in Xianxia County is indeed an oddity. A vocational institution solely dedicated to teaching individuals how to be a son-in-law. It is not only peculiar in an ancient, fantastical realm, but would also be considered a rare phenomenon even on the blue planet prior to your transmigration. To be frank, such an eccentric martial arts school hardly merits your time. If you seek a more suitable occupation, there are several other martial arts establishments in Xianxia County which will be far more reliable than the Inverted Door School. Yet, you are unwilling to adhere to reason. In a bid to remain at the Inverted Door Martial Arts School, you even resort to invoking the legendary status of your unmatched marksmanship on the bustling street of entertainment. After all, since you must work, being amongst a group of intriguing individuals is certainly preferable to mingling with a bunch of boorish men who only indulge in raucous laughter and reckless antics. Moreover, you suspect that there are secrets to uncover within the enigmatic figure of Xiao Balian, and during your idle moments. Delving into such mysteries could add some much-needed vibrancy to your otherwise mundane existence. Nevertheless, as for the so-called iron crotch technique, you have no intention of mastering it. Your honesty dictates that misleading others is beneath you. From a simulated space, you fumble and retrieve a martial arts manual, upon which 3 bold characters are inscribed. Iron crotch technique. After several simulations, you have inherited a wealth of knowledge from various martial arts manuals. But among the plethora of mediocre and subpar techniques, the origins of this iron crotch technique remain vivid in your memory. This technique was acquired from a martial arts master during your 3rd simulation, amidst the chaos of a fierce battle between 2 nations, where you seized the opportunity to pilfer it from the vanquished northern barbarian master. Although you have yet to examine this technique in detail, the fact that a martial arts master would carry such a third-rate skill suggests it possesses some unique qualities. However, despite its exceptional nature, it remains merely a third-rate technique. Upon perusing the manual, you discover that the name Iron Crotch Technique is quite imposing, yet primarily focuses on health cultivation. While it does have the potential to enhance male charm, its efficacy is certainly not comparable to legendary feats of 1 against 10. It pales in comparison to the first-rate martial arts you practice, but that is of little concern. You have no intention of cultivating this technique to occupy a precious spot within the great strength technique. Yet, not practicing it does not preclude you from teaching it to disciples according to the manual. Ultimately, as long as you can linger at the Inverted Door School and pass the days, your primary focus will remain on martial arts training. With a hoe in hand, you step into the courtyard, ready to till the earth. Compared to the 12 dragon seals, the iron cadaver technique acquired by Lu Turin in his youth is considerably more troublesome to cultivate. For even in the foundational stage of body tempering, it necessitates the use of an invisible and intangible essence known as the cold, subterranean energy, as stated in the manual. Chapter 30, The Lying Board. In the 2nd year, in November, you diligently excavated a pit approximately 5 meters deep. Ah, now I comprehend why Lu Turin spends his days hiding on the 2nd level of the cellar. I too find myself in need of a proper coffin. But where might I procure such a suitable resting place? Scratching my head, I realize this predicament is not merely yours, but a conundrum faced by the vast majority of individuals in this world. To cultivate the iron corpse technique, 4 essential prerequisites must be met. The first is, of course, the martial arts manual. This requires no elaboration. The second condition involves the presence of the chilling, subterranean energy, which is not difficult to acquire. A few meters of excavation beneath any shaded ground will yield such energy. However, in special environments like ancient battlefields or century-old burial sites, the concentration of this dark energy is significantly heightened. Yet, for novices, an excess of this energy is not beneficial. It is paramount to first establish a foundation. Hence, digging to a depth of around 5 meters is the most appropriate starting point. The third requirement is a secret elixir, specifically designed to enhance the body's absorption of the subterranean energy and fortify physical prowess. Lastly, the fourth condition is rather peculiar. To absorb this dark energy, one must lie within a coffin. The coffin serves as a purifying and refining vessel for the practice of the iron corpse technique. The subterranean energy is inherently impure and can be detrimental to the human body. Even though the accompanying elixir offers some alleviation and healing, it cannot withstand prolonged exposure to such harm. However, after undergoing purification through the coffin, combined with the elixir, the effects become both bewildering and beneficial. Of course, the quality of this coffin is not solely determined by its materials. A new coffin will not suffice. It must be a second-hand one. The more distinguished the identity of the original owner before their demise, the more auspicious the burial site, and the more precious the materials used, the greater the effectiveness of the iron corpse technique will be. The quality of the coffin directly influences the potential for future cultivation. Though both the iron corpse technique and the previous technique you practiced, the 12 dragon seals, are esteemed martial arts, the former focuses primarily on physical enhancement, while the latter emphasizes comprehensive development. According to the manual of the iron corpse technique, the body tempering stage is the most foundational and crucial phase of cultivation. With an ordinary coffin, upon completing the body tempering, one would attain a flesh corpse. However, using the coffin of a noble or martial arts master would yield a bronze corpse, while utilizing the coffin of a great master or a king would result in an iron corpse. For instance, Lu Turin employs the coffin of a martial arts grandmaster. The iron corpse he cultivates surpasses the strength, resilience, and recovery of both flesh and bronze corpses, even after Lu Turin ascended to the rank of martial arts grandmaster. His iron corpse physique enabled him to perform the extraordinary feat of regrowing severed limbs, far beyond the standards of the low martial world. However, the iron corpse physique is not the pinnacle of the iron corpse technique. Above it lies the jade corpse, known as the jade corpse physique. This jade corpse physique is remarkably powerful. Once cultivated, even a body-refining realm martial artist can regrow severed limbs and become immune to all poisons. Nonetheless, achieving the jade corpse is exceedingly difficult. The Emperor's coffin is already the most formidable of coffins, yet it merely serves as a prerequisite for nurturing the iron corpse physique. The ancient texts do not clearly outline the conditions necessary to cultivate the jade corpse physique, stating only that it cannot be forced, and that, with a minuscule probability, it may be nurtured by a grandmaster, an emperor, or through an extreme realm coffin. When practicing the iron corpse technique, one naturally aspires towards the jade corpse. But even the most ordinary coffins, let alone the emperor's coffin, are not easily acquired. This is precisely your concern. This is the ancient world, and it is not a time of peace and prosperity. In these times, can an ordinary commoner dare to dream of lying in a coffin? Dream on. A grass mat is the only true resting place. In Xianxia County, with its large population, there exists only a single coffin shop, and the annual workload rarely exceeds 3 coffins. This illustrates just how difficult it is to secure a suitable coffin. Of course, if one truly seeks. Second-hand coffins from wealthy merchants or local gentry can still be procured. Yet, you find yourself unwilling to settle, having trained in the iron corpse technique. You aspire to at least attain a physique akin to Lu Turin's iron corpse, if not the jade corpse itself. Otherwise, should you first practice other martial arts and wait for an opportunity to locate the royal tomb of the Shang kingdom? Perhaps you could attempt to lie in the coffins of Emperor Qiyuan and his ancestors? Contemplating this, you feel a flicker of excitement, yet you shake your head vigorously. It is not merely stubbornness driving you. Rather, a bold idea has taken root in your mind. Your gaze drifts toward the Lu residence. Speaking of coffins, does your second brother not possess a Grandmaster-esque coffin board? This could be considered an Emperor's coffin, and being second-hand, it might even yield better results. As this thought crosses your mind, your heart races with temptation. However, mere excitement pales in comparison to action as night falls. You activate your stealth gear and quietly slip out. Stealing your brother's coffin board weighs not on your conscience at all. After all, you have pilfered from your family before, not sparing even Chunlan, let alone a second-hand coffin. The night is dark and the wind howls. Heaven is on your side. You stealthily infiltrate the Lu residence, deftly navigating to the cellar entrance. This night, Lu Turin is absent. Ever since he astutely realized months ago that he had been deceived by you, he has embarked on a relentless quest for vengeance, accompanied by a throng of followers seeking you out across the world. A month of being able to stay home for merely 2 nights is quite commendable. The absence of Lu Turin from the Lu family. How does that differ for you from merely changing the name to the Li family? Were it not for the fact that you still found yourself unable to contend with Lu Turin, you might have considered pilfering the coffin tonight and subsequently visiting Chunlan to discuss the artistry of bullcrafting. A quarter of an hour later, you returned triumphantly, not only having secured the imperial coffin, but also discovering sufficient raw materials for the secret concoction of the iron zombie technique in the cellar's 2nd level. Particularly 2 crucial ingredients which truly alleviated your immediate predicament. You had previously been troubled, for while these primary components were not as elusive as the iron vine, They were indeed not herbal medicines, but rather toxic plants, typically obtainable only through the black market or from those who moonlight as physicians by day and assassins by night. Should you approach these individuals for procurement, you could not guarantee that Lu Turin would not connect the dots regarding the secret medicine of the Iron Zombie technique, thereby deducing your strategy of residing in the shadows. However, all is well now. You need not fret over this matter any longer. What? Upon discovering the missing coffin and raw materials, Lu Turin would still make the connection? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. This certainty is due to the fact that before your departure, you drenched the site with premium fire oil, cleared the ventilation of the cellar, and discarded a firebrand, ensuring the Lu family's cellar was consumed completely by flames, leaving no trace behind. Not only did you ignite the cellar, but you also did not spare places like Lu Heirs and the steward Lu's courtyard. Consequently, the evidence is utterly obliterated. With Lu Turin's intellect, let him speculate as he wishes. If he can comprehend the situation, you shall never seek Chunlan again. Chapter 31. The Divine Unit. The following year, in November, under the night sky, you waved your sleeves at the bright moon, returning fully laden. Upon arriving home, you barely caught your breath before settling the three-handled imperial coffin into a 5-meter-deep pit, then immediately set about employing your skills overnight. Above the pit, you constructed a rudimentary wooden hut against the wall. Human beings cannot exist in isolation. Thus, by erecting this inconspicuous hut, outsiders would merely perceive it as a storage space for miscellaneous items, entirely unremarkable. With this, all preliminary preparations for cultivating the Iron Zombie technique were complete. You yearned to commence practice that very night, yet considering that dawn was merely an hour away, you thought it prudent to wait. Surely, one cannot arrive late on the first day of work at the inverted door. Furthermore, during daylight hours, the malevolent energies from beneath the earth are significantly diminished, rendering daytime practice for a novice an exercise in futility, yielding minimal results for immense effort. Thus, you resolved to wait for another day. At the break of dawn, you strolled leisurely towards the inverted door martial arts school, a meat bun in one hand and a chicken egg pancake in the other, resolutely resisting the temptation of the enticing aroma until you reached the company to enjoy your breakfast. You remain steadfast in your commitment not to squander personal time on trivial matters, a principle you uphold as a diligent worker. The principle of paid breaks is not merely a guideline, but a subtle form of resistance against the capitalist overlords. As you push through the entrance of the martial arts training hall, you take a hearty bite out of a bun, feeling an immediate sense of gain, only to realize the absurdity of your situation moments later. In the center of the training hall stands a large 8 immortals table, laden with steaming crystal dumplings, generously topped hot noodle soup, refreshing and appetizing cold dishes, heartwarming rice porridge, and exquisite soups, among other delights. Adjacent to the training area, in the kitchen, the 4 students currently present are fervently preparing even more culinary wonders, seemingly steaming spare ribs, money bags, and osmanthus honey rice cakes. L'instructor. Did I mention that our training hall provides meals? Xiao Balian elegantly sips his porridge, casting a dubious glance at the crude bun and pancake in your hands. Did you? The bun in your grasp suddenly loses its appeal, and you are uncertain whether Xiao Balian had broached the topic yesterday. But you genuinely feel that you've missed a significant opportunity. The training hall is specifically designed to cultivate sons-in-law. As a son-in-law, mastering the art of cooking is an essential skill that must be acquired. It appears I have indeed come to the right place. With a swift motion, you toss the bun and the egg pancake to a few dogs lounging in the corner of the training hall, relishing in the joy of life, for happiness is scarce. And aside from taking advantage of opportunities, indulging in good food remains a privilege worth pursuing. It is worth noting that the dogs in the corner do not serve as guardians of the premises. Understanding how to maintain a good relationship with the family's security chief is an advanced skill for a son-in-law. L'instructor. Do you think the schedule for your martial arts classes is appropriately arranged? At this moment, having satisfied his hunger, Xiao Balian pulls out a sheet of paper. To be a proficient son-in-law, there is much to learn, and martial arts training is physically demanding. To ensure our students are well-rested and focused on their studies, I propose that all of the instructor's martial arts classes be scheduled for the last period of each afternoon. Of course, this arrangement is not solely for the benefit of the students. After all, Lee Instructor is a martial artist himself and needs to dedicate time to honing his skills. Thus, with this schedule, you only need to come in for half a day, which also prevents any hindrance to your training. You instinctively nod in agreement. Truth be told, if you had encountered such a fortunate arrangement before your time travel, working only half a day while receiving full pay, and having just one class daily, you would have gladly worked tirelessly until retirement at 80. However, the next moment, a student places a freshly steamed dish of soy sauce and garlic money bags on the 8 Immortals table. As you inhale the fragrant aroma, your head nods in agreement before shaking in disbelief. Only half a day of work? What a ridiculous notion. With such splendid meals, working only half a day would mean losing out on 2 meals a day. Within 6 months, the practice of the Iron Corpse technique primarily relies on evening sessions. Thus, we must resolutely avoid any losses and ensure full attendance in class. You set down your chopsticks, Master of the Hall, and I believe you harbor some biases regarding martial arts training. Indeed, while martial arts can be physically demanding, appropriate practice not only invigorates, but also enhances one's mental clarity, thereby doubling learning efficiency. For the sake of our martial arts students' futures, I propose that we hold 2 classes each day. One session should occur during the first period in the morning, focusing on invigorating blood circulation and warming up, while the second should take place during the last period in the afternoon, aimed at exhausting every last drop of sweat. This will leave them too fatigued to indulge in restless thoughts at night, fostering the good habits of early rising and retiring. That makes sense. Xiao Balian contemplated this, aligning his thoughts with yours, and a slight smile graced your lips. It seemed that 3 meals a day were now assured, clearing the table of its splendid feast. You began your instruction. Teaching martial arts was exceedingly simple for you, as you possessed experience in practicing over 50 styles of various martial arts. In terms of physical conditioning during the body tempering phase, it is safe to say that even the most esteemed masters and grandmasters would not surpass your expertise. Now, everyone, begin by establishing a solid horse stance, then pay close attention to my movements and adjust accordingly. The lesson commenced, and your dedication was evident. You spared no effort. The students, too, were earnest, clearly aspiring to become the new legends of the bustling district. However, one thing left you somewhat speechless. Master, must you be so enthusiastic? At the beginner stage, there's no need for added weight. Put down the stone lock before you strain your back. Ah, young Li, you are still in your youth. Some opportunities do not wait for anyone. Do not worry. I shall practice alongside you, ensuring I do not disrupt your class. Xiao Balian maintained his horse stance, bearing the stone lock in one hand while, with the other, he retrieved a handful of dried fruits from his pocket and popped them into his mouth, his eyes gleaming with the desire for progress, rendering the 4 apprentices somewhat abashed. As evening fell, you concluded a day of labor, rubbing your full belly as you return home. Indeed, one must admit, being a son-in-law is quite the skillful endeavor. You picked up a vial of the Iron Corpse Technique's secret elixir and tossed it into the small, 3-legged golden cauldron to brew. Reflecting on the various essential skills for a son-in-law that those 4 apprentices had learned today, you felt a deep admiration, particularly for the technique of extracting pearls from spoiled meat, which left a profound impression on you. It is said that mastering this technique could lead to recognition in the realm of young gentlemen, regardless of whether one became a son-in-law. Xiao Balian, the master of the hall, is indeed formidable, and those 4 apprentices are no ordinary individuals. I am humbled by their prowess. You gently waved your fan, silently vowing to dedicate your life to the practice of martial arts, enduring hardships, and steadfastly avoiding the misguided path of becoming a son-in-law. Chapter 32. The Side Effects of the 3-Legged Golden Cauldron. The following year, as the sun sets and the moon rises, the smoke of the elixir wafts gently. And with the passage of time, all the herbs within the small cauldron transform into a bowl of resplendent, colorful black liquid. Good news. The secret elixir for brewing Iron Zombie skill is far more reassuring than the concoction for sealing Dragon 12 Hands. During the brewing process, there is no pungent medicinal odor to contend with. Bad news. The color known as colorful black, which you once thought was merely an internet meme before your journey, now confronts you in reality, and the necessity of consuming it poses quite a challenge to your stomach. However, reflecting on the noxious meat extraction techniques that the Doranvert apprentices have diligently practiced, you suddenly feel that downing this bowl of dark liquid is not such a daunting task after all. After all, what could be more challenging than being a son-in-law? Cheers! You gulp it down in one go, savoring the taste. Ignoring the bizarre hue, the secret elixir of Iron Zombie skill turns out to be surprisingly palatable. Reminiscent of slightly fermented glutinous rice water, enhanced with a hint of mint and bubbles. If chilled, the flavor would surely be elevated further. Moreover, this bowl of secret potion is truly remarkable. You can distinctly feel it entering your stomach without dissolving into medicinal energy. Instead, under the influence of gastric acid, it transforms into a colorful black orb, akin to a pill, creating a tangible sensation of weight within you. Indeed, the effects of the Iron Zombie skill's secret elixir can be amplified by the three-legged golden cauldron. You feel a surge of excitement. According to the secret manual, the potion designed for the cultivation of the Iron Zombie skill at the body refinement stage will condense into a small black pearl about the size of a mung bean in your stomach after consumption. Yet, after the enhancement from the three-legged golden cauldron, you sense that the black pearl within your abdomen is likely no smaller than an egg. The potency of this single bowl of elixir has increased dozens, even 100-fold, without posing any risk to your health. You absolutely adore this. After a tender kiss on the still warm, three-legged golden cauldron, you promptly store it in your simulated space and leap into the pit, ready to recline. This is your first practice of the Iron Zombie skill. Oh, divine! The Emperor-grade coffin boasts a spacious interior. You twist and contort into an unusual position, embodying the initial stance of the Iron Zombie skill while lying down. What a comfort it is! After maintaining this stance for a brief moment, the black pearl within your abdomen begins to emit a gentle warmth, starting to rotate. In the next instant, you notice tendrils of dark gray mist, resembling undulating octopus tentacles, seeping into the coffin's walls after undergoing layers of purification. Gradually, quietly, they penetrate your skin and delve into your body. You shiver suddenly. These otherwise invisible phenomena reveal themselves under the combined effects of the secret potion, stance practice, and the Emperor's coffin. And the chilling energy entering your body feels less like airflow and more akin to dry ice or even liquid nitrogen. It is as if one moment you are leisurely sipping coconut juice in the South China Sea, and the next, you find yourself unceremoniously cast into the icy abyss of the Arctic. Were it not for your unwavering willpower, you would have succumbed to the torment endured during the training of the 12 dragon sealing techniques and instinctively fled the pit, resolutely vowing never to practice again. Alas, something feels amiss, deeply amiss. The three-legged golden tripod does indeed harbor negative effects. Your teeth chatter as you emit a groan, finally identifying the blind spot. During your previous training of the 12 dragon sealing techniques, this detail had escaped your notice. The creator of this martial art, for reasons unknown, failed to explicitly convey the intensity of pain one must endure during practice, merely cautioning that a strong will is essential, a mere warning shot. Thus, despite losing consciousness countless times in agony during your training, you remained undeterred, fixating on a singular mantra. The more one invests, the greater the rewards. However, the omissions in the 12 dragon sealing techniques are clearly addressed in the Iron Corpse technique. The manual for the Iron Corpse technique explicitly states that during the body tempering phase, absorbing the chilling energy from the earth will evoke sensations akin to taking a cold shower in the depths of winter. Yet, the pain of a winter's cold shower pales in comparison to the agony of plunging into a liquid nitrogen pool. At this moment, enlightenment dawns upon you. The enhanced potency of the three-legged golden tripod indeed poses no harm to the body, but it is not devoid of side effects. The amplified effects result in the body absorbing nearly 100-fold the chilling energy compared to those consuming standard elixirs, thereby intensifying the sensations by an almost equal measure. Fortunately, it does not inflict bodily harm. The elixir's efficiency in absorbing the chilling energy has similarly augmented its capacity to strengthen the physique and counteract the healing properties of the chilling energy. It is akin to applying iodine to a wound while enduring blows. Thus, the sole downside of the three-legged golden tripod is the multiplication of your suffering. You must simply withstand this heightened pain, persevere, think of the apprentices at the inverted door, consider the trials they face now and in the future, none of which are less daunting than your own struggles. Rally yourself. Whenever the pain beckons you to retreat, the thought of those apprentices fuels your resolve. You grit your teeth and endure the transition from the tranquil moonlit night to the vibrant dawn. As the first rays of the glorious sun pierced through the gaps of the rudimentary wooden beams and cascaded upon you, the excruciating chill that had tormented you throughout the night dissipated into nothingness. Simultaneously, the remnants of the dark essence within you transformed into wisps of smoke and vanished. Without a moment's hesitation, you swiftly rose to boil water for a bath. Only when enveloped in the warm embrace of the flowing water did you truly feel revitalized. possessing the energy to reflect upon whether the night's suffering had been worthwhile. Indeed, one cannot underestimate the efficacy of the Iron Corpse skill. Upon thorough examination, the light illuminated your features, for your progress was distinctly visible. The refining phase of the Iron Corpse skill enhances bones, fascia, and flesh in unison. Not to mention, in terms of sheer strength alone, the results were astonishing. Lifting the stone lock with fervor confirmed your conclusion. After your initial practice of the Iron Corpse skill, you had gained an impressive 5 pounds of strength. If one were to extrapolate from the experience of achieving a complete physical refinement in 6 months, upon mastering the refining phase of the Iron Corpse skill, one could potentially increase their strength by 1,000 pounds. Truly, it is a premier martial art focused on the enhancement of the physical body, in stark contrast to the more holistic approach of the 12 hands of the dragon. In that moment, all unpleasant memories of the previous night faded away, leaving you exuberantly joyful. Chapter 33. The Hope of the White Jade Corpse. Do not underestimate the power of 1,000 pounds. Achieving full refinement in the dragon's embrace grants merely an enhancement of around 500 pounds of strength. In comparison, those second and third-rate martial arts that yield an increase of 1 or 200 pounds are considered commendable. Alas, time waits for no one. If you delay any further, you might miss breakfast. Raising your gaze to the heavens, a tightening in your chest reminded you that failing to grasp the capitalist opportunities would be more painful than death itself. Work, work. The following year, December. In the blink of an eye, you had become a seasoned employee, having spent a month in your position. Compared to just a month prior, your jawline, once sharply defined, had softened slightly. Burp. Discarding the chicken bone from your hand, you express satisfaction with a hearty belch. Entirely disregarding the resentful glare from Xiao Balian, the master of the training hall beside you. Xiao Balian grumbled. Ever since Li Mu joined our establishment, the cost of meals has skyrocketed by at least 5-fold. This venture is proving somewhat unprofitable. Of course, this amount of silver was trivial in his eyes. Although the training hall appeared dilapidated, those in the know understood that external appearances bore no relation to the wealth within. Xiao Balian himself had achieved financial independence over 20 years ago through his adept skills. Now, running this martial arts hall was simply an endeavor born of compassion for the dwindling talent within the realm of marital arts. Instructorly, Xiao Balian sidled over, giving a rather suggestive wink. Well, I've been cultivating the iron crotch technique for a whole month now, but after a real-world test run on Brothel Street last night, I found that my abilities didn't improve by much. How about it, Instructorly? Could you take a look and see if I'm training something wrong? You let out a silent sigh. This day had finally come. But didn't matter. You had long been prepared. Hall Master, there's nothing wrong with the iron crotch technique, and your cultivation is fine as well. But have you forgotten? Martial training requires secret medicines as support. Without medicinal assistance, relying on practice alone will naturally yield poor results. You reach into your robes and pull out a folded piece of oil paper, a small packet no bigger than a matchbox. Opening it reveals a tiny pinch of fine, dark red powder. This powder was obtained by boiling 2 Madame S. Smile dried fruits in the 3-legged little golden cauldron, then air-drying the residue. Hall Master, by the rules of the martial world, I can teach martial arts, but the accompanying secret medicines must be purchased from me at your own expense. However, you and I hit it off at first sight, and you've treated me with sincerity. This batch of secret medicine, I 1T charge you for it. Take it back. Dissolve it in 10 gin of water. Drink at most 1 small bowl a day. Absolutely do not be greedy. When paired with the iron crotch technique, the effects will be immediate. You hand the oil paper packet to Xiao Balian. This diluted Madame S. Smile powder can at most double a man's virility, and only temporarily. Only with long-term use can it slowly and permanently strengthen the body. Stuff of this level can be given out for people to play around with. It 1T exposed the secrets of the 3-legged little golden cauldron at all. Xiao Balian clutches the oil paper like a priceless treasure, hurriedly cups his fists in thanks, then immediately rushes back to his room to start tinkering. A quarter of an hour later, he emerges with a flushed face, barely able to contain himself as he charges out of the martial hall. Huh? You poor middle-aged man, the help I can give you ends here. Watching Xiao Balian's hurried retreating figure, you smile faintly, hiding both merit and fame. You look up at the sky. Time is up. Anyone who is not enthusiastic about getting off work has something wrong with their head. Retreat. After returning home, same old routine. Drink the medicine, lie on the plank, happily get frozen solid. After a full month of continuously absorbing the subterranean cold energy, Your resistance to freezing has increased dramatically. At the very least, you're no longer frozen to the point of wanting to die. Of course, every bit of effort has been outrageously worth it. You check your progress every day. Your baseline strength increases by roughly 5 gene daily. Meanwhile, your pulse and heart rate are slowly decreasing, but each heartbeat is stronger and more powerful than before. You even conducted self-harm experiments. Your body's self-healing ability has also improved to a visibly noticeable degree. And even at dawn the next day, you leap out of the plank pit, clanking and rattling as you stand before a smooth bronze mirror. In the mirror, a figure stands tall, with a physique that elegantly showcases muscular definition without sacrificing strength, a perfect specimen. However, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is that your complexion has lightened. Compared to a month ago, it has at least brightened by a degree. Gentlemen, particularly those who are staunch practitioners of martial arts, often scoff at the delicate, pale complexion associated with femininity. Previously, although your visage resembled that of a youthful, fair-skinned lad, you preferred to exude a more masculine aura. Yet now, the allure of a lighter complexion captivates you. You find it utterly delightful, particularly favoring a cool, fair skin tone. With excitement, you rub your hands together, relishing the transformation of your skin. This newfound brightness is not driven by an aspiration to debut as an idol, but rather because the Iron Corpse technique has revealed that regardless of whether one possesses the most basic flesh corpse, the Copper Corpse, the Advanced Iron Corpse, or the legendary Jade Corpse, those who cultivate their bodies will gradually uncover the signs of such transformations throughout their practice. The flesh corpse gradually attains a lighter hue during cultivation, while the Copper Corpse may take on a yellow tint, and the iron body may exhibit a faint redness. Your current skin's transformation aligns perfectly with the characteristics of the flesh corpse. However, how could it possibly be a mere flesh corpse? You are utilizing an imperial coffin and consuming elixirs, amplified significantly by the three-legged golden cauldron. At the very least, once you achieve perfection in the Iron Corpse technique, you will attain a physique akin to Lu Turin's Iron Corpse. Thus, the crafty frog has been subtly probing your abdomen. You harbor a vague premonition that fortune may indeed be favoring you. Once the Iron Corpse technique reaches completion, you may very well possess the resplendent Jade Corpse, capable of regeneration from severed limbs. Yet, you dare not guarantee this outcome, merely asserting that the probability stands above 99.99%. You acknowledge that the chance of failure remains substantial. After further practice, clarity shall emerge. Should your skin radiate a jade-like glow, it will undoubtedly confirm your status as a Jade Corpse. With a heart full of joy, you head to work, eager to share your culinary exploits. Along the way, you take a detour past the Lu residence, observing that renovations are nearing completion. 2 months prior, in an effort to secure a favor, you extended warmth to your second brother's household. The Lu family's response, however, was remarkably subdued. Lu Turin did not unleash another thunderous roar that could echo throughout the county. This aligns closely with your expectations. That imperial coffin is surely Lu Turin's most treasured possession, yet he dares not voice his concerns nor create a stir, for he is plagued by his own insecurities. The Lu family's collection of human blood is indeed a nefarious path. Although you suspect that prominent figures within the court may be involved in this blood collection enterprise, it remains an illicit endeavor, unwelcome in the eyes of society. Lu Turin must be bold. If someone were to uncover something inappropriate at his residence, it would lead to considerable trouble. However, it seems his spouse has long since been lost to him. Let him do as he pleases, for it matters not to you. Chapter 34. Lu Turin's Extraordinary Encounter. The third year, January, something is amiss. This feels profoundly wrong. As another new moon dawns, after 2 months of practicing the Iron Zombie technique, you gaze into the mirror, and your world shatters. The individual reflected remains the same. Despite the disguise rendering your features rather ordinary, you are acutely aware of the exquisite beauty concealed beneath. Your physique remains striking, perfect enough to befit a collector of youthful admirers. Yet, a question arises: why have I turned yellow? Staring at the yellow figure in the mirror, you pinch your thigh and rub your eyes, questioning whether your vision has faltered or if you are ensnared in an illusion. Regrettably, neither is the case. Just last month, your skin radiated a luminous, cool white, but after tonight's arduous training, it has inexplicably transformed. You are perplexed. The practice of the Iron Zombie technique will indeed alter one's complexion according to the constitution it ultimately cultivates. The most rudimentary flesh zombie results in pale skin. while a copper zombie yields a yellow hue, and an iron zombie produces a reddish tint. Merely a month ago, you reveled in the fairness of your skin, confident that your superior training regimen could only lead to the legendary white jade zombie constitution. Yet now, your complexion has distinctly shifted to the yellow associated with the copper zombie. Moreover, this yellow is excessively pronounced. The manual of the iron zombie technique elaborates thoroughly on variations in skin tone. Typically, the yellow of a copper zombie is merely a subtle hue, imparting an appearance of slight malnutrition. However, the yellow you now possess is strikingly pronounced. The only distinction between me and a yellow figure is the absence of sweetness. You shield your eyes, unable to bear the sight. A once vibrant human has overnight morphed into a human-shaped sponge, a distressing transformation indeed. Should you venture into the streets, the likelihood of being mistaken for a monster is high. Fortunately, aside from martial arts, you possess some knowledge of cosmetics, and given the current chilly weather, a bit of makeup on your hands, neck, and face will suffice for a normal outing. The third year, February, I have turned red. After a full month of being a little yellow person, this morning, a glance in the mirror revealed yet another transformation. From a little yellow figure, I have evolved into a boiled crab. The redness is astonishingly authentic. First, the pale of a flesh zombie, then the yellow of a copper zombie, and now the red of an iron zombie. Very well, I shall observe what splendidly vibrant color you will ultimately bestow upon me. With a slight pout and a deft hand, she skillfully applied her makeup, her delicate fingers perfectly poised. 3 months had passed, and her complexion had transformed thrice. To be honest, one had grown accustomed to it. Moreover, the progress of mastering the iron stiffness technique was now beyond halfway to perfection. Just 3 more months of perseverance were required before resuming work. Upon arriving at the gate, I was met with the sight of 4 promising future sons-in-law of the Grand Xianxia, engaged in an intense discussion with the master, Xianxia. One apprentice, noticing my entrance, hurriedly exclaimed, Instructor Li, something significant has occurred." I did not respond to him, but instead inhaled deeply, finding the absence of the usual fragrant breakfast unsettling. As I lifted my gaze, I observed the 8 immortals table, which each morning overflowed with breakfast, now completely barren. My brow furrowed. Indeed, something substantial had transpired. "Have you heard, Instructor Li?" The apprentice blinked. "I have not heard, but I have seen," I replied, my lips curling downwards. "What?" The 4 apprentices in Master Xianxia were taken aback. I pulled out a chair and sat, my tone filled with lamentation as I remarked, "The promise of a meal has vanished. Is this not a grave matter? I must inform you, I am unwell, afflicted by a peculiar ailment that deprives me of the strength to concoct the secret elixir for the iron stiffness technique." "Huh? Yes. Quickly prepare a meal. Ensuring Instructor Li is well fed is of utmost importance." Upon hearing that the matter concerned the secret elixir, Xianxia, who had recently gained considerable renown in the bustling marketplace, grew anxious and urged the 4 apprentices to cook, while he retreated to fetch a plate of pastries to tide me over. Martial artists tend to have hearty appetites, especially before reaching the realm of true energy. Their craving for sustenance rivals that of hyenas for carrion. The moment a plate of sweet and flaky pastries graced my palate, my spirits lifted, and curiosity about the significant event began to stir within me. "Master, what were you discussing earlier?" Xianxia pulled his chair closer, exclaiming, "Let me tell you, this matter is of great magnitude. You know Lu Turin from the Lu family in our county, right? The one who raised quite a commotion the other night, disturbing the entire town." Yes, what of him? Did someone kill him?" Upon hearing Lu Turin's name, my heart quickened, secretly wishing for misfortune to befall my rival. "Not at all." Xianxia shook his head, a hint of envy in his voice. "Old Lu's ancestral grave has emitted green smoke. Lu Turin has become a martial arts master, certainly destined to be immortalized in the county annals." "Is that so?" As Xianxia continued to elaborate, riddled with superfluous chatter and his own embellishments, I began to understand. Approximately 2 months prior, a band of ruthless and bloodthirsty villains had invaded the region of the Jian Prefecture, seizing control of the Great Wolf Mountain and establishing a bandit stronghold known as Iron Wolf Village. In the intervening 2 months, Iron Wolf Village had wreaked havoc upon the surrounding villages and towns. It was said that they even massacred an entire village, displaying an audacious arrogance. Certainly, the authorities were not merely idle spectators. They had dispatched troops multiple times to suppress the bandits. However, the geographical advantages of the Great Wolf Mountain made it easy to defend but difficult to assault. Moreover, the three leaders of Iron Wolf Village were all formidable martial artists at the Chi Master level. Although there exist higher realms, such as Master, Grandmaster, and Extreme, Chi Master level represents the pinnacle of martial arts accessible to most practitioners. In any context, such individuals are capable of commanding respect and authority. Iron Wolf Village, fortified by its advantageous location and its three Chi Master leaders, had caused significant casualties among the government forces who failed to subdue them. Yet just 3 days prior, this band of outlaws encountered their nemesis. Lu Turen, accompanied by his wife, visited the renowned Lingyun Temple in Xianxia Prefecture to pay their respects. Along the way, they caught the attention of the Iron Wolf Village members. The band of robbers sent to ambush them was utterly defeated by Lu Turen, who dispatched them with a few swift strikes. The infamous Iron Wolf Village could not allow this affront to go unpunished, and all three leaders descended the mountain to confront him. In this dire situation, Lu Turen found himself in a precarious position. Though he was also a Chi Master, having cultivated an exceptional martial art to its pinnacle, he faced overwhelming odds against three opponents, each accompanied by nearly 100 followers. In a desperate bid for survival, Lu Turen fled, helplessly watching as his beautiful wife was captured by Iron Wolf Village. At that critical moment, witnesses reported that Lu Turen, upon seeing his beloved wife abducted, seemed to recall some traumatic experience. After sprinting a few dozen meters, he unleashed a thunderous roar towards the heavens, achieving a breakthrough from the pinnacle of Chi Master to the realm of a martial arts master. Chapter 35. A little golden figure? In the third year, after hearing the tale of Lu Turen's triumphant breakthrough during battle, his furious retaliation against Iron Wolf Village, and his successful rescue of his beautiful wife, tales that were celebrated far and wide, you found yourself at a loss for words, even losing your appetite. You were both fearful for your second brother's life and concerned that he had not met a sufficiently grim fate. Yet, now it seemed that not only was your brother alive and well, but he had also become a martial arts master, rendering you speechless. Furthermore, you harbored a nagging suspicion that there was more to Lu Turen's recent exploits than met the eye. It was not merely your suspicious nature that led you to think this. Unlike those who simply consumed the gossip without a second thought, you had a deeper understanding of Lu Turen. Lu Turen was no protagonist. Outside of the main narrative, one rarely encounters a breakthrough in battle. However, it appeared that your brother had grown more astute. You chuckled inwardly, engaging in a moment of perspective shift. If you were a bandit leader, what would your motivations for claiming a mountain stronghold be? Undoubtedly, it would be for the sake of wealth. Thus, in adherence to the traditional practices of banditry, one would choose a lair either near trade routes for ambushing caravans or in the mountains, but not in desolate, uninhabited terrains for miles around, making it convenient to plunder nearby villages and towns. Regardless of the path chosen by bandits, it was inconceivable that they would be mindlessly bloodthirsty. Murder, after all, serves merely as a means for them to amass wealth and establish authority. Regardless of their profession, even bandits must cultivate a certain degree of popularity to thrive. Otherwise, what is the point of raiding a village, slaughtering its inhabitants, or ambushing a merchant convoy only to squander their gains? Such actions would amount to nothing more than sheer exploitation of resources. Yet, the Iron Wolf stronghold has chosen precisely this path. Within a mere 2 months of their arrival, they have already decimated several villages, their hands stained with the blood of thousands. The region surrounding the Great Wolf Mountain consists of only a handful of villages and towns. If they continue this way, within a 50-mile radius of the mountain, the only beings capable of walking would be themselves, aside from the monkeys inhabiting the mountain. What then would they subsist on, and what would they plunder? If it were anyone else, they might conclude that the Iron Wolf stronghold simply seeks wealth. But it is evident that this band of marauders is driven by a primal lust for bloodshed, reveling in the act of wielding their blades. However, one knows that Lu Turen and the entire Lu clan are notorious for their insatiable hunger for human lives. It is well understood how Lu Turen has recently been manipulated and how he has offended his superior, Chun Nanbua, who oversees the collection of blood. In the Shang Kingdom, not only in the Jian Prefecture, one can surmise that similar organizations, akin to Chun Nanbua and Lu Turen, clandestinely exploit human lives for blood. The actions of the Iron Wolf stronghold, which starkly contradict the typical behavior of bandits, become comprehensible when viewed through the lens of blood collection. They do not act as bandits in pursuit of wealth. Rather, they seek human blood. In particular, one recalls how Lu Turen had been misled into a state of folly. relentlessly undermining Chun Nanbua and his subordinates, who also engage in the collection of blood, for over 6 months. Every endeavor is fraught with the fear of deliberate sabotage. With Lu Turin acting as an insider, it is evident that Chun Nanbua has likely failed to procure a significant amount of blood during that time. Should Chun Nanbua have a superior, it is inevitable that he would be compelled to replenish the blood he has lacked over the past 6 months. Thus, the Iron Wolf Stronghold must be a new stratagem devised by Chun Nanbua or his subordinates. It is even conceivable that this so-called Iron Wolf Stronghold was orchestrated by Lu Turin himself. After all, there are no secrets that remain concealed forever. Even if Chun Nanbua is unaware that Lu Turin is the one sabotaging him, it is undeniable that Lu Turin, having been manipulated into a state of inefficacy, has become the least productive among Chun Nanbua's subordinates. Having offended his superior, he must find a way to achieve results. Coincidentally, Lu Turin's recent activities align with the suspicions regarding his clandestine attempts to achieve performance. This wily individual seems to be absent from home daily, accompanied by a band of subordinates, scouring the world for the esteemed General Sukoin. Yet, who can say whether he is truly seeking vengeance against you or is secretly plotting something altogether different? The method of collecting human blood through bandits is alarmingly swift. Gradually draining the lives of refugees for their blood is far too slow. Although refugees are abundant year after year, their numbers are limited. This pales in comparison to the direct approach of banditry, where few villages can yield thousands of pints of blood. However, such a lucrative method bears considerable risk. It's hard to believe that this practice of collecting human blood could be tolerated by the court if it were brought to light. The Iron Wolf Stronghold has caused such commotion. How could the military of Xian fail to subdue it, let alone the Imperial Army? Therefore, once a certain quantity of blood has been collected through these means, the Iron Wolf Stronghold must be obliterated to prevent any intervention from the court. Lu Turin's decisive victory, single-handedly annihilating the Iron Wolf Stronghold, fits the mold of a classic betrayal of those who have served their purpose. Thus, the scheming frog begins to probe your vulnerabilities once more. The Iron Wolf Stronghold was indeed orchestrated by Lu Turin, who, as a master, likely achieved his breakthrough in advance, seizing this opportunity to erase all traces of his deeds. In doing so, Lu Turin not only elevated his status before his superior, Prince Chun Nan, but also mitigated the negative impact of his previous lethargy, effectively achieving 2 objectives with 1 action. Having stolen the Emperor's coffin, he could still ascend to the rank of martial arts master. Impressive indeed. Lu Turin's newfound strength instills a sense of unease. Yet a moment's reflection reveals that fortune and misfortune are often intertwined. His recent breakthrough and endeavors to curry favor with superiors highlight a significant truth. After months of fruitless vengeance-seeking, his mind, once consumed by hatred, has finally regained its clarity, leading to a slackening in his pursuit of you. The enemy has grown stronger, yet their interest in you has waned. This turn of events brings mixed emotions. You scratch your head, feeling ambivalent about the outcome, as nothing significant has transpired. Perhaps after a few more years, once you have perfected your existing martial skills, you might be able to eliminate the old man upon your ascension to mastery. Commence the lesson, assemble. Year 3, March another spring arrives, heralding the revival of all living things and the warmth of the earth. Embracing the first rays of spring's morning light, you emerge from your confines. As per tradition, after a month of training, it is time to gaze into the mirror. Having experienced the hues of white, yellow, and red, you are eager to discover what color this month will bring. Standing before the bronze mirror, you take a deep breath and slowly open your eyes. Swish! My eyes! In that moment, the reflection nearly blinds you. The figure in the mirror radiates an opulent golden glow, embodying wealth and grandeur. Were it not for your hair, you might have mistaken the visage for one of the 18 bronze warriors summoned by a monk. No, not bronze warriors, tiny golden figures. You are quite unconvinced about the fact that someone else is standing atop the rolls. So, what have I actually practiced? Does the elusive iron zombie skill hold any credibility at all? The crux of the matter is, this skin tone cannot merely be concealed by makeup. Chapter 36. The Transformation of the Body. In the 3rd year, to be honest, this thing turning golden is rather exhilarating. Amidst the bittersweet joy of admiring the resplendent golden Li and little Li, you decide to abandon the notion of hiding your appearance with makeup. With this dazzling golden hue, it would be impossible to remain unnoticed while strolling through the streets. It's time to ask someone to cover for you. There is no way I can work this month. It's quite frustrating, yet there is little that can be done. Old Wong, Old Wong, are you home, Brother Wong? You call out from behind your courtyard gate, requesting your neighbor, Old Wong, to help you take a month off due to urgent matters. Then, you lock the gate securely, feigning an already departed demeanor. Sigh, shaking your head. A month of seclusion is trivial for you. Yet you can't help but worry about the fate of your unusual skin tone in the future, with your entire being aglow in golden brilliance. This hue is entirely unrecorded in the annals of the Iron Zombie skill. When faced with the unknown, one tends to feel a tad apprehensive. However, humans are adept at finding joy amidst adversity. As you acclimate, you find the golden sheen quite acceptable. At the very least, aside from the peculiar coloration, all other aspects seem unaffected. Naturally, you have pondered the strange cause behind this skin transformation, and after much contemplation, the only possible culprit appears to be the secret elixir concocted in the three-legged golden cauldron. The potion is excessively pure, potent, and fierce, likely leading to an anomaly in your practice of the Iron Zombie skill. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, you are convinced that this transformation must be beneficial. In the third year, April, after taking a month off to seclude yourself and cultivate the Iron Zombie skill, it is once again time for that exhilarating moment before the mirror. With your eyes closed, you approach the copper mirror, fervently praying in your heart. Open your eyes. Swish. The reflection in the mirror remains golden. However, the golden radiance has softened, and the color has lightened somewhat. It seems as though these golden hues are gradually being absorbed by your body. After observing the skin on your arms for a quarter of an hour, you confirm your suspicion. The golden light, which previously lingered solely on the surface of your skin, is now slowly retreating into the muscles, blood, fascia, and bones beneath, resembling a process of absorption. At this rate, by next month, I should be able to regain my normal skin tone, coinciding perfectly with the completion of the body-tempering phase of the Iron Zombie skill. You finally set your mind at ease. The skin is neither pale, nor yellow, nor red. The physique obtained after a month is certainly not that of flesh, copper, or iron. Given the current circumstances, it is highly unlikely that it is the fabled Jade Corpse. You harbor serious doubts regarding the upper limits of the physique grade of the Iron Corpse technique. There must be more than just the Jade variant. Your golden radiance stands as a testament to this notion. Beyond the Jade body, there must undoubtedly exist another variant physique. Could it be the Golden Corpse? The manual does not specify. Thus, you have taken the liberty to name it based on its characteristics, the Golden Corpse. Though somewhat pedestrian, you find comfort in the commonplace, as you're allergic to elegance. As for which is superior between the golden and jade corpses, it is difficult to ascertain. They say gold and silver possess value, while jade is priceless. It sounds as if jade surpasses gold, yet you have never subscribed to this belief. If presented with a pound of gold alongside a piece of jade or emerald, regardless of its quality, your unrefined nature would always lead you to choose gold. The third year, may another month has elapsed. Before dawn breaks, you lie comfortably on your board, blissfully absorbing the chill of the earth below. Now, the sensation of the underground cold is far removed from the liquid nitrogen chill of 6 months prior. The coolness now envelopes you like a refreshing sip of ice-cold cola, invigorating both body and soul. After a brief interval, as the first light of morning dawns, the neighbor's large yellow dog once again usurps the rooster's role, barking joyfully to welcome the sun. The chilling energy within your coffin is dispelled by the sunlight. You stretch languidly, your gluteal muscles subtly flexing and in a supine position. You leap out of the 5-meter deep pit. This formidable physical prowess and control over your muscle power easily surpass all martial artists below the Chi realm, nearing half of your peak condition before you abandon your martial skills. The Iron Corpse technique has reached perfection. The time invested was neither too little nor too much. Precisely 6 months. You are not in a rush to verify how much stronger you have become compared to 6 months ago, adhering to your usual practice. You turn to the mirror. A round of applause ensues. How splendid. You laugh heartily as you behold the reflection. Fair skin, rosy complexion, and a visage that, along with your physique and aura, would undoubtedly elevate you to legendary status in the realm of youthful suitors, establishing you as the unrivaled champion among the elite. More importantly, your complexion is no longer unconventional. You can finally stroll under the sun without having to rely on cosmetics to blend into society. What a relief. You feel immensely satisfied, just as you prepare to dress for the next phase when, out of the corner of your eye, a glimmer of gold reflects from the mirror. You quickly lower your gaze, part your legs, and a second later, Your complexion pales dramatically. The magic orb is still golden. A sense of impending doom washes over you, nearly driving you to despair. On your skin, there lingers a trace of golden residue. Such remnants are inconsequential to you, yet why must they manifest in that particular spot? Having been cooped up at home for 2 months, you had meticulously planned your escapade while lying on the board last night. If normalcy were to return today, you would surely rally Xiao Balian and Old Wong next door for a night of indulgence at the bar street. Perhaps if the spirits moved you, you might even dare to challenge your previous record. Li, the invincible sharpshooter of the bar street, it is time to re-emerge and astonish countless brothers and sisters anew. Yet, how can I maintain my nonchalance in the face of such ridicule? Why must it be there? Even a blemish on your face would be more tolerable. Frustrated, you struck your thigh in anger, inadvertently delivering a painful blow to a sensitive spot, causing a sharp jolt of pain. In an instant, the golden essence that had been struck began to spread and envelop you. Within mere seconds, you were transformed back into your former golden self. However, this time, instead of a normal humanoid form, you had morphed into a diminutive golden hulk. Your height surged to 2 meters, your previously elegant and flawless muscles swelling rapidly, exuding waves of heat as moisture evaporated from your body under the excessive temperature, leaving you shrouded in a golden haze. You were taken aback, not due to concerns over your appearance, but rather the sheer magnitude of your newfound strength. Truth be told, this transformation had emerged during your 3rd simulation, an unintended consequence of mastering an array of martial arts techniques. The alteration in your physique did not shake your well-informed heart. Your astonishment stemmed from the overwhelming power coursing through you. Chapter 37, Invincible? In the 3rd year, May before the mirror, you stood resplendent in gold. Enveloped in a hazy golden mist, tall and robust, with muscles bulging like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Yet, the expression of this golden figure bore an air of bewilderment. The sensation of power was utterly surreal. Placing your hand upon your chest, you felt the vigorous thrum of your heart, each beat compelling your palm to leap away. It was as if the pulsating organ within you was not flesh and blood, but mechanical furnace, each throb transmitting an immense force throughout your limbs. With a mere thought, the ground reverberated with the sound of something heavy falling. As a colossal axe, an imposing weapon weighing 300 pounds, descended from the simulation space. At first glance, a 300-pound weapon may not seem remarkable. You too once held such a belief before immersing yourself in martial arts. Yet in truth, both you and others harbor a profound misunderstanding of the weight of weaponry. In a world devoid of extraordinary power systems, a weapon weighing over 15 pounds is deemed a heavy weapon. A weapon weighing between 60 to 80 pounds approaches the upper limit of what a single soldier can wield as a heavy weapon. Yet, in this current realm endowed with martial prowess, it is rare for anyone to engage in combat wielding a weapon exceeding 150 pounds. Even the esteemed martial masters, who possess the nascent ability to fly, predominantly wield blades that weigh under 100 pounds. It is not that they lack the strength to lift a weapon weighing 300 pounds. Indeed, a martial master could effortlessly raise 1,000 or even 10,000 pounds. However, the ability to lift a weight is entirely distinct from the capacity to wield it adeptly and execute intricate maneuvers with ease. A person capable of forcibly lifting 400 pounds would find it utterly impossible to single-handedly swing a 30-pound barrel of water as if it were a baseball bat to hit a baseball. Such a feat would be unachievable even with both hands. During the 3rd simulation, your ability to wield this colossal axe in battle can be attributed solely to your exceptional nature. Despite being merely a lowly figure in the body tempering stage, you have forged a physique more formidable than that of a martial master by acquiring a repertoire of 52nd and 3rd-rate martial techniques. You embody a pure brawler, having allocated all your attribute points to strength. However, that was before you sacrificed your martial skills. Prior to your transformation into a golden-skinned Arhut through the brutal beating of the magic orb, you were still self-aware enough not to entertain the thought of wielding this giant axe. You understood that, although first-rate martial techniques are powerful, the enhancements provided by merely 2 such techniques could never rival the benefits of 52nd and 3rd-rate techniques. But now, you take a deep breath and grasp the axe handle with one hand. Whoosh! The 300-pound Xianxia giant axe is effortlessly lifted, and you scarcely register its weight. It feels as though we're not a massive axe, but rather a mere stick weighing 2 or 3 pounds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. You swing the giant axe with one hand, first delivering powerful strikes, then executing swift stops. You even extend your arm, gripping the very end of the handle, and carve your name into the wall with the blade, finishing by casually etching a flower. You are both exhilarated and incredulous. This newfound strength surpasses even your peak capabilities prior to sacrificing your martial arts. You engage your keen mind, swiftly calculating the magnitude of your current strength. In scientific terms, your static lifting capability for weaponry is approximately 600 pounds. While a practitioner of first-rate martial arts in the chi condensation stage typically does not exceed a static grip strength of 200 pounds. You possess the remarkable ability to prevent your forearm grip strength, approximately 900 pounds, from losing its hold while wielding weapons, especially when compared to the formidable practitioners of martial arts of the chi realm, whose grip strength ranges only between 300 to 400 pounds. Furthermore, you can balance the reactive force experienced during weapon strikes, sustaining a core support strength exceeding 3,000 pounds, while the Chi Realm warriors do not surpass 400 pounds. Most astonishingly, your peak explosive power in arm acceleration when wielding weapons reaches an astounding 100,000 pounds, whereas the Chi Realm practitioners possess merely 3,000 to 5,000 pounds. To put it in simpler terms, within the current, rather primitive martial arts circles of this world, you can swing a 300-pound giant axe with the finesse of a needle. This individual seems capable of shouldering the weight of Kunlun, surpassing even the might of celestial beings descending to earth. Even the colossal stone lions at the city gates, weighing thousands of pounds, could be effortlessly lifted with one hand, resembling a child's wooden puppet in ease. Such raw strength must surely exceed 100,000 pounds. A martial artist with such an extraordinary physical power is unheard of in this world, let alone seen. It is a concept that has never even been whispered. Typically, martial arts masters, even those enhanced by internal chi, would be reduced to mere rubble in terms of strength when compared to you. I am truly astounded by this revelation. You are overwhelmed with excitement, but the testing is not yet complete. Having established your strength, the next phase involves assessing your self-healing capabilities and defensive prowess. You raise the giant axe, cautious not to exert too much force, and bring it down toward your other arm. With a clang, as the blade meets your skin, sparks erupt, and your flesh transforms into a golden hue, seemingly acquiring the properties of a super alloy. This defense is rather impressive. Growing bolder, you gradually increase the force of your strikes. With a cacophony of sparks flying, it eventually occurs that when you swing with approximately 1/3 of your strength, the sound shifts from the crisp clang of metal to a ripping noise. A wound, the length of a palm, appears on your arm, and pure golden blood begins to gush forth. Does this thing inflict such pain? You grimace, but before you can fully react, the wound on your arm has already healed completely, leaving no trace of injury behind. Incredible. This is truly invincible. Your strength surpasses that of martial arts masters. Your defensive capabilities rival those of practitioners with chi shielding, and your recovery ability is nothing short of miraculous. When all is considered, you have surpassed your peak combat prowess prior to your self-imposed abandonment of martial arts. Oh, dear brother, is it truly such an achievement to ascend to the level of martial arts master? I, your elder brother, can still easily match you. Reflecting on this, you feel an immense sense of satisfaction and gratitude for the decision to abandon your martial arts and begin anew. However, in the next instant, an overwhelming wave of hunger, thirst, and exhaustion engulfs you, crashing upon you like a tsunami. You gazed into the mirror, swiftly transforming from a towering golden giant to a figure of ordinary height. As the resplendent hue of your skin receded, leaving only the demon king still aglow, your skin became parched and desiccated, muscles contracted, resembling a cadaver scarcely buried, still in a semi-dry state. With a sudden thud, you collapsed to the ground, devoid of even the strength to move a finger. A faint instinct warned you that without prompt nourishment, death was imminent. In the third year, if sustenance and hydration were not procured within a minute, demise was certain. This was the body's primal instinct crying out for salvation. Were it another, this predicament would surely lead to a fatal end. Alone in your home, with no strength left to even gesture or speak, how could survival be possible? Yet fortunately, you were indestructible. With a mere thought, you opened the portal of the simulated space directly to your stomach, bypassing the need for mastication and the journey down the esophagus. First, you imbibed the crisp mountain spring water, filling your belly. Then, a miraculous event unfolded. The moment the water entered your stomach, it seemed to evaporate instantaneously, while your shriveled body regained its moisture and luster, vitality slowly returning. Gradually, you sat up. Thirst had vanished, yet hunger persisted, but now you possessed the strength to eat. You indulged in a grand feast, consuming for a full hour before pausing. Glancing in a mirror, you saw that indeed you had restored your form. The elegant, handsome, and golden-hued Li Mu had returned. After a moment's contemplation, you gritted your teeth and raised your hand to strike the magic orb once more. With a swift motion, the golden Arhut Mu materialized again. This time, you did nothing but stand there, silently counting the seconds in your mind. When 2 minutes elapsed, the sensations of thirst, hunger, and fatigue surged back, and the cadaverous Mu reappeared. Without hesitation, you drank and showcased your prowess. You spent the entire day in this simple repetition of growing larger and reverting to the state of a desiccated corpse, continuously testing and contemplating. As the moon ascended the treetops, you lay on the ground, panting, a smile on your lips, hoarsely uttering a word of satisfaction. After a day of experimentation, you reached a conclusion. The ultimate result of practicing the Iron Zombie technique was not the Flesh Zombie, Copper Zombie, Iron Zombie, nor the legendary Jade Zombie. Instead, you had acquired a new variant of physique, one not documented in martial arts tomes, which you named the Golden Zombie Body. Activating the Golden Zombie Body required striking the magic orb. Once awakened, you would possess over 100,000 pounds of immense strength, with significant enhancements to defense, recovery, and explosive power. Regrettably, the duration can only be sustained for 2 minutes, whether engaged in fierce combat or merely standing idle. However, within these 2 minutes, apart from being unable to fly and lacking the vital energies, such as true chi or formidable aura, to unleash flamboyant special attacks, the destructive power you can wield is indistinguishable from that of a genuine martial arts master. Alas, it is merely 2 fleeting minutes. Once those 2 minutes elapse, you shall perish. No amount of excessive indulgence will allow for recovery. This implies that the Golden Corpse technique must be reserved as a last resort for survival. It is a card that should never be recklessly played unless faced with imminent danger. If it fails to vanquish the enemy within those 2 minutes, it is you who will meet your demise. It is undoubtedly a high-risk, high-reward gambit akin to a suicidal trump card. If it were another transmigrator, they might indeed treat this technique as a sealed ace in the hole. But who am I? You chuckled derisively, rising with confidence and defiantly raising your middle finger toward the heavens. I am Li Mu, a man capable of defeating 10 adversaries in the brothels. Even the notoriously restrictive and troublesome simulator has become a well-behaved darling in my hands. How dare the trivial Golden Corpse technique impose restrictions upon me? 2 minutes? Even Ultraman can endure for 3. Such limitations are unworthy of entry into my skill repertoire. Taking a deep breath, you reach within, successfully transforming into the Golden Body Arhut. But this time, it is different. It is truly different. This incarnation of the Golden Body Arhut, in contrast to your previously slender frame, now boasts a waist thicker than a rural water jug, and your belly is proudly swollen, akin to a mother carrying 8 offspring. The golden radiance emanating from your body, a result of your elevated temperature, is more intense than ever before. Behold the Golden Body Gluttonous Arhut. Restrictions? Watch as I shatter the bonds of limitation with a single punch, liberating my trump card. Standing in the courtyard, you remain indifferent to movement. For the Golden Corpse technique's duration remains unchanged regardless of combat. You simply await the passage of time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, the fixed duration of the Golden Corpse technique has arrived, but the Golden Body Gluttonous Arhut remains steadfast. Only the massive belly visibly contracts and expands. At this moment, within your stomach lies an outlet connected to a simulated space. An array of dried meats, grains, fine wines, and fresh water flows into your belly like a dam bursting. Your stomach operates like a high-temperature steel furnace, devouring food at an astonishing rate, refining it within 3 to 5 seconds, transforming it into the energy required to sustain the formidable strength of the Golden Corpse technique throughout your body. 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. The duration of the Golden Corpse technique has already surpassed 3 times its original length and continues unabated. Until the 10-minute mark, your resplendent form began to revert to its normal shape. However, your skin did not appear withered, nor did you resemble a lifeless corpse sprawled on the ground. A soft chuckle escaped your lips as you realized the experiment had succeeded. The limitations of the golden zombie physique could not possibly surpass the vastness of your imagination and extraordinary enhancements. You felt that your clever mind was far superior to that of 100 Luturans combined. Since the transformation into the golden zombie required substantial replenishment of water and food afterward, it indicated that these essentials were the very energy sustaining your formidable transformation for those 2 minutes. Given your current physical condition and the nutrients stored within, you could only maintain the transformation for that brief span. For others, this tactic would be insurmountable. One could hardly combat while simultaneously indulging in a feast. Even if one attempted to do so, mere verbal replenishment would never suffice to counterbalance the consumption. Yet, you were different, a man who had just traversed into a new world, wielding extraordinary abilities and daring enough to cultivate a deep resolve in public. The simulated space connected directly to your stomach, providing sustenance that could last until dawn. Of course, reaching dawn was a mere fantasy. In reality, by the 10-minute mark, you began to feel the strain. The demand for nutrients would escalate as time progressed in the golden zombie form. By the time you reached 10 minutes, you discovered that the conventional food supplies in the simulated space could no longer keep pace with your consumption. If this continued, you would inevitably suffer the fate of becoming a desiccated husk. However, there existed a solution. By seeking out food with a higher energy content, you could extend your transformation duration. You pondered thoughtfully. In the present circumstances, such high-energy food sources were not difficult to find. If one were impoverished, a simple solution of concentrated sugar water would suffice. If funds were not an issue, chocolates, energy gels, or even contacting a food manufacturer for specially compressed high-calorie nutritional bars could be viable options. Alas, this was not the modern world. Even sugar was a standard luxury, let alone energy bars or chocolates. Nonetheless, you had a plan. Chapter 39. The King of Perfection. In the 3rd year, may this world lack chocolate, but boasted something even more astonishing. Elixirs. You rummaged through the simulated space and uncovered a tattered book. The title reading The Beginner's Guide to Alchemy. It had been gifted to you by a rather unpromising old alchemist during a previous simulation. While you had no interest in self-teaching the art of alchemy at the moment, nor the energy or time to devote to it, finding an alchemist and spending a bit of silver to assist in developing a high-calorie elixir composed entirely of food ingredients was a manageable endeavor. With a more compact and calorically dense energy source in hand, the duration of your golden zombie form could undoubtedly be extended, perhaps elevating it from a formidable ability to a mere regular attack. The status of an alchemist is indeed quite lofty, surpassing that of a martial artist. Yet you lack the necessary connections in that realm. There is no need for haste. One must take their time. Moreover, you have more pressing matters at hand. With both primary martial arts perfected, it is now time to select the next technique to cultivate. In the simulation space, there are still 15 esteemed martial arts tomes available for selection. Fearing the paralysis of choice, you resolve to select blindly, grasping whatever tome fate presents. Rubbing your hands together, you reach into the simulation space. Let us see which fortunate martial art has chosen you. What is this? No, this won't do. Holding a tome titled Iron Leg Water Drift, a familiar figure emerges in your mind. After 30 years of arduous practice, the moment has finally arrived to put it to use. Wait, no. If I have options, I shan't practice this. Shaking your head vigorously, you banish the memory of that acquaintance and delve back into the tomes. Thunderous palm. Another familiar visage surfaces. What is this madness? Persisting in your quest. You reach once more, and finally, a worthy tome appears. Imperial Extreme, Shocking Fist. This one is promising. Its name alone suggests extraordinary prowess. Another acquaintance with an oversized grin invades your thoughts. Is today a reunion of sorts? You recall having watched a video ranking the top 10 martial arts masters who, despite their flamboyant entrances, performed poorly in actual combat. All 3 techniques you considered were featured on that list, alongside the Grandmaster, Xianxia, and the Jade-Faced Hand Grenade King. Bah! I refuse to be swayed by superstition. So what if the names are similar? This tome must be genuinely formidable. Resolutely, you choose to cultivate the Imperial Extreme, Shocking Fist. As you open the martial arts manual and read attentively, the very first sentence fills you with euphoria akin to discovering treasure. Remarkably, the opening line is not a description of the technique, but a handwritten introduction by the esteemed Master Zhan Taishan. A punch that astonishes the heavens. Its might is the decree of the skies. The Imperial Extreme Shocking Fist was originally a secret martial art of the royal family of the Yu Kingdom. ranking among the top 10 ultimate skills in the world. Tragically, 2 centuries ago, the Yu royal family perished in a joint assault by the Shang and Liang nations. And in their final moments, they destroyed their arsenal, resulting in half of the imperial extreme shocking fist being lost and relegated to a mere first-rate technique. Such a pity. Such lamentation. I knew I had not made a wrong choice. Nodding vigorously, you recognized that even the revered Master Zhang Taishan, acknowledged as the foremost martial artist of the Shang nation, holds this technique in high regard. The strength of this martial art is undoubtedly formidable. The complete version encompasses the ultimate secret art, renowned as the most formidable fist technique in the world. Even if merely half remains, it can still rank among the top-tier martial arts. To forego such an opportunity would indeed be a tremendous loss. However, upon a meticulous reading, your brow furrows in contemplation. It is quite unprecedented to encounter a technique that, at the body tempering stage, emphasizes the cultivation of one's mental state, necessitating the unity of knowledge and action for effective training. One cannot help but acknowledge that the peculiar nature of the Emperor's astonishing fist far surpasses that of the Iron Zombie technique, with its method of cultivation exuding an aura of abnormality. Surprisingly, the initial step in mastering this discipline does not involve standing postures, breathing techniques, or the amalgamation of secret elixirs into routines. In fact, during the body tempering phase of this martial art, the notion of secret elixirs is entirely absent. What is essential for its practice is the nurturing of a tranquil mental state. The manual articulates that the Emperor's astonishing fist is the fist of royalty, embodying the kingly and tyrannical essence. Even for the most rudimentary training at the body tempering stage, one must first cultivate a royal dragon aura before commencing practice. Failing to do so could result in dire consequences. Nonetheless, this so-called royal dragon aura is not a fantastical concept. Rather, it refers to a mindset of a ruler, a profound conviction of being superior to all others. Such a mentality is not easily fostered, and most individuals would hesitate to embrace it. Even in the long-vanished state of you, only the emperor and the current crown prince dared to nurture such an attitude. Of course, this exalted royal demeanor, which asserts one's supremacy over all beings, represents the optimal mental state for practicing the Emperor's astonishing fist. Those unable to cultivate this aura have alternative options, such as adopting a domineering mindset or relentless determination to conquer all. Yet, regardless of the mindset one chooses, embarking upon this journey is no trivial feat. However, one might ponder, cannot anyone with hands undertake this endeavor? After accepting the peculiarity of the Emperor's astonishing fist, a sly smile graces your lips. For individuals born and raised in this world, unless they come from royal lineage, particularly as a prince from birth, it is virtually impossible to cultivate the royal dragon aura. They remain oblivious to the nuances of royal life, let alone nurturing such an essence. But you, the illustrious transcendent, are distinctly different. The royal dragon aura? What significance does it hold? I possess a far superior mental state, one that requires no cultivation, as it accompanies me inherently. With a smile curling at the corners of your mouth, as your thoughts oscillate, subtle shifts in your facial features manifest. During your secluded retreat at home, you had not donned a disguise. The visage of Li Mu remained. Yet now, while the face is unchanged and the gaze retains its former intensity, the overall impression conveyed is markedly different. It emanates a pure indifference, a stark distance akin to that of a higher dimensional being regarding a lower dimensional one, devoid of any personal sentiment. The imperial court wields the power of life and death, capable of sending corpses adrift for miles with but a thought. Yet, is that truly remarkable? For those who traverse dimensions, the ones willing to open their hearts are friends, beloveds, confidants, and brothers. Even a stray dog by the roadside can become a cherished pet with time and care. Conversely, for those unwilling to connect, whether you are an emperor or supreme martial artist, regardless of your exalted status or unparalleled strength, in the eyes of a traveler from another realm, you are but one thing, merely a native, a collection of pretenders. What about a mindset that transcends all beings? Such notions are utterly laughable. It is far more gratifying to disregard the entire world. In the third year, nothing compares to the sense of superiority that emerges from the traveler's steely heart and elevated perspective. What of grand masters, invincible realms, or noble lords? Even if you are the sovereign of heaven and earth, what does it matter? You may adjust your mindset and confront your inner self. as if erecting a towering wall within your heart. A punch that astonishes the heavens. Is the punch's might not the decree of the cosmos? No. My heart is the decree of the cosmos. The universe bows low before me. This represents a mindset that surpasses the so-called imperial aura, transcending the comprehension of the creator of the imperial extreme heaven punch. All of it is worthless. You nonchalantly turn the pages of the manual, continuing to examine how to cultivate the mindset necessary for the imperial extreme heaven punch. Is this madness? Is it never-ending? Even if you maintain the traveler's indifferent attitude towards the world, you are astonished by the content on this page. What does it say? In essence, break before you rebuild, and no shame to find courage. In simpler terms, cultivate the heart of a champion. The imperial aura is merely the beginning of this martial art's mindset. Having cultivated it, you must then dismantle it. You must endure humiliation, face disdain, and experience the bitter fall from grace, tasting the despair and resentment of plummeting from the heights to the depths. The core philosophy is, only through enduring hardships can one rise above others. The true mindset of a formidable warrior cannot be mere theoretical musings. A strong person who has never faced humiliation is a paper tiger. They shall never grasp the imperial extreme heaven punch. Once you achieve this breaking and rebuilding, the practice of the imperial extreme heaven punch will come as if aided by divine intervention. Consequently, the body-tempering phase of this martial art does not require secret elixirs, nor does it involve the rigorous physical training of stances and techniques. All cultivation during this phase occurs within the mind, refining the spirit in place of actual physical practice. After initially cultivating a mindset, one must engage in a profound reconstruction of that mindset through the process of breaking down and rebuilding. Each time one faces humiliation in reality, they should mentally envision an obstacle, diligently training according to the secret techniques of the imperial ultimate sky-shattering fist, striving to shatter it with their fists. Concurrently, one's physical body will also experience the requisite strengthening and advancement. For the imperial ultimate sky-shattering fist, achieving the ultimate state of mind serves as the finest elixir. Upon perusing the peculiar training methods of this martial art, one might instinctively feel disheartened. However, upon reflection, one might begrudgingly concede that there exists a certain scientific rationale behind this martial practice. Recalling a report encountered prior to one's journey through time, one remembers the concept of mental visualization training. A group of idle scientists, bored and inquisitive, gathered a band of equally idle volunteers to embark on an experiment exploring whether mental training could indeed enhance physical capabilities. The scientists established a control group, where two sets of individuals maintained identical daily routines and diets. One group engaged in actual physical training for an hour each day, while the other group engaged in mental visualization of exercise for an hour. After 100 days, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. Among the volunteers in the visualization training group, numerous individuals exhibited genuine physical enhancements as if they had undergone actual training. This notion, once a mere source of amusement before the transition, now resonates differently in light of encountering the imperial ultimate sky-shattering fist. One cannot help but ponder the possibility that this method may indeed prove effective. Caught in a tug-of-war between the desire to retreat and the curiosity to experiment, an ethereal sound akin to a profound realization echoed in one's ears, reminiscent of the Buddha's enlightenment. Since I am here, and it is a festive season, why not give it a try? Indeed, the most unfavorable outcome would simply entail a few months of time wasted. As someone adept at simulation, time is a resource I possess in abundance. Thus, I resolve to give it a shot. Although I may lack the three-legged golden cauldron, I possess another powerful external aid that surpasses it. Taking a deep breath, I directed my gaze towards the distant martial arts dojo, pondering what could possibly challenge one's mindset more than being a son-in-law. Enduring humiliation, facing disdain, experiencing ridicule, being looked down upon, being smacked in the face. It is indeed a rare occurrence for a normal person to encounter such trials in reality. It may take months to find an individual audacious enough to inflict such insults. Yet for a son-in-law, this is merely the norm. Practicing the imperial ultimate sky-shattering fist, humiliation equates to ingesting an elixir, and considering the frequency of humiliation endured by a son-in-law, it becomes evident that this method may indeed surpass the efficacy of the three-legged golden cauldron. Rubbing my hands together, I found my enthusiasm growing with each contemplation. When it comes to being a son-in-law, it offers substantial benefits, and I need not truly assume that role. My family's master is the world's foremost trainer of son-in-law apprentices. I merely need to attend his simulated practice classes. Xianxia trains aspiring son-in-laws, imparting not only skills, but also a modern educational philosophy. He occasionally spends money to hire individuals to provide apprentices with simulated experiences, preparing them for the challenges they may encounter in their future roles. During your moments of idleness, you found great pleasure in watching these sessions. It was akin to binge-watching short dramas. Each viewing heightened your intrigue and enjoyment, to the point where you sometimes considered spending money to gain early access. Thus, it has been decided, I shall not become a son-in-law. Yet for the sake of honing my martial arts and embracing the challenges of self-discipline, this poses no significant issue. Nodding with satisfaction, you have always been a person of flexible principles. Once disdainful of son-in-laws, you now contemplate the role driven solely by potential benefits. However, you cannot proceed just yet. You must remain at home for another 10 days. Only after completing the first step of cultivating the mindset for the Imperial Extreme Sky Fist may you advance further. The first step is to maintain a detached demeanor for 10 consecutive days. Once accomplished, you will no longer need to consciously uphold this mindset in daily life. It will merely require switching to this state during training and combat. The master who conceived the Imperial Extreme Sky Fist likely understood that royal aura and a powerful mentality are fundamentally expressions of a contemptuous dominance over others. While this mindset is beneficial for cultivation, it is ill-suited for everyday life and social interactions. Why, you may ask? Because it invites trouble. Year 3, June with a creak. The long sealed gate of the courtyard slowly opens, stirring up dust. You shield your eyes, step over the threshold, and feel an overwhelming urge to indulge in some scallion and tofu. At last, you have emerged into the light after 3 long months. You have completed the cultivation of Iron Corpse technique and the first step in developing the mindset for Imperial Extreme Sky Fist. Finally, you need not maintain the demeanor of a traveler any longer. You can venture outside once more. Without a moment's hesitation, you decide to visit the neighbor, Old Wong, for a chat before hastening towards the entrance of the martial arts hall. After 3 months of absence, such behavior could understandably lead to a reprimand from the proprietor. Chapter 41. The Master's Connections. Year 3. June. Instructor Lee? Instructor Lee has returned. Master, it's Instructor Lee. As you push open the long-absent door to the entrance of the martial arts hall, an apprentice, sweeping the floor, drops their broom in astonishment. Their eyes wide as they rush toward the back courtyard. Is this excitement truly warranted? You find yourself puzzled, and as you breathe in, you realize the anticipated aroma of fresh food is yet to arrive. The entire atmosphere of the martial arts hall appears considerably more desolate than it did 3 months ago. It is as though, in your absence, this establishment, which ostensibly serves as a martial arts school but is, in reality, merely a vocational training institution, has lost its vitality. Where is Master Lee? Where is Li Mu? Suddenly, an excited shout erupted from the backyard. 2 seconds later, a disheveled man with dark circles under his eyes leaped gracefully, soaring 8 meters into the air, covering a distance of over 10 meters to land in the training arena. Despite the impressive height and distance of his leap, he touched down without stirring even a speck of dust. What remarkable agility! But who are you? The master of the hall? Upon closer inspection, you recognize the familiar features of the untidy man. None other than Xianxia. Li Mu. Xianxia strode forward, gripping your arm tightly. You actually know how to come back. 3 months. Do you have any idea how I've endured this time? How did you endure it? Xianxia's excitement suddenly gave way to embarrassment, and he fell silent. An apprentice nearby chuckled mischievously and chimed in. 3 months ago, the master got drunk and wagered on the street that he would challenge your legendary marksmanship. 1 against 10, 2 months later. But you left the next day without a word. Shut up, don't say that. Xianxia grew anxious, and you, intrigued, quickly interjected. It's fine, please continue. Master, you cannot suppress this. It's akin to me being unable to inquire privately. Xianxia paused, the tension easing, and the apprentice, still grinning, continued, without your secret elixir to assist his training. Our master's iron crotch skill has regressed rather than advanced. We advised him against going, but he stubbornly clung to his pride and ended up struggling. Not only could he not defeat 10 opponents, he couldn't even manage 6, and soon began to foam at the mouth. In the end, we had to carry him back. Since then, he hasn't set foot in the entertainment district and has been cooped up in the martial arts hall for over a month. Hey, how dare you laugh? Though lacking formal training, you managed to maintain a stoic expression, suppressing laughter. Master, you have endured much. This is my fault. Here, take this, my secret elixir for the Iron Crotch skill, as a token of my apology. I will cover all your elixirs for the next year, without charge. You felt a mixture of amusement and sympathy. Xianxia, perhaps shaped by the hardships he endured in his youth as a son-in-law, now, in middle age, had only one passion, to revel in indulgence and experience the carefree joy of a life steeped in pleasure. From what you have gathered, not only in Tuanshan County, but throughout the entire Jian Prefecture, Xianxia is a distinguished VIP at all the renowned brothels and entertainment venues. It must be quite a torment for him to abstain from these pleasures for over a month. In a flurry, he presented an oiled paper package, and Xianxia's face brightened with joy. At long last, he was finally returning to the brothel, eager to cleanse himself of the humiliation. Those scoundrels who had mocked him could await his triumphant return. Without a moment's hesitation, Xianxia turned and left, disregarding everything else, intent on brewing a bowl of his secret elixir first. He chuckled to himself as soon as he departed, for apprentices approached with awkward smiles. Masterly, about that secret elixir, could you spare us a little? No, he replied. You cannot visit the brothel, nor do you have wives. So what use would it be for you? You should focus on your training. However, once you marry, I assure you, I will ensure you do not bring shame upon yourselves. He waved them off, not out of reluctance, but from a fear that these force-spirited youths might inadvertently jeopardize their future prosperity. The apprentices grew anxious, showering him with flattery and pleas. Their curiosity and anticipation regarding the miraculous effects of the mysterious elixir were palpable. The results were undeniably impressive. Before practicing the Iron Crotch technique, their master could manage a mere 3. Yet since he began training in the Iron Crotch technique and consuming the secret elixir, it was as if he had been endowed with extraordinary powers. Even after a 2-month hiatus from the elixir, he could still accomplish 6. Albeit at the cost of exhausting himself to the point of foaming at the mouth. Nevertheless, that was a doubling of his abilities. Please, Masterly, that elixir is truly remarkable. Just let us taste a bit. Oh, then tell me, what makes it so exceptional? With his arms crossed behind his back, he feigned casual conversation, aware that after 3 months of seclusion, they were eager to connect with the world. Instantly, the apprentices began to extol its virtues, claiming that the elixir posed no harm to the body, serving purely as nourishment that offered gradual and lasting enhancements, and so forth. Wait, as he furrowed his brow, he questioned, how do you know this elixir is harmless? Masterly, you are unaware? One apprentice blinked, and upon his explanation, a glimmer of delight sparked within you. Your tenure as a newcomer had been brief, so you were indeed unaware of Xianxia's connections. However, these apprentices were well informed. Xianxia had a middle-aged confidant, a woman of considerable charm, associated with the Bayou sect. After your abrupt departure, Xianxia gazed despondently at the dwindling supply of the secret elixir. In a moment of resolve, he decided to experiment and uncover its secrets. Though he lacked the skills of an alchemist, under the tutelage of his charming confidant, he had gleaned some genuine insights into the art of dissecting medicinal properties. The powder concocted in the small golden tripod was so intricate that even a first-rate alchemist would struggle to discern its components, let alone Xianxia, who was merely an amateur. However, while the ingredients remained a mystery, the effects could indeed be analyzed. Xianxia confidently asserted that it was improbable for any other elixir in existence to be as extraordinarily beneficial to men as this one. Xianxia, surprisingly, has connections with alchemists. You couldn't help but chuckle, making an exception to provide the 4 junior apprentices with a sprinkle of secret medicinal powder. Having connections with alchemists is indeed advantageous. My potent rejuvenation elixir now has a promising prospect. What potent rejuvenation elixir? At this moment, having changed into clean clothes, arranged his handsome hairstyle, and consumed the secret medicine, Xianxia returned, his youthful face glowing once more, embodying the image of a dashing gentleman. There's nothing urgent. We can discuss it later tonight, Guanju. I have a more pressing matter for which I seek your assistance. You gestured dismissively. Xianxia nodded, encouraging you to speak freely. Taking a deep breath, you declared, Guanju, I aspire to become a son-in-law. Chapter 42. The Challenge of Refining the Heart. What? Upon hearing your words, Xianxia exaggeratedly cupped his ears, while the 4 apprentices reacted even more dramatically, swaying and spinning as if they were the 4 literary talents of the realm. Their expressions utterly bewildered. You pouted and reiterated, I want to become a son-in-law. Not a chance. The 5 of them responded in unison, shaking their heads in disbelief. Enough with the antics, instructor. To become a son-in-law, one must first possess an appealing visage, remarked Apprentice A, stroking his chin. Moreover, one must have a handsome face. Apprentice B added, flipping his bangs. And one must have a charming appearance, Apprentice D declared, crossing his arms. Most crucially, it all boils down to having a pleasing countenance. Apprentice D continued, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. But you, Xiao Balian puffed out his chest, his gaze solemn and profound, lack that attractive face. You clenched your fists in silence, torn between the urge to retaliate and the desire to unleash a vengeful wrath. To be fair, those who enter through the back door are indeed all strikingly handsome. If the 4 apprentices were to be placed in the Blue Star, they could easily debut as an idol boy band. As for Xiao Balian, even in middle age, he remains dazzlingly handsome, rumored to be the dream of 200 affluent women in Xianxia County. However, compared to your true appearance, he still falls slightly short. Regrettably, you dare not reveal your true visage, enduring the ridicule from the 5. But are you the type to suffer silently? Absolutely not. A handsome face? Huh. Such notions are vulgar, superficial, ignorant, and foolish. Xiao Guanju, while I want to elaborate on the apprentices, I never anticipated your understanding of the son-in-law's path to be so shallow. In the presence of true capability, what does mere superficial beauty amount to? You smirk coldly, lightly flicking the hem of your robe, firmly establishing a stance as unyielding as a fortress. I can defeat 10 of you. So tell me, are you qualified to be a son-in-law? With a sudden jolt, all 5 of them felt as if pierced by arrows, a sharp pain striking at their hearts. In the 3rd year of July, under the overwhelming shock of achieving 10 successes, you have successfully acquired a new identity. As the foremost martial arts instructor of the Reverse Door Martial Arts School, you also find yourself as a novice son-in-law apprentice. Naturally, you have no intention of becoming a mere son-in-law, unless the counterpart is a princess from the illustrious family of the Shang Kingdom. During the 3rd simulation, while joyfully embracing the thigh of your adopted son, Little Tiger, and indulging in the comforts of a life of ease, you find yourself intrigued by the prospect of experiencing the luxurious life of a royal in a feudal society. You wonder just how delightful it would be to savor the comforts provided by a princess. However, such an opportunity seems rather remote. Consequently, at the Reverse Door, you never attend the son-in-law skills classes, opting instead for practical combat simulations. In your own words, you are merely participating in a short play titled Knowing I Am the God of War. Why Are You Crying? Ex-wife. As the male lead. Regrettably, filming this short play offers little in the way of satisfaction, as the director, Xiao Balian, has no intention of showcasing scenes where the antagonist suffers humiliation. Instead, it focuses solely on the protagonist being belittled by the antagonist, suffering humiliation, and enduring other various indignities. Moreover, being a son-in-law is far from straightforward. Limu. In yet another simulation class, Xiao Balian abruptly rose, striding towards you, finger pointed in accusation. What kind of expression is that? Remember your current identity. You are the son-in-law of the Wang family in Xianxia County. Shouldn't it be your duty to serve your mother-in-law by washing her feet? Isn't it part of your responsibilities to fetch the foot-washing water at her request? If your reaction is slow, is it not justifiable for her to reprimand you? Why the glare? Is this the attitude befitting a son-in-law? I apologize, I was wrong. With veins swelling on your forehead, you took 3 deep breaths before bowing to Xiao Balian and the elderly aunt portraying your mother-in-law. Truth be told, managing your emotions is far more arduous than a man controlling his baser instincts. You initially believed this task to be quite simple. Was it not merely a matter of enduring insults? A trivial challenge for Li Mu, the chosen one, the great transmigrator. Surely, a few sessions of son-in-law simulation practice would allow you to master the profound state of Imperial Extreme Heaven Punch with ease and pleasure. Yet reality dealt you a harsh lesson. You are left wondering where Xiao Balian found these temporary acting instructors. Each one possesses a remarkable talent for insult that far surpasses the foolish mother-in-laws and snobbish wives depicted in the short play. Oftentimes, they need not utter a word. A mere contemptuous glance is enough to shatter your composure and render your emotions uncontrollable. This leaves you hesitant to genuinely embark on the training of Imperial Extreme Heaven Punch. 4. To practice this technique, one must first shift their mental state to that of Royal Dragon Shi, embodying the indifference of a transmigrator. In such a state of mind, One ought to perceive all beings as mere two-dimensional insects, disregarding their clamorous outcries entirely. Yet, you find yourself unable to do so, despite your attempts at indifference. A fiery indignation stirs within you, refusing to be extinguished. Should you persist in maintaining the aloof demeanor of a transcendent, not even the actors summoned by Xiao Balian, nor the entirety of the Dao Chaman martial arts school would escape your wrath. After several practical lessons, it dawns upon you that the method of heart refinement in the Imperial Ultimate Shocking Fist is far from simplistic. Its intent is profoundly profound. Heart refinement entails not merely the honing of martial skills, but also the cultivation of an unwavering spirit, impervious to any perturbation. Possessing such mental fortitude in battle, no one can distract you. During practice, no one can divert your focus. In all endeavors, you achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. However, you are still distant from such a realm. There remains much to learn in the practical lessons for this son-in-law role, necessitating fervent efforts to accumulate experience. Year 3. August today marks a day worthy of celebration. You have progressed to a son-in-law apprentice with 2.5 months of practice. On this very day, you have finally managed to face the insults of the practical actors with a heart as tranquil as a placid lake, enduring their myriad humiliations while dutifully fulfilling your obligations as a son-in-law. Compared to 2.5 months prior, your heart, tempered by these insults, has become as steadfast as rock, signifying that in the next son-in-law simulation practical lesson, you can adopt the transcendence indifferent mindset and formally commence your training in the Imperial Ultimate Shocking Fist. But the good news does not end here. Instructor li come. Regarding the matter you mentioned, my friend has replied. At noon, Xiao Balian, having finished reading a letter, cheerfully beckons you over. Chapter 43, A Fine Elixir. Year 3, September what? Has the sister-in-law of the Bayou sect responded? Splendid. She has finally replied. Upon hearing this, your eyes gleam with excitement. 3 days after your retreat, you had asked Xiao Balian whether he could enlist the help of his esteemed alchemist acquaintance from the Bayou sect to assist in researching and developing a new elixir, aiming to extend the transformation duration of your current trump card, the Golden Zombie Body. Regrettably, the first letter sank into obscurity, and over a month ago, you had requested Xiao Balian to send another, employing a grand tale of persuasion. At last, a response has arrived from them. Xiao Balian waves his hands dismissively, exclaiming, Alas! What sister-in-law? Xiao Rou is merely my sister, not your sister-in-law. Oh, you certainly have a plethora of sisters. Last month, when you were caught rendezvousing with a noblewoman from the neighboring Zhang family at the temple, you also claimed she was your sister, asserting you were there to deliver her beloved purple skirt. You curl your lip in disdain, while the melody of a squirrel's song echoes in your ears. Sister, what can I do? This is not my fault. Xiao Balian felt quite aggrieved, rubbing his face as if the pain had yet to subside. Enough. The reason I called you here was to discuss serious matters. Why are you bringing up my sister? Xiao mentioned in her letter. Xiao Balian cleared his throat, describing a pill that concentrates the nutrients from food into a size so diminutive that one could sustain themselves for an entire day without hunger. Initially, she did not wish to waste time on it. However, your subsequent letter requested that I send her information about this new pill, which is anticipated to sell remarkably well. Once the research is successful, the Ministry of War will undoubtedly purchase it in large quantities for an extended period. This piqued her interest, and not just Xiao. Even the leader of Bayou sect found this idea promising. Xiao Balian set the letter aside and retrieved a bamboo tube containing 20 dark, bean-sized pills. These are the first batch of pills developed by Xiao, inspired by the ancient formula of the Bailey Bukuwan, named 3 Days Without Hunger Pill. It is said that the nutrients contained within can sustain a body refinement realm warrior for 3 days without hunger, even during intense activity, at least for 2 days. This is merely the initial version, and I'm sending it for you to try. Bayou sect is still adjusting the formula. As the one who inspired the creation of the 3 Days Without Hunger pill, you will only need to pay the cost price when purchasing this pill from Xiao in the future, as a token of gratitude for Bayou sect. That's wonderful. Master, please extend my heartfelt thanks to my sister-in-law. Sister, please do not speak carelessly. Xiao is merely my sister, and she is married. Xiao Balian became agitated again. One could tell from his anxious demeanor that Xiao's husband must be a formidable warrior, capable of inflicting serious harm. Regardless, it matters not whom she loves. What matters is that we have the pills. Without waiting for the end of the workday, you returned home, clutching a bamboo tube filled with the 3 Days Without Hunger pills. regarding the generous idea that could yield immense profits for Bayou sect. The gratitude expressed in return, merely purchasing the pills at cost price, did not leave you feeling shortchanged at all. The world is different, the circumstances vary, and the rules are not the same. Alchemists, although engrossed in refining pills and generally possessing modest skills, hold significant status. In this realm, when seeking an alchemist to custom-develop new pills, do you expect to pay only the cost price? To solicit an alchemist to develop a new formula, regardless of the outcome, the starting development fee is at least 10,000 taels of silver, and once developed, the formula remains the alchemist's property. Unwilling? Feel free to walk away. Who is seeking your approval? The time of an alchemist is exceedingly valuable, and their willingness to accommodate you is already a favor. Should you remain ungrateful, well, that would be unfortunate. Alchemists are not only few in number, but also belong to a tightly knit circle, and they can easily blacklist you. Thus, this transaction is not a loss, but rather a gain. Upon returning home, you closed the door securely, took a deep breath, and murmured, "Forgive me, dear brother." Magic pill strike. With a sudden rip, the tailor garments were torn apart by the bulging muscles of the towering, over 2-meter-tall figure of the golden zombie. A sight reminiscent of a master tailor-esque progeny. Fortunately, you are a person of integrity. Ever since acquiring the golden zombie form, you have donned oversized, high-quality shorts. Upholding societal decorum begins with wearing appropriate attire. The comfort is exquisite. The invigorating sensation of power coursing through your veins is utterly captivating. However, after 2.5 months of being a humble apprentice, you have cultivated a resolute heart. You have not succumbed to the enslavement of strength. Instead, you quickly regained your composure. Timing yourself, you utilized a simulated space to create an opening in your stomach, pouring in copious amounts of spring water, which was rapidly assimilated, accompanied by a substantial intake of regular food. Before long, 10 minutes elapsed. This duration marked the limit of your previous tests with the golden zombie form. The energy consumption of this transformation escalates with time. Once the 10-minute threshold is reached, the terrifying depletion cannot be sustained by ordinary sustenance. With a mere thought, 20 small black pills fell into your stomach, the famed 3-day satiety pills. One must admit, the efficacy of these technological elixirs is truly remarkable. To put it in commonplace terms, upon activating the golden zombie form, commonplace food is swiftly refined within your stomach. Yet, these 23-day satiety pills are exceptionally resilient. Each pill contains nutrients equivalent to 30 pounds of meat. Thus, 20 pills equate to a total of 600 pounds of meat, roughly the pure meat yield of an entire cow. Indeed, 20 pills are equivalent to a whole cow, a remarkable means to stave off hunger. Nevertheless, a mere cow is insufficient against the formidable consumption of the golden zombie form. The 20 pills merely extend your sustenance by a single minute. Though a minute may seem trivial, for you, the value it represents is immensely precious. Volume and energy are what you truly seek. For your stomach, which can expand limitlessly akin to a snake's skin, accommodating 20 pills is trivial. It could easily hold 1,000 or even 2,000 3-day satiety pills. 20 pills equal 1 cow, while 2,000 pills would amount to 100 cows. Even if the consumption of the golden zombie form is substantial, you believe there must be a limit, for the law of conservation of energy, though slightly skewed in the martial arts realm, is a principle that deserves respect. Therefore, if the theory holds true, possessing a sufficient quantity of 3-day satiety pills would enable you to maintain the golden zombie form almost indefinitely. Of course, infinity is merely an ideal, and there is no need to maintain it indefinitely. For martial artists below the realm of the extreme masters, the duration of a typical battle generally lasts around 10 to 20 minutes. In exceptional circumstances, it may extend to half a day or an entire night. Martial artists are not superhumans, nor are they cultivators, and thus do not operate beyond reason. However, those who possess extraordinary advantages are an exception, and I believe there exists a loophole I can exploit. In the 3rd year, September, a qualified traveler from the Blue Star's Xianxia should consistently uphold the commendable virtue of seeking out loopholes. As you conclude your transformation, you rub your belly with a mischievous grin. You perceive that the potential of the 3-day hunger relief pill is vast. Currently, it is merely in its initial version. The esteemed manager Zhao's beloved sister is actively refining and updating the formula at the Bayou sect. You trust that, given the miraculous properties of potions in this world, the final iteration of the 3-day hunger relief pill might well equate the potency of a single pill to that of an entire cow. However, there are limits to this potential. Yet you are different. You possess an advantage. Consider the three-legged little cauldron within the simulation space. This remarkable cauldron, regardless of whether it was previously used for incense offerings at a temple in the capital or is now employed for concocting secret potions, has been misused in both instances. Xiao Balian also possesses a small copper cauldron, a token of longing gifted by his beloved little roe. The design of that item closely resembles your trio of small golden cauldrons, with the only significant difference being the material. The true name of that small copper cauldron should be alchemical furnace. The scheming frog has begun to act restlessly once more. The authentic purpose of the three-legged cauldron is alchemy. Therefore, becoming an alchemist may not be feasible due to time constraints and the requisite talent. For now, I shall primarily focus on enhancing my strength. As you ponder, should I emulate and concentrate on mastering a single potion, I am confident I could ultimately succeed. Your heart begins to race. If I manage to acquire the formula for the 3-day hunger relief pill and utilize the unreasonable potency amplification of the three-legged golden cauldron to concoct it, what marvels may ensue? A single pill equating to 1 cow? Preposterous. If the indigenous inhabitants of this otherworldly realm were to discover this, they might think this traveler has no advantages whatsoever. 1 pill could yield 5, 8, or even 10 cows. At the very least, it must be worth 10 cows to do justice to the prestige of the three-legged golden cauldron. If this is indeed achievable, it would be exhilarating. Not only would the duration of my golden-jawed transformation become limitless, but I would also avoid the predicament of overindulging and transforming into a gluttonous golden-bodied Arhut. I must acquire this. Even if it requires a financial sacrifice, I am determined to make my esteemed manager work a little harder. The following evening, you invited Xiao Balian to the most prestigious brothel on Gulen Street, securing the finest private room through the connections of the neighboring Old Wang, and summoned the most beautiful courtesans of current Tuanqing County. Xiao Balian, flanked on both sides by a courtesan and with another draped across his back, appeared somewhat apprehensive. He glanced at you, hesitatingly uttering, "Brother, last time when you asked me to help find an alchemist, you merely treated me to a drink and didn't even spare a girl for me. Now you've summoned 3 courtesans. What is your intention?" "You misunderstand, Master," you responded. Xiao Balian interrupted, his nerves evident. "This doesn't feel right. You are usually quite frugal. You even begrudge a meal at the martial arts school. How could you possibly spend so much silver to bring me here? This is odd. Are you plotting against my life? That shouldn't be the case. My life isn't worth such a price." As Xiao Balian rambled, your miserly persona became vividly animated, provoking soft laughter from the 3 charming courtesans, leaving your face flushed with embarrassment. You admitted that ever since you began working, the lingering echoes of your past life as frugality had resurfaced. During your work hours, you were obliged to consume what the boss provided, and even the toilet paper had to be purchased by him. Ultimately, the trauma from your previous life found solace in Xiao Balian's company, albeit at the cost of becoming the target of ridicule among the 4 apprentices and the Grandmaster, who unanimously deemed you a stingy miser. "Master, it truly isn't the case. I am quite generous. Here, let me swear that what I ask of you is but a trivial matter, not at all burdensome." "Really?" "Indeed. Very well." After a moment of contemplation, recalling the potent secret elixir he had consumed earlier, Xiao Balian decided to trust your character. He thumped his thigh and exclaimed, "Bring Xia Kunhong, Xia Kunlin, Xia Chunto, and also Xia Kunzu. Today, I, Xiao Balian, shall redeem myself and push my limits. I shall conquer all 6. You felt a tightening in your purse, but resolutely gritted your teeth. So be it. The following day, Xiao Balian was carried back to the martial arts school by you. 7 was indeed beyond his limits. Nevertheless, he had dined and imbibed, and was quite content. The task you required of him was executed with vigor. That afternoon, Xiao Balian set off on a swift steed toward Bayou Sect, clutching a new packet of secret elixir you provided and a box of sweet bean paste mooncakes. You had made your intentions clear to him. You required the original recipe for the 3-day satiety pill within 3 days, ensuring it would not be disclosed or used for personal alchemical endeavors that might compete with Bayou Sect, merely for your own whimsical experimentation. Logically, this request seemed implausible. Evidently, Bayou Sect viewed the 3-day satiety pill as a future source of income for the entire sect, and the recipe would never be divulged. You have faith in Xiao Balian. For before his departure, he made a visit to the tailor, adorning himself in a splendid purple long robe. 3 years later, In October, it has been a month since Master Zhao's departure, yet you remain utterly unconcerned for his well-being. This old rascal undoubtedly possesses some formidable abilities. Although Xiao Balian often presents himself as a somewhat unremarkable middle-aged gentleman devoid of martial prowess. He had previously demonstrated his might by vanquishing the master of the Eagle Claw School during a simulation, despite the fact that the Eagle Claw School's master, known affectionately as Laifu, does not share the same name as Xiao Balian. It is evident that the latter possesses considerable skill. Thus, his delayed return matters little. Whether he is present or absent does not significantly impact your participation in the practical lessons for the consort. You have now seamlessly embarked on the path of refining your heart through the Imperial Ultimate Thunder Fist. During the practical lesson, the ant portraying your mother-in-law, in a fit of boldness, overturned a basin of foot-washing water, splattering you from head to toe. How dare you? Limu are merely a trifling consort of the Wang family. Yet you dare to pilfer our silver to indulge in carnal pleasures. This is utterly outrageous. Seize him. Two burly men immediately approached to subdue you, while behind your mother-in-law stood a strikingly beautiful young woman, the actress playing your wife, who regarded you with an expression of smug disdain. The current scenario of the practical lesson depicts your consort, Miss Wang, seeking to climb the social ladder, and in collusion with your mother-in-law, has devised a wicked scheme to falsely accuse you of stealing silver to cavort, intending to have you expelled from the Wang family. Your task is to adeptly navigate these crises using the consort's manual imparted to you through the art of being a consort. In a short play, the consort encounters this predicament, and soon a powerful figure, who has a vague awareness of your true identity, will appear to witness your plight and take great pleasure in reprimanding Miss Wang and your mother-in-law. However, the real-life consort is neither a dragon king nor a god of war. He is merely an ordinary individual with an appealing visage, lacking any remarkable traits. Thus, exhibiting anger proves futile, and no one shall come to your rescue. You recall the contents of page 9 of the consort's manual. Smile as you wipe the foot-washing water from your face, and take a step forward, embracing the elderly woman's leg. Chunhua, do you no longer love me? Last night, after the lights were extinguished, you explicitly declared that I am your true love. You invited me to enter the Wang family merely for the convenience of our meetings. Chunhua, has our affair been discovered, prompting you to cast me aside? Chapter 45, Imperial Perfection, the Choice of New Martial Arts. With a swift motion, Miss Wang's expression shifted dramatically. She is merely an actress hired for this role, aware only of her script, yet oblivious to how you intend to perform. In her earnest immersion into the role, she succumbed to her emotions and in a fit of fury, raised her hand to deliver a resounding slap to your mother-in-law. How shameless, how disgusting, how unprincipled, how base. Limu is my man. Madame Wang and Miss Wang are embroiled in a scuffle. You smile faintly, swiftly rise to pack the valuables in the room, tearing the marriage contract to shreds with a flourish before departing. Page 9 of the consort's manual. When the host family is determined to wrongfully accuse you and drive you away, do not linger, do not take it to heart. Remember this saying. If this place does not keep you, there will be another place that will. You are here to earn silver. If they wrong you, you must incite their internal conflicts and swiftly extricate yourself. The next opportunity will be even better, as penned by Xiao Balian. Thus, a humiliating crisis for the consort is resolved, and you gently push open the door. The ordeal was quite degrading. The Wang family treats others as lesser beings and truly deserves their fate. Yet you remain unperturbed, maintaining the indifferent mindset of a transcendent. As you open the door, you envision the small Limu practicing his stances, energy coiling in his dantian, unleashing a punch towards the heavens. A gust of punching wind soars upward, and amidst the dark recesses of your mind, a ray of sunlight emerges, enveloping you alongside the sunlight of reality. Crack, crack, crack. A sound of bone grinding, inaudible to ordinary ears, resonates within you, and you feel a warm current cleansing your body. Your state of mind becomes more refined, and your physique strengthens. The process of heart refinement is indeed miraculous. Year 3, November Limu. The weather grows increasingly chilly. It has been nearly 3 months since Xiao Balian departed without a word. The apprentices are on the verge of forgetting they even have a master. You almost begin to think you are the true proprietor of the establishment. But just as you are about to transition from an employee's mindset to that of a capitalist, autonomously learning to cut costs and planning to implement new systems and fresh atmospheres at the establishment, the door of the martial arts hall is pushed open, and a slightly hoarse voice resounds. The master. You turn around, and the heart that was about to transform into that of a capitalist shatters. Xiao Balian has returned, his eyes sunken and weary, his once splendid attire now wrinkled and torn, and he appears somewhat gaunt. Xiao Balian does not disappoint. He has procured for you the initial formula for the 3-day hunger-free pill. It is said that this process was exceptionally arduous, and he sacrificed a great deal for it. But it matters little. After all, it is not you who face the hardship. Does he have so many sisters to account for? You clutch the formula and head home, skipping even the afternoon consort simulation training class. Not because of what you possess, but because of the Imperial Supreme astonishing fist. In your little training nook, the 5-meter deep pit where you practice the Iron Zombie technique, you channel your energy into your dantian and strike the ground with an unremarkable punch. Without grandiose special effects or thunderous roars, there exists merely a seemingly unremarkable punch. Yet, while the fist may appear ordinary, you radiate brilliance. Not in the physical sense of light, but in terms of your essence. You resemble a sovereign, standing at the apex of your dynasty, casually gesturing over a map. Upon that map lies your dominion, where you wield unparalleled authority. You possess the power to usher in prosperity or to orchestrate ruin. With a thud, the fist meets the ground, emitting a faint sound. From the point of impact, a spiral crack emerges upon the hardened brown earth, expanding outward in concentric circles, delving 10 meters beneath the surface before it comes to a halt. This is the soil of November. Had it struck a human body, what a terrifying thought. Your Imperial Ultimate Fist is on the verge of perfection, expected to reach completion by next month at the latest. So what if today as practice was abandoned? Instead, you shall delve into the study of the 3-day hunger elixir. The final month of the year is invariably the most hectic. Anxiety pervades the hearts of many, and numerous tasks await. You find yourself preoccupied with perfecting the Imperial Ultimate Fist while also exploring the art of alchemy, a daunting endeavor. The mastery of the Imperial Ultimate Fist is assured this month, progressing smoothly towards completion. However, the realm of alchemy demands a considerable investment of your focus. Alchemists hold a prestigious yet scarce position, and their lofty aspirations are well-founded. The practice of alchemy and martial arts are entirely distinct disciplines, with alchemy requiring even greater innate talent. Even if the 3-day hunger elixir does not qualify as a true elixir by strict definitions, failing to meet the most basic standards of medicinal quality, the successful formulation of a batch necessitates extensive knowledge and repeated attempts. Fortunately, within your simulation space, you possess a copy of an introduction to alchemy, gifted by a venerable old alchemist during a previous simulation, providing you with valuable study materials. The ingredients required for the 3-day hunger elixir are not particularly rare or exorbitant, ensuring that your status as a wealthy individual with over 60,000 taels of silver remains intact. You estimate that dedicating 2 to 3 hours daily to your research will lead to success within 2 months at the soonest. By the end of the month, at the Li family's courtyard, while the elixir remains unrefined, your Imperial Ultimate Fist has indeed reached fruition. Thus, you now possess 3 exceptional martial arts techniques. In terms of physical enhancement, even the most extraordinary prodigies groomed by major sects as future leaders cannot rival your profound depth of skill. Of course, it is only fitting that with such extraordinary martial talents, one who cultivates a first-rate martial art to the peak of the body refinement stage naturally generates vital energy within, ascending to the blood chi stage, leaving no opportunity to build a solid foundation. Previously, you often felt inferior, as if your martial aptitude resembled that of a black hole. However, now you realize that such martial talents are disregarded. The path you tread is the true path of the mightiest warrior. You are firmly convinced of your unparalleled prowess. And after taking a deep breath, you acknowledge that you have completed the training of the Emperor's Ultimate Fist. Thus, the exhilarating moment is about to unfold. Which first-rate martial art should you pursue next? Firstly, you eliminate Thunderous Palm and Iron Leg Water Walking from consideration. You do not wish to leave it to chance, but instead make a decision based on your actual circumstances. After much contemplation, you resolve to learn a first-rate martial art focused on agility. Currently, your offensive capabilities are covered by Emperor's Ultimate Fist, your defense and explosive power by Iron Zombie Technique, and your grappling and defense by Dragon Sealing 12 Hands. The critical deficiency that must be addressed is speed and agility. After all, Mr. Shuren once remarked that the world's martial arts are indomitable, but that is only because you have yet to encounter someone swift enough to evade you. Therefore, lightness skill is indeed of paramount importance. However, it seems that I possess only one lightness skill in my collection. Gazing at the copy of Iron Leg Water Walking in your hands, you fall into silence as the image of an old acquaintance reappears, with hands clasped behind his back, a forward-leaning posture, and his toes deeply embedded in the earth. Chapter 46. The Rise of the Inverted Door. In the third year, Iron Leg Water Walking. Can this truly be practiced? Holding the martial arts manual, you find yourself engulfed in deep hesitation, feeling that those who endeavor to learn this art may not be of good character, and fearing the repercussions. Yet, what is there to fear? This world lacks the threat of rocket launchers. First-rate martial arts are hard to come by. Why not practice it? After much deliberation, you grit your teeth and stomp your foot, slowly opening this first-rate lightness skill manual. At last, you have found a legitimate martial art, free from absurdities. After a cursory review of the training methods for Iron Leg Water Walking, a heavy weight lifts from your heart. Following the peculiar Iron Zombie technique and the even more bizarre Emperor's Ultimate Fist, you can finally practice martial arts in a manner akin to other warriors. The cultivation method for the body refinement stage of Iron Leg Water Walking is quite standard, involving the use of secret elixirs. However, the training methods can be divided into two aspects: how to forge a pair of iron legs and how to wield those iron legs to create phantoms. In essence, it pertains to training in resilience and agility. As for the secret elixirs, a few of the ingredients are rather rare, such as strengthening bone herb and blood activating vine, which are unlikely to be found in Tuanxing County and quite difficult to procure in Jinan Prefecture. Yet, this is but a minor issue. Our esteemed curator possesses considerable connections. As for the esteemed Xiao Balian of the Bayou sect, he undoubtedly has access to an abundance of medicinal herbs. Calculate the time it would take for Xiao Balian to procure these herbs for you, along with the delivery time. One can estimate that within a maximum of 15 days, one shall commence the practice of lightness skill. In the fourth year, January, a new year brings new prospects. The essential raw materials for the secret elixir, iron legs floating on water, have been dispatched and will arrive within a week. During this interim, you have resolved to pause your martial training, treating it as a well-deserved respite, while also reflecting on your journey as a son-in-law apprentice. At the door of the martial arts school, you find yourself seated at the 8 Immortals table, perusing the son-in-law manual word by word. Memories of the various humiliations endured during simulated combat courses flood your mind. In every profession, challenges abound, and being a son-in-law is particularly arduous. In that moment, a wave of sentiment washes over you, coupled with a sense of injustice for your fellow son-in-law compatriots. There exists a plethora of ignorant individuals in this world. We, as son-in-laws, bear an undue burden of misunderstanding. This is utterly unjust. Well said. Xiao Balian, having overheard your soliloquy, applauds in agreement. However, his expression soon shifts to one of concern. Alas, instructori. Your words strike at the core of the issue. The ignorance and bias of the masses represent the greatest impediment to the flourishing of the son-in-law community. In my years of running this martial arts school, I have witnessed countless talented individuals abandon their aspirations due to societal prejudice. What a pity. If only there were a way to resolve this dilemma. Such a resolution is beyond reach. The biases of society cannot be swayed. Not even an emperor could alter such perceptions. You muse, shaking your head. Yet, suddenly an epiphany ignites within you, and inspiration flows forth. Wait, there is a solution. Master, prepare the ink and brush. Why shouldn't Tiaman wield the frost blade to venture forth with chivalry that resonates across the land? Alas, if one lacks the martial lineage, one is left with nothing but white hair and regrets for the years lost. A splendid poem. As Xiao Balian observes your haphazard script, he initially grimaces, but upon closer inspection of the content, he is astounded. Master, in this era of martial prowess, what man does not yearn to traverse the world with a sword? Yet, the gift of martial talent is not bestowed upon all. Those of us who are son-in-laws, if we were capable of traversing the martial path, would we willingly remain in this role? Clearing your throat, you speak with a deepened tone. While we cannot alter societal biases, we can bolster our own self-confidence. Tell me, if a man cannot become a martial artist, how might he strive for a good life? If one cannot practice martial arts, yet wishes for a prosperous existence, he must labor diligently to earn wealth and seek a virtuous wife to establish a family. Xiao Balian responds decisively. Indeed, but that is the perspective of the mundane. The pursuits of romance and wealth inherently conflict. A person's experiences are finite, making it impossible to excel in both simultaneously. Thus, most individuals toil their entire lives, ultimately achieving little. However, we're different. We son-in-laws possess far greater wisdom than those ordinary folk. You inhaled deeply and declared with conviction, "What is a son-in-law?" A son-in-law is one who has discovered the perfect solution to the perplexing dilemma of choosing between wealth and romance, wherein one cannot pursue both simultaneously. Huh? What is this method? Xianxia questioned, bewildered yet impressed. With your hands clasped behind your back, you gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle and replied calmly, "We as son-in-laws must grasp both opportunities firmly. We choose to pursue the wealth of relationships. Is this not a wise choice? Is this not the singular resolution to a conundrum that baffles the world? Those who look down upon us, the mundane, could they ever fathom it? They cannot even conceive it, much less accomplish it. Yet, we have succeeded, and we excel at it. Therefore, the prejudice of the world against us is not true prejudice, but rather the envy of the inept. We, the son-in-laws, are the true exemplars of humanity." Oberi, well said. So eloquently expressed. Teacher Li, you are our deity. Your words, Teacher Li, are akin to a rebirth for me. I must admit, I was on the verge of despair, overwhelmed by the weight of societal prejudice, which made even breathing a struggle. But now, I am unafraid. They are merely envious of my potential. Applause erupted spontaneously as 4 apprentices were captivated by your speech, tears glistening in their eyes as they clapped fervently. Xianxia regarded you with a gaze akin to that of a devotee beholding a celestial being. With a rip, he opened the son-in-law manual, tore out his own preface, and inscribed your recent words in its place. "Li Mu, from this day forth, you shall serve as my deputy master at the entrance of my establishment. I will inscribe your name in the son-in-law manual, and in the future, you shall become a revered mentor to countless son-in-laws, your name etched in history." On the first day of the new year, you were promoted, advancing a step closer to the life of a capitalist. By the 4th year, February, all the essential materials for the secret elixir, Iron Legs, floating on water had arrived, restoring order to your life. Aside from attending 2 classes at the entrance establishment and enjoying 3 meals a day, you devoted nearly all your time to martial arts training. Naturally, your studies in alchemy were not neglected. Though busy and weary, the sense of fulfillment was invigorating. Meanwhile, the entrance establishment, buoyed by your enlightening insights from the previous month, suddenly flourished. The phrase, "in the choice between wealth and romance, a wise person's decision is to pursue the wealth of relationships," became Xianxia's treasured recruitment slogan. What began with just 4 apprentices blossomed into 15 within a month. You felt joy at this growth. A bustling martial arts hall was a welcome sight, for these son-in-laws would inevitably rise to prominence, marrying into the prominent families of the various counties of Jian Prefecture. It is well known that those who rise to prominence often come from families of considerable means, encompassing a wide array of attributes, one of which is martial prowess, and even exceptional martial skills. The techniques you possess in hand, learned at a pace of 2 volumes per year, may not sustain you for many more years. The sons-in-law you have painstakingly nurtured into skilled practitioners may, in the future, serve as a pivotal resource in your quest for new martial arts. The more, the better. Your future advancements in martial arts rely heavily upon them. As you rub your hands together, feeling a sense of satisfaction, the door of the martial arts hall is suddenly thrust open with great force. "Trouble looms, master. Deputy master, while I was out buying groceries, I overheard alarming news. Several other martial arts halls in Tuinchin County are planning to unite and expel us from the community." "What? Why?" you ask, puzzled. The messenger apprentice purses his lips. It seems that the master covertly approached the Eagle Claw sect yesterday to recruit apprentices, and while speaking to their students, suggested that being a martial artist is inferior to being a son-in-law. This incited their apprentices to demand refunds to pursue becoming sons-in-law instead. In a fit of rage, the master of the Eagle Claw sect has allied with other halls to retaliate against us. "Master," you cast a sidelong glance at Xianxia. Xianxia responds with a silly grin, leaps high, and takes off running. Chapter 47. Indeed, a true master. In the 4th year, February, where do you think you're going? Come back. Xianxia bounds away, covering 10 meters in a single leap, and you chase after him. But alas, you cannot catch up. It is futile. Although your training in the Iron Leg water float is progressing smoothly, you are still in the initial stage of mastering the Iron Leg technique, and have yet to begin practicing the float. Moreover, Xiao Balian is remarkably swift. This lightness of foot is no trivial matter. The true extent of Xiao Balian's prowess remains a mystery to you. Having been in the fold for nearly a year, you still have not discerned whether Xiao Balian is truly a master. He undoubtedly possesses strength, as in your previous simulated memories. He had once defeated the master of the Eagle Claw sect. However, vanquishing a small-town martial arts master does not necessarily signify exceptional skill. His agility, however, is impressive, leading you to suspect that his lightness of movement is of a high caliber, perhaps even first-rate. Of course, it is also possible that his frequent encounters with numerous sisters and the consequent relentless pursuits by their husbands have honed his skills, allowing him to elevate an ordinary lightness technique to an extraordinary level. Sighing softly, you contemplate the unreliability of a boss like him. This company is bound to falter sooner or later. Yet, what can be done? In your future pursuit of premier martial arts, these prospective sons-in-law within the fold are crucial sources of information. Thus, the retention of this community is essential. After all, finding martial arts of superior quality is no easy task. In this world, the vast majority of supreme martial arts are monopolized by the royal family and powerful martial sections. The challenge of extracting sustenance from their ranks is exceedingly formidable. Thus, seeking to uncover the elite martial arts concealed within the affluent families of the common populace emerges as the most prudent choice. What? The notion that such precious martial arts could be possessed by mere gentry and aristocrats seems implausible, does it not? Initially, you may have shared this skepticism. However, upon delving deeper into the intricacies of human nature, you began to perceive no faults in this reasoning. It is a straightforward logic. The son of a peasant family, who has toiled the land for 3 generations, stands in stark contrast to the offspring of a wealthy lineage that has flourished for the same duration. Who is more likely to gain admission into a martial sect? Who is better positioned to ascend the bureaucratic ladder and amass wealth within the court? It is undoubtedly the scion of the affluent family. Human beings are inherently selfish and tend to seize opportunities for their own advantage. The wealthier the family, the more they value every chance to enhance their lineage's prestige and to ascend the social hierarchy, even if it entails a degree of risk. Consider this. Those privileged youths raised with such ideologies, once they integrate into powerful factions and acquire high-quality martial techniques, would they hesitate to take the risk of secretly transcribing their learned skills to send back home? Certainly not, especially as they ascend within these organizations. They would undoubtedly pursue this course of action. For the martial sects and the court, the dissemination of high-quality martial texts devoid of true martial essence poses no threat to their interests. After all, without the profound insights of martial truth embedded within these texts, one cannot attain the rank of a grandmaster. Moreover, the direction of such knowledge's flow is towards the families of their own internal members, thus rendering it harmless, merely a matter of turning a blind eye. In this manner, the sons of affluent families, blessed by their lineage, obtain high-quality martial texts lacking in true martial essence, enabling them to cultivate even more exceptional heirs, who in turn can join more formidable factions and acquire additional martial arts. Over the course of decades, or even centuries, the strong will continue to grow stronger, leading to a significant proliferation of elite martial texts reaching the common folk. For you, these elite martial texts devoid of martial truth are precisely what you require, as you seek only the methodologies for the body refinement stage of cultivation. Thus, apprentices who aspire to become sons-in-law of powerful families through the practice of martial arts become a vital source for your collection of martial information. Now tell me, how do those martial academies intend to expel us from their ranks? You inquired, resting your chin in contemplation. The apprentice replied, according to the regulations of the Martial Management Office, each year, the 4 martial academies in Xianxia County must hold a public competition, which serves as a showcase primarily aimed at attracting more individuals to learn martial arts. In previous years, we merely participated for formality's sake, occupying a spot within a martial academy to legally recruit apprentices without relying on it for our livelihood. However, I have heard that the masters of the Eagle Claw School, the Iron Garment School, and the Point Green School have united with the Martial Arts Administration to establish a new regulation for this year's competition. The last place will lose their martial arts qualification. Deputy Master, if we lose our qualification, we will be deemed a black martial arts school and inevitably face disbandment. Upon hearing this, it becomes clear what is at stake. In this era where martial arts flourish, The government both encourages the populace to practice martial arts and strictly regulates it. For the purpose of supervision, every martial arts school must register the skills taught and the apprentices enrolled with the authorities. Even if one joins the reverse entry method, they must pay a fee to obtain a recognized status at the government office. Unrecognized black martial arts schools become prime targets for government crackdowns. If the reverse entry method were to be classified as a black school, dissolution would be instantaneous. Otherwise, not only the master and instructors would be apprehended, but the apprentices would also find themselves imprisoned. Nonetheless, this situation can be resolved. If necessary, we could use some funds. If those 3 schools can collaborate with the Martial Arts Administration to enact new rules, we could bribe the director of the administration. However, throwing money at the issue may not suffice. Before you could finish your thought, the fleeing Xiao Balian awkwardly vaulted over the wall, his expression grave. What? You inquire, puzzled. Xiao Balian, increasingly embarrassed, shrugged. The director of the county's martial arts administration has a concubine who happens to be my sister. Forget it. I refuse to associate with this unreliable master any longer. You exclaim, slamming your palm on the table, realizing that with such a master, the future of the reverse entry method appears bleak. Xiao Balian quickly approached, his handsome middle-aged face trying to reassure you. Not to worry, I have a plan. I truly do. What plan? Xiao Balian puffed out his chest, speaking with an air of mystery. Winning the competition is all that matters. Deputy Master, wait for me. I too shall not remain here any longer. Let us depart together. Indeed, let's leave. The master has lost his mind and is now telling jokes. We must hurry. After Xiao Balian finished speaking, not only did you quicken your pace, but a multitude of apprentices began packing their belongings as well. Winning is all that matters. Can you even fight? Aside from teaching others how to be a son-in-law and flirt with young wives, what else do you know? What else can you do? Suddenly, a stone lock weighing 800 pounds plummeted from the sky, crashing into the back of the martial arts school's entrance. The people from the reverse entry method recognized this stone lock, which had been gathering dust in a corner of the training ground for years, primarily serving as a platform for drying salted vegetables. A collective stiffness seized the necks of everyone, including yourself, as you turned your heads. Ah, I have told you. I am a master. Why do you not believe me? Do you truly think I cannot fight? In the 6th year of the Qiyuan era, I won the championship at my first competition in Shangjing. In the 8th year of the Qi Yuan era, he triumphed over the formidable Zhang Quan, known as the Stone Slap Master, and subsequently defeated all the elite hard punch practitioners in Shangjing for 3 consecutive years, earning the title of champion in the Grand Sheng wrestling competition. He was hailed as the nemesis of hard punch martial arts, earning the nickname 18 Father of Garments. With a flick of his sleeve, Xiao Balian emanated an aura of mastery that captivated all. Chapter 48, Returning to the Narrative. In the 4th year, February mastery is a matter of presence, and Xiao Balian exudes such a presence. You recall that during your 3rd simulation at the Knife Scar Eagles venue in Tuanqing County, the master of the Eagle Claw School was slain by Xiao Balian, though the details of the encounter elude you. Now, the memory resurfaces. Lai Fu met his demise at the hands of Chong Wei. Xiao Balian is indeed a wrestling virtuoso. In Tuanqing County, there are no fewer than 50 practitioners at the True Qi realm. Who among them does not yearn to establish their own school and gather disciples for profit? If the master of the school did not possess genuine skill, how could he have secured one of the mere 4 available school qualifications? Xiao Balian strode towards the entrance, deftly lifting a stone lock weighing 800 jin, sending it soaring back to the corner with a swift motion, and then calmly remarked, however, I, as the master, have always maintained a low profile, unwilling to engage with them. Yet it seems I have remained too understated for too long, to the point that they have forgotten how my moniker, 18 Father of Garments, was earned. Worry not. The county's arena competition is divided into apprentice matches and master matches. You may forfeit the apprentice match with my involvement. I shall claim victory in the master match. Let us see who dares to expel me from the school. Master is formidable. Master is awe-inspiring. Master is exceptional. Applause erupts. Amidst the cheering and clapping, you find yourself grinning broadly with excitement, for the future of the school seems secure. Suddenly, amidst the jubilation, you hear the unsettling sound of bones dislocating. The apprentices, who lack martial skill and solely seek fortune, are oblivious to it. But you distinctly hear the noise emanating from Xiao Balian. Master, are you sweating? You squint. Absolutely not. What's sweating? Xiao Balian replies, turning away with a hint of guilt. Why is your face paled? Nonsense. My complexion is vibrant, but your hands are trembling. I can't take it anymore. My back, don't move. Call the physician. After such a long period of inactivity, exerting myself suddenly feels as if my back is about to snap. Under your persistent questioning, Xiao Balian finally drops the facade. He is a master, but only semi-skilled. After nearly 9 years of neglecting training, a sudden outburst of energy nearly shattered his back. An hour later, in the master's quarters of the backyard of the school, Xiao Balian lay sprawled on the bed, gripping your hand tightly. Limu, the future of the school depends on you. Don't rely on me. Farewell, I withdraw from the school. You wear a countenance devoid of compassion. Not because you're truly heartless, but rather because this endeavor is one you cannot assist with, as it would sully your own integrity. Given your physical prowess, even against the combined efforts of various martial arts masters from a small county's dojo, you would dare to contend against them single-handedly. Yet, that is simply not feasible. The martial arts registered with the local authorities under the door-inserted system is a third-rate grappling technique known as 18 falls of clothing, and for any competition at the dojo, one must utilize only the certified styles. Thus, if you wish to ascend, you must first master 18 falls of clothing. But how could this be acceptable? After much deliberation, you resolve to forsake your martial arts and embark on the path of perfecting the superior great strength technique, having already cultivated 4 first-rate skills. How could you allow a third-rate technique like 18 falls of clothing to tarnish your skill set? Please, door inserted is my life's work, Limu. Do you wish to betray the path of the son-in-law? Have you forgotten the son-in-law manual? You are one of its authors. Xiao Balian lamented desperately, attempting to bind you with his pleas. But who are you to succumb to such emotional appeals? Very well, you have forced my hand. After 10 minutes of fruitless supplication, Xiao Balian took a deep breath as if making a momentous decision. If you agree to assist me, I shall introduce my daughter to you, allowing you to become the son-in-law of the Xiao family, living off my benevolence. You were taken aback. Firstly, you were unaware that Xiao Balian had a daughter. Secondly, as a venerable figure in the realm of son-in-laws, it was indeed remarkable that he would offer such a proposition. However, heavens, Xiao Master, you greatly overestimate me. Not only do I, Limu, have no intention of becoming a son-in-law, but even if I did, I would hardly settle for such a lackluster ambition. You are but a minor figure in a county dojo, and soon enough, you may not even hold that position. Yet, he continued, my daughter is a direct disciple of the esteemed elder of the Divine Farmer Temple, the foremost alchemical sect in the world, a 4th-tier alchemist, and has been recognized as an adopted daughter by the Emperor of Qiyuan, making her a princess of the prosperous nation. Xiao Balian raised his head with pride. Though lying down due to a back injury, he strained to extend his neck, resembling a Brazilian turtle. But that mattered little. He reveled in his own grandeur. With a squint, he provocatively asked, Limu, what did you just say? Nonetheless, returning to the matter at hand, as the vice-master of the door-inserted dojo, how could I stand idly by and watch our family business falter? I bow to you, esteemed father-in-law. You jolted, realizing the implications of son-in-law. Such a position was scarcely worth considering unless the partner were a princess. Now that a princess was indeed on offer, why maintain any semblance of dignity? It would be far better to seize the opportunity. A chance to avoid 30 years of detours is not easily come by. You could hardly fathom that the normally frivolous Xiao Balian possessed such extraordinary connections. Indeed, the age-old adage rings true. Every birthplace of a traveler is a place of extraordinary fortune. Even an elderly woman selling vegetables at the corner might be a hidden saint from a secret sect. You, with that unrefined visage, if not for your rather lackluster appearance, might truly be a natural-born divine consort. Xiao Balian felt a surge of satisfaction, as if his back pain had miraculously eased. Upon bowing and addressing his father-in-law, he suddenly recognized a glaring inconsistency. Something was amiss, very amiss. Wait a moment. You, standing so upright, old dang, are you trying to deceive me? If your daughter is indeed the adoptive daughter of the Emperor of Xianxia, a legitimate princess, then why on earth are you running a martial arts school? Don't speak to me of dreams. If you truly wish to pursue your aspirations, you should establish yourself in Shengjing, rather than languishing in this insignificant Tuanshan county. Moreover, if you truly had such connections, would you fear the martial arts administration of the county revoking your school as qualifications? With a mere utterance, they would come to bow before you. TCH, what do you know? Xiao Balian rolled his eyes. Do you not wonder why, after a year of joining the martial arts school, you still know nothing of my daughter? If my dear Guan Yuan supported my endeavor to open a school, Xianxia have run away to Daliang to apprentice in alchemy. If she were to learn of this, our hopes of establishing a family would be utterly dashed. Now, are you going to give me a clear answer? As daughters grow, they inevitably must marry. Rather than sending her far away, I might as well recruit a son-in-law. And since you seem decent enough, consider yourself fortunate. Chapter 49, 18 Falls. In the 4th year, Xiao Balian had laid everything bare. What more could you possibly say? If their essay chanced to avoid 3 decades of detours, simply addressing you as father-in-law will suffice. As for the concern that learning 18 Falls might taint my skill pool, it's actually not a significant issue. It can be practiced in a simulated manner. The cultivation of a martial art encompasses numerous aspects, yet the most apparent to outsiders during combat is, indeed, technique. These are the very moves of martial arts. Based on your extensive experience and physical prowess, you can easily win this competition without genuinely mastering 18 Falls, merely by mimicking the techniques of wrestling, especially since you have also studied the esteemed 12 dragon grabs. Within 12 dragon grabs, several techniques are derived from or inspired by wrestling. With that foundation, acquiring wrestling techniques should be a straightforward endeavor. Father-in-law, leave everything to me. Our hopes of establishing a family may seem distant, but I assure you, nothing will deter me. However, father-in-law, I am but a mere body-tempering martial artist. Are you not concerned that I might falter in the arena? You thumped your chest assertively, then feigned self-deprecation. Xiao Balian rolled his eyes again, trembling as he extracted a crumpled martial arts manual from beneath the bedding. You still wish to play coy with me? I see through your facade. Although you are merely a body-tempering martial artist, your unique physique suggests you possess innate strength. Do you not? Otherwise, how could you possibly take on 10 opponents? With a natural strength that is truly remarkable, it appears that you are indeed a prodigious son-in-law. Xiao Balian, filled with envy, waved his hand and tossed the manual to you. The competition is set to commence in 3 days. With your inherent physical prowess coupled with your background as a martial artist, if you can master even a few of my wrestling techniques, the heads of other martial arts schools or their instructors may not pose a challenge. Defeating the brutes from Iron Armor Sect, who are merely reliant on brute force, should be a trivial matter. Wrestling techniques are particularly effective against hard punches and rigid styles. Hasten back to practice, and should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my guidance. If you triumph in the competition, I shall certainly introduce my daughter to you. Very well, your assurance puts my mind at ease. I shall get to it immediately. Wait, have you heard of heart refinement? Just as you were about to leave, Xiao Balian suddenly inquired. You are somewhat familiar with heart refinement, yet maintain a neutral expression, shaking your head in confusion. Ah, then it matters not. Return home. My back is injured, and you should focus on your training. Let the apprentices rest before the competition. Xiao Balian gestured dismissively. You blinked, then stepped outside to announce a 3-day holiday before heading home. Heart refinement. Securing the door and closing the window, you find yourself perplexed by the underlying significance of Xiao Balian's last question. Surely, 18 Falls of Garment could not be a form of heart refinement martial art. Could it? It does not deserve such consideration. With a decisive shake of your head, it is not that you look down upon 18 Falls of Garment, but rather that it simply does not register in your mind. Among the myriad martial arts, those requiring heart refinement for training are exceedingly rare. Even first-rate skills hardly warrant such a practice, let alone a third-rate one. As you peruse 18 Falls of Garment, it indeed reveals itself to be quite an ordinary third-rate martial art, devoid of any elements pertaining to heart refinement. Nonetheless, in terms of technique, it compels you to slightly reassess your initial disdain. To speak candidly, the techniques of 18 Falls of Garment are rather sophisticated. It is not merely a brute force wrestling style. Within it lies a system capable of agilely controlling every muscle in the body, and even with your discerning eyes, you find yourself astonished. The precise control of each muscle is aimed at causing opponents to lose their balance in close combat. Is such a technique truly characteristic of a third-rate martial art? It seems to possess a finesse that surpasses even that of the 12 dragon seals. The more you examine it, the more you uncover the intricacies of 18 Falls of Garment, particularly the opening line that elucidates the core philosophy of the martial art: a heart like a calm lake, a body like surging waves. Only then can one remain untouched by myriad techniques. This martial art possesses a certain allure, exuding an elegance that is hardly befitting of a third-rate classification. Your doubts intensify, and a bold thought begins to take root in your mind. Could 18 Falls of Garment be a severely underestimated skill, or perhaps one that has been deliberately misclassified? Might it actually be a first-rate martial art? Otherwise, should I truly give it a try? Even if my assumption is incorrect. After all, a husky might occasionally find its way into a pack of wolves, and it would hardly lead to disastrous consequences. You gently massage your temples, with the aspiration of mastering the Xianxia Ba Dai technique to cultivate 100 first-rate martial arts skills, thereby forging the strongest physique in existence. The inclusion of a previous mediocre text would not significantly impact your endeavor, as the human body has its limits. Despite the distinctiveness of each martial art, the areas of the body exercised during training are in fact 90% repetitive. After considerable contemplation, you feel compelled to give it a try. Without hesitation, you venture out to a pharmacy to procure all the necessary materials for the Xianxia Ba Dai secret elixir. You directly brew a pot in the three-legged golden cauldron, and once completed, you commence your practice. After completing a half-hour session of the Xianxia Ba Dai static stance, you perceive a change within your body, yet you find yourself somewhat disappointed. It appears you had overestimated this seemingly ordinary third-rate martial art. Having previously trained in 4 first-rate martial arts, you are acutely aware of the potential enhancements a foundational static stance can yield. The strengthening effect of Xianxia Ba Dai falls woefully short of first-rate standards. Regrettably, you console yourself that since you have merely practiced the static stance once, it does not count as formal training. Thus your skill pool remains untainted. With a slight grimace, you rush to the watermaster to splash your face with cool water. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind stirs the tranquil water surface, causing ripples to dance across its high waterline. Upon the surface, a water bug, common in Xianxia County, clings to the undulating waves, its 8 slender legs allowing it to float effortlessly, dodging the droplets that splash around it. You observe the bug and are reminded of the phrase inscribed on the first page of Xianxia Ba Dai, with a heart like a calm lake and a body like turbulent waves. One can remain untouched by myriad techniques. Watching the water bug, your gaze becomes both focused and diffuse as you repeat this phrase in your mind, recalling Xiao Balian's pointed question about whether you understand the essence of heart refinement. Could it be? A spark of insight ignites within you as you close your eyes, and the lake of your heart stirs with waves. Chapter 50, The Marvelous Martial Art. Year 4, February. Within the confines of your mind, or perhaps in a spiritual realm, you engage in a form of imagined practice that substitutes for actual training. This encapsulates the simplest logic of the method of martial arts heart refinement. It is the conjuring of fantasies to facilitate training. Of course, this is merely the foundational conceptual framework. To genuinely realize the effects of your intentions in the real world, one must also incorporate the unique techniques found within martial arts texts, such as imagined stances, breathing methods, and states of mind, among others. The third-rate martial art Xianxia Ba Dai hardly merits the application of heart refinement, and the text contains no information pertaining to this aspect. Yet, your curiosity persists. Curiosity arises as to why Xiao Balian inexplicably mentions the concept of heart refinement. One wonders how such a mediocre martial art could possess such lofty elegance. Coincidentally, while Xianxia Ba Dai lacks accompanying heart refinement techniques, Huang Ji Jing Tian Quan does, and you just so happen to be proficient in it. With your eyes closed, you instinctively employ the heart refinement techniques of Huang Ji Jing Tian Quan to practice Xianxia Ba Dai. After 5 minutes, you are astonished to discover that it indeed works. Within the realm of your inner consciousness, you envision yourself as a water bug in a pond, your feet gently swaying on the undulating surface, moving rhythmically with the water's flow. You quickly assume the static posture of Xianxia Ba Dai, adjusting your muscles to alternate between tension and relaxation in sync with the ripples of the water. After merely 5 minutes, you distinctly feel a slight soreness in your muscles in the physical realm beyond your mental sanctuary. An overwhelming sense of joy floods your mind. Yet the exhilaration leads to the premature conclusion of your heart refinement session. Nevertheless, this matters not. What is significant is that Xianxia Ba Dai can indeed be cultivated through heart refinement techniques. Even more astonishingly, it shares a common set of heart refinement skills with Huang Ji Jing Tian Quan. This revelation is utterly remarkable. Huang Ji Jing Tian Quan, acknowledged as an extraordinary martial art by the foremost martial artist of the Shang Nation, Qi Ruhai, ranks among the top 10 ultimate martial arts in the world. Even in its incomplete state, it remains an exceptionally formidable skill. How could Xianxia Ba Dai possibly compare? Yet, Somehow it has been forcefully paired, and one cannot dispute its legitimacy. Is it mere coincidence? While you believe in the existence of many coincidences in the world, this particular occurrence is undoubtedly not one of them. The reason lies with Xianxia. This old fellow is quite extraordinary. As you narrow your eyes, realizing that Xianxia Ba Dai can utilize the heart refinement techniques of Huang Ji Jing Tian Quan, your battle-worn intellect swiftly gains the upper hand, prompting you to recall previously overlooked details and critical insights. Firstly, it is indeed peculiar that Xianxia would pose a question regarding your knowledge of heart refinement. On the surface, you are merely a practitioner of the third-rate martial art Tai Dan Gong, distinguished only by a legend left in the Guilin Street, while otherwise being an unremarkable low-tier body-refining martial artist. Body-refining martial artists in Tuanqing County, while not scarce, are undoubtedly considered of little value. Those of such a lowly caliber, lacking connections to prominent families or major sects, would typically never have the opportunity to learn about heart refinement, let alone possess the qualifications to even hear of it. Yet, Xianxia has chosen to ask such an unnecessary question. His intention is not to inquire, but to probe. He suspects that I have practiced the martial arts that require such training. Had Xianxia truly discerned my practice of the Emperor's ultimate fist? It should not have been the case. Yet if he had not perceived it, why then did he seem to test me? A realization struck, accompanied by a flurry of additional questions, prompting me to scratch my head in contemplation. My intellect protested. You, a mere practitioner of the black whirlwind, presume to be a sage of wisdom? What right have you to analyze matters? Spare your mind from unnecessary strife. Indeed, there was merit in this thought. Why overthink? I was resolute in my belief that Xianxia bore no ill will towards me. He lacked any motive to do so. Thus, it was prudent to cease wasting the limited resources of my mind on this speculation. He was merely probing, since he had not voiced his intentions outright. There was no need to inquire further. Instead, I should focus on securing the immediate benefits within reach, for that was the path of a true practitioner. Even if he did harbor ulterior motives, I would not cower. This is but a simulation. In reality, I may be timid, yet in this realm, I hold nothing back. I shall confront any challenge head-on, even if it means a fleeting encounter with demise. Having grasped the essence of a true practitioner, I delved once more into my spiritual realm, embarking on the cultivation of 18 falls of clothing. Time passed, and the rain began to pour. At a glance, I appeared as a foolish soul oblivious to the downpour, standing amidst the patter of rain, eyes closed, lost in a doze. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might find that my foolishness ran deeper. Not only did I resemble a hapless fool, but I also seemed a bit unhinged, twitching as if I were in the throes of a seizure. The rain soaked my garments, revealing a physique that could captivate the most discerning of noble women. However, my muscles quivered and trembled, their movements erratic, with my biceps rising and falling, and my trapezius swaying chaotically. Yet, if a master were to observe this apparent folly, they would recognize that my movements were not without purpose. My muscles were not merely shaking in vain. They were evading the rain. The downpour was too intense for me to evade entirely. Yet amidst the multitude of raindrops, my erratic muscle contractions managed to dodge a few, creating the illusion of being struck while in truth, not a single drop had truly touched me. Another hour slipped by, the rain ceased, and the essence of 18 falls of clothing within me had been nearly exhausted. I slowly opened my eyes, my body's warmth transforming the rainwater into rising wisps of mist. Emperor's ultimate fist, minor success in body tempering. I found this outcome quite astonishing. In a mere 3 hours, a scant 6 hours of practice had led to a minor success in 18 falls of clothing. Even with the extraordinary enhancement from the three-legged golden cauldron, such efficiency was utterly remarkable. No matter how gifted one might be, achieving such rapid progress in a third-rate martial art within 6 hours during the body tempering stage was nothing short of extraordinary. Unless you waved your hand and extracted the Emperor's ultimate fist from the simulated realm, carefully comparing its stances, routines, and physical conditioning techniques with those of 18 falling garments. A sharp intake of breath escaped your lips, and you thought that this exclamation might echo from noon on the 6th day of the author's verification period until 8:30 the next morning of the 7th day. In Chapter 51, titled Royal Clan, it is noted that in this world, no martial artist at the body refinement stage could possibly cultivate a third-rate martial art to a minor accomplishment within 6 hours, unless they had previously practiced it. However, the last time you trained with it, It was not yet known as 18 Falling Garments. At first glance, the training methodologies of Emperor's Ultimate Fist and 18 Falling Garments appear entirely disparate. Yet, in truth, they overlap by approximately 90% regarding the areas of physical conditioning. The latter focuses more on technique, yielding only the effectiveness of a third-rate martial art in terms of physical enhancement. Rather than viewing 18 Falling Garments as an entirely new martial art, it is more appropriate to consider it a complement to Emperor's Ultimate Fist. These two martial arts are essentially one and the same, merely separable by human intervention. In this moment, even the path of cultivating a formidable physique could not suppress your intellect from reclaiming its superiority. Previously, after perfecting Emperor's Ultimate Fist at the body refinement stage and testing your full power strike, a perplexity lingered in your mind. This once unparalleled fist technique, now regarded as a premier top-tier martial art, possesses an overwhelming level of destructive power. The penetrating and destructive force of a single punch rivals that of a martial artist at the astral energy stage. It is essential to understand that the astral energy stage is so named because practitioners cultivate astral energy, an age-old adage in the martial arts community states. A fraction of true energy equates to tenfold strength. A wisp of astral energy surpasses tenfold true energy. The hierarchy of martial artists, beneath the grandmaster level, ascend from body refinement, blood chi, true chi, to astral energy. The body refinement stage is about tempering the body and solidifying the foundation, paving the way for advancement to the blood chi stage. The more rigorously one refines their physique during this phase, the stronger the blood chi cultivated upon advancing. The blood chi stage prepares for the true chi stage. The thicker the blood chi nurtured within, the more robust and expansive the meridians become upon advancement to true chi, resulting in a greater quality and quantity of true energy. The true chi stage further lays the groundwork for the astral energy stage. During this phase, the more true energy one possesses, the larger and more formidable the dantian they can cultivate, allowing for the conversion of astral energy to bear even more extraordinary power. You possess your own interpretation of this martial arts world you have traversed. Beneath the astral energy stage lies an unequivocally low-level martial world, while reaching the astral energy stage brings one to the threshold of the mid-level martial realm. Logically speaking, an initial body refinement stage martial artist, even while striking out sparks, has not yet approached the level of an astral energy stage practitioner. Although you were once at the pinnacle of your abilities, capable of defeating practitioners at the Ganji realm, and even ambushing and slaying a severely wounded martial arts master on the battlefield. It was primarily due to your mastery of over 50 second and third-tier martial arts combined with the sheer heft of a 300-pound axe. Even then, it required risking your very life to unleash an attack equivalent to that of a Ganji-level warrior. However, now you have only perfected 3 first-tier body-refining techniques and are still practicing a first-tier light skill. Yet, you can utilize the techniques of the Imperial Ultimate Heaven Punch to unleash strikes comparable to those of Ganji warriors. This is quite abnormal and utterly absurd. Of course, possessing such extraordinary strength is advantageous. It was once noted that the effects of force are reciprocal. The Imperial Ultimate Heaven Punch, relying solely on physical strength, generates such formidable power that the counterforce exerted on your own body is equally significant. Even with your current physical condition, employing the Imperial Ultimate Heaven Punch results in a self-inflicted damage of 250 for every 1,000 inflicted upon your opponent. Nevertheless, you decisively leaped from the pit you had dug during your training of the Iron Zombie technique. Beside the Emperor's coffin, there lies a spiral punch pit that penetrates several meters into the earth. After executing that punch last time, your wrist bore the brunt of the recoil and suffered a slight injury. But fearing ridicule from the readers, you gritted your teeth and remained silent. You shifted your stance beside the punch pit, concentrating your energy in your dantian and altering your mindset. Imperial Ultimate Heaven Punch. With a powerful strike, a punch pit nearly identical to the previous one emerged, showcasing astonishing might. However, this time you did not merely unleash a punch thoughtlessly. You integrated the unloading technique of 18 falls of clothing. One of the core principles of grappling arts is the ability to dissipate force, allowing you to neutralize the power of an opponent's incoming punches or kicks, causing them to lose balance before being locked and thrown asunder. The unloading technique of 18 falls of clothing is exceptionally intricate, finely attuned to every muscle in the body. As you executed the Imperial Ultimate Heaven Punch, the muscles in your arm quivered like the strings of a lute, dissipating at least 40% of the counterforce. Indeed, upon completing the punch, you understood within. The small success of the 18 falls of clothing can nullify at least 40% of the counterforce from the Imperial Ultimate Heaven Punch. If perfected, completely negating the force would likely not pose a problem. Adding to this, today as peculiar performances of Xiao Balian, a master of grappling, renowned in the Great Shang Imperial City and Shengjing City as the nemesis of hard-hitting martial arts. Earning the moniker of 18 falls of clothing suggests that despite his years of indulgence in carnal pleasures and prolonged neglect of training, he should not have been so easily incapacitated by a mere stone lock. To comprehend the remarkable flexibility of a master in wrestling, one must realize that it is not something to be taken lightly. Moreover, at just over 40 years of age, Xiao Balian is in the prime of his martial prowess, an age akin to the blooming of flowers. To suggest he has sustained a back injury is nothing short of absurd. At last, enlightenment dawns upon you. The techniques of Zhan Yishir Ba Dai and Huang Jijing Tian Quan are fundamentally intertwined as one martial art, with the former being a deliberately extracted technique of force absorption from the latter. Xiao Balian must be aware that he has cultivated Huang Jijing Tian Quan, intentionally staging a performance to reveal Zhan Yishir Ba Dai, while seemingly redundantly inquiring whether Xine Lian comprehends its essence. However, take a moment to assess your physical condition. In accordance with the insights shared by Qi Rihai, the esteemed leader of the Iron Mountain sect and the foremost martial artist of the Shang Nation, Zigading Huang Jijing Tian Quan, the complete version of Huang Jijing Tian Quan ranks among the top 10 legendary martial arts in the world. Now that the missing component, Zhan Yishir Ba Dai, has been restored, does it not imply that Huang Jijing Tian Quan has ascended to the status of a legendary art? Yet, it seems not quite so. There is enhancement. Yet it likely does not yet reach the pinnacle of legendary status. Shaking your head, you harbor serious doubts. Besides Zhan Yishir Ba Dai, there must be other elements of Huang Jijing Tian Quan that have been separated. Consider, for instance, the skill of movement. Reflect on Xiao Balian's astonishingly swift agility. Dear Xiao, as relatives, it is rather tedious to be so secretive. How splendid it would be if you could simply reveal everything to me in one breath. You utterly fail to grasp the reasons behind Xiao Balian's convoluted behavior. Yet, as the saying goes, the path of cultivating a formidable physique does not require much intellect. Securing tangible benefits is paramount, and one should focus on building muscle before discussing further matters. Wait a moment. With the competition commencing in 3 days, you had intended to diligently practice Zhan Yishir Ba Dai to reach perfection, when a pressing question suddenly struck you. How does Xiao Balian possess knowledge of Huang Jijing Tian Quan, a secret technique of a long-extinct royal family of you? You vaguely recall that during the third simulation, your sister-in-law had purchased several historical books to enlighten Xiao Hu, and later, while fleeing from the night raid by the northern barbarians on Yumi County, you had carelessly taken them. You reach into the simulation space and rummage through your belongings, retrieving several hefty tomes. As you flip through them with a clamor, your eyes brighten with discovery. You, a realm bordering the northern territories of the Liang dynasty, with the south adjacent to the treacherous marshes and the northwest gazing across the river at the Shang Nation, with the royal family bearing the surname Xiao. Chapter 52, The Competition. In the 4th year, February goodness. That old rascal Xiao Balian is in fact a royal heir of the Yu dynasty. What a master of concealment he is. You were left astonished, recalling that the royal family of Yu, which was annihilated 200 years ago by a joint force of the Shang Nation and the Liang dynasty, shares the same surname, Xiao. The secret martial art of the Yu royal family is known as the Imperial Ultimate Shock Fist. Xiao Balian possesses the ability to see through one's practice of this technique, and he even holds the missing force-dissipating skill, 18 falls of clothing, from it. With such overwhelming evidence laid bare, were Xiao Balian not a royal orphan of Yu, one might as well attempt to stand on one's head while consuming a delicacy. If this holds true, then Xiao Balian's daughter is indeed a genuine princess. Just as you were about to tease him, you suddenly recalled the experiences he mentioned regarding his daughter. First, she became a disciple of the esteemed elder of the Shinnong Temple in the Great Liang, only to be adopted as a daughter by Emperor Qiyuan of the Shang Kingdom. Yet, it is noteworthy that Yu was vanquished by the alliance of Great Liang and Shang. What could this father-daughter duo be plotting by taking their enemies as mentors and fathers? Do they possess no sense of loyalty to their homeland? Or are they secretly scheming for a restoration? A slight frown forms on your brow, sensing the improbability of such a scenario. After all, Yu has been extinguished for over 2 centuries. During that time, it is uncertain whether Xiao Balian even existed, let alone his father. There are not that many Murongfus in the world. Nonetheless, should they genuinely aspire to restore their kingdom, you find yourself indifferent. In fact, you are rather intrigued. After all, this is merely a simulation. Engaging in risk and madness during a simulation is far preferable to bringing such insanity into reality. High risk equates to high reward. If Xiao Balian indeed harbors aspirations for restoration, and if there exists a reasonable chance of success, you would not hesitate to risk your life to assist him. If failure occurs, it simply means a reunion in 2 seconds. However, should success be achieved, the rewards would undoubtedly be overwhelmingly bountiful. Given the profound heritage of the Shang royal family, it is reasonable to assume their library harbors 30 to 40 volumes of exceptional martial arts, alongside 2 or 3 unparalleled techniques. Furthermore, after the fall of Yu, this branch must surely possess numerous treasured resources. To aid them in their restoration and request copies of all martial arts techniques to take with you seems entirely justifiable. With a stroke of fortune, one might even gather 100 volumes of top-tier martial arts. What a delightful prospect that would be. Imagining such a scenario evokes a desire within you to encourage Xiao Balian to hasten his plans for restoration, irrespective of his initial intentions. Setting aside these thoughts, you resolve to fully master the 18 falls of clothing. Once the competition concludes, you need not inquire. He will undoubtedly share many matters willingly. On the 4th year, in March, 3 days later, with merely an hour remaining before the competition commences, you conclude today's training, stretching your limbs. The 18 falls of clothing was perfected 2 days prior, a technique that, though derived from the Imperial Ultimate Shock Fist and masquerading as a third-rate grappling art, poses no challenge to you, especially with the superlative assistance of the 3-legged golden cauldron. After completing this, for the remaining 2 days, you devote yourself entirely to training the iron legs floating on water. You are not a man prone to capriciousness. The 18 falls is merely a delightful surprise worth cherishing. While iron legs floating on water is your true love at present, the yearning for the ability of introspection is quite vexing. The sensation of perceiving changes within one's bodily structures, yet being unable to observe them directly, leaves one with an undeniable itch of curiosity. Each martial arts body tempering stage serves to fortify the physique and enhance the various parts and components of the body. However, martial arts of exceptional caliber exhibit remarkable strength in this regard. Since the practice of sealing the dragon's 12 hands, you have sensed, albeit faintly, the subtle transformations occurring beneath your skin, within the flesh, bones, and even organs. After delving into iron legs floating on water, this sensation has become increasingly pronounced. You perceive that the periosteum, bone quality, and bone marrow of your leg bones are undergoing intricate structural rearrangements, becoming more resilient and robust while simultaneously lightening in weight. This reduction in weight lays the groundwork for the forthcoming phase of floating on water upon completing the training of the iron leg stage. Yet, you remain curious about the specific changes occurring in your leg bones that defy fundamental physical principles, allowing for an enhancement in quality while reducing weight, all without altering the original material. Alas, your curiosity does not match the ruthlessness of others. Were they to possess your inquisitiveness, they would undoubtedly slice open their flesh to investigate without hesitation. You often lament the inadequacies of your simulated self, wash your face, change your attire, and saunter off to the competition. No, it is not work you're heading to, but the arena. Winning today would enable you to continue your work. Losing would result in immediate unemployment. You wear a relaxed expression, as you truly cannot fathom the possibility of defeat. Currently, in the entirety of Xianxia County, only your second brother could pose a semblance of martial pressure upon you. You estimate that you certainly cannot surpass Lu Turin for the time being. After all, he is a bona fide martial arts master who has diligently cultivated first-rate skills, a top-tier warrior, even in Zhantai Mountain. However, this is merely a temporary setback. Once you complete your task today and conquer the 3-day hunger elixir, gaining the extended endurance of the golden zombie transformation, you feel confident that even if you cannot vanquish Lu Turin, you could at least exhaust him. Strolling leisurely, you arrive at the central square of Xianxia County. Today, there are no stalls set up. Instead, a robust arena has been erected in the center, surrounded by an eager crowd. The annual martial arts competition serves as one of the rare entertainment offerings for the citizens of Xianxia County. Yet, for the 4 martial arts schools in the county, this competition holds immense significance. Who secures the top spot and who shines in performance will impact enrollment for the entire year. For the apprentices of these schools, it is of even greater importance. During each competition, aside from the local gentry and officials of Xianxia County, prominent families from the cities of the Jinan Prefecture also gather to witness the event. Should one perform exceptionally well and attract attention, they would secure their livelihood for the rest of their days. After considerable effort, you finally managed to squeeze through the crowd to the front. It still faced a wall of bodies several layers thick. There, you beheld the 4 martial arts schools of Xianxia County, each occupying a corner of the arena. The Eagle Claw sect, the Pointing Green sect, and the Iron Garment sect had their masters seated in grand chairs, with incense burning on small tables adorned with refreshments. Behind them stood dozens of robust apprentices clad in matching uniforms, exuding an undeniable aura of authority and prestige. In stark contrast, the backward insertion sect was dishearteningly underwhelming. Their recently recruited apprentices were conspicuously absent, leaving one to wonder whether they had fled or simply requested a refund. Only the 4 leading apprentices remained steadfast, alongside Xiao Balian, who was being carried on a stretcher by 4 apprentices, covered with a quilt embroidered with a pair of mandarin ducks frolicking in water. Compared to the other schools, this spectacle was less than impressive. Suppressing the urge to turn and leave, you continued to observe, narrowing your eyes slightly. In the front row of the VIP section, a crowd had gathered, including your long-lost second brother, Lu Turin, who was engaged in a casual conversation with a man clad in official robes. It seemed he sensed your gaze, as his eyes flickered towards you, prompting you to quickly avert your own. The presence of your brother added an intriguing twist to the competition. Chapter 53. Turin Speaks. In the 4th year, March, the sight of Lu Turin attending the competition stirred a sense of excitement within you, especially as his wife was also present. While they might not recognize you in your disguised form, it evoked a feeling akin to drinking with colleagues and inadvertently getting one of them intoxicated, while exchanging glances with a colleague's charming wife. Nevertheless, it was only fitting for Lu Turin to attend the competition. Ever since his ascension to the rank of martial arts master, his standing in Xianxia County had soared to unprecedented heights. Not only did the county magistrate show him respect, but even the highest-ranking officials of Jinan Prefecture acknowledged his status. In the 13 counties of Jinan Prefecture, any event organized would invariably include an invitation to the Lu family among the first 10, and should they attend, it would be a matter of great honor for the hosts. The prestige of a martial arts master is indeed formidable. Li Jiaoxi, we are here. We are here. At this moment, an apprentice from the backward insertion sect spotted you amidst the crowd and leaped up in excitement. You quickly shot him a glare, signaling him to be quiet as you approached with your head down and a frown on your face. If given a choice, you truly would prefer not to stand with them, but there was no escaping the embarrassment brought on by Xiao Balian's ludicrous appearance, sprawled on a stretcher and covered with a floral quilt. As soon as you take your stand, you are met with a multitude of mocking, disdainful, and curious gazes. The derision predominantly emanates from men, while the curiosity is largely from women. The onlookers, including young maidens, married women, and elderly matrons, are filled with intrigue, pondering the criteria for accepting apprentices in this unconventional manner. Shouldn't beauty be the foremost requirement? How is it that someone so unremarkable has managed to infiltrate this realm? However, it must be said that despite his lack of striking features, the young man possesses a remarkably sturdy physique, particularly his waist, which is both slender and toned, exuding strength at first glance. Master, if your back truly aches, there is no obligation for you to be here, you remark, casting a reproachful glance at Xiao Balian, who seems to revel in feigning his discomfort. As the master of this establishment, I shall remain by your side, regardless of whether I have a sprained back or a broken leg, Xiao Balian proclaims, his gaunt yet handsome face betraying a hint of theatricality as he raises his voice, thereby drawing even more attention. You realize that this old man is undoubtedly being deliberate in his actions. As for the reason behind his antics, during these 3 days of training, you have found yourself reflecting on the enigma that is Xiao Balian. The more you ponder, the more you perceive a certain depth to this seemingly superficial figure. Initially, you believe that Xiao Balian simply enjoyed teaching others how to be a son-in-law while earning some silver in the process. However, upon discovering that he is a royal heir from the state of Yu, it becomes apparent that the existence of the son-in-law role bears a deeper significance. The training of the Emperor's supreme thunder fist necessitates enduring humiliation, and the son-in-law is in no short supply of such experiences. You suspect that the true purpose of Xiao Baoyan's establishment of the son-in-law role is to select and nurture individuals capable of mastering the Emperor's supreme thunder fist. Your own emergence as a practitioner of this technique must have come as a surprise to Xiao Baoyan, yet after observing you for a while, he realizes that this unexpected development is rather promising, which is why he has bestowed upon you the 18 falls of clothing. Today, his peculiar appearance and deliberate loud conversation aims solely to instill in you a sense of Xia in the midst of festivities. It is customary to invite musicians and dancers. However, the residents of Tuanshan County are reluctant to expend their silver coins, leading to the engagement of a dance troupe that is excessively professional. It is said that this ensemble of middle-aged women comprises retired madams from the 10 or so brothels on Gaolan Street, all of whom have achieved financial independence in prior years. Master Xiao, take care of your health and ensure the martial arts school remains steadfast. We will always support you. Upon the conclusion of a dance, the lead dancer, with tears glistening in her eyes, shouted toward the back entrance. Her exclamations were not misplaced, for this was the former Madame Dance Troupe from Gaolan Street, and during their prime, Xiao Baoyan was but a strapping young man in his 20s. Considering that the middle-aged Xiao Baoyan remains remarkably handsome, one can only imagine how striking he must have been in his youth, naturally cultivating a devoted fan base. As he struggled to rise from his floral quilt and wave to his supporters, the exuberant madams felt their journey had been worthwhile. However, the expressions of the martial arts officials and the distinguished guests seated in the VIP section darkened considerably. What a disgrace! Xiao Baoyan is a humiliation to our Tuanshan County Martial Arts School and must be expelled. The director of the Martial Arts Administration, harboring resentment because his newly acquired concubine is Xiao Baoyan's sister, gritted his teeth and signaled to several enforcers, who promptly ascended the stage to eject him, announcing the commencement of the competition. Yet, according to interdimensional protocols, any event must begin with a few words from a leader. This time, however, the speaker was neither the county magistrate nor the director of the Martial Arts Administration, but rather Master Liu. Indeed, it was Master Liu. What a delight it is that Tuanshan County finally boasts its own martial arts master. Ever since Master Liu ascended to this esteemed position, I have felt a newfound confidence, even while traveling to other counties for goods. The audience erupted in cheers. In a world where martial arts flourish, having a native master emerge from a small county is akin to a rural child excelling in the prestigious universities of the capital. Liu Turin, tall and robust with a complexion of rosy gray, cleared his throat. Allow me to speak briefly. First, this competition is rather special. Those who rank last among apprentices and masters will be disqualified. Therefore, let us showcase our talents and grace in this contest. As Liu Turin's words resonated, all eyes turned toward the back entrance. Secondly, in recent years, the northern tribes have grown restless, and our great nation has faced consecutive years of calamities, resulting in numerous villains taking refuge in the Jianshan prefecture, wreaking havoc in the region. As I, Liu Turin, have attained mastery, I shall wield my skills to rid my homeland of tyranny and protect the innocent. Liu Turin then reached into his robe and produced a medallion. Chapter 54. The various parties stirred. With the approval of Duke Chunnan, I am preparing to establish a team dedicated to maintaining order and justice, selecting 30 individuals from those who excelled in this competition. Each will receive a monthly stipend of 20 taels, and I shall personally devote 5 days each month to impart martial skills. The apprentices at the martial arts school were immediately filled with excitement upon hearing this announcement. Over 90% of the apprentices in the county's martial arts academy would typically remain at the body tempering stage for their entire lives, earning only around 10 taels a month after graduation. Yet now, the prospect of earning 20 taels a month, coupled with the opportunity to receive guidance from a martial arts master, was simply irresistible. Even if 4 apprentices from the in-law door, who were entirely focused on promoting the path of the son-in-law, felt their hearts stir. You two may feel a flicker of interest, though not in unison. Duke Chunnan, Liu Turin, your brow furrows at the thought that the so-called team for maintaining order and justice is spearheaded by Duke Chunnan, the very individual who thrives on the misfortunes of others. It seems unlikely that true justice could emerge from such a source. Nevertheless, I choose to remain unconcerned. As long as I am not provoked, when roused, I can revive in mere seconds. Such is the nature of my defiance. which brooks no argument. However, it must be acknowledged that while Lu Turin may be ineffectual, he does speak when necessary and departs promptly, demonstrating a reliability far exceeding that of the leaders from my previous life. An official from the martial administration took the stage to announce the commencement of the competition among the apprentices. "We abstain," the members of the in-law door exclaimed in unison, provoking both laughter and exasperation from the audience. This reaction, however, was anticipated by the other three martial arts schools. The in-law door had never instructed in martial arts, and in past competitions, their master, Xianxia, would only make a nominal appearance at the competition stage, a mere formality that had become a source of embarrassment for the Xianxia County Martial Arts Academy. Originally, the other schools had chosen to overlook the in-law door's disgraceful presence, as it did not impede their own recruitment and income. Yet this time, the in-law door had overstepped their bounds. Somehow, they had found a skilled individual who devised remarkably enticing promotional phrases, daring to recruit from their schools, an affront that could not go unpunished. Soon enough, the outstanding apprentices from Inghua Gate, Xianxia Gate, and Tie Gate took to the stage, fueled by the motivational fervor instilled by Lu Turin, fighting with vigor and passion, transforming what had previously been a graceful contest into a savage battle to the death. The onlookers relished the spectacle, finding it immensely satisfying, while you, on the other hand, found yourself struggling to stay awake. After a little more than an hour, Tie Gate retained the championship title among the apprentices, and the master along with the spirited apprentices ascended the stage, tearing off their shirts in unison to reveal chiseled physiques reminiscent of Olympic champions. The members of Inghua Gate and Xianxia Gate looked utterly dismayed. Many expressed that the Iron Garment sect was indeed at a disadvantage. They had no choice, as one practiced claw techniques while the others specialized in acupoint strikes, both relying on the dexterity of their fingers, in the realm of body refinement and blood chi stages. Even if one were to break their fingers, they could not penetrate the defenses of the Iron Garment sect, whose practitioners were as robust as a 600-pound sow, their muscle mass formidable. However, once they reached the true chi stage, those who cultivated finger techniques would no longer fear the practitioners of horizontal training. At that point, the power dynamics would shift, as the 10 fingers, empowered by true chi, would adeptly exploit the vulnerabilities of the muscular practitioners, causing even the mightiest to weep and bleed under their strikes. Yet this year, the audience was fated to miss out on a thrilling contest between the sect leaders. The three sect masters had long formed an alliance, determined to vanquish Xianxia. "Master Xiao, the children have played their games. It is now our turn to showcase something of substance," proclaimed the master of the Iron Garment sect, a towering figure of 2 meters, weighing over 300 pounds of solid muscle, with a voice as thunderous as his stature. The master of the Point Green sect executed a backflip onto the stage, while the master of the Eagle Claw sect leaped into the air, resembling an eagle taking flight, both gesturing provocatively towards the Inverted Door sect. "Apologies, everyone, but due to my ill health this year, I will have my deputy, Limu, take my place in the ring." "Limu, hurry up. Don't keep the elders waiting," Xianxia said while engaging with the crowd, playfully tapping someone on the shoulder. You, having dispelled the indifference of a time traveler, obediently ascended the stage. The 3 sect masters furrowed their brows. When had the Inverted Door sect acquired a deputy? "Are you at the true chi stage?" questioned the master of the Point Green sect, puzzled. According to the regulations of the Martial Management Office, only martial artists above the true chi stage were eligible to establish a martial arts school and accept disciples. Thus, masters from small locales like Xianxia County were typically at the true chi stage. Yet he sensed no trace of true chi emanating from you. You shook your head. "No, I'm still at the body refinement stage." "Nonsense. How dare a mere body refinement practitioner compete with us? Hurry up and get down." "Xianxia, if your Inverted Door sect lacks participants, you should concede." The master of the Eagle Claw sect's brows knitted in anger, but Xianxia paid him no mind, indulging in the fruits offered by a representative of the dancing aunties, savoring each bite. He truly was not picky with his food. "Director, is it appropriate for a body refinement stage practitioner to compete with us?" The master of the Eagle Claw sect appealed to the leaders of the Martial Management Office. "If he wishes to face death, do you dare to bury him?" The director's voice was icy, directly announcing, "The competition begins. First match, Inverted Door sect against Iron Garment sect." The masters of the Point Green and Eagle Claw sects retreated, while the master of the Iron Garment sect, with a fierce expression, said, "Kid, I'll give you one last chance to concede. You're still young. It's not worth risking your life for someone like Xiao. No worries, I possess innate strength, you replied with a foolish grin. Your steps wobbly as you assumed a wrestling stance, eliciting laughter from many onlookers. The master of the ironclad sect, disinterested in idle chatter, swung his robust arms. Akin to a bear, delivering a sweeping blow. Thud! In an instant, he executed a 360-degree flip mid-air, crashing to the ground with a thud that nearly left a dent in the arena. Not only was he dazed, but he also fell unconscious, leaving the spectators bewildered, each one shouting accusations of a staged fight. Your movements were so swift and precise that they left no room for scrutiny of the details. Among the onlookers, only Xiao, Lu Turin, and the county magistrate of Tuanqing remained unaffected, discerning the underlying truth. Lu Turin nodded slightly, acknowledging the potential of this promising talent. A natural powerhouse with exceptional grappling skills, capable of toppling a Qi realm martial artist even at the body refinement stage, a candidate worthy of nurturing within the Anliang team. The county magistrate harbored intentions of recruitment, as the local gangs in Tuanqing had been increasingly active, severely disrupting public order. Yet, this was of little concern. What mattered was the lack of tribute reaching him. The transient county magistrate and the steadfast county lieutenant, along with the calculating gangs, had other individuals in mind for tribute, leaving him both frustrated and helpless. This Li Mu appeared to be the kind of naive brute, capable in combat, yet oblivious to the ways of the world. If appointed as the captain of the guards, it could prove to be quite amusing. The county magistrate felt a stirring of desire. Meanwhile, Xiao, concealed beneath a floral quilt, trembled with excitement. He had finally discovered a prodigy capable of mastering the imperial heaven-shocking fist. The prospects of unveiling the royal secrets of the great Yu dynasty seemed promising. Indeed. Chapter 55, The Unsightly Champion. Match fixing, match fixing, match fixing. As the master of the ironclad sect lay unconscious on the ground, you stood alone in the arena, facing the ignorant jeers of the spectators accusing you of collusion. Fortunately, attending the match did not require a ticket, otherwise the outcry would have demanded a refund. But who could be blamed? You had exerted sufficient restraint, never anticipating that the master of the ironclad sect, despite his imposing physique, would prove less resilient than a con artist. Silence. At that moment, the director of martial affairs, who had received a few directives from the county magistrate, rose and called out to quell the cacophony of the onlookers, gesturing towards the masters of the Eagle Claw and Point Green martial arts schools. By order of the county magistrate, the young and valiant Li Mu, vice master of the Eagle Claw School, shall face both of you together. One by one would not suffice. Together, then. While the master of the Point Green School hesitated, the master of the Eagle Claw School leaped onto the stage, his demeanor transformed from disdain to vigilance. His hands curled into eagle-like claws, glinting with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. As you observed these formidable talons, your mind wandered, contemplating their potential as a tickler sold to the elderly, surely worth at least 50 taels of silver. The master of the Point Green sect leaped onto the arena, his fingers, both index and middle, remarkably elongated, with the tips faintly tinged in green. It was evident that the martial arts of the Point Green sect, known as the Point Green Hand, encompassed not merely acupressure techniques, but also a mastery of toxic application through the fingertips. You couldn't help but curl your lips in sympathy for the master. Such gifted fingers, if only they could traverse to the Blue Planet and make a name in the film industry, would undoubtedly achieve great fame. To engage in a 2-on-1 confrontation while remaining distracted was audacious. Observing your nonchalant demeanor incited the ire of the two masters, disregarding the principles of overpowering the weak with sheer numbers. One adept swiftly maneuvered behind you, his fingertips slicing through the air to strike. The other launched a frontal assault, feigning one attack while delivering a low blow. Martial artists who specialize in finger techniques often indulge in such underhanded tactics, driven by an innate affinity for them, unstoppable in their enthusiasm. At that moment, your hair stood on end, not from fear of being injured, but from the sanctity of the demonic orb that must not be violated. Should the transformation mechanism of the Golden Corpse be triggered in the arena, my second brother, seated below, would undoubtedly create trouble for me. Fortunately, I possessed ample experience in safeguarding the orb. You grimaced, your powerful muscles instantly tensing like steel plates, firmly grasping the rapidly advancing fingers of the Point Green sex master. In a swift motion, you twisted your waist and pivoted your hips, using your legendary waist strength. renowned in the brothel district, to pull the master towards the Eagle Claw Sex leader, who was poised to unleash a devastating strike upon you. Critical hit. Your anguished cries reverberated through the arena as the master of the Point Green sect clamped his legs tightly, his complexion turning ashen. A faint sense of mortality washing over him. No, old Lou, don't blame me. That fellow was too quick. I couldn't hold back. In retaliation, the master, with the other hand still free, instinctively pointed and struck the Eagle Claw Sex master below the navel, a reflex born from professional habit. Although intended to target you, the instinct to retaliate often directs one's fury towards the one who inflicts greater damage. The Eagle Claw Sex master crumpled to his knees, drenched in sweat. Veins bulging as he gasped, Lu Ziqiang, spare me. You were the one who attacked first. You silently released your grip, as the two masters entangled themselves in a fierce struggle, retreating to the corner of the arena, realizing that this contest had little to do with you now. The audience below gasped in astonishment. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have dreamed of such a remarkable display of skill, overcoming a 2-on-1 ambush with such cunning tactics. Yet, one couldn't help but ponder, was this not a tad too unscrupulous? Due to a personal vendetta with Xiao Balian, I was particularly eager to witness the expression of the martial arts director as he faced defeat in the arena. Though he intended to intervene in the brawl between the two competitors, he ultimately decided against it. Those two were exceptionally vile. Merely conversing with them could tarnish one's reputation. After a while, the directors continued their scuffle, and the director could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the table and commanded Li Mu, I order you to throw those two out. Understood. You circled the arena, awaiting the perfect moment, and with a swift kick, sent both directors tumbling off the stage. Thus, a champion was born. You became the unparalleled victor of the Tuanqing County Martial Arts Competition, earning the legendary title of champion with merely a percussion of the drum. Honorable County Lord, this event is unprecedented and deserves a place in the county chronicles, suggested a clerk managing the county's documentation, rushing over with paper and pen. The county lord cast a cold glance at him, warning, if you dare to write, I shall have you eliminated. With a snap, the clerk broke his pen and quietly retreated. Master Lu, the competition has concluded. Would you care to say a few words? The county lord turned back, smiling at Lu Turin. Lu Turin shook his head vigorously. Initially, he had intended to address the audience again, hoping to recruit those he found promising into the Anyang team. However, given the events that transpired, the stage had become too tainted for him to step upon again, even for recruitment purposes. It would suffice to send out notices later to invite candidates for private discussions at the Lu residence. With a bow, Lu Turin decisively took his leave. The county lord cast a glance at you, offering a slight nod before departing as well. Amidst the jeers, you descended from the stage, only to realize that the area designated for the guests had become deserted. The 4 inept apprentices, carrying a stretcher, hurriedly fled, while Xiao Balian, his face concealed beneath a floral quilt, urged them in hushed tones, faster, quicker. As martial artists, losing to the drum is utterly disgraceful. We must not be seen leaving with him, or we shall never recruit another apprentice. As the rightful champion of the competition, you left the county square devoid of flowers and applause, your lips pursed in disappointment, departing with a forlorn demeanor. Wait, Master Li. Upon exiting the central square, a minor official hurriedly approached you, bowing respectfully. Master Li, the county lord is hosting a banquet tonight at Hongbin Tower in your honor to celebrate your victory. Chapter 56. What a remarkable father for the crown prince. You cannot decline the county lord's invitation, as you must coexist in his territory. But that is a matter for the evening. For now, you intend to discuss matters with Xiao Balian. Originally, you had not intended to engage in a discussion with Xiao Balian regarding the matter of Imperial Ultimate Fist so soon. However, just moments ago in the arena, you keenly perceived an intriguing shift. Upon executing the technique 18 Falls of Clothing, you rendered the lumbering brute from Iron Garment sect unconscious, causing Xiao Balian to nearly suffocate with excitement. You surmised that he was indeed eager to converse with you. A quarter of an hour later, you returned to the inverted door. Strangely, the usual presence of the 4 apprentices, B, C, and D, was absent from the martial arts hall. Only Xiao Balian remained. He no longer feigned back pain, sitting upright at the 8 immortals table, his demeanor markedly transformed. Once, Xiao Balian embodied a harmless, albeit slightly lecherous, middle-aged gentleman with a hint of vitality. Now, however, while remnants of that vitality lingered, they had evolved into an imposing and majestic presence, akin to that of an emperor. You had never encountered a true emperor, yet the midday sun casting its glow upon Xiao Balian's visage imparted an impression of formidable authority and dominance. This incarnation of Xiao Balian radiated an awe-inspiring aura. You regarded him with calmness, a grin unexpectedly gracing your lips as you whimsically gestured, one hand delving into your nostril. The other extended forward, demanding 100 taels, please. Huh? Xiao Balian's composure faltered, his previously maintained demeanor beginning to unravel. You approached him with a playful bounce, your outstretched hand shaking with anticipation. Hurry up, the county magistrate is treating me to dinner tonight. If you don't give me the money, I shall report you as a remnant of the royal family of you. You scoundrel. Xiao Balian's facade crumbled entirely. He raised his hand to strike your head, but you deftly retreated, only for him to stomp his foot and, with remarkable speed, tackle you to the ground. The two of you became entangled in a rolling tussle on the training floor, a scene that, if it were a man and woman, might evoke a narrative fraught with innuendo. Alas, it was merely two men, rendering the encounter decidedly less romantic and rather more brutal. Your muscles throbbed and vibrated as if subjected to a fascia gun, each movement rapid and intense. You attempted to secure his thigh, only to be thwarted by his powerful leg muscles. In turn, Xiao Balian aimed to seize your neck, but you blocked him with your forearm. The techniques employed were all derived from the 18 falls of clothing, as you rolled and grappled for nearly 10 minutes, neither gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, with a burst of force, Xiao Balian expelled you from his grasp, sending you spiraling against the wall. Is that how you wish to play? Using your internal energy? You lack martial virtue. As you regained your footing, shaking your head to clear your senses, you prepare to charge forward once more. Xiao Balian hastily waved his hand, lamenting as he rubbed his weary limbs. Enough, enough. You wield your internal energy so effortlessly. Are you not aware of your innate strength? If I do not employ my own energy, you shall surely overpower me. Age does indeed bring its challenges. Truly, the young are to be feared in combat. Xiao Balian vigorously pounded his lower back, and you scoffed, considering how a martial artist in his 40s could possibly relate to old age. It was purely a manifestation of his excessive fatigue. All right, enough of the antics. Let us sit and converse, he suggested. Xiao Balian pulled 2 chairs closer and gave you a meaningful glance, indicating that you were already aware of his true identity. Indeed, I have mastered the Emperor's surprising fist and deduced your identity after learning the 18 falls of garment. You nodded. Can you share the origins of your Emperor's surprising fist? But that is of little consequence. Allow me to recount my own tale. Xiao Balian smiled and shook his head, beginning to narrate his past. He was indeed of genuine royal lineage from the kingdom of Yu, being of the purest bloodline. His grandfather was the last emperor before the kingdom's fall, and his father held the title of crown prince. However, he had never met his grandfather and was not particularly familiar with his father, the exiled prince. At the tender age of 3, he was fostered by a peasant family, and not only was he oblivious to his noble heritage, but he was also unaware that his biological father was someone else entirely. It was not until over 20 years later that Xiao Balian, through his own efforts, married into a prominent family. Tragically, that family met an untimely demise, unexpectedly granting him financial freedom overnight. It was then, amidst the bloodshed and chaos, that his father, the Prince of Yu, appeared before him, bloodied and nearly lifeless, urging him to flee as he had failed in an assassination attempt on the emperor of the Shang Kingdom. Can you imagine such a sensation? Xiao Balian gazed at the sky in disbelief. At the age of 22, I inherited my wife's family fortune of 150,000 taels of silver, 3 estates, 600 acres of fertile land, and 3 shops in the prime location of Shengjing. I had envisioned a life of indulgence and revelry, yet suddenly, my father emerged from the shadows, gripping my shoulder with bloodied hands, exclaiming, "Son, we must escape. The Emperor's forces will soon surround us." As he recounted this, Xiao Balian grew agitated, striking his thigh with force. "Tell me, Li Mu, is this what it means to have a father? He failed in his assassination, yet chose to run to my home. Had he not sought me out, will my family have been besieged? Those 150,000 taels of silver, 3 shops, 3 estates gone?" As he continued his tale, tears streamed down Xiao Balian's face. You nodded empathetically, recognizing the profound sorrow that such a father could bring. Sighing deeply, he steadied his emotions and resumed his narrative. Ever since encountering his father, a life of peril ensued, albeit for a brief 6 months. Tragically, his father, who had dedicated his life to reclaiming their lost kingdom, succumbed to old injuries at the age of 198. In his final moments, he imparted to Xiao Balian the sacrifices he made in pursuit of their national restoration. Over 2 centuries ago, Xiao Balian's grandfather, the emperor, had prepared for the impending siege of their capital by the armies of the Shang and Liang kingdoms. He had preemptively relocated the crown prince, thereby preserving the royal bloodline. Before parting, he offered countless admonitions, urging that should the state of you fall, revenge should not be sought, and one must live incognito and well, such was their fate. However, Xiao Balian's father was evidently a rebellious child, disinclined to heed paternal counsel. At the time of Yu's demise, he was scarcely 20, and subsequently squandered over 170 years demonstrating that disregarding parental advice can lead to grave misfortune. Moreover, in his final moments, he inadvertently ensnared his son, who had just achieved financial independence. Fortunately, before his passing, Xiao Balian's father imparted secret. Though the state of Yu had perished, it bordered the 10,000 miasma forest, within which lay a royal treasure trove known solely to the emperors and crown princes of Yu. This hidden vault housed untold riches along with a monumental secret that the royal family had fiercely guarded since its inception until its downfall. In Chapter 57, he reflected on the divine gifts bestowed upon him. As my father lay dying, he grasped my hand and remarked that the meager possessions I had lost paled in comparison to the hidden treasure. At this point, a semblance of a smile appeared on Xiao Balian's face. You cannot fathom how conflicted I felt. On one hand, I should weep for my dying father. Yet upon hearing of the countless treasures within the vault, I could hardly contain my laughter. Can you understand? As long as you do not project your own father onto this, I can relate, came the complex expression in response, encapsulating the chaos of their circle. Xiao Balian chuckled awkwardly before continuing. Throughout my life, I harbored no grand ambitions. My sole desire was to never lack for silver, to have a harmonious household with a cherished wife and concubines, and to ensure the health of my many sisters. The notions of restoring the nation or ascending the throne hold little appeal. I simply wished to unlock the treasure and reclaim the wealth my father squandered. Alas, my father was utterly inept, tragically mediocre. No wonder my grandfather, whom I never met, forbade him from seeking revenge. In his lifetime, he accomplished 2 things: assassinating the emperors of the Shang and Liang states, and seeking the keys to the treasure vault. After more than a century of fruitless endeavor, he ultimately destroyed the fortune I inherited after enduring 2.5 months of humiliation. Truly, a lamentable mediocrity. Before he passed, my father revealed that 3 keys were necessary to unlock the treasure. One was the dragon-eyed pearl embedded in the throne of the king of Yu, and the second was a golden lock he had worn around his neck since childhood. Both keys were with him when he left Yu. But during his first attempt to assassinate the king of Liang, he was captivated by a courtesan in a brothel, and that night, the dragon-eyed pearl was stolen by a thief. In his subsequent attempt to slay the emperor of Shang, he encountered a band of robbers. By some stroke of ill fortune, the leader turned out to be a grandmaster. To save his own life, he surrendered everything, including the golden lock around his neck. You must admit, he was indeed a failure and a mediocrity. Do not succumb to mediocrity. Your father is nothing but a complete failure, a fool of the highest order. Having such a father, you are indeed cursed for generations. Your teeth clack in frustration, and it's not just Xiao Balian that infuriates you. The mere thought of it is enough to rouse your ire. Yet, upon reflection, you wonder, isn't there a third key? What could that key possibly be? Xiao Balian squints slightly, his gaze laden with ambiguity as he observes you in silence, sending shivers down your spine and leaving your forehead cold with apprehension. Surely not. Could it be? You point a finger at your own nose. I haven't sat down. Xiao Balian nods emphatically. Yes, indeed. You are the third key to the secret treasures of the Yu royal family. But wait, do not rush away. Allow me to elucidate. This is a fortuitous revelation. The third key to the Yu royal family's hidden treasures has always been a person, not an inanimate object, since the inception of the secret vault. As Xiao Balian elaborates, enlightenment dawns upon you. The royal treasures of Yu are secured by 3 locks. The first 2 keys are traditional in nature. Yet the third lock is an intricate mechanical puppet, its power rivaling that of a peak warrior in the Ganchi realm. To unlock this third lock, one must employ pure physical strength and the imperial extreme shocking fist, defeating this metal puppet without the aid of any true energy or Ganchi. This task demands an invincible warrior. Cultivating such a paragon of strength is no simple endeavor. Yet each emperor of you seeks to identify an individual of remarkably poor martial talent, pairing them with the unique secret elixirs of you, alongside vast resources and specialized techniques. To forge this unparalleled warrior, do not inquire about the nature of the procedures. Suffice it to say they involve castration. Indeed, the third key throughout the ages has always been the chief steward of the imperial court. Through centuries of relentless research, the Yu royal family has discerned that a man devoid of desire attains great strength, a scientifically inclined feudal state, if ever there was one. Alas, Xiao Balian sighs, lamenting that the secret elixirs and techniques needed to cultivate the third key have vanished into oblivion with the fall of the Yu dynasty. Before his demise, my father entrusted me with the imperial extreme shocking fist. He presumed my lack of martial practice in my 20s was due to poor aptitude and intended for me to attempt becoming the third key. The whereabouts of the two lost keys have been thoroughly investigated. Should I manage to embody the third key, then Xiao Balian sighs once more, regretting that martial talent cannot be concealed. My reluctance to train stems from my previous preoccupation with achieving financial independence through less honorable means. Initially, mastering the imperial extreme shocking fist would have taken me a year to reach the blood chi realm, 2 years to attain true chi, and 5 years to achieve Xianxia. I could hardly contain it. Fortunately, I possess intellect. Though I may not be the one, surely there are prodigious talents in this world. As long as I can discover such a martial genius, I can teach them the imperial extreme shocking fist, enabling them to become the third key. Thus, I embarked on my plan. First, I employed a touch of charm and became a son-in-law in the esteemed family of the Prime Minister of the Shang Kingdom, where I fathered a daughter and amassed some wealth. Once my daughter matured and revealed her innate talent for alchemy, I sent her to the Divine Farmer's Hall of the Liang Kingdom for her studies in alchemy. However, my more significant aim was the coveted Dragonite Pearl, which eventually found its way into the possession of a venerable elder at the Divine Farmer's Hall. The following year, my father-in-law fell victim to a political struggle and was executed along with his entire family. I narrowly escaped this fate due to my absence from home and subsequently relocated to Tuanqing County, where I established a martial arts academy. Based on the clues my father provided before his passing, the martial arts grandmaster who had robbed him was nearing the end of his life, and his descendants ultimately settled in Tuanqing County. I am still investigating the identity of this individual, but I am certain he is here with nowhere to hide. Naturally, you have likely surmised that my purpose in founding this academy was to seek out the martial genius I so ardently desired. The trials I endured as a son-in-law have provided me with the perfect foundation to cultivate the Emperor's ultimate Thunder Fist. Regrettably, nearly 20 years have passed without my finding such a talent. Until that day, I returned from acquiring medicinal herbs from Xiao of Baiyu sect and witnessed you participating in the son-in-law simulation practice class. Xiao Balian gazed intently at you, his breath heavy. Although you have merely reached the body refining realm and have practiced the Emperor's ultimate Thunder Fist for a short time, I could immediately discern that you had grasped the technique without a teacher, ingeniously utilizing the humiliation of being a son-in-law to discover a shortcut to mastering the Emperor's ultimate Thunder Fist. This approach had eluded the royal family of the Yu Kingdom for centuries. Even someone as astute as I took years to comprehend it. Yet you, with your astonishing intellect, arrived at this insight with alarming ease. Li Mu, do you realize that you are nothing short of a prodigy? What is even more remarkable is that your martial aptitude is woefully inadequate, far inferior to that of the elderly vendor selling produce at the market. Yet you possess innate strength. You require neither secret potions nor special techniques. With your subpar martial talent and unique physique, you could become the third key. You must be a gift sent by the heavens, a blessing from the divine. I am profoundly grateful for this celestial bestowal. Xiao Balian, in his ecstatic state, seemed almost delirious, and you silently tightened your grip on the drum, temporarily unable to discern whether he was cursing you or praising you. Chapter 58, The Longevity Lock. In the 4th year, March the exuberant Xiao Balian continued to revel in his excitement, while you lightly tapped your head, your battle-worn intellect beginning to churn. Regardless, it is indeed a positive development that Xiao Balian is willing to speak candidly with you. Although you remain uncertain about the veracity of his claims of openness, you are indifferent to the implications. Whether true, it brings joy to all. If false, it may cost you your life. Moreover, it matters little. 2 seconds later, you would reassess who the real authority is. What gives you pause, however, is that apart from yourself, the third key of the former Yu Kingdom has not been activated. Does your family possess any martial arts manuals? Yu inquired once Xiao Balian had sufficiently calmed down from his fervor. Indeed, Xiao Balian hesitated not for a moment. The kingdom of Yu, established upon the foundation of the Emperor's ultimate Thunder Fist, stands as both a royal court and the mightiest sect within its borders, possessing an impressive collection of martial arts manuscripts hidden within its secret vaults. Upon hearing this, you felt a wave of reassurance wash over you. The next step would be to negotiate terms. You rubbed your fingers together, and Xiao Balian shared a knowing smile. The two of you engaged in spirited discussion for a quarter of an hour before reaching a consensus. Upon unlocking the royal vault of the Kingdom of Yu, the martial arts manuscripts will be divided equally. This division entailed first creating copies of all the original manuscripts, allowing you to retain half of the originals and half of the copies, while Xiao Balian would keep the remaining originals and copies. As for treasures, they would be split in an 80-20 ratio, with you receiving the larger share. Other items would be divided 70-30, favoring you, and for any shortfall, Xiao Balian would compensate you with gold and silver. You found this distribution agreeable, yet you insisted that all your conditions be met without exception. Your objective was unmistakably clear: the martial arts manuscripts. Xiao Balian's daughter, being the direct disciple of the Grand Elder of the Divine Farming Hall of Liang and the adopted daughter of the Emperor of the Shang Kingdom, surely had the means to procure several first-rate martial arts copies from both the Divine Farming Hall and the Shang Court with ease. Xiao Balian acknowledged that this would be a trivial matter, yet he could not comprehend your fervent regard for the martial arts manuscripts. The world of hanging banners eluded his understanding, and you chose not to elaborate. A harmonious collaboration was all that mattered. As for when to access the secret vault, there was no need for haste. Xiao Balian's daughter was still devising a plan to obtain the dragon's eye pearl from her master, which was concealed within the golden lock in Tuanqing County, and its current possession remained uncertain. Thus, when the vault would be opened was anyone's guess. Perhaps it could be tomorrow, or it might take several years. Regardless, you were in no rush, as the martial arts at your disposal would suffice for several years to come. Of course, there was one immediate and extraordinary acquisition: the Emperor's ultimate Thunder Fist, in its complete and original form. Xiao Balian, after laboring for a while, returned to his chamber, bearing a hefty tome crafted entirely of pure gold, which he solemnly handed to you. Li Mu, I hereby officially pass on the Emperor's ultimate Thunder Fist to you. Study it diligently and preserve it well. In the future, once you wed my daughter and bear children, it is to be passed down to my grandchildren. Absolutely, you exclaimed, eagerly accepting the Emperor's ultimate Thunder Fist. You flipped through its pages with anticipation. This was your first original, a quintessential masterpiece of martial arts, ranking among the top 10 martial arts techniques in the world and the foremost in boxing prowess. As you skimmed through the contents, you marveled at the fact that the complete version far surpassed the incomplete copy you had obtained from Zhang Taizan, having more than double the content. The flawed version of the Emperor's ultimate Thunder Fist contained only 72 sets of boxing postures. The complete version not only includes techniques like the 18 drops of clothing for energy release, but also encompasses body movement, a comprehensive internal breathing method, and the missing 36 sets of boxing forms. At that moment, you felt a surge of excitement, only to later realize you were rubbing your ears. Wait, are you truly considering having me marry into your family? Otherwise, what do you think? Am I jesting? Xiao Balian rolled his eyes dramatically. If I hadn't noticed your enthusiasm, I wouldn't have bothered to argue whether the secret treasure is split 70-30 or 40-60. Once you marry in, what is mine becomes yours, and what is yours becomes mine. Why should we bother with distinctions? This only deepened your suspicion. Although the two of you currently share an unwavering partnership, who among fathers in their right mind? ISN, a doting parent? They all wish to find a suitable match for their daughters. You must understand that Xiao Balian's daughter is a fourth-grade alchemist and also a princess of the Shang Kingdom. It's not that you look down upon yourself. Rather, given your current circumstances, you truly feel unworthy. Unless, old Xiao, speak honestly, is your daughter. Well, you know what I mean? With a resounding slap, Xiao Balian jumped up and struck your head. Look at my face. My daughter could be described as a beauty beyond compare. Not to mention, my late wife was one of the 5 great beauties of the Shang Kingdom 20 years ago. All right, I concede. Is that satisfactory, dear father-in-law? You hurriedly pressed down the agitated Xiao Balian, feeling a surge of delight within, as if you had struck gold. Marrying in is splendid. The royal treasures of the Yu Kingdom are mine, and the beauty with dual identities as princesses of both the Yu and Shang kingdoms is also mine. How delightful. By the way, you mentioned that the county magistrate is inviting you for dinner tonight? Xiao Balian inquired, to which you nodded in affirmation. Huh. Our esteemed county magistrate hasn't enjoyed a prosperous life since taking office a few years ago. From what I know of him, he must have seen you acting foolishly on the arena today and deemed you a brainless brute. He likely wants to recruit you into the county office to use you as a pawn against that insatiable county constable. Xiao Balian stroked his chin. If he promises you the title of chief constable, you might as well accept it. Over the years, based on my investigations, the second key to the Golden Lock is likely hidden with someone among the gangs in Xianxia County. Having the identity of a chief constable would facilitate the search for the Golden Lock. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. Should you be unwilling, I respect your choice. Being a chief constable wouldn't be a problem. You nodded, recognizing that acquiring the key to the secret treasure sooner would be beneficial for you. But what does the Golden Lock look like? You flip to the last page of the Imperial Shock Punch. Upon opening the manual, you notice that the final page, adorned with gold paper, depicted two items, a luminous pearl and a golden lock. The delicate golden lock, intricately engraved with elaborate patterns, seems vaguely familiar. A sudden shiver courses through your heart and spirit. Could this be the longevity lock that adorned the neck of my yet-to-be-born son, little tiger? Upon glimpsing the design of the golden lock, tumultuous waves rise within you, yet your facade remains unperturbed, outwardly revealing no signs of disturbance. You never anticipated that the longevity gold lock, which little tiger would wear after his birth during the third simulation, harbored such profound significance. The ancestral lineage of the Wang family is indeed noteworthy. It boasts a formidable ancestor, a martial arts master who once roamed the world as a bandit, a rarity indeed. However, it must be said, the Wang family has fallen from grace. You discreetly inform Xiao Balian of your intention to return home to change clothes, and you indeed do so, before stealthily peering through the crack of the door into the Wang household. For now, you choose not to divulge the matter of the Golden Lock to Xiao Balian. It is not that you intend to engage in any clandestine dealings, but rather that this uncanny coincidence compels you to entertain conspiracy theories. You recall the tragic demise of Old Wang during the third simulation. In that simulated 9th year, he met his end at the hands of Lu Bin, the leader of the Deshun gang, before uncovering the secret of the Golden Lock. You had always considered Old Wang's death to be merely an unfortunate accident, but now it feels amiss, very amiss. While it is true that Old Wang was entangled with the gang, he had been a prominent figure within the Jimin gang until your beautiful sister-in-law's pregnancy prompted him to gracefully withdraw from the fray, transitioning to a more business-oriented role, becoming increasingly cautious of his own life. Even when the Jimin gang clashed with the Deshun gang, it seems illogical that a mere office clerk would be brutally slain amidst the chaos. As you peer through the door crack into the Wang residence, your suspicions deepen. Once, you two were a notable figure within the gang circles of Xianxia County, having participated in numerous gang assemblies. In truth, when two gangs engage in battle, casualties among combatants are to be expected. However, the slaughter of non-combatant office staff is exceedingly rare. You cannot help but wonder if Old Wang's demise is somehow linked to Xiao Balian. While Xiao Balian is currently unaware of the Golden Lock's presence at the Wang household, it is inevitable that he will discover it in a few years. Did Xiao Balian, in his quest for the Golden Lock, seize the opportunity presented by the Deshun gang's ambush on the Jimin gang headquarters to eliminate Old Wang? You scratch your head, realizing that during the third simulation, you truly brushed against the threshold of the underworld. If this hypothesis holds any truth, then after eliminating Old Wang without retrieving the Golden Lock, Xiao Balian would undoubtedly set his sights on your sister-in-law and Little Tiger. If you had not promptly taken your sister-in-law and Little Tiger away from Xianxia County at that time. Goodness, if that is the case. Then Little Tiger's demise during the third simulation could very well be connected to Xiao Balian. With a furrowed brow, you have never hesitated to cast the most malevolent assumptions upon others, even when the subject of your speculation is none other than Xiao Balian, who wishes to marry his daughter to you and has shown considerable concern for your well-being. How shall I put it? Xiao Balian is a person you find somewhat inscrutable. For instance, what exactly is his true strength? Today, he rambled on about his capabilities, repeatedly alluding to his prowess, yet he never explicitly articulated his level of mastery. Is he truly just a practitioner of the Ganshi realm? The uncertainty regarding the precise capabilities of your collaborator inevitably stirs a sense of unease within you. A bit of trouble, perhaps, but trouble is trouble. After all, one cannot entirely forsake their conscience. You suspect that if your conjecture holds true, Xianxia, upon discovering the whereabouts of the Golden Lock, would most likely not allow Old Wang to live. This is something you cannot deliberately conceal. There is no wall that does not let the wind through, should word get out. It could very well fracture the amicable atmosphere that currently exists between you and Xianxia, just as you do not shy away from harboring ill intentions towards others. You also do not mind repaying even the smallest kindness, even though Old Wang's family has not rendered you any such favors on the simulated path. Thus, a mischievous smile creeps across your face. The Golden Lock must be given to Xianxia. It is the key to the hidden treasure, and you eagerly anticipate its unlocking. However, the current owner of the Golden Lock must first be replaced. You feel that Lu Er, the rotund steward from Lu Turin's household, who has persistently harbored ill will towards you and has caused you numerous misfortunes, is a suitable candidate. First, you will swap the Golden Lock from Old Wang's family to Lu Er and then inform Xianxia of this change. This strategy greatly increases the likelihood of gauging Xianxia's true strength through the Lu family, as your second brother is a martial arts master, undoubtedly possessing considerable abilities. Though this scheme may invite complications, when one is engaged in dubious endeavors, one fears not the prospect of trouble. In this manner, you will not suffer any loss. At the very least, you will ascertain Xianxia's genuine martial realm. If executed skillfully, you might even leverage Xianxia to eliminate Lu Turin, the nefarious parasite. However, there is no rush. You must allow yourself ample time to develop. Old Wang met his demise in the 9th year, so by the 8th year, such maneuvers would be impeccably timed. Of course, the substitution of the Golden Lock cannot be delayed. You plan to seek out a goldsmith in the coming days to craft a longevity lock, and under the cover of night, infiltrate Old Wang's residence to execute the switch. As for now, it is time to change your clothes and dine with the county magistrate. In the 4th year, April, good morning, Captain Lee. Have you eaten yet? My wife just boiled some eggs. Would you like to have a couple while they're still warm? As the morning sun rises, you greet the day, adorned with an official blade and dressed in a well-tailored, imposing outfit as you leisurely stride into the county office. Upon your entrance, several aides and a number of white-clad attendants rush forth to greet you. You receive the peeled egg and blissfully made your way to your modest office in the fast-paced precinct. It has been nearly a month since you promised the county magistrate that you would serve as a constable. To be frank, in the context of an ancient feudal dynasty, the feeling of being a constable in a county town, accompanied by subordinates, and receiving silver from those who willingly offer it, is indeed quite exhilarating. With a population approaching 100,000 in Xianxia County, there are 6 constables, including yourself, and each constable is assigned 3 to 5 aides, along with several white-clad workers. Although you are a minor constable without an official rank, you hold a significant position within Xianxia County. Naturally, you are acutely aware that the magistrate's intentions in appointing you as a constable are far from pure. After a month of keen observation, you have discerned the underlying dynamics. Simply put, while the magistrate is undoubtedly the leading figure in Xianxia County, reality often defies logic. He is an appointed commander, a transient magistrate, paired with a cadre of entrenched county officials, such as the county lieutenant, the chief scribe, and the various departments, who have held their positions for years, making it difficult for him to consolidate power. Particularly, the county lieutenant's position has been hereditary since the days of his ancestors, and he continues to wield significant authority, meticulously managing the complexities of the county's underworld. The magistrate, envious and frustrated, finds himself unable to contend with the lieutenant's overwhelming influence. Thus, the magistrate has placed you, someone from his own ranks, into the department and assigned you the task of overseeing the 4 streets where the local gangs have the deepest roots and the murkiest dealings, primarily to irritate the county lieutenant. This is a role that may offend many, yet you are willing to take on this burden, for as a constable, you are legally permitted to engage in confrontations. Furthermore, practical experience in the field is crucial for honing your martial skills. For instance, you have conducted comparative experiments regarding the technique known as iron legs, floating on water. Having ingested the same specially concocted potion, you found that practicing your lightness skills outside the county town was far less effective than pursuing and apprehending uncooperative gang members amidst the densely populated streets of the county. The disparity between theoretical learning and practical application is akin to the difference between taking online language courses at home and studying in an immersive environment at a hotel. Chapter 60. The Rabid Dog Constable. Year 4, May Run, the Rabid Dog is coming. The weather is clear and pleasant, with not a cloud in the sky, neither too hot nor too cold, perfect for the various gangs in Xianxia County to engage in team-building activities. Today, the Dasan Gang and the Dachuan Gang had just arranged a meeting, and before they could even complete their customary exchange of pleasantries regarding each other's family's well-being, a lookout from one gang let out a piercing scream. In truth, prior to your appointment as a constable, there was no practice of having lookouts during gang gatherings in Xianxia County. However, your presence has necessitated such precautions. Both gangs members tensed up as you brandished your weapon, tilted your head, and leapt down from the eaves. In broad daylight, under the open sky, how dare they gather with weapons for a brawl? Is there no law? No justice? I command you all to freeze, hands on your heads, and squat down. Very well. A young man with clear eyes, likely having joined the gang no more than 3 days prior, promptly discarded the large stick in his hand, obediently squatting down with his hands clasped over his head. The others from the gang exclaimed, "Smack!" The older brother who had introduced him to this life swiftly delivered a painful blow to the back of his head, scolding, "Are you foolish? When told to squat, you squat. If you run, you'll be bitten by a mad dog with no chance of escape." In a flurry, both groups dispersed. You smiled with a sense of satisfaction, calmly stretching your legs as your eyes quickly identified the 3 fastest individuals among the fleeing crowd. In your mind, you began a countdown of 5. With a swift motion, you plunged into the throng, embarking on a day of righteous pursuit, running faster than the dogs. For a martial artist, running faster than a dog is unremarkable. It would be peculiar if one could not outrun a dog. However, that was in the wilderness, where one could sprint in a straight line without obstacles. In the bustling town center, where hindrances outnumbered the paths, to still outrun a dog demanded exceptional skill in lightness of foot and agility. This is the origin of your nickname, the Mad Dog Catcher. Half a stick of incense later, you traversed in 3 directions, apprehending the 3 swiftest gang members and tying them together with rope, contentedly making your way to the Yamen. Head Constable Lee is formidable. Head Constable Lee is mighty. Bystanders applauded, reveling in the sight. For the honest citizens striving to live their lives, witnessing these gang members, who revel in violence and intimidation, being captured and executed was a source of great satisfaction. Heaven knows how many innocent lives have been shattered each year in Xianxia County due to these gang members. Regrettably, the Yamen hardly intervened. Now that you have arrived, the Yamen still offers little assistance, for the overall workings of the Yamen are beyond the influence of a mere constable. Yet, since your arrival, Xianxia County has gained a constable willing to apprehend wrongdoers, which has somewhat improved the overall safety. As per the usual protocol, each captured individual receives 10 lashes before being confined in jail. They remain there until someone comes to redeem them with silver. The distribution of rewards follows the established custom. You retain half, they receive 30%, and the remaining 20% is sent to the county magistrate and the county lieutenant. Returning to the quick response room of the Yamen, you carelessly toss the 3 unfortunate souls to the subordinate white-clad officials, ignoring the hostile gazes of other constables within the chamber as you yawned and closed the wooden door to your compartment. After 2 months as constable, all your original subordinates had defected to other constables, leaving only a few temporary white-clad workers without connections to serve your whims. In the Yamen, there are no fools. Everyone can discern that you are merely a husky among a pack of wolves infiltrating the Yamen. The 3rd class of Xianxia County is under the command of the county lieutenant, and the gangs within the county are friends of the county lieutenant, serving as the financial backers of the 3rd class in the Yamen. Your actions, which harm others while serving no personal benefit, resemble a disruptive force that could be likened to a meddler inserted by the county. Were it not for the inability to contend with you, you would have met your demise at least 8 times over these past 2 months. I relish the notion that you detest my existence, yet remain unable to eliminate me. Lazily reclining in my chair, I prop my legs upon the table, tensing my muscles, producing a resounding sound as the fabric stretched taut. The muscles in my long legs swelled with a firmness akin to metal. Satisfied, I patted my thigh, proclaiming my achievement in the art of iron legs floating on water, having completed my training ahead of schedule by an entire month. It is evident that pursuing adversaries in the bustling market has proven far superior to solitary practice. If such is the case with lightness skills, the same must hold true for other martial arts. It is time to select my next martial discipline, preferably one that inflicts considerable pain, as I've been branded a mad dog for the past 2 months. There is no mad dog that merely chases without biting. I must embody the title I have been given. Since becoming the head of the guards, my life has taken on an alarming pace. Currently, I train in 2 martial arts simultaneously. During the day, I practice lightness skills in the streets, and after work, I engage in a simulated combat class designed for the son-in-law, followed by an extensive session focusing on the complete technique of the Imperial Extreme Heaven-Piercing Fist. Upon returning home, I dedicate over an hour to the preparation of the 3-day hunger pill. It is worth noting that the preparation of the 3-day hunger pill is nearing completion. I anticipate achieving my first successful concoction before the end of the month. As for the Imperial Extreme Heaven-Piercing Fist, I had previously attained a perfected state, yet it was incomplete. The comprehensive version boasts significant improvements in technique, necessitating further training to fully master it. The difficulty of mastering such a renowned technique is vastly greater than that of first-rate martial arts. Even as I seek to complete my training, progress remains excruciatingly slow. I estimate that I will require an additional 8 to 10 months to reach proficiency. In the 4th year, June, I have yet to replace the golden lock at Old Wong's house across the street. Due to the absence of a goldsmith in Xianxia County, an opportunity has finally arisen. I took advantage of an official duty transporting a prisoner to the prefecture city, where I discreetly sought out a goldsmith and had a lock crafted in imitation of the original. I then offered the goldsmith a sum of silver to persuade his family to relocate from Jian Prefecture. The goldsmith was initially reluctant to leave, as one often finds it difficult to part from their homeland. However, when I demonstrated my ability to mold a lump of gold into a spherical shape and subsequently into a gold ingot, he suddenly found the allure of exploring the outside world irresistible. Upon my return to Xianxia County, I donned my night attire and stealthily infiltrated Old Wong's residence. Good heavens! What hour is it? Yet you continue to disturb my sister-in-law. I feel pity not only for her, but for myself as well. Hiding beneath the window for a quarter of an hour, I listened to the commotion between Old Wong and my sister-in-law, rolling my eyes in exasperation. From my simulated space, I retrieved a vial of essential sedative for one venturing into the martial world. As the wisps of smoke curled, Old Wong snored soundly. You stealthily entered the room, absconding with the golden lock, leaving no trace behind. In the 4th year, September, run, the rabid dog is back. A shout echoed within a gambling den controlled by a certain gang. 3 seconds later, you swaggered in, and a quarter of an hour later, you returned to the yamen, shouldering one and carrying 2 bruised henchmen with great satisfaction. Your first task each day was to apprehend 2 ne'er-do-wells on the way to work. Call me the bane of crime in Xianxia County. Your spirits were high, for experiments had proven that practicing martial arts against real opponents yielded far greater progress than striking wooden dummies. As per usual, you tossed them into the jail, awaiting their ransom. Limu, there are bandits establishing a stronghold at Niuwai Mountain outside the county. The county magistrate commands you to lead 3 hired hands to purge the bandits. Depart immediately without delay. Suddenly, a constable barged in without knocking, arrogantly lifting his chin in your direction. Chapter 61. The Teaching of Villains. In the 4th year, September, observing the arrogant constable, your inner calm remained unshaken. As a troublemaker assigned to the 3rd class of yamen runners by the county magistrate, being targeted, suppressed, and maliciously retaliated against was an unavoidable fate. Having been a constable for half a year, you had endured various forms of oppression, all of which seemed trivial to you. However, this time, it was clear that the opposition had devised a strategy. Under normal circumstances, a mere county constable leading a band of 3 temporary workers, who possessed only rudimentary skills and lacked even the foundational strength, was akin to courting death. Anyone with a sound mind would refrain from such folly. To go was to invite certain demise. To abstain, however, would mean defying the orders of the county magistrate. The opposition could easily use your insubordination as grounds to hold you accountable, while outright dismissal from the yamen was unlikely, revoking your patrol privileges, thereby preventing you from troubling them on the streets, was a simple task, one that even the county magistrate could not contest. Truth be told, it had been half a year, and the county magistrate had only now conceived such a scheme, raising concerns about the intellect of this generation of villains. Nonetheless, since they had already made their move, declining to respond would be seen as impolite. The position of constable allowed for legitimate combat, accelerating your martial training, a role you had grown fond of and could hardly bear to part with. Given this, it was time to rectify the workplace atmosphere and curb the antics of these insignificant, nameless little villains who caused so much annoyance. It was also the moment to impart some wisdom to these petty nuisances about how true villains operate and unleash their wrath. Drawing your waist knife, you intimidated the constable, whose expression was one of impending dread, instinctively wanting to flee, yet you had no intention of harming him. With a snap, the tension hung in the air. Casually tossing the knife at his feet, you offered a polite and gentle smile, saying, "My apologies, the knife has fallen. Could you kindly pick it up?" The act of retrieving an object truly embodies a primal instinct, especially when prompted by a courteous request. Among 100 individuals, scarcely 2 or 3 would decline. The arrogant-faced constable bent down to retrieve a knife. It is universally acknowledged that when one picks up a knife, it is customary to grasp the handle, not the blade. Observing the constable's hand firmly gripping the handle as he lifted the knife, you could not help but smile sincerely. Now it was time to strike. With a swift motion, you delivered a powerful kick, sending the arrogant-faced constable flying from your small compartment into the communal quarters of the third-class officials. In a flash, you retrieved a dagger from the simulated space, forcefully slashing it across your arm to draw blood. It must be said, this was quite a laborious task. The dagger had even dulled from the effort. Fortunately, your strength was ample. Within a second, you completed this endeavor, adopting a fierce countenance as you exited the compartment, blood dripping from your arm. Before the astonished eyes of the numerous third-class officials, you seized the constable by the neck, lifting him above your head. Wretched creature, how dare you attempt to assassinate the head constable? You display utter contempt for the county office and the imperial court. Are you attempting rebellion? Speak. Whose agent are you? Who orchestrated this audacity? Your voice boomed, resonating even 200 meters away. The constables within the third-class quarters were stunned, gazing incredulously at the constable you were about to confront. But didn't the county magistrate instruct us to devise a scheme to drive this mad dog from the county office? How could you resort to assassination? This is exceedingly bold. Oomph. You refuse to speak? Very well. I respect your tenacity. Let us proceed to meet the county lord. Today, even if I must subject you to the most excruciating punishment, I shall uncover who possesses the audacity to assassinate the head constable, aiming to rebel against the imperial court. The arrogant-faced constable, gasping for breath, thought to himself, "But you're gripping my neck with no intention of allowing me to speak." It would indeed be a miracle if you permitted him to speak. As noted in the book, the villain's skills from entry to oblivion. A villain must transcend the realm of the ordinary, remaining unaffected by worldly affairs. To translate this into layman's terms, by disrupting the opponent's rhythm, one can secure an advantage. Naturally, this requires mastery of the art of framing accusations. If a hat is readily available, it can be placed upon them. If not, one must fabricate a hat to impose. Regardless of how the opponent calculates or converses, as long as it is clear they harbor ill intentions, even their very breath becomes a transgression. Report to the superior. The adversary is breathing audibly, indicating a potential exercise of lung capacity, likely intending to deplete the world's oxygen to execute a nefarious plan of annihilating living beings. It is recommended that they be immediately reduced to minuscule bits and subsequently carbonized. You seized the throat of the arrogant constable and proceeded to seek out the county magistrate. However, there was no need for a search. Before you had taken more than a few steps, the magistrate, along with the county lieutenant and other officials, rushed towards you. It would have been problematic had they not. After all, your loud outcry, even uttering the sensitive term of rebellion, would compel anyone to investigate the situation. What is the meaning of this, Li Mu? How dare you assault a colleague? The county lieutenant, with an outwardly imposing appearance, yet harboring a heart filled with malice, attempted to pin the blame on you. Alas, his words faltered, lacking the forcefulness of your own. County lieutenant, you're speaking too loudly. You retorted. This individual barged into my room, seizing my dagger in an attempt to assassinate me. He has now been subdued, with both witnesses and evidence at hand. With that, you cast the arrogant constable to the ground, briefly displaying his bloodied arm to the onlookers before hastily tearing a strip from your clothing to bind his wounds. It was imperative to act quickly. Delay could lead to the wounds healing prematurely. Nonsense. Why would he attempt to assassinate you? What motive could he possibly have? The county lieutenant knelt to examine the constable's injuries, only to realize the man had already succumbed, sparking his fury. You shrugged. I do not know his intentions. However, he acted with considerable malice, falsely purporting your orders, county lieutenant. Had it not been for this deception, I would not have been caught off guard and lost my dagger. Oh, what orders? How can you be certain they were false? The magistrate inquired, intrigued. You pointed towards the lieutenant in response to your inquiry. He claimed that the lieutenant instructed me to take only 3 subordinates and immediately set off to eradicate bandits at Yowai Mountain. This is absurd. The county lieutenant bears no animosity towards me. So how could he assign such a malicious task that endangers his own colleagues? Therefore, I suspect this individual to be a rebel against the court. His attempt on my life was merely a ruse to malign and incriminate the county lieutenant, a 9th-rank official of the court. At this juncture, you shifted your tone and elevated your voice. Honorable magistrate, this is merely my personal conjecture. I cannot be certain whether the order to eliminate bandits was indeed fabricated by this rebel. Yet, since he invoked the name of the county lieutenant, it raises suspicions of collusion. Thus, I propose that to clear the lieutenant's name and to maintain fairness, all his duties should be temporarily suspended and he should be incarcerated until the truth is unveiled, after which he may be reinstated. Chapitre 62, Promotion. You. The county lieutenant was infuriated, clutching his chest in distress. Had he been more educated, he would have surely unleashed a tirade of insults. You smirk slightly. Are you incensed? Good, you should be. You wish for me to confront bandits, leading to my demise, and I shall accuse you of treasonous intent. After all, once chaos ensues and individuals are dragged into the mire, suitable allies will naturally emerge. Magistrate, allies are on their way. Who would have imagined that beneath your thick brows and large eyes lay such a treacherous mind? Yet, sometimes, the wicked can be astonishingly clever. The county magistrate felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the situation, he would have embraced his son with great affection. Turning to the county lieutenant, he clasped his fists and declared, "The crime of rebellion is graver than the heavens, and it concerns the lives of everyone within this office. For now, endure this slight. Once it is established that you are not implicated, I shall personally offer my apologies." With that, the magistrate summoned with authority. Bring forth the orders to strip him of his official blade and temporarily confine him in the dungeon. Zhao Chuan, how dare you? The county lieutenant erupted, his eyes blazing with fury. Do you not see through such vile slander? I challenge anyone who dares to lay a hand on me today. As he spoke, the lieutenant unsheathed his waist blade, and his garments fluttered as if stirred by an unseen wind. The 3-foot blade glimmered, accompanied by a 5-foot aura of energy. At that moment, everyone instinctively recoiled. The captains and constables observed intently, silently agreeing that the magistrate was foolish to consider apprehending the lieutenant, setting aside their allegiance to him. Who could possibly contend with a lieutenant of such formidable prowess? Yet, to their astonishment, the usually mild-mannered magistrate, who had often yielded to the lieutenant's dominance, exhibited an unusual fortitude that day. Xianxia, you dare to resist arrest with violence. This adds to your crimes. With a rip, the magistrate shamelessly displayed his hidden strength. His lean physique suddenly surged with muscles more explosive than those of the Iron Gate's master, enveloped by a translucent aura akin to eggshells. With a crash, he collided with the county lieutenant, the two becoming a whirlwind of conflict. The magistrate, too, possessed the formidable energy of a master, specializing in the art of physical cultivation. Their battle was fierce, capable of dismantling structures. Within moments, several buildings of the county office had collapsed from their clash. The onlookers, filled with trepidation, could hardly bear to watch. Only the bookkeeper in charge of finances among the 6 offices smirked, thinking to himself, what splendid destruction. If they demolish it, they must rebuild. And this could be my chance for unexpected wealth. After 15 minutes of fierce combat, the county lieutenant seized an opening and struck with a vicious blow, his blade descending toward the magistrate's chest. Yet with a clang, the magistrate's impressive pectorals clamped tightly around the blade's edge, while his colossal hand struck the lieutenant's head, causing him to bleed profusely, his strength waning. Rolling backward in desperation, he spat blood and bellowed at the trio of officers. Are you all just waiting for my demise? You are my subordinates. If I perish, who among you will escape unscathed? Come, let's strike him together. Yes. The captains exchanged glances, drawing their blades with resolve. In the ranks of the 3 divisions of Tuanqing County, all captains were masters of true energy, while the constables had begun their training. With so many joining forces, and the county lieutenant leading the charge, it seemed the magistrate might truly be overwhelmed. Yet, the crucial question remained. Would they even have the opportunity to strike? You incapacitated a head constable with a shoulder throw, single-handedly blocking all the other officers. it would be unwise to reveal your ability to overpower a practitioner of the Qi realm. Yet, demonstrating your strength against a few practitioners of the true Qi realm is inconsequential. After all, you have already bested them during the martial arts competition 6 months prior. Why the glare? Are you unconvinced? Do you not recognize my innate strength? With you thwarting external reinforcements, the county magistrate can act with ease. After a brief respite, the already injured county lieutenant will be dealt with. No, it should not merely be described as apprehending him. It ought to be termed as eliminating him outright. Look at the lifeless body of the county lieutenant sprawled on the ground. Truly, this generation of villains lacks quality. And I cannot fathom how one so dim-witted dares to assume the role of an antagonist. Contempt, especially disdain, is warranted. It is no wonder that you would characterize the county lieutenant as lacking in intellect. Given today as circumstances, had he chosen not to resist, patiently awaiting his inquiry, the worst fate he would face would be a few days of imprisonment, followed by reinstatement once the magistrate has secured his own personnel in the 3 divisions. He is hardly a rootless drifter. His family has established deep roots within the county government for generations, with connections that extend to the capital. The magistrate would think twice before attempting anything drastic against him. However, should he choose to resist, the implications change entirely. After all, a deceased individual cannot voice their grievances or summon their connections from the grave. If this deceased were the magistrate, it would be one matter. But if he were to perish, the allegations of defamation would vanish. This individual would be labeled a rebel, exposed by the discerning head Constable Limu, and swiftly executed by the courageous magistrate. The era of the county lieutenant clandestinely wielding power and profiting from corrupt dealings is over. 3 days later, the magistrate, with heavy bags under his eyes, finally concludes his purging, warmly grasping your hand, vigorously shaking it with one hand while thumping his chest with the other. Head Constable Li, let us dispense with pleasantries. Your pivotal role in toppling Zhang Yiyong is commendable. Rest assured, I, Zhao Chuan, am not ungrateful. I have personally recommended you and enlisted the aid of my elder in the Ministry of Personnel. Soon, your appointment will arrive, and when that time comes, I shall be the magistrate, and you the county lieutenant, ruling over Tuanqing County together. In the 4th year, December head, Constable Li. No, now it should be County Lieutenant Li. Congratulations. Congratulations, County Lieutenant Li. This evening, my brothers and I have reserved the entirety of Hongbin Tower to celebrate your promotion. Wait, what do you mean Hongbin Tower? You clearly have come at the last moment, unaware of our esteemed County Lieutenant's moniker. Our County Lieutenant Li is a living legend, a one-man army on the bustling streets. County Lieutenant Li, accompany me tonight. I am the leader of the Chicken Crying Gang, and I have secured the entire street for you. Let us push the boundaries of our revelry. At the county office, clad in the attire of a county lieutenant, adorned with the insignia of a 9th-rank official, you wear a smile akin to a petty official whose sole ambition is to exploit the common folk. You never anticipated such a rapid ascent in rank, having transitioned from head constable to county lieutenant in less than a year. In the annals of Tuanqing County, you stand as the sole individual to have ascended to the position of county lieutenant while still in the body refinement stage. Observing the esteemed figures of Tuanqing County come forth to congratulate you on your promotion is indeed gratifying, yet it feels somewhat trivial in comparison. Your 5th-tier martial arts prowess has reached perfection as of this morning, adopting the indifferent mindset of a time traveler. Your countenance remains cheerful as you engage in elegant social discourse, while internally, your thoughts are as tranquil as a still lake, undisturbed by the tumult around you. You ponder which of the 6th-tier martial arts to pursue next. As the 63rd chapter unfolds, the efficacy of the elixir you have crafted is remarkable. After much contemplation, you have reached a decision. Despite your recent promotion, the ensuing month promises to be exceedingly busy, and your progress on the Emperor's astonishing fist has stagnated at the cusp of perfection, requiring concentrated effort to achieve completion. The process of refining the 3-day hunger elixir has also encountered obstacles. There are innumerable matters at hand, and it is imperative to take a step back, particularly regarding the Emperor's astonishing fist, which has lingered on the verge of perfection for some time. You surmise that perhaps the external humiliations endured during your heart refinement were insufficient to stir the resolve of your steadfast spirit, leading you to conclude that it is time to introduce some novelty into your endeavors. Li County Lieutenant, the time is nigh. Shall we proceed? The leader of the Jimming Gang, with an extraordinarily lavish reception that encompassed the entire entertainment district, surpassed all other well-wishers in sincerity, thus becoming the first individual with the privilege to influence you following your elevation. The leader graciously guided you, allowing you to experience a truly unforgettable evening. 18. A full 18. The legendary prowess of the sharpshooters of the entertainment district continues to be chronicled. Naturally, you remain mindful of assisting your neighbor, Old Wong. Upon learning that young Wong, who resides across from you and happens to be a close confidant, is also affiliated with his gang, the leader of the Jimin gang promptly recognized his oversight in failing to discern such talent, lamenting his inability to identify capable individuals throughout his 40-plus years of life. How could a figure of such remarkable capability be relegated to merely leading minor team-building exercises within the gang? A significant promotion is warranted. Thus, on the very night of your ascension to County Lieutenant, as you were preparing to return home to discuss some leisurely matters with your wife, your neighbor, Brother Wong, was appointed as the deputy leader of the Jimin gang. It could be said that one person's success has led to the elevation of Old Wong. As January of the 5th year dawns, having been a county lieutenant for a month, you have devoted your entire focus to concocting the 3-day hunger elixir and mastering the Emperor's astonishing fist, aside from engaging in the necessary social interactions with various local factions. Currently, you have successfully refined 4 tiers of martial arts to perfection. If you can attain mastery over the Emperor's astonishing fist, you will possess a foundational martial art of exceptional caliber. Regrettably, this past month has seen no breakthroughs in overcoming the humiliations experienced within your mental state. However, the process of refining the 3-day hunger pill has yielded continuous good news. The techniques and methods that had previously stymied you have now been surmounted, thanks to your relentless investment of both time and resources. Gazing into the small golden cauldron, filled with a liquid as clear as spring water, which gradually emanates an enticing aroma of rice, you cannot help but clench your fists in anticipation. You sense that success is near. The refinement of the 3-day hunger pill has been remarkably smooth. In no more than 15 minutes, the outcome will be revealed. As time progresses, you meticulously adjust the intensity of the flame, watching as the once clear liquid in the golden cauldron thickens and transitions to a pale brown hue. At last, when the liquid transforms into a deep brown shade, achieving a viscosity akin to honey, you swiftly pour it onto a prepared smooth wooden board. Sprinkling a precise amount of finely ground medicinal powder, crafted from 23 herbs that have been roasted and ground in the 3-legged golden cauldron, you quickly roll and knead the mixture into pills. In less than a minute, you have shaped 10 pills, each conforming to the standard size. Surely, no one genuinely believes that an alchemist can produce perfectly round and uniformly sized pills directly from the furnace? A common insight in the alchemical circles of the martial world. We are practitioners of martial arts, not seekers of immortality. Even the finest alchemist's final step in pill creation involves hand-rolling the pills. This explains why the same pill produced by a beautiful female alchemist often fetches a higher price than that made by an older male counterpart. As it is ultimately a consumable product, you hold the completed pill, scrutinizing its luster and savoring its aroma, meticulously comparing it with the version acquired from the Bayou sect. It is done, truly accomplished. The super-enhanced version of the 3-day hunger pill from the 3-legged golden cauldron has been successfully refined. However, the extent to which it surpasses the ordinary version from a Bayou sect remains to be discerned through experience. With a heart full of excitement and trembling hands, you swallow one of the 3-day hunger pills, reverently swallowing it before immediately transforming with the magic pill. Golden-skinned and robust, the mighty Arhut reappears in the courtyard after several months. You flip an hourglass and simultaneously employ your mental focus to ensure accurate timing. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. A copious amount of spring water flows directly into your stomach from the simulated space, instantaneously converted into energy. Yet that small super-enhanced 3-day hunger pill remains steadfast, barely digested even after 20 minutes. Finally, at the 30-minute mark, the 3-day hunger pill in your stomach is nearly fully digested, and the familiar pangs of hunger assail you, prompting you to cease your transformation. The results are in. The first-generation Sanri Bujidin of the Bayou sect contains a nutritional value equivalent to 30 pounds of meat within a single pill. In contrast, the exclusive super-enhanced version crafted from the Sanzu Xiaojinding by Li Mu has been experimentally determined to possess a value comparable to 3,000 pounds of meat, roughly equivalent to the pure meat yield of 5 cattle. This represents a staggering enhancement of 100-fold. You embrace the Sanzu Xianxia with fervor, overwhelmed by the astonishing notion that such a small pill could rival the sustenance of 5 bovines. This revelation has finally confirmed the amplification factor of the Sanzu Xianxia. Previously, while concocting secret medicines, the lack of a reference had hindered your ability to ascertain an accurate answer. However, it is now unequivocally established. 100-fold increase. What a remarkable stroke of fortune. With the same expenditure of 10 taels of silver on medicinal materials, your gains are 100 times that of others. This feeling of extraordinary fortune is exhilarating, and you find yourself joyfully bounding about the courtyard like a fool clad only in undergarments. Moreover, as good fortune often comes in pairs, after a spell of jubilation, you indulge in a fine jug of wine. The Sanzu Xianxia is indeed a treasure, yet your martial arts training is equally commendable. The golden zombie body attained from the practice of the iron zombie technique is, remarkably, a growth type. Sipping your wine, you feel elated. During the transformation into the golden zombie body, you sensed a surge of strength within you, even greater than the previous occasion. The last time you activated your golden zombie body was several months ago, when your martial arts repertoire included only the 12 dragon sealing hands, the iron zombie technique, and the still imperfect Emperor's ultimate thunderous fist. Since then, you have also acquired the water-walking iron legs and another first-rate martial art. Although the Emperor's ultimate thunderous fist is yet to be perfected, its intrinsic quality has now ascended to the level of a sect-defining skill. You can distinctly feel that your strength upon transformation has increased by nearly 10% compared to before. This enhancement is splendid, especially considering your prior concerns while diligently studying the concoction of the Sanri Bujidin. The cost of procuring raw materials for practice alone consumed a considerable sum of silver, not to mention the significant investment of time and effort. Had the final product of the elixir emerged with a fixed limit on the transformation of the golden zombie body, it would have been quite a loss. After all, without transformation, your own strength steadily increases with your martial arts mastery, eventually surpassing that of the golden zombie body. Wouldn't that render this grand technique obsolete? Yet now, it is evident that the maximum strength of the golden zombie body will also enhance in tandem with the growth of your own form, making all the costs incurred a worthwhile investment. In this endeavor, should anyone wish to participate, please leave a comment. I will explore the possibilities. I earnestly seek your support. Chapter 64. The County Officer? Even the county officer must enter the family. In the 5th year, the successful refinement of the 3 days without hunger pill has afforded you a substantial amount of time, allowing you to dedicate yourself fully to the training of the Imperial Extreme Sky Fist. However, continuing to refer to the new version of the pill by its original name would be a profound disrespect to its enhancement. Thus, you have invoked your creative prowess and named the new variant Six-Headed Bull. You take pride in your naming genius. After a restful night, you visit the government office to report for duty before leisurely making your way to the backdoor entrance. You ponder the underlying reason for the prolonged inability to perfect your body through the esteemed Imperial Extreme Sky Fist, realizing it lies in the insufficient intensity of the humiliations you have endured. Consequently, this task must be entrusted to old Xiao, as it is always preferable to delegate professional matters to those who are adept rather than to have an amateur flounder in their attempts. Regrettably, although Xiao Balian had previously suggested several strategies to you, they always seemed to lack that vital essence. Upon arriving at the backdoor entrance, you find Xiao Balian leisurely sipping tea, his expression tinged with envy. What else with the sourness? You inquire. It is evidently due to your legendary exploits on the brothel street, which have now reached an impressive 18. Over the past year, Xiao Balian has diligently practiced the iron crotch technique and consumed the secret medicinal powders you provided, achieving a commendable record of 1 out of 9, just shy of earning legendary status. Yet, in the blink of an eye, you have doubled the pressure upon him. Xiao Balian exclaims, "How can I not be frustrated? Why should effort be rendered insignificant in the face of talent? Listen, from now on, you should refrain from visiting such places. Do not forget your status. You are to be joined to my family. As your future father-in-law, it is my duty to supervise your conduct from this day forth." Xiao Balian, growing increasingly irate, resolves to put a stop to your legendary creations at their source. In response, you merely raise a discreet middle finger behind your back. Having traversed to this ancient world, being denied the freedom to frequent the brothel is absurd. Go if you wish, every day if you desire. Not only will you spend no silver, but you may also indulge in feasting and gathering. Anyone who seeks to prevent you is simply a villain. After a brief quarrel between the jealous father-in-law and the future son-in-law, who ardently defends his right to freedom, Xianxia, upon receiving your assurance regarding the cessation of threats, waves his hand and states, "Enough of this. Let us discuss serious matters. Have there been any developments regarding the Golden Lock?" "None yet, but I am continuously investigating. I will inform you immediately upon discovering any news." You shake your head, recognizing that County Lieutenant Li is a master of feigned ignorance. You have already successfully swapped the Golden Lock belonging to the Wang family, which you will certainly provide to Xianxia, though not at this moment. At the very least, you intend to enhance your own strength significantly before addressing this matter. You firmly believe that in the simulation, dying without consequence is a privilege granted to you by the system, a mark of respect from the game itself. If one were to recklessly rely on this and act without caution, treating their own life with such disregard, it would indeed reflect a lack of respect towards the simulation. Xianxia nodded. Having waited for over 20 years, he was not in a hurry for the moment. Today, he still came to discuss the matter of the humiliation endured during the heart refinement. With a sigh, Xianxia began to shake his head. His gaze filled with complexity as he spoke. In truth, he had exerted considerable effort to ensure you felt a more profound sense of humiliation. The meticulously scripted and rehearsed scenarios designed to depict the humiliation of a son-in-law had failed to truly pierce your heart. Xianxia harbored serious doubts about your seemingly extraordinary resilience to embarrassment, suspecting that your fortitude in this regard was unparalleled. He reminisced about the time when you, in a simulated combat class for son-in-laws, could not contain your anger even while serving foot water to a mock mother-in-law. With a troubled expression, he scratched his head and said in a deep voice, "It appears that stimulating your mindset through acting is impossible. I believe you should seek answers from real experiences." "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I should actually become a son-in-law in a household to experience the life of a genuine son-in-law?" You blinked and shook your head vigorously. "That is impossible. It is not that I cannot enter another family as a son-in-law, but rather that I am currently a county lieutenant, a dignified official of the 9th rank. While my status may be modest, there is no family in Xianxia County that would dare to accept me as a son-in-law." "Ah, but you are mistaken," Xianxia replied, hands clasped behind his back, a slight smile playing on his lips. "There are indeed families. The head of the Liu family, Liu Turin, is a martial arts master. Do not underestimate your position as a mere 9th rank county lieutenant. Regardless of your rank, Liu Turin's standing in the Shang Kingdom means he could easily accept you, even if you were a 7th rank county official." "Son-in-law." Xianxia firmly grasped her shoulders, speaking earnestly. "Whether your imperial ultimate shocking fist can reach perfection is crucial for us to unlock the secret vault. Having a history of entering a family as a son-in-law is not a disgrace. It is merely a part of your journey. My daughter and I would never look down upon you because of it. Once my daughter returns from Daliang, I shall honor my promise and ensure you become my esteemed son-in-law. But I have never heard that Liu Turin has a daughter." You recall the captivating scene from 5 years ago when you observed Madame Liu Chunlan. 5 years ago, Madame Liu Chunlan was just in her early 20s, and now she is still not yet 30. Logically, even if she has a daughter, the girl would not be of marrying age. As an official responsible for maintaining law and order in Xianxia County, engaging in illicit activities is not something you desire. He chuckled. "You have only been in Xianxia County for a few years. Let me tell you, Liu Turin's current wife is merely the one he married his heart 6 or 7 years ago, before he took her as his wife. His first spouse had already passed away, and they had a daughter who is now a 19-year-old young lady, raised in the Liu Yunmin Martial Arts School in the capital. If you count the days, she shall return home soon." Xianxia spoke with a familiarity that was evident. "Let us not dwell on this or that. I fully understand your concerns." Xianxia waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, there is no need for you to fret about becoming a county lieutenant and then marrying into a family, which might attract gossip. You've only held the position for a few days. Do not forget that even if you become a county lieutenant, your roots remain in our family. While it may raise eyebrows if others were to marry into the family, it certainly will not for you. For someone like you, who has emerged from the ranks of those who marry into families, not doing so would be peculiar. Your choice to do so signifies a commitment to your origins. Despite your desire to scoff, you could not help but find his reasoning compelling. Moreover, marrying into the Liu family truly seemed exhilarating and intriguing. "I find myself in the shadows, right under Liu Turin's nose," you mused with a gleeful chuckle. Chapter 65, Shortcomings and Hidden Weapons. Year 5, January, the notion of marrying into the Liu family feels imperative for 3 reasons. Firstly, Xiao Balian's reasoning is indeed sound. The humiliations endured during the simulated combat classes of his son-in-law, no matter how intense, are ultimately superficial. Only through actual combat can one hope to achieve a breakthrough in the final move of the Imperial Ultimate Thunderfist. Secondly, marrying into the Liu family would facilitate the placement of the Golden Lock within their domain. When the time is ripe, one could seamlessly leverage Liu Turin, a master of martial arts, to gauge Xiao Balian's true capabilities. One must remain vigilant. You would not want to toil for an eternity only to find yourself confronted by a benevolent father-in-law who suddenly unleashes a powerful punch after you unveil the secrets of the royal treasures of the Yu Kingdom. Though such a scenario would merely waste 2 seconds of reality, if there exists a more prudent approach, why squander time? As for the final reason, it holds little significance, yet you solemnly swear that it has nothing to do with Madame Chunlan's admirable physique, striking beauty, or exceptional skills. Your primary motivation lies with Liu Heir, and that is that. Upon reflecting on this, you nodded emphatically. Xiao Balian waved his hand, assuring you to wait patiently for news. In no more than 6 months, you would be splendidly wed into a prestigious family. Sending a son-in-law to the doorstep is truly his expertise. Year 5, February, as the prospect of marrying into the Liu family is still pending. You intend to utilize this time to cultivate another first-rate martial art. Currently, among the first-rate martial arts you have mastered, you possess the Sealing Dragon 12 hands for close combat, Iron Zombie technique for explosive power, Iron Legs water walking for agility, and the earth-shattering axe for combat with an axe, making your skill set quite comprehensive. Yet, there remain certain deficiencies. After considerable contemplation, you resolve to train in a first-rate concealed weapon technique to bolster your arsenal. Ranged attacks represent my most significant shortcoming. You reflect upon the martial masters you encountered during previous simulations. Upon ascending to the master realm, a warrior acquires the ability to soar, transcending the realm of lower martial arts and touching the foundation of intermediate martial prowess. Soon, you shall be entering the Liu family. Although you trust in your ability to maintain your identity, it is wise to be cautious of the unforeseen. Mastering a formidable technique in hidden weaponry is essential. When faced with a martial master, while you do not seek to defeat or injure them, at the very least, you can employ a concealed weapon during your escape to deter them from pursuing you relentlessly. The more one practices martial arts, the clearer it becomes. True strength does not lie in the hardness of one's fists, but in the longevity of one's life. You reach into the simulated space and retrieve a martial arts manual. To learn the art of concealed weaponry, you have no choice, for you possess only one high-quality manual, titled The Great Locust. As you open the tome and delve into its contents, you find yourself nodding in rapture. The art of concealed weapons emphasizes cunning, deceit, ambush, and poison, employing any means necessary to achieve one's aims. Indeed, this is a vital skill for any righteous individual traversing the martial world. The manual elucidates that the Great Locust does not refer merely to a singular type of concealed weapon, nor is it limited to the traditional notion of a locust stone. According to the author, the concept of the Great Locust is vast and profound. Flying flowers and plucked leaves can serve as locusts. Throwing sand and dirt can also be considered locusts. Throwing knives, copper coins, and thorny axes are likewise defined as locusts. Anything that can be thrown and possesses the potential to kill qualifies as a locust, regardless of the weapon's nature. Such an unrestricted approach to concealed weaponry is indeed advantageous, and thus it deserves rigorous practice. With a flicker of inspiration, your mind begins to conjure numerous practical concealed weapons for combat. For instance, rotten eggs, stinky tofu, or even simply throwing excrement. While the effectiveness of these items as weapons may be debatable, their potential to inflict harm is undeniably significant. You envision a future scenario where you confront a flying martial master, and when you realize you are outmatched, your only option is to flee. As you run and they soar, escape becomes a challenge. In that moment, you imagine hurling 10 rotten eggs from the simulated space, enveloping them in an unbearable stench, and then making your getaway amid a crowd. You may abandon your sense of shame, yet you doubt that someone who has toiled for a lifetime to become a martial master would pursue you through such foulness. Should they dare to do so, you too would not hesitate to unleash your own excrement through the use of hidden weapons. A battle determined by martial prowess transforms into a contest of who possesses the greatest audacity and shamelessness. One might feel invincible in such circumstances. Shame? It is a concept that holds no significance. Did one truly believe that the Imperial Extreme Shocking Fist was merely a trivial skill? When a mindset of the Transcender is activated, amidst a multitude of indigenous beings from another world, who would care about the triviality of shame? This is the path. Let the training commence. As the 5th year, April, arrives, it has been 3 months since the cultivation of the Great Locust Technique began. Your progress has been remarkable. Your hands have become more elongated, fair, and aesthetically pleasing than ever before. You realize that you are exceptionally suited for the cultivation of concealed weaponry. Coupled with the elixirs of the Great Locust, you have mastered nearly 80 out of the 108 throwing techniques detailed in the manual. You feel that within 2 months, you shall reach the pinnacle of body refinement. Indeed, as the number of martial arts techniques you cultivate increases, your efficiency in training accelerates. It appears that the effects of the Great Strength Technique on enhancing martial talent have commenced, affirming that it is indeed a first-rate martial art. You are filled with mixed emotions, both joyous and slightly anxious. Heaven, please bless me with an insatiable martial talent, regardless of how these flamboyant techniques enhance my abilities. Grant me the strength to withstand it. Before I have mastered 100 techniques, do not allow my qualifications to reach the threshold of breaking through to the blood-chi realm. I beseech you. You sincerely pray to the heavens. Once, you believed that your poor martial talent was a punishment from the heavenly order of this realm, a retribution for your status as an outsider. However, upon discovering the right path for growth, you realize that this is not punishment. It is rather a unique opportunity bestowed upon you. County Constable, there is grave news. The bandit leader Xianxia from Yodo Mountain has kidnapped Madame Liu, the wife of Master Liu, while he was away in the capital. Suddenly, a constable bursts into the precinct. You rub your ears, suspecting a misunderstanding. Are you saying that our county's Liu Turin, Master Liu's wife Chunlan, has been abducted by that bandit leader Chung from Yodo Mountain? Unbelievable. It is not that you cover your face. Rather, one is rendered speechless at times of incredulity. You find it rather peculiar that your brother's daughter-in-law seems to possess some unique constitution, as she is constantly being abducted by bandits. Furthermore, the bandit leader Chung Shijiao and his gang have long claimed dominion over the mountains. It is noteworthy that your ascension to the position of county constable was due to the previous constable's orders for you to suppress them. However, you are a man aspiring to become a complacent official. Even after attaining the role of county constable, you have remained disinclined to take action against the bandits. However, at present, you find this bandit leader rather intriguing. He even dares to abduct the wife of a martial arts master, exhibiting a bravery surpassing your own from years past. In the 5th year of April, such audacity exists in the world. What an intriguing individual, Chang Shijiao. Generally, you seldom admire others unless they truly exhibit remarkable prowess. How could he dare to kidnap the spouse of a martial arts master? Nevertheless, considering that he has turned to banditry, risking his life in such a manner, his boldness is somewhat understandable. Furthermore, in the past year, Liu Turin has indeed spent little time in Tuinchin County, and his activities remain a mystery, as he seldom returns home. Limu, quickly gather your men and head to Niuwai Mountain. I can only grant you 2 days at most. You must rescue Madame Liu. The county magistrate, Zhao Chuan, rushed into the 3rd precinct, revealing that Liu Turin's wife, Chunlan, had been abducted from less than 20 miles outside of Tuinchin County. This matter cannot be dismissed lightly by the county office. Understood. You rise with vigor, feeling no reluctance to venture to Niuwai Mountain to confront the bandits and rescue her. After months of practicing with concealed weapons, merely striking fixed targets has grown mundane. It is time to experience the thrill of moving targets. With a grand gesture, you summon all the captains and officers from the 3rd precinct, along with 40 additional men, instructing them to prepare horses for an assault on Niuwai Mountain. Wait, the county magistrate suddenly slaps his forehead. Limu, leave 2 officers behind. There is an urgent case that requires attention. What case? You blink. As the county lieutenant, you have not heard of any urgent matters needing resolution. The magistrate's expression grows grave. This case was reported this morning from the household registration office and has yet to reach the 3rd precinct. They inform me that a group is secretly hoarding chickens, both for markets, farmers, and poultry farms outside the county. In less than 3 months, the price of chickens has doubled due to their rampant hoarding. If we do not investigate further, it will worsen. You wave your hand dismissively, leaving 2 officers behind. And mount your horse. unwilling to utter another word. Yet, as you contemplate the simulated space, envisioning 1,000 properly fermented, authentically foul-smelling rotten eggs alongside another 1,000 fresh eggs, yet to undergo fermentation, warmth fills your heart, and a sense of security envelopes you. As an apprentice in concealed weapons, it is entirely reasonable to prepare an ample supply. Moreover, eggs are quite advantageous in the simulated space, where time stands still to preserve them. The rotten eggs serve as projectiles while the fresh ones act as provisions, an exceptionally cost-effective arrangement. However, in a county with a population of 100,000, could purchasing 2,000 eggs truly incite market panic? It seems implausible. There must be others hoarding eggs, which does not concern you and is beyond your jurisdiction. Go. You lead the charge, departing Tuanshan County and heading straight for Niuai Mountain. The distance from New Whale Mountain to the county seat is nearly 100 miles. And given the treacherous road conditions, even riding a horse would take nearly 10 hours. Fortunately, aside from the temporary laborers, both the captain and the constables are martial artists. A 10-hour bumpy ride would not incapacitate them from wielding their swords. As they hastened on horseback, by the time they arrived at their destination, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Faintly, one could discern flickering lights deep within the mountain, a glow far exceeding that of ordinary torches. An experienced captain assessed that the hue resembled that of large red lanterns. No sooner had the captain spoken than your keen hearing caught the distant sounds of festive music and singing. This gathering seemed to embody an excessive sense of ceremony. You couldn't help but scoff at the notion. Bandits are typically impulsive. It is entirely normal for them to abduct beautiful women by day and consummate their intentions by night. For the more impatient, the back of a horse serves as a battlefield. Yet to stage a ceremony replete with rituals prior to such events seemed rather uncharacteristic of common brigands. With such an abundance of ceremonial flair, one might as well assume the role of a master of ceremonies rather than a bandit. Originally, you intended to grant your subordinates a brief respite, but the heavily ritualistic bandit chief piqued your curiosity. Up the mountain, you commanded with a sweeping gesture, swiftly leaving your subordinates behind, who found nothing peculiar in your haste. Blessed with extraordinary strength and agility, your speed had already become a shared understanding among your peers during your tenure as captain. Moreover, your subordinates were eager for you to outpace them. They preferred to lag behind until you had dealt with the bandits before making their entrance. With a meager salary dispensed by the county office, who would willingly risk their lives, you dashed for a quarter of an hour until a wooden stronghold came into view. The gate was secured, and 5 bandits were patrolling the walls. At that moment, you could not suppress a smirk. Such slow-moving targets were perfect practice for your concealed weaponry. You swiftly picked up a handful of gravel from the ground, focused your mind, and aimed with precision, employing the technique reminiscent of heavenly maidens scattering flowers. With a whisper, the stones flew, the sound of their passage entirely masked by the rustling of the trees in the night breeze, and 5 bursts of crimson were swallowed by the darkness. Scaling the fortress wall, you inspected the bodies of the 5 bandits. Moving targets indeed differ from stationary ones. While your calculations had anticipated headshots, 3 had pierced hearts. 1 struck the throat, and only 1 was a clean headshot. The trajectory had fallen short, indicating further practice was necessary. Drawing your blade, you delivered a finishing blow to each wound. A mere county lieutenant in the body refinement stage, swift in movement and possessing a few rudimentary martial skills, could contend with a practitioner of the chi-gathering realm purely by virtue of innate strength. If word were to spread about possessing exceptional skills in concealed weaponry, it would surely seem rather implausible. As you infiltrate the bandit stronghold, you stealthily advance towards the wedding venue, deftly utilizing your hidden weapons along the way, methodically ensuring each wound is further exacerbated. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, you finally discern the scene of the wedding. A group of individuals, their attire conforming perfectly to your stereotypical image of a bandit leader, jest and cavort around a table laden with food, mocking the newlyweds who are about to perform the ceremonial bowing to one another. The groom, a quintessential bandit chief in appearance, seems as if he were transported from the Song dynasty to the Xianxia marsh. So much so that even Song Jiang might seek the assistance of the earth god to discern who among them is the true iron bull of his household. Meanwhile, Lu Turin's wife, Chunlan, finds her hands bound behind her back, clad in a vibrant red wedding dress, and wearing a traditional red veil. As for how you can instantly identify the bride as Chunlan despite everyone donning red veils, do not inquire. The answer lies in love once cherished. After a brief observation, you ascertain that these are merely minor issues. You bend down to pick up a stone, its weight pleasing in your grasp, and raise your hand. With a swift motion, the sound of impact resonates through the dark night. Suddenly, a graceful hand descends from behind, pressing firmly on your shoulder. It is Li Mu. A chill sweeps through you. Chapter 67. I have connections above. As a martial artist, being approached silently by another is always a harbinger of danger. In that fleeting moment, you feel as if you are witnessing the fleeting images of your life, with your farewell letter already composed in your mind. Yet your body remains resolute. Your fist clenches tightly, ready to strike the source of your peril, determined to make a grand gesture even in the face of death. But then, do not panic. What is there to fear? I am your future father-in-law, just as your fist is mere millimeters away from its target. The owner of the hand shifts around to stand before you, revealing a strikingly handsome middle-aged face. Xiao Balian raises an eyebrow at you, wearing an expression of self-satisfaction. What on earth are you doing, master of the pavilion? Your fist comes to an abrupt halt, your expression contorted in confusion. Xiao Balian, arms crossed, gazes skyward at a 45-degree angle, states, I promise to assist you in marrying into the Liu family. Tonight's spectacle is all a prelude to ensure your smooth integration. What? If this were a comic, question marks would undoubtedly appear above your head. Master of the Pavilion's thought process is perpetually elusive to you. No. Let me clarify. Your mind struggles to comprehend, counting on your fingers as you ponder. Are you implying that you orchestrated the kidnapping of my future mother-in-law to facilitate my marriage into the Liu family? Indeed. Xiao Balian nods with a hint of pride. Seeing you still looking bewildered, Xiao Balian shot you a disdainful glance, thinking how could someone of such limited understanding be the vice master of my household? Let me enlighten you. Mastering the art of being a son-in-law is indeed a scholarly pursuit, yet the process of becoming one is a delicate craft. Do you truly believe that the doors of prestigious families swing open easily? In Tuanqing County, with a population nearing 100,000, it may take 3 to 5 years to encounter a single affluent family in need of a son-in-law. Thus, in the absence of demand, we shall create it. You are perplexed. Can such a demand be artificially conjured? Xiao Balian stood tall, exuding confidence. Absolutely. I am no frail uncle. I possess numerous methods to facilitate the entrance of a son-in-law. For instance, one might stealthily infiltrate the selected household and secretly administer poison to their daughter or son. The poison procured from Baiyu sect as Xiao Rou is often beyond the expertise of ordinary physicians. Once the opportune moment arrives, we can summon a fortune teller to propose a scheme for inviting a son-in-law to bring good fortune. Alternatively, one could kidnap the target's daughter, contriving a scenario for a gallant rescue, thus allowing the would-be son-in-law to infiltrate the household under the guise of a personal bodyguard. With my carefully nurtured candidate for son-in-law, daily interactions with the target would ensure that, within 2 months at most, the daughter would implore her father to accept a son-in-law into their home. Regrettably, Liu Turin is a martial arts master, which complicates the execution of these tactics, compelling me to take a more circuitous approach. Today's performance is merely a prelude to facilitate your smooth entry into the Liu family. Once you rescue Lady Liu, you will establish a connection with the Liu clan. With this affiliation, and as the vice master of my household, I will have ample reason to visit the Liu family and advocate for your incorporation. Xiao Balian spoke rapidly, leaving you utterly astonished. The world of son-in-laws seems excessively modern and sordid. The concept of creating demand, where none existed, causes you to question whether the son-in-law novels you perused before your transmigration were as straightforward as they appeared. Nevertheless, it matters little now. Since this endeavor has been orchestrated by Xiao Balian, you shall adhere to the script. You nodded, somewhat resentful, conceding fine. But why didn't you inform me of this beforehand? Naturally, I feared your performance would lack authenticity and expose our scheme. Then why disclose it now? You inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiao Balian rolled his eyes dramatically, his tone infused with mock lamentation. How was I to know that you possess such hidden talents and subterfuge? You certainly keep your skills well concealed. Thankfully, those you eliminated outside were merely common bandits, but inside, there are our own. Do you see that person wearing the green headscarf? Xiao Balian pointed through the night to the bandit stronghold, where the wedding ceremony was yet to be completed. That individual is one I have trained over many years, specifically to cultivate demand for son-in-laws among the affluent families within Jian Prefecture. Exceptionally skilled at beguiling hearts. Had I not preemptively arranged for him to ascend the mountain and deceive Chang Shijiao, coaxing the minor bandit leader to usurp the major one. How would he have dared to abduct the wife of a martial arts master? This is truly a remarkable talent. If I had not intervened, and you had struck him down from such a distance with a concealed weapon, where would I have sought recourse? Enough of this. Your subordinates are approaching. Act swiftly, and remember, do not harm your own. Xiao Baiyan's ears twitched, darting away into the night like a nimble bat. Observing the direction of his departure, I increasingly felt that the old fellow was enveloped in mystery. I could not ascertain the extent of his strength, but his malevolence was undeniable. Alas, what a wasted opportunity to practice with concealed weapons. Well then, let us save the person. On this dark and windy night, beneath the luminous starry sky, how dare one abduct virtuous families within the territory of Xianxia County? Those inside, heed my words. Do not surrender. Do not plead for mercy. None shall survive. Songlong drew his waist knife, no longer concealing his form, and boldly strode inside, initially startled by your presence. The minor bandit leader and Xianxia soon wore bloodthirsty grins upon realizing you were alone. How dare one come to my lair and disrupt the affairs of Elder Cheng? My men, chop him up for a drink. With a wave of Xiao's hand, a horde of bandits surged towards you. Regrettably, the county lieutenant of Xianxia County certainly has room for personal improvement, yet his strength is more than sufficient for tonight. Nearby, Chunlan, having been cast aside by the bandit leader Xianxia, stealthily lifted her red veil, gazing at you as you wielded your single blade, wreaking havoc among the bandits. Unable to suppress a slight parting of her lips. Brother, I was wrong, brother. I offer you this maiden, and all the gold and silver treasures I have amassed over the years. Please spare me. I swear I will never again rob virtuous women. 2 minutes ago, the once arrogant bandit leader now wept uncontrollably. But if tears were effective, what need would there be for a county lieutenant? You raise your blade. And Xianxia felt his end was near. He loudly protested, "You cannot kill me. I have connections. My brother-in-law is Lord Chun Nan of the capital, and my sister is his most cherished concubine. I have taken a banditry under my brother-in-law's command. Dare you kill me?" Swish! The blade swept across, and you disdainfully flicked away the blood, pondering how a bandit could boast of such connections, as if being related to Lord Chun Nan were something to be proud of. I wouldn't dare boast so, even if my father-in-law were a royal heir of the Yu dynasty. My lord, suddenly a fragrant breeze enveloped you, and two powerful forces collided, igniting a euphoric sensation within your heart. Lady Lu, Chunlan, with tears like pear blossoms, leaped into your embrace. The feeling of life being redeemed, instilling in her an urgent need for a wide embrace to elevate her spirit. After shedding tears for a brief moment, the lady from the martial arts master-s family, Chunlan, regained her composure. Once she stepped away from your embrace, she furiously kicked the lifeless body of Xianxia. "What is the name of this scoundrel?" she inquired. "It seems to be Xianxia," you replied. "Xianxia." Chunlan paused, a flicker of confusion crossing her lovely features. "There is something I am uncertain whether to disclose." "Speak freely. There is no harm," you encouraged her. Chunlan continued. "Last year, when my husband took me to the capital to celebrate the birthday of Lord Chun Nan, he took a new concubine who shares the same surname as this bandit, named Xianxia. Xianxia? It was indeed surprising that the most prominent figure in Jinan Prefecture, Lord Chun Nan, had a concubine with the surname Cheng. Nevertheless, it matters not, you asserted. Regardless of the circumstances, there is no way Xianxia can survive today, even if his sister is a concubine of Lord Chun Nan. Or if his uncle is the godfather of the emperor of the Shang nation, he must perish. Otherwise, we risk letting the old CS slip away while pursuing the secrets of the royal treasury of the Yu kingdom. Madam Lu, you need not worry. According to the laws of the Great Shang, to seize territory as a king is already a capital offense. Moreover, this individual dared to show disrespect to you, the only wife of the county's martial arts master. I shall execute him without fear of repercussions. Your noble demeanor, as you sheathed your sword, magnified your heroic stature in Chunlan's heart. As night deepened, you offered, "Madam Lu, allow me to escort you home." After saying this, you strode forward confidently with Chunlan, her heart fluttering, following closely behind. By the time you reached the entrance of the bandit stronghold, your subordinates arrived belatedly. It seemed the law of tardiness among the constables was universally applicable across all dimensions. You few stay behind to inventory the spoils within the stronghold. The rest of you return to the county office. In the 5th year of May, the heroic tale of County Constable Lee who single-handedly infiltrated Niuai Mountain and slew dozens of bandits to rescue Madame Lu, spread throughout every street and alley of Tuanqing County after a month of fervent retelling. Even Lu Turan, the usually occupied martial arts master, had returned 20 days prior to personally express his heartfelt gratitude to you at the county office. Alas, it was too late. Alas, I lament the misinformation I received, you sighed. At the downward entry martial arts school, Xiao Balian sat dejectedly beside you. The matter of your betrothal to the Lu family has fallen through. The reason? Lu Turan's daughter had eloped with a scholar in the capital 8 months ago. Hand in hand, much to her father's dismay. This embarrassing episode had been kept under wraps by Lu Turan, resulting in Xiao Balian being completely unaware of such a twist, leading to a wasted opportunity. You felt a mix of emotions regarding this revelation. On one hand, you were relieved, for the thought of becoming a son-in-law did not please you. Yet on the other hand, a sense of worry loomed. Without becoming a son-in-law, how would you transcend your current state of mind? After 10 minutes of silence, Xiao Balian gritted his teeth and said, "Limu, at this point, I can only think of one solution. In terms of effectiveness, it is far superior to truly marrying into a family, though it will be arduous. I wonder if you can endure it. What solution? Why not become a little husband? Get lost." You sprang to your feet and stormed out. Xiao Balian hurriedly advised, "I assure you, being a little husband isn't as bad as it sounds. The humiliation one must endure in that role is far less pure than that of a son-in-law. It is certainly intense. If I were to do that, I would rather die than become a little husband." With a dark expression, you returned to the county office, resolved to sever ties with Xiao Balian for 3 days. Furthermore, you intended to sell him the precious Iron Crotch elixir at an exorbitant price. For only then could your resentment be assuaged. Damn it, is it just about feeling an even more intense humiliation? I refuse to believe that there isn't a suitable solution to this matter. You fell into contemplation as a servant brought you a pot of hot tea, replacing it with a new one once it cooled. After 4 pots, your eyes, previously clouded by thought, sparkled anew. Bang! In a surge of excitement, you struck the table, spilling the freshly poured tea everywhere. You had come up with an idea. The servant, who had come to refill your tea, said, "If you have a problem with me, just say it outright. Why take it out on the tea? It's quite expensive. Haha, what is your name, lad?" With a cheerful demeanor, you regarded everyone favorably. The servant stood at attention and replied, "My surname is Nio, as my family used to grow sesame. Hence, I am called Nioma. A fine name. The county officer, appreciate you. Here, take this as a reward. Go back and practice at a martial arts school. Once you reach the body refinement realm, I shall promote you to a constable." In a splendid mood, you casually pulled out a sum of money sent by local gangs and tossed it to the servant, then waved him away, for you needed solitude. After much contemplation, you finally discovered the method to break through to the state of Emperor's Extreme Sky Punch. You had achieved enlightenment, realizing that both you and Xiao Balian had become ensnared in a narrow mindset regarding the concept of heart and spirit. In this world, what can profoundly shake and stimulate the human heart is not solely humiliation. Indeed, while humiliation is the best fuel for emotional turmoil and strong sentiments, it is merely one of many. What about love? What about familial and friendship bonds? Even death, desires unfulfilled, and regrets? As for you, at the tender age of 21, you have yet to experience these elements in your life. However, the you from the previous simulations did. Those memories have not vanished. Upon the conclusion of the simulation, they became a part of your inheritance. After the simulator's processing, those memories will not damage the brain due to their overwhelming quantity, nor will they be adversely affected by overly intense emotions. However, those emotions can resurface whenever you desire. Why not embrace that? Truly, I am a genius. You place your hands on your hips, allowing yourself a moment of pride. The regret of having devoted a lifetime to martial arts, only to be thwarted by lack of talent and destined for mediocrity, surely surpasses the humiliation of being a son-in-law. Dear Xiao Hu, sacrificing for your inept foster father, the profound guilt you felt was more distressing than anything else. On the battlefield of the north, your comrades, with whom you shared drinks and feasts the night before, were cruelly cleaved in two before your eyes at dawn. The blood of your brothers staining your attire, yet you were immobilized by other foes. Yearning for vengeance, what could compare to that anguish? Recalling these experiences can effortlessly shake your very soul. The shock they invoke far exceeds the humiliation suffered over 10 years as a son-in-law. I sense a breakthrough is imminent. Tonight, my emperor's ultimate fist shall surely reach its zenith. You rub your face, glancing at the sun, realizing there remains an hour until the end of your shift. No more waiting. Leaving work early is imperative. What is leaving early compared to the pursuit of martial arts? You push open the door, ready to depart. But after taking 3 steps, you hesitate and return. A vividly adorned maid enters your office, carrying a food box. Sir, my lady has prepared some pastries for you to savor. Please enjoy them. I shall take my leave. Since rescuing Lu Turin's wife, Chunlan, last month, she has frequently sent treats to express her gratitude, making this the 4th delivery this month. The maid sets down the food box and exits. You open it to find it filled with exquisite pastries, and, at the bottom, a small compartment containing a yellow rose petal. Have you recently acquired a yellow dress? 4 times in a month seems rather excessive. Alas, as a kind-hearted individual, I must consider her plight. Being kidnapped by bandits must have inflicted tremendous psychological trauma. As the county magistrate, it is my duty to offer guidance and support. It seems that my Emperor's ultimate fist must wait until tomorrow for its breakthrough. Chapter 69. Old Wong brings good news. On the 5th year, in May, before dawn the next day, a shadowy figure adeptly scaled the back wall of the Gao residence. Who this individual is remains a mystery. All that is known is that after consuming a bowl of spicy tofu and 6 meat dumplings on the street, they headed to the county office. 2 hours later, you find yourself in a secluded area of desolate mountains outside the county, resting against an ancient tree. Slowly closing your eyes, you had a legitimate reason for not breaking through to the Emperor's ultimate fist last night. After all, this is the first supreme martial art you have cultivated. Who could predict the potential upheaval that might occur upon reaching the pinnacle of body refinement? To attempt a breakthrough in the stillness of night would undoubtedly be unwise. However, now that you are secluded in the desolate wilderness, such reservations have dissipated. You adjust your mindset, immersing yourself in memory, while simultaneously channeling the essence of the Emperor's ultimate fist. In an instant, you find yourself atop Ironcut Mountain, eagerly awaiting the return of your companion, Little Tiger. In another fleeting moment, you are transported to the northern battlefield, aged and with hair as white as snow. You wield a colossal axe, charging fearlessly at the northern cavalry. While ordinary individuals may struggle for a lifetime to attain wealth and glory, the painful recollections of the past are plentiful and overwhelming, each memory a heavy burden that pierces the heart. As anticipated, the anguish of life and death, the unavenged blood feud with comrades, the despair of a beloved child's tragic demise, and the bitterness of unfulfilled potential all strike deeper than the humiliation of being a mere son-in-law. You strive to stabilize your mind, repeatedly confronting failure. As the sun ascends and descends in the sky, at last, within this mental crucible, you clench your fist and unleash a powerful blow. Ironcut Mountain crumbles. The northern battlefield disintegrates, and the remnants of your once indomitable yet powerless self are reduced to dust. Simultaneously, in the present reality, you sit against a great tree, instinctively clenching your fist and striking. The blow is light and casual, as if playfully sparring, landing softly upon a towering piece of green stone beside you. The stone remains unscathed. You open your eyes, brush off the dust from your clothes, and lightly tap the stone. With a sound akin to sand, the once mighty stone crumbles into evenly sized fragments, scattered across the ground. The supreme martial art, Emperor's ultimate fist, has reached perfection. Dragon sealing 12 techniques, iron zombie skill, iron leg water drifting, earth-shattering axe, giant locust, Emperor's ultimate fist. You extend your fingers to count the martial arts you now practice. A smile difficult to contain gracing your lips. 5 top-tier martial arts, 1 supreme technique. At this moment, your overall strength has completely surpassed the pinnacle you once reached with your former, discarded skills. What a remarkable transformation. Feeling the surge of power within your being, a profound sense of safety envelopes you, filling you with immense satisfaction. Moreover, the enhancement brought by merely 6 martial arts exceeds what 50 once offered before your self-imposed limitations. This realization fortifies your confidence. If 6 techniques yield such strength, what heights might you reach upon mastering 100? This path I have chosen is undoubtedly correct. The realm of existence is of little consequence. The true essence of martial arts lies in the strength of the physical body. The refinement of the body to its utmost limit is not a mere fantasy. In the 5th year, June, life in the county office is tranquil, with no incidents to report. By the end of the month, my cultivation of the great locust has reached perfection. At this juncture, All the martial skills I have cultivated have attained complete refinement, allowing me the opportunity to select a new skill to practice. This time, I find no need to overthink the decision. In my previous elections, I favored a balanced approach, aiming to address my weaknesses. However, now I can be more carefree in my choice, open to any skill that piques my interest. Additionally, Madame Lu's maid has delivered 5 batches of pastries to me, one more than last month. In the 5th year, November, during the middle of the month, in the quiet of the night within the Li family's courtyard, I swiftly executed 207 palm strikes, akin to stars scattered across the sky, at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The 7th martial skill, Starry Palm, has achieved perfection. As I withdraw my hands, joy radiates from my face. I have confirmed that my innate talent for martial arts, enhanced by the previous 6 prestigious skills and 1 renowned school's ultimate technique, now allows me to cultivate a brand new elite skill to perfection in just a little over 5 months, an improvement of nearly a month from before. Excellent indeed. In the 5th year, December, my neighbor, Old Wang, rushed over to share joyous news. His sister-in-law is pregnant, and he is to become a father. Old Wang is as ecstatic as a monkey, and deep within, my own joy surpasses his. My dear son, little tiger, is finally to be born into this world. The mere thought of him fills me with exhilaration. He is, after all, suspected to be the child of fate in this realm, the protagonist of our world. As the old saying goes, those who align with the protagonist may go hungry for 3 days. Yet, I remain unconvinced. Observing the excited Old Wang, a sudden inspiration strikes me, reminding me of something I had previously overlooked. Old Xiao mentioned that his father's gold lock was seized by a bandit who was a grandmaster of martial arts, and that grandmaster's descendant is none other than Old Wang. Yet, if that grandmaster truly bequeathed a martial legacy to his descendants, how is it that all Old Wang possesses is a stolen gold lock? According to the logic of this world, where martial prowess defines one's worth, the grandmaster's legacy should be the true inheritance, while the gold lock is merely a trivial possession. Upon further reflection, however, I find this reasoning lacking. After all, my previous simulations have shown that had I not ascended to the position of county lieutenant in this simulation, Old Wang's highest achievement would have been as an office clerk in the chicken call gang. If his ancestor truly left behind a martial legacy for the Wang family, it stands to reason that Old Wang should not be struggling so. Moreover, Old Wang does possess a family heirloom of martial arts, albeit a mere third-rate leg technique. Unless a possibility begins to form in my mind. After bidding farewell to Old Wang, you reached into the simulation space, sifting through a plethora of mediocre martial arts techniques. After considerable effort, you unearthed a manual entitled Wind Treading Steps. This marked the 3rd simulation. Having settled in Yumi County with your sister-in-law and her orphan son, Little Tiger, your sister-in-law entrusted you with this second-rate leg technique for him to practice. You had previously trained in this very technique, Wind Treading Steps, among the 50 martial arts you learned before you severed your own abilities. Initially, you had dismissed this technique, but now, you open the manual, flipping through its pages, delicately handling the paper. Suddenly, a distinctive sound emerged. Upon touching a page that felt slightly thicker, you tore it open without hesitation, revealing a translucent sheet thinner than a cicada's wing, which fluttered down. I knew it. Chapter 70. Did I intercept it? In the 5th year, nestled within the crevices of Old Wang's ancestral martial arts manual, you discovered a treasure map. The notion of a treasure map belonging to the bandit ancestor seemed entirely plausible to you. However, the artistic style of the map left much to be desired, especially the inscribed text. What difference does it have from cryptic symbols? The educational standards of this alternate world are truly disconcerting. No wonder one would resort to banditry. If one cannot even write, who else would take on the role of a bandit? You tucked away the treasure map, not in a hurry to excavate the treasure, as urgency would yield no direction. Yet, the appearance of this map ignited your imagination, causing you to once again ponder the circumstances surrounding Little Tiger's demise in the 3rd simulation, this time with a sense of guilt. You awkwardly covered your face. Poor Little Tiger, his death was utterly tragic. Following the conventional narrative, Little Tiger is the destined child of fortune in this world. Thus, the treasure map concealed within the family martial arts manual must be his opportunity. However, during the 3rd simulation, in pursuit of learning more martial arts, you preemptively acquired Wind Treading Steps from your beautiful sister-in-law before Little Tiger could inherit the family manual. casually stashing it in the simulation space. This action meant that the opportunity originally belonging to Little Tiger had been snatched away by you. With a soft slap to your own face, you pondered why. As the fated child of fortune, Little Tiger met such an untimely end. It dawned on you that his true demise stemmed from the opportunity being intercepted by you, preventing him from realizing his potential. No one understands the intricacies of being a protagonist better than you, the transmigrators. You are acutely aware of the protagonist's growth trajectory. A protagonist is destined to endure myriad hardships while being bestowed with countless opportunities, ultimately vanquishing the world's antagonists and emerging as a hero. For protagonists, tribulations and opportunities are interdependent. Tribulations embolden the protagonist, while opportunities enable them to overcome challenges, establishing a delicate balance between the two. However, if the number of tribulations remains unchanged while opportunities diminish, the protagonist's world may very well come crashing down. At this moment, a twinge of excitement mingles with your guilt. Let bygones be bygones. This time, I shall cherish what I have. Once the little tiger is born and grows a bit, I will take him on treasure hunts. In the 6th year, January on the 3rd day of the new moon, a sensational piece of news that has become tiresome to you reverberates throughout the Shang Kingdom. Sweeping across Xianxia County, war has erupted between the Shang Kingdom and the northern barbarians. At this juncture, the citizens of the Shang Kingdom are engulfed in anxiety. Yet you remain remarkably composed. You are acutely aware that this conflict is destined to drag on for at least 40 years without a resolution, and it bears no relation to you whatsoever. In comparison to the war between the two nations, the increasingly frequent team-building activities among the various factions within the county have become your primary source of concern. Within the gang circles, when two or more rival factions reach a boiling point, they inevitably come together to engage in fervent team-building competitions. Though not excessively frequent, amounting to merely 7 or 8 times a month, the number of participants is cleverly kept within the bounds of the Shang Kingdom's regulations. As long as the major factions dutifully pay their respects to you and the county magistrate in a timely and sufficient manner, you turn a blind eye to their activities. However, since the beginning of this month, it is unclear what has come over these factions. Even the typically peaceful gymming gang has initiated 6 team-building events in just a matter of days, which is utterly absurd. Although these factions still adhere to the established protocol of offering tributes to the magistrate before embarking on their team-building ventures, such frequency is unacceptable. The residents of the county are voicing their grievances, and even if it means facing punishment, they are determined to drum up a protest. You immediately clench your fists and commence an investigation into this matter. If these gangs disrupt your ability to serve as a tranquil official, a mere parasite of the court, then they should not be surprised by your decisive countermeasures. Ultimately, after deploying personnel for investigation, you discover that these frequently convening factions all possess legitimate justifications. None of the factions initiated their team-building events out of mere whimsy. For instance, the gymming gang finds themselves beset by members of the Dasan gang engaging in freeloading at brothels today, while tomorrow, the Tongxing gang is seizing maidens from the pleasure quarters. As the leading figure of the Gulen Street, how could they not organize team-building activities to maintain their standing? How could they honor the tireless efforts of those sisters who labor under dire circumstances for their families, even to the point of hoarseness from shouting? Conversely, when you inquire of the gang members who indulged in freeloading, you receive a different response. They are hardly destitute. If it weren't for the gymming gang deceiving them out of their silver and refusing to acknowledge it, who would humiliate themselves by seeking handouts. Our gang's honor surpasses our very lives. With the investigation concluded, you arrive at a resolution. In Xianxia County, a clandestine group of individuals is subtly instigating discord among various factions, deliberately igniting a wave of team-building activities. You find yourself lost in thought, recalling the time when you impersonated the notorious Scarred Eagle of Gulen Street. Indeed, the internal strife among the county S-gangs reached an unprecedented intensity. Even after you and your sister-in-law fled to Xianxia with Little Tiger, the trend of frequent team-building did not wane. You stroke your chin and gaze in the direction of the Liu family. My second brother, has he devised a new culinary method for the infamous human blood buns? According to the laws of the Great Prosperity, those mingling with gangs are not considered honorable citizens. In a certain sense, gang members can be viewed as a different breed of refugees. Though they possess wealth, property, and legitimate household registrations, even having camaraderie with local officials, their status is marred by a black mark, and the authorities remain indifferent to their fates. For instance, in Xianxia County, If 100 virtuous citizens were to die under mysterious circumstances, not even the county constable could withstand the repercussions, let alone the county magistrate. However, should 100 gang members meet their demise, the county magistrate would retort, add a 0 to that. We cannot allow the neighboring county to think that Tuanqing County cannot sustain its losses. Previously, when you had only a vague understanding of Liu Turin's involvement in the collection of red paste and the consumption of human blood bonds, you did not suspect any connection to him. Yet now, it is difficult not to harbor doubts. After all, while the number of refugees may be considerable, they do not arrive every year, nor do they all migrate to Tuanqing County, whereas gang members are as easily harvested as chives from the field. Why should I concern myself with this? You think, rolling your eyes. Your task is to diligently hone your martial skills, not to save the world or vanquish the villainous purveyors of human blood bonds. However, such incessant team-building activities indeed hinder your ability to enjoy being a carefree official. Thus, your course of action becomes clear. County Magistrate, I have a plan that could alleviate the disturbances caused by the gangs while simultaneously augmenting the county's finances. With a gleam in your eye, you dash off to find the county magistrate. The following day, all the gang leaders convene at the county office, where a new regulation specifically targeting gang team building is unveiled. You and the county magistrate have designated an area outside the city for these factions to conduct their activities, with a minimum fee of 10 taels for each session, with no upper limit. From this day forth, all gangs are required to spend their funds exclusively at this designated location. Any refusal to comply or clandestine gatherings elsewhere that are reported to the county office will not be taken lightly. With a flourish, you lift a stone lion from the entrance of the county office above your head, casting a challenging glance at the gathered leaders. I, the county constable, possess innate strength. Anyone who opposes the new regulation may step forward. I assure you, I shall defeat them. Chapter 71, A Surprise Attack. In the 6th year, February. The implementation of this regulation results in a dramatic increase in the county's finances, elevating the monthly wages of temporary laborers from a mere 2 coins to 2 taels. The townsfolk are filled with uncontainable joy, relieved not only from the unwarranted calamities brought by gang gatherings, but also blessed with an additional source of income. Should one discover gang members engaging in such activities within the town, they can promptly report it. The authorities will not only ensure your anonymity, but will also reward you based on the number of gang members involved in the gathering, with the standard being a couple of silver coins per individual. Within just a month, the public safety in Tuanqing County reached an unprecedented high. So much so that the county magistrate, Zhao Chuan, reported this method to his elders, intending to leverage it to gain favor with the emperor. Year 6. April. A period of tranquility ensues, with nothing of note occurring, save for the celebration of achieving perfection in the 8th martial arts gate. You have now mastered 8 forms of martial arts, 7 of which are of the 1st tier, and 1 is a prestigious school as ultimate technique, leaving you with a mere 98 to achieve your goal of forging the strongest physique through 100 martial arts. Year 6, July. A resounding cry heralds the dawn as Old Wang next door exclaims, "It's a boy. I'm a father." This news reverberates into the Li household. You spring to your feet, your excitement rivaling that of little Hu's father. At long last, little Hu has arrived. You take the carefully prepared gift to congratulate Old Wang, who, brimming with joy, hands you the swaddled infant for a brief embrace. Without needing to voice it, he decides that on the child's 100th day, the boy will recognize you as his godfather. Feeling elated, you suddenly perceive your gift as somewhat meager. In a burst of generosity, you dramatically present a 500 tael silver note that a gang leader had bestowed upon you the previous day, proclaiming it as an advance on the bowing fee for your godson. Old Wang, upon receiving the note, is equally moved and insists on granting you the honor of naming the child. Your eyes gleam as your astute mind races. Little Hu is the protagonist. Bestowing a name upon him is a matter of great significance. You resolve to carefully consider a worthy name, ideally incorporating a character from your own name. After a moment's contemplation, you gaze at the swaddled infant, his little face scrunched up, and inspiration strikes. Your godson radiates the spirit of a dragon soaring and a tiger leaping, and with a Wang surname, should he pursue a military career, he is destined for nobility. Or if he traverses the martial world, he will undoubtedly become a revered master. Thus, the name must possess a certain grandeur. Indeed, my dear brother, you have spoken to my very heart. What shall it be? Old Wang looks at you expectantly. You take a deep breath and calmly suggest, "How about Wang Nali Pao?" Does that not sound heroic enough? Old Wang replies, "Excellent, my brother. I am grateful for your bestowed name. From this moment on, my son shall be known as Wang Xiaohu." With that, Old Wang cradles the child and returns home, harboring some doubts about the decision to have the child recognize you as his godfather. You are utterly incapable of appreciation. What a delightful name Wang Nali is. With a disdainful curl of your lip, you lament not only the loss of 500 taels of silver, but also your forfeited right to name the protagonist. As night falls, you return home from a lively evening, feeling a sense of regret. You will always remember the lack of respect from the old Wang next door regarding your naming prowess. Suddenly, as you lie down, a slight sound catches your ear, a barely perceptible tapping on the roof. You spring up and dash out of your room. Indeed, there stands a shadow on the beam. Clad in dark attire, their gender indiscernible, with only a pair of emotionless eyes visible in the inky darkness. In a swift motion, the figure flicks their hand, launching 3 copper coins aimed directly at your vital points. After the assault, they turn to flee. You evade the projectile, watching the direction of their escape with a furrowed brow, counting the seconds. 1, 2, 3. Ha! Do they take me for a fool? I have nothing better to do than chase them in the dead of night? You shake your head in disdain and return to your slumber. Their intention to lure you into a pursuit is glaringly obvious. Perhaps an ordinary person might be deceived, but you certainly will not fall for such a ruse. This level of provocation barely grazes the intensity of the training sessions during simulated combat for the son-in-law. It is utterly pathetic. As for unraveling the identity and motives of this individual, your interest wanes. Not due to disinterest, but rather a keen awareness of your circumstances. As a mere official, countless adversaries seek your downfall. No need to look far. Among the gangsters in Tuanqing County, who wouldn't relish the chance to see you perish? Thus, rather than squander mental energy deciphering the identity of the cloak figure, you opt for a more prudent approach. You lift the floorboard to reveal a meticulously dug tunnel leading straight to a pile of firewood by your back gate. As a bureaucrat, excavating a tunnel from your makeshift bed for safety is entirely reasonable. You quietly emerge from the woodpile, melding into the shadows against the wall, patiently waiting. You surmise that since this person aims to provoke you into a chase, upon realizing you have not taken the bait, there's a reasonable chance they will return to taunt you once more. Rushing headlong into a trap would be foolish. Instead, you choose to lie in wait. A faint sound, nearly imperceptible to the ordinary martial artist, breaks the silence, and you find it difficult to contain your excitement. Indeed, they have returned. Your thigh muscles begin to tingle and warm, the arduous training of the iron legs floating on water finally ready to be put to use. With a sudden leap, you propel yourself forward with the speed of teleportation, appearing instantaneously before the figure on the rooftop. The shadowy figure is visibly terrified, their eyes reflecting emotions far more complex than those of the NPCs that once frightened you in the haunted house. Seizing the moment of their fear, you prepare to strike. You have never been one for idle chatter before an engagement, nor do you possess the habit of holding back to spare a life. What pre-war bravado displays elegance? And what restraint during battle captures live captives for interrogation is all mere nonsense. Once combat commences, there exists but one standard: to survive and emerge victorious. The palm strikes like a sky full of stars, descending with the force of torrential rain. With the premier martial technique, the starry palm, one must exert oneself to the utmost. Indeed, it has been proven essential to refrain from empty threats and to wield no mercy. After enduring 3 palm strikes, the black-clad adversary, with blood seeping through his mask, unleashed a fierce torrent of energy that repelled your subsequent strikes, simultaneously releasing a surge from within him. This time, however, it was not merely wind. It manifested as nearly 1,000 needles of vital energy capable of effortlessly piercing steel. This individual was a practitioner of the vital energy realm, specializing in concealed weapons. Your pupils constricted sharply, recalling your third simulation at the iron-cutting mountain, where an elder of masterful martial prowess had once confided that the battles he most dreaded were those against those adept in close combat with concealed weapons. Thus commenced the enlightening session on martial knowledge. Concealed weapons are the quintessential choice for long-range ambushes. However, their greatest potency lies not in the distance, but in the fleeting moment just after they are launched. Particularly, those proficient in transforming vital energy into concealed weaponry, transcending the limitations of hand-thrown projectiles, are both spectral assassins from afar and ferocious close-quarters explosives. Yet, it is fortunate that where there is a spear, there is also a shield. Cautious as you are, the moment you resolve to ambush this individual, you opened a portal to the simulation space atop the demon pill. As the black-clad man unleashed his barrage of vital energy needles, an iron ball fell from the simulation space. Who says the transformation into the golden corpse can only be manual? As long as the mind remains steadfast, automation is within reach. Chapter 72, The Assassin's Survival Strategy. In the 6th year, July, a golden sun rose in the night sky, accompanied by the sound of heavy metallic objects crashing to the ground. The black-clad man's heart palpitated as a normally sized martial artist suddenly enlarged, even changing color. This was not an uncommon occurrence in the martial world. Typically, 8 out of 10 practitioners who engaged in unorthodox training would grow larger upon reaching the vital energy realm. But where did the iron ball come from? Oh, it fell from his trousers. That is hardly a concern. Why would someone, after enlarging, produce an iron ball from their trousers? The black-clad man was utterly bewildered. Yet even more astonishing revelations awaited him. When his surge of nearly 1,000 vital energy needles struck you, they produced a sound of metallic collision purer than that of the iron ball hitting the ground. After the initial onslaught, you emerged unscathed. If one were to lament a loss, it would be the multitude of puncture marks now adorning your specially tailored, advanced elastic undergarments. The black-clad man felt an overwhelming urge to despair. A master of unorthodox combat, he has taken the lives of at least 15 individuals throughout his lifetime, 3 of whom were also practitioners of the formidable Qi realm. Yet, none among these Qi realm masters have ever managed to forge their bodies to the indestructible caliber of steel, impervious even to the piercing thrust of his close-range Qi needles. His flesh is as resilient as bronze, his sinews as tough as copper, and his bones as unyielding as steel. Such is the physical prowess befitting a true master of unorthodox combat. However, contemplating escape at this juncture is utterly futile. Far too late indeed. Your gaze, devoid of emotion, unleashes a punch that obliterates half of the cloaked figure, scattering a gruesome spray of flesh and blood across the sky. The protective Qi of a Qi realm warrior, with a foundational force of 100,000 pounds, augmented by the Imperial Extreme Shattering Fist. This strike would deter not only practitioners of the Qi realm, but even martial arts masters from daring to approach. You swiftly revert from your golden zombie transformation, lamenting the loss of your 15-tail silver trousers. In haste, you extract 2 sheets from the simulation space. One wraps the dismembered half of the cloaked figure before it is cast into the simulation realm, while the other deftly collects the remaining bloodied fragments, which are likewise disposed of. The simulation space truly serves as an unparalleled tool for obliterating evidence. Leaping down from the rooftop, you crouch in the shadows of the wall for an entire hour, finally at ease. Although your golden zombie form is conspicuous, the tranquility of the late hour and the transformation's brevity of less than 3 seconds seem to have gone unnoticed. Returning to your chamber, you open the wardrobe and discover, to your astonishment, a hidden passage beneath the bottom panel. The residence of Officer Li may lack many things, but it is replete with secret tunnels. This passage leads to an underground chamber, where you ignite an oil lamp and summon 5 cloaked figures from the simulation space. Initially, you paid little heed to the nighttime assault, as many harbor disdain for corrupt officials. However, upon realizing that this cloaked individual is indeed a practitioner of the Qi realm, and one skilled in the use of concealed weapons, your concern deepens. Qi realm warriors are not to be trifled with. Before Lu Turin ascended to martial arts mastery, the ostensible mightiest in the populous Tunqing County was merely of the Qi realm. It is only ostensible because Xiao Balian also hails from Tunqing County, and even now, you remain uncertain whether that old rogue is truly a martial arts master. Nevertheless, such matters are of little consequence at present. The pressing question remains, who dispatched this cloaked figure? The city's gang leaders do not possess the resources to summon a Qi realm warrior for your assassination. It is utterly exasperating. As a martial artist, I loathe the necessity of intellectual exertion. The identity of the true mastermind eludes you, igniting a simmering frustration as you reluctantly probe the cloaked figure for answers. However, after meticulous examination, no useful intelligence surfaces from your thorough investigation. The figure clad in black exhibits a remarkable level of professionalism. The only potential clue linking to their identity is a long, narrow tattoo adorning their waist. Regrettably, the tattoo is incomplete, as the other half has been transformed into the favored delicacy of Lu Tihua, accompanied by 5 other black-clad individuals. One might feel that with Xiao Balian's discernment, you should be able to glean some insight. Extracting paper and pen, you meticulously replicate the partial tattoo, and under the cover of night, you make your way to the inverted door. The reason for not bringing along the corpse of the black-clad figure is, of course, to exercise caution. For the time being, you wish to keep your ability to vanquish a cheek-condensing martial artist under wraps, even from allies. You believe that revealing your strength will only be appropriate when you can similarly defeat a martial arts grandmaster. Upon arriving at the inverted door, it would be rather inappropriate to knock at such a late hour, so you opt to scale the wall and enter the backyard. To your astonishment, it is already this late, and Xiao Balian has yet to retire for the night. Inside the room, the flickering glow of romantic candles illuminates the atmosphere, accompanied by some alluring sounds wafting through the gap in the window. After approximately 15 minutes, the door swings open, revealing a voluptuous woman with enchanting features. Swaying her hips as she departs through the back entrance of the inverted door, you can't help but raise an eyebrow at her audacity. Why are you here at this late hour? You question, bemused. Once the woman has left, Xiao Balian steps out of the room, clearly having noticed your presence long before. You give him a thumbs up, impressed that he and the county magistrate share such common ground. Alas, I too often find myself troubled by my own allure, Xiao Balian retorts, placing his hands on his hips, embodying a sage-like demeanor as he speaks with fortitude. All right, let us get down to business, you respond, presenting him with the paper. Upon seeing the tattoo you've sketched, Xiao Balian is visibly taken aback. At that moment, you realize that your concerns are well-founded. Despite his questionable character, he is indeed an authority in matters of knowledge. Do you recognize this tattoo? You ask urgently. Not at all. Xiao Balian shakes his head, somewhat astonished that anyone could render such an unappealing drawing. Looks like you've had your fill of the iron crotch secret medicine, you remark, grinding your back teeth. Your fists clenched. Come with me, he replies, his arrogance evident as he leads you back into the room, still imbued with lingering scents. He retrieves paper and pen and swiftly sketches a long, narrow tattoo pattern. The latter half mirrors the one found on the black-clad figure's waist impeccably. This is known as the Qiuwen, an assassin organization from the Liang Kingdom, notorious for their gold-for-blood contracts. They can eliminate targets, ranging from the body refining stage to grandmasters. Xiao Balian observes you with suspicion. Have you encountered someone from the Qiu? Yes, I have already resolved it. Why would it be an assassination organization from the Liang Kingdom? Does our Shang Kingdom not have assassins? You were momentarily bewildered, thinking to yourself that you had not committed any heinous crime. So why would someone go to such lengths as to hire an assassin from another country to kill you? Xiao Balian smiled faintly, saying, you are still too young and have a limited understanding of this world. Of course, our Shang Kingdom has assassins, but they must adhere to the rules of survival. Assassins only accept contracts from foreign nations. The Qiu organization specializes in targeting the people of Shang Kingdom, while our own assassin organization only carries out contracts against those from the Liang Kingdom. It is a fundamental rule not to harm one's own citizens. Is that difficult to comprehend? As a county officer, do you not know that murder is a crime? Xiao Balian regarded you with disdain, stating that assassins are precisely the targets of severe governmental crackdowns, and taking contracts to kill fellow citizens would jeopardize their very existence. Indeed, that makes sense. Chapter 73, A Visit from Lady Xiao. In the 6th year, July, you ponder the implications, and it must be said this truly reflects a wise survival tactic. In this world, the lives of ordinary citizens are worth little. However, among those deemed worthy of assassination, at least 99 out of 100 are not average individuals. Even you, having reached a social status where you could boldly declare yourself a court official in a bustling market, are not exempt from this reality. In this feudal society of an alternate world, it is precisely such privileged classes that hold sway, and assassins cannot accept local contracts. An unhelpful nugget of knowledge has been added. The survival rule of assassins, lawful citizens domestically, lawless marauders abroad. After conversing further with Xiao Balian, he eventually sent you away to rest. As for your assassination predicament, Xiao Balian hardly took it to heart. After all, you are but a corrupt official. Are there any corrupt officials who are not targets for assassination? If there weren't, you would not be regarded as a competent corrupt official. Of course, Xiao Balian's nonchalance was predicated on his ignorance of the fact that the assassin sent to kill you was a master at the peak of the Xianxia realm. But you are aware of this. Hence your heart quivers with trepidation. According to the pricing list provided by Xiao Balian regarding the Qiu organization, The costs for body refining and blood-chi realm assassins typically range within 500 taels of silver for a single job. For those at the true chi realm, the price begins at 500 taels, while for those at the gongchi realm, it starts at a staggering 1,000 taels of silver. The assassin sent to eliminate you is a dark-clad individual, a formidable expert at the peak of the gongchi realm, belonging to the elite echelon of the Chio organization. Without a minimum of 10,000 taels of silver, they would hardly be inclined to purchase a cross-border carriage ticket. Thus, you find yourself utterly perplexed, unable to fathom who would be willing to expend such a sum to assassinate a mere 9th-rank county officer like yourself. It is entirely unwarranted, a flagrant overindulgence. You spent the entire night with wide-open eyes, pondering, while your small notebook was filled with suspicious names, each one marked with a line or a cross. As this simulation unfolds, the only individual whose enmity surpasses the value of 10,000 taels of silver is Lu Turin. But he is the first to be eliminated from suspicion. Should Lu Turin discover that you are the legendary General Su Kuan from yesteryears, he would undoubtedly hasten to procure an assassin or, better yet, come for you himself. However, aside from Lu Turin, there remains another suspect. The bandit leader from Niuwai Mountain. Xianxia uttered before his demise that his sister was a concubine of the Duke of Chunnan. What was her name? Xianxia, yes. She harbors a deep-seated grudge and possesses ample motive to slay me. Yet as a mere concubine, how could she afford to hire an assassin? The Duke of Chunnan. A sudden realization struck, and you sprang to your feet. You recalled that, in addition to revealing his sister's connection to the Duke, Xianxia had also mentioned that he had taken a banditry on the Duke's orders. With this thought in mind, you rushed out without even stopping at the magistrate's office, sprinting directly towards Niuwai Mountain. The rugged terrain stretched nearly 100 miles, and even on horseback, it would take at least 5 hours. Yet, propelled by urgency, you ran and managed to reach the foot of the mountain in a little over an hour, outpacing even the most steadfast of beasts. Upon arriving at the mountain's base, you did not pause for rest, but ascended immediately, returning to the bandits' stronghold. The hideout lay in ruins, shrouded in dust and cobwebs, devoid of any items of economic value. The constables from Tuanshan County, though inept at capturing criminals, excelled at raiding homes for valuables. Yet, your purpose here was not for that. You pressed your feet firmly against the ground, walking in circles within the stronghold, reducing the radius by 15 meters with each lap. Stepping with great force, after 3.5 laps, a hollow sensation coursed through your feet, prompting you to halt and take a deep breath. With precision, you unleashed the Imperial Ultimate Punch into the earth beneath you with all your might. Boom! The punch, imbued with unparalleled penetrating power, extended nearly 20 meters downward. You tossed a firebrand into the opening. Indeed, a cellar lay concealed below. Transforming your fist into an open palm, you executed the stellar palm. A first-rate martial art performed at an astonishing speed, digging downwards at a rate of 20 handfuls of earth per second. Before long, you had unearthed a passage wide enough for your passage. The residence of County Lieutenant Li was riddled with secret tunnels, suggesting that he was a master of excavation. You leaped down, inhaling the familiar scent that filled the air. This aroma was unmistakable, akin to that of Lu's cellar. Inside the cellar, the air was thick with the stench of rust and blood, littered with wooden barrels stained with gore, iron hooks, wooden stakes, and ropes, tools for exsanguination. Ah, Duke of Chunnan, it indeed is you. With a sharp intake of breath, the case was cracked wide open. The mastermind behind the assassination plot against you was none other than the Duke of Chunnan. Xianxia, like Lu Turin, was merely a pawn in his scheme, gathering human blood on his behalf. You have extinguished Xianxia, thereby thwarting his ambitions. It is entirely reasonable for him to seek your demise. He must have harbored such intentions for quite some time. This old fellow possesses remarkable patience. Your status, albeit as the most junior official of the court, has now been over a year since you vanquished Xianxia. Given the lapse of time, had you not been aware of the matter concerning the collection of red paste, not even the mightiest celestial being could have suspected him. You emerged from the cellar, inwardly cursing Lord Chunnan while returning to the surface. Having discerned the true culprit, the situation becomes manageable. You are convinced that Lord Chunnan will refrain from further action in the near future. His ability to endure for over a year before seeking an assassin reveals his cautious nature. Following this failure, it is likely that he will remain quiet for a considerable time. No longer can you revel in the joys of being a complacent official. From this day forth, You shall dedicate at least 8 hours daily to martial training. The hidden blades of adversaries lurking in the shadows serve as the finest motivation for one's struggles. You resolve to forego most social engagements, minimizing interactions with the local Brahmins, and henceforth will only accept tributes without the burden of social obligations. You will strive diligently, training fiercely, visiting even the Chunlan area sparingly, no more than twice a month. Year 6, September as anticipated. After Lord Chun Nan's initial assassination attempt failed, he fell silent. You devoted nearly all your time to martial arts, and by the beginning of this month, you mastered the 9th martial technique. Year 6, December. By the end of the month, you perfected the 10th martial technique, and you noticed a marked increase in your training efficiency. Year 7, February. While practicing stances in the county's martial arts arena, Xiao Balian suddenly approached you, announcing that he had received a letter from his daughter. She stated that the Dragon Eye Pearl was in her possession and would be delivered next month. Open the 3 keys to the royal treasures of the Yu Kingdom. Xiao Balian, in a state of excitement, elbowed you, proclaiming that his daughter would be arriving next month. Are you excited? Perhaps you should take this opportunity to solidify your bond. Young man, let me hear you call me father. Chapter 74. Xiao ascends the throne. Xiao Balian gazed at you with fervor, while you regarded him with a sideways glance. After a moment, you decided not to rush into discussions about your potential marriage next month. Instead, you inquired how he, a fellow county magistrate, dared to come to the county office. Xiao Balian was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes before he turned to flee. Returning? He would never look back in this lifetime. Your heart remained tranquil as you continued your stance training. Regarding the notion of marrying into a family and living off a woman, you have grown quite indifferent. This is not due to a lack of worldly desires, but rather because little Tiger has been born. As the godfather of the protagonist, your words carry weight. Women merely affect the pace of your training, unless Xiao Balian's daughter possesses the grandeur of an empress. With a slight smile, you immerse yourself once more in the ocean of martial arts, unable to extricate yourself. In the 7th year, March, the daughter of Xiao Balian, who was supposed to arrive this month, did not come. Xiao Balian mentioned that his daughter was delayed by certain matters and would not be able to come for a few months. You remained indifferent and continued your martial arts practice. In the 7th year, April, having perfected the 11th martial art, you found yourself suddenly longing for her arrival. Despite your previous apathy, the urgency arose from your dwindling martial arts repertoire. Gazing at the treasured manuals within the simulated space, a sense of anxiety began to creep in. Counting the esteemed martial arts you had acquired since the beginning of the simulation, including the Sealing Dragon 12 Hands and Iron Zombie technique from Lu Turin, you possessed a total of 17 exceptional martial arts and 3 unparalleled masterpieces. Eventually, with Xiao Balian's assistance, you transformed the Emperor's astonishing fist from the 17 exceptional arts into a masterpiece, elevating your collection to 4 masterpieces and 16 exceptional techniques. Now, you had cultivated 10 exceptional martial arts and 1 unparalleled masterpiece, leaving you with 6 exceptional and 3 masterpiece techniques yet to master. At first glance, this seemed ample and worth a prolonged period of cultivation. However, one must remain vigilant in times of security. Your training efficiency had accelerated, allowing you to perfect an exceptional martial art in nearly 4 months. Uncertainty loomed over whether Spring Nanbo would indeed inherit the legacy, and the potential for unforeseen troubles that might force you into a desperate flight for survival weighed heavily on your mind. Thus, whenever the number of martial arts awaiting cultivation in the simulated space fell below 10, an unsettling feeling would wash over you. You eagerly anticipated the arrival of Xiao Balian's daughter, as he had promised to procure several exceptional martial arts for you from the Shinnong Hall of Liang Kingdom and the arsenal of the Shang Kingdom's court. In the 7th year, July, the Wang family across the street was adorned with festive decorations and bustling with excitement, hosting a lavish banquet with 50 tables laid out. Today marked the first birthday of Xiao Hu. His biological father was the vice leader of the chicken crowing gang, and his adoptive father was a notorious county official. Even the county magistrate sent 2 baskets of fresh fruit. With such connections, a lively celebration was inevitable. The Dao Chaman Martial Arts School presented a gift. The young members of the chicken crowing gang, stationed at the entrance to receive guests and gifts, paused their jovial singing upon seeing the so-called present. A frown crossed their faces as an unsettling chill coursed through their lower abdomens. The gift was a uniquely crafted small knife, roughly the width of a finger and half the length of a palm, with a single sharp edge glinting coldly, curving inward. Why not sing? Our Dao Shaman's gift is a castrating knife. The cool, haughty voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, causing all the men to instinctively cross their legs at the mention of those two words. You, who were in the main house drinking and playing with children, also felt compelled to cross your legs, raising your gaze to meet the eyes of a figure at the entrance who was clearly disguised as a young gentleman. A figure, disguised as a man, embraces a courtesan with her left arm while wrapping her right arm around a graceful companion, with a charmingly delicate face lifted. Her gaze is imbued with disdain reminiscent of a toad aspiring to dine upon a swan's flesh. A soft sigh escapes your lips. After countless anticipations, she has finally arrived. Yet, it appears that the daughter of Xiao Balian possesses a rather peculiar mindset. In this modern age, does she still indulge in the petty superiority of a young lady? What is her father's role as a son-in-law so addictive that she has become entranced by the allure of pretentiousness? The Xiao family seems devoid of normalcy. As she approaches the Wang residence, the daughter of Xiao Balian, flanked by two stunning women, strides confidently, while the underlings of the chicken-crying gang contemplate intervening, yet hesitate. After all, she comes under the banner of the Reverse Door Martial Arts School, and everyone in Tuanqing County knows that Li County's vice master is associated with this establishment. This is a matter concerning the county's esteemed officer. Entering the main hall, the young woman boldly pulls a guest aside and takes a seat directly opposite you. With her chin raised, she inquires, Li Mu, do you know who I am? You roll your eyes, clenching your fists beneath the table. Ah, quite spirited, she remarks, rising to tower over you. You ought to address me as master. Out of my benevolence, I permit you to utter my name, which is Xiao Dengji. I have come today to offer you a word of caution. The existence of a servant is solely to serve their master. You are not to entertain any errant thoughts. Should you do so, punishment will ensue. Considering this is your first offense, I shall grant you a quarter of an hour to kneel at the reverse door for 3 days, after which you may remain as a servant in the Xiao household. Do you comprehend? With a slight smile, the disguised Xiao woman stands confidently, seemingly convinced that your utmost desire in life is to serve her family as a servant, rendering your dissent impossible. Her eyes flicker to the small tiger held in the arms of old Wang, as she tosses a gold ingot onto the table, remarking that the child is quite handsome, as if bestowing a reward upon you. With that, she shakes her sleeves, re-embraces the two young ladies, and turns to depart. In moments of utter speechlessness, one can indeed feel profoundly at a loss. With the composure cultivated through your practice of the Imperial Supreme Shocking Fist, such a level of provocation barely grazes the surface of irritation. However, some matters transcend mere anger. As a county officer, how can you endure such public humiliation and still pursue wealth and power? Wanga, cover my godson's eyes and ears. Of course, old Wang shields the small tiger's face. And you exhale deeply. I strike. Leaping into action, you aim for the back of Xiao Balian's daughter, delivering a swift kick to her rear. She is utterly unprepared for your audacious ambush. The force propels her from the Wang residence, sending her flying directly into your own abode across the street. Dear all, our sect has encountered misfortune. This is a descendant of our esteemed leader. I apologize for the inconvenience caused, which has delayed our drinking. I shall arrange several tables to make amends. Farewell. You turn back, elegantly gesturing towards the crowd with a fist salute, and then leapt away, bounding homeward. Moments latte. Faint sounds echoed in the air. Bang. Is this your master? Who is your master? Bang. Bang. Is this a show of strength? A castration knife? Bang. 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 The resounding sounds of punches reverberated endlessly. Theoretically, old Xiao has shown you kindness. Thus, you should not strike his daughter, even if she is erred. But who could blame her for disguising herself as a man? You may refrain from striking a daughter, yet a son is fair game. Chapter 75. Even the rain may not lead one home. In the 7th year, July, listening to the sounds of punches erupting from your courtyard, the guests at old Wang's home felt the wine in their cups grow sweeter. Little Tiger sat upon old Wang's lap, glancing at the gold ingots on the table, and then at the chair you had just occupied, a look of confusion crossing his small face, as if pondering why that peculiar uncle, who always teased him, could leap so high and far. In the Li family's small courtyard, after throwing a few punches, you finally ceased, as she is after all old Zhao's daughter. You could not truly harm her. However, the daughter of Xiao Balian, having endured the blows, was indeed quite troublesome. Rising from the ground, she pointed at you and began to curse, calling you a dog servant and a master devourer, hardening your fists anew. Dog servant, I was careless just now and did not dodge. Let's have a rematch. If I do not break your legs today. Bang! Xiao Balian's daughter summoned a layer of protective energy, but before she could finish her sentence, a fist the size of a cooking pot pierced through her fragile barrier, bestowing upon her a legendary black eye. She was taken aback. Had she truly shattered her own protective energy with a single punch? Was he not merely at the body refinement stage? How could he be so formidable? Did your father not inform you that I possess innate strength? You shook your fist, striking her at an unorthodox angle, causing her to faint, and her soft, fragrant body collapsed into your embrace. It must be said, Xiao Balian's daughter's beauty is remarkably resilient. Her hair, once elegantly styled in a masculine fashion, was now disheveled around her shoulders after your encounter. Her delicate face could indeed be described as a rare beauty. Truly, she is the daughter of Xiao Balian. In terms of appearance, she is the most exquisite you have encountered thus far. Her talents are equally unmatched. You are well aware of the arduousness of refining pills. You hold greater insight into the challenges of martial cultivation. Yet, Xiao Balian's daughter, not yet 20, has already attained the rank of a fourth-grade alchemist and a nascent martial artist in the Qi realm, undoubtedly a prodigious young lady. It is the mind that leaves much to be desired. Had alchemy truly muddled your mind? Feeling overwhelmed, you casually wrapped a cloth around your burden and set off towards the inverted door. You harbored doubts that this fool had neglected to visit Xiao Balian after arriving in Xianxia County, instead making a beeline for you. Along the way, the townsfolk regarded your peculiar sight of carrying a humanoid figure on your shoulder with curiosity. A constable, patrolling the streets with his subordinates, spotted you from afar, rushing over with a manic expression. Hey, have you gone out to abduct another maiden? Which young lady is it today? Get lost. If you don't get beaten for a day, you become too brazen. Focus on your patrol. You continued on your way, the laughter of the crowd trailing behind you. Having served as a county lieutenant for quite some time, the officials in the county had long recognized your distinctiveness. You never bullied the common folk and could engage in jest with your subordinates. Whenever one of your men faced difficulties, you were always the first to offer financial assistance. However, your methods were undeniably ruthless, extorting local gangs, shaking down unscrupulous merchants, and amassing wealth in a manner that even the county magistrate found astonishing. Were you a greedy yet principled official, one who indulged in avarice but spared lives? Bam! You kicked open the door of the inverted door, unceremoniously tossing the person onto the ground. The establishment is closed today. Everyone else leave. With that command, a horde of prospective sons-in-law scattered in disarray. Frowning and crossing your arms, you waited for 5 seconds before hearing the commotion draw Xiao Balian from the backyard. What is happening? Why have you sent everyone away? Li Mu, do you intend to make a fool of yourself? What is wrong with you? Upon seeing his daughter, who lay on the ground in a disheveled state with dark circles around her eyes, Xiao Balian let out a cry and rushed to her side. Guangguang? You blinked, recalling that old Xiao had always referred to his daughter as Guangguang. But what had this woman, clearly unhinged today, introduced herself as? With a light smack to your forehead. It dawned on you, Xiao Dongji. A twitch at the corner of your mouth betrayed your amusement. Back at old Wang's place, you had been too preoccupied to notice now. Reflecting on it, how could old Xiao, a remnant of the royal lineage of you, possibly name his daughter something so precarious? Clearly, it was a name she had adopted herself. You were convinced. Old Xiao's daughter was not pretending. Her mind was genuinely impaired. Li Mu, what on earth is happening to my Guangguang? Xiao Balian demanded, his expression fierce. I knocked her out. You can wake her up and ask her yourself. And you owe me a reasonable explanation for this. Rolling your eyes, you tossed that remark over your shoulder and headed towards the backyard. Before long, you could hear the exchange between the father and daughter in the training yard. However, less than 2 minutes later, it escalated into a heated argument. And after another 2 minutes, the shouting ceased, replaced by Xiao Guangguang's desperate pleas for mercy. 10 minutes later, Xiao Balian muttered to himself as he entered the backyard, followed closely by Xiao Guangduan, whose eyes were dark and bruised. Hiding behind Xiao Balian, Xiao Guangduan looked up at you, moving her lips without uttering a sound. You dog servant. Just wait. You shook your head with a sigh. Initially, you had hoped to spare her some dignity, but it was evidently unnecessary now. Old Xiao, I must ask you something. Why on earth would you give such a name to a fine young lady? Xiao Dongji, do you want the world to know you're plotting a rebellion? Who is plotting a rebellion? Who calls her Xiao Dongji? Xiao Balian's face turned a deep shade of anger. You pointed with 5 fingers, saying, "Far away yet close at hand." Just moments ago, your daughter declared in front of at least 50 witnesses that her name is Xiao, and I couldn't stop her. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of Xiao Balian grinding his teeth echoed as he stiffly turned to his daughter. Xiao, Deng, Yi, oh splendid. I truly have a daughter with grand aspirations. He turned to Li Mu. You stay here for a moment. I must go and clean up the mess. Xiao Balian seized Xiao Guanduan by the ear and dragged her to the training yard, where a minute later she lay unconscious, bound like a rice dumpling, and was tossed into the woodshed. Then old Xiao wept, his cries filled with sorrow, lamenting the fate of his daughter. This situation left you at a loss for words, unable to comfort him, and you could only wait for Xiao Balian to process his emotions. Half an hour later, old Xiao had regained his composure, though a faint aura of despair lingered around him. Li Mu, I beseech you for a favor. What is it? I shall do whatever I can. Seeing old Xiao in such distress, you couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Xiao Balian grasped her hand, his gaze pleading. Tonight, you two shall consummate your union. Boom! You raised a hand, forming a 6 with your fingers, before delivering a punch to Xiao Balian's head. Old Xiao, I have treated you well. How dare you put me in such a predicament, with a daughter like yours, who wouldn't know to return home even the rain? And yet you expect me to marry into your family? But my daughter is beautiful. She is more than enough for you, Xiao Balian retorted, puffing with indignation as he charged towards you. What good is beauty? What if our children turn out to be foolish? The burden would fall on me. You prepare to strike. In the backyard, a middle-aged man and a young man engaged in a brawl, exchanging blows vigorously. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Balian waved his hand, feeling that he had vented enough of his pent-up frustration. He pulled out a piece of beast hide from his pocket and began to share the insights he had gleaned from the lesson he had just taught his daughter. Guanduan had originally intended to come over 5 months ago, but on her way, she fortuitously obtained this ancient alchemical formula. Chapter 76, to pull off a grand heist. After listening to Xiao Balian's lengthy, incoherent monologue that lasted 45 minutes, you managed to distill 3 key points from his ramblings. On the way to the palace, Xiao Guanguan inadvertently concocted a potion and, in a moment of whimsy, sampled it, only to find himself poisoned. This poison, however, did not afflict his body, but rather his mind, leading him to suspect that the primary ingredient of this ancient elixir was, in fact, a mushroom. As a royal heir of the Yu Kingdom, Xiao Guanguan secretly practiced the Imperial Supreme Sky-Piercing Fist, a discipline demanding the cultivation of an emperor's mindset. Yet, under the influence of the mushroom poison, his mental fortitude crumbled, plunging him into an illusion of imperial grandeur, where he fancied himself a true emperor and even renamed himself Ascension. Upon adopting the name Xiao Dengji, the first to take umbrage was you, for it was customary in you that the 3rd key to the royal treasury was entrusted to the chief eunuch at the emperor's side. At that moment, this deluded individual erupted in fury, incredulous that a mere eunuch would dare to propose marriage to the empress. Thus, the current scene unfolded. In summary, Xiao Guanguan is indeed well suited to become a tyrant. Li Mu, trust me, my dear Guanguan is under the influence of poison. She was never like this before. In the past, she was gentle and obedient, truly. Moreover, the effects of the poison will gradually fade, and Guanguan will surely return to her normal self. Xiao Balian gazed at you with a pitiful expression, while your mind conjured phantoms. Given your daughter's predicament, it would be wise to set aside matters of the bridal chamber for now. I cannot exploit her vulnerability, can I? Instead, while your health permits, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity to have another child, especially with so many lovely sisters around. The legacy of the Xiao family must not be extinguished. Suddenly, a loud knocking reverberated through the courtyard, accompanied by the voice of the constable you had encountered earlier on the street. Lee County Lieutenant, the esteemed county magistrate summons you to the county office immediately. I must return to the county office at once. For the time being, the Martial Arts Academy shall remain closed, lest I fear that your esteemed lady might don a yellow robe before a multitude of apprentices. You patted Xiao Balian on the shoulder and hastened towards the county office. The atmosphere within the office was stifling. Even the county clerk, who had been feigning illness for years, was summoned by the magistrate. In the small chamber of the 3 prominent figures of Tuanqing County, after half an hour, you sat with a grave expression, issuing a decree for a curfew to be enforced from this day forth in Tuanqing County. The skies over Jian Prefecture were about to change. You pressed your lips together, recalling that during your earlier simulations of life in Tuanqing County, there had indeed been a sudden imposition of a curfew. However, at that time, you were merely a steadfast member of a small faction, entirely ignorant of the reasons behind the curfew. Now, the truth was revealed. Spring Nambwa is dead. Lu Turin's direct superior, a hereditary earl of the court, was quietly murdered last night, his throat slit without a sound. Of his 97 family members, 95 perished in a single night, with 2 missing. Such a shameless scoundrel. Stained with the blood of countless innocent lives, his demise is indeed a cause for universal celebration. Yet, the passing of Lord Chun Nan is marked by a tragic toll. Of his family of 97, 95 have perished, leaving only 2 unaccounted for. One of these is the sister of the bandit chief Cheng Shijiao, the last concubine of Lord Chun Nan, Cheng Yanxin. It is curious that amidst this tragedy, the one person who holds animosity towards you is the sole missing individual. Is she dead or alive? This dilemma is difficult to dismiss from your thoughts. In the 7th year of September, the curfew in Tuanqing County persists, encompassing all towns under the jurisdiction of the Jinan Prefecture. The death of a count may seem insignificant to the Shang Empire, yet it is a matter of honor. Thus the court attaches great importance to the investigation, dispatching skilled individuals to uncover the truth, though results remain elusive. According to your superior, County Magistrate Zhao Chuan, he suspects that this turmoil shall cease within 2 months. After all, with Lord Chun Nan deceased and his line extinguished, the rules of the Shang Empire dictate that the title shall remain unclaimed. When the court's investigators return, the countship will likely be revoked, and a scapegoat will be hastily found to close the case. With Lord Chun Nan's death, opportunities for wealth arise in the capital. But alas, my official position is insufficient. Otherwise, I would seize this chance to profit. Zhao Chuan's words stir your thoughts. Surely, within such a grand count's residence, a wealth of martial arts secrets must be hidden. This is a prize I must claim, and given my enmity with the concubine Cheng Yanxin, what better opportunity to search and perhaps eliminate her to prevent future troubles? You feel a powerful urge welling within you. In this simulation of reality, you find yourself uncertain whether to embrace the role of a virtuous individual or a villain, yet within the confines of the simulation. You prefer the absence of conscience and morality. Alas, last month, you perfected the 11th martial art, depleting your reserves once more. The exquisite yet deranged beauty who was meant to provide you with new martial arts resources has instead brought you dismay. Oh, the thought of this enchanting yet maddened woman infuriates you. On her journey, she became poisoned while refining elixirs, and instead of ceasing her work, she carelessly incinerated the 3 top-tier martial arts manuals originally intended for you. The audacity of using precious martial arts scriptures, accompanied by the essence of martial truth, as fuel is utterly absurd. No, I must pay a visit to the back door and, while old Xiao is distracted, give her a piece of my mind. Such a wasteful woman. You are resolute. A visit to the capital is imperative. You desire this lucrative opportunity, as does Zhao Chuan. And the powerful factions in the capital are not only coveting it, but likely have already begun to conspire with the court's dispatch forces. This matter is best addressed promptly. You intend to take a sick leave soon and discreetly make your way to the capital. 7th year, October originally. You had planned to visit the capital last month to confront your issues, but you have only just begun to take action this month. Circumstances beyond your control have delayed you. Last month, the effects of the mushroom poison in Xiao Guanduan's mind seem to have either diminished or mutated. In any case, her temperament underwent a remarkable transformation. She is no longer Xiao Dangji, having shed her imperial demeanor, replaced instead by a childlike innocence. Xiao Guanduan has reverted to the gentle and charming disposition that the former Xiao used to describe, yet her essence has transformed into that of a playful child. Daily, she insists that Xiao take her to your home to engage in imaginative play, where she assumes the role of the mother, you play the father, and Xiao takes on the part of the dog at the door, A Huang. A Huang sits, stands, shakes hands, and is truly obedient. Fortunately, one day while playing house at your residence, Xiao Guanduan encountered Little Tiger, providing her with a new toy. After observing for several days and confirming that her godson and the silly woman playing together posed no danger and that she could regain her freedom, you finally felt a sense of release. In a hurry, you sought leave from the county magistrate and headed straight for the capital. Strangely enough, after simulating this journey numerous times and having spent so many years in the Shang Kingdom, this is your first visit to the Jinan Prefecture. Chapter 77. The Earl's Mansion in Jinan. Seventh year, October, what towering city walls? Walking along the pathway, you are met with the sight of a formidable city wall, approximately 100 meters high. Compared to this, Tuanqing County resembles a mere makeshift outhouse. However, you are not in the mood to admire the grandeur of the metropolis. Having run for an entire day and night, you are not exhausted but undeniably odorous. The pungent scent of sweat is overwhelming, and you long to find a place to take a hot bath. In future opportunities, it is essential to learn a form of lightness suitable for long-distance travel. While your techniques of iron legs and water sprinting are impressive for short bursts, they fall short for lengthy journeys. You massage your slightly sore calves. Given your current physical condition, long-distance travel is challenging. Riding a horse seems too slow, while running purely is rather foolish. Thus, acquiring a specialized form of lightness for long distances is of utmost necessity. As you approach the capital, two lines form at the city entrance. One leads to the main gate, where few are waiting. Those permitted to enter here are either nobility or officials of the court. The other smaller gate has a long queue filled with traders and common folk wishing to enter the city, obediently lining up in this area. In an effort to remain inconspicuous, you choose not to enter through the main gate, instead patiently waiting in line at the smaller entrance. After approximately 2 incense sticks worth of time, as you near the front of the line, a squad of galloping horses charges in, barreling through the city gate, leaving the guards unable to intervene. Leading the charge is a man with graying temples, an aquiline nose, dressed in a deep crimson robe adorned with a fierce tiger embroidery. According to the protocols of the Shang Kingdom, the golden-threaded tiger symbolizes a 4th-grade military official. The individual exuded an extraordinary presence. Having once resided in the renowned abode of masters, Iron Mountain, you surmise that this high-ranking official was undoubtedly a martial arts grandmaster, and not merely a fledgling master like Lu Turan, who had only recently ascended to such a rank. Behind him, amidst a throng of gallant horsemen, 2 figures stood out conspicuously. One was a woman of captivating beauty, her visage akin to blooming peach blossoms, clad in a simple white mourning dress that, rather than rendering her austere, only enhanced her enchanting allure. In her arms, she cradled a young boy of 8 or 9 years. Together, they appeared strikingly out of place among the robust men on horseback. Compelled by an admiration for beauty, you stole another glance at the woman, and in your estimation, she ranked only second to Xiao Guanduan among all the women you had encountered. Her physique, though slightly inferior in certain aspects to Chunlan, surpassed her in other respects. Yet, considering Xiao Guanduan's intellect, you concluded that she was the most exquisite woman you had ever beheld, assigning her a highly specialized ranking. In a fleeting moment, this group entered the city. To your astonishment, the rumors were indeed true. The concubine of Lord Chun, Nan, was alive, and not only had she survived, but on the night of the assassination attempt, she had also escaped with the young heir of Chun Nan. How did you come to know that the woman was the Earl as concubine? Ah, on the day the Earl took her as his mistress, I had delivered firewood to his estate and caught a distant glimpse of such a stunning woman. One cannot easily forget her. What an intriguing turn of events. The concubine of Lord Chun, Nan, returned with the young heir, ensuring the continuation of the title. The influential figures in the city would surely grind their teeth in frustration. As you listen to the discussions of those around you, you remain stoic in your place in line, your mind racing with the realization. She is Cheng Yunxin. News from Tuanqing County was still woefully delayed. Although you were merely a county official, you were utterly oblivious to the events transpiring in the capital. On the night when the entire family of Lord Chun, Nan, was silenced, not only did Cheng Yunxin manage to escape, but she also took one of his children with her. Could such a feat be accomplished by a mere concubine? Once, you had speculated that this woman might be extraordinary. Now, you determined that regardless of her complexity, you were resolute in claiming your share of this substantial prize. With renewed determination, you thought to yourself that having arrived in the capital, you could not leave empty-handed. You had already made up your mind. If necessary, you would go all in. At that moment, you envisioned employing the automatic retrieval feature of your simulated space to make a round at the estate of Lord Chun Nan. As long as you could acquire a few top-tier martial arts techniques, this endeavor would be worth the risk, even if it meant facing death, for you could always start anew. Of course, this was a last resort. If there were safer means to obtain martial arts manuals, remaining alive would undoubtedly be preferable. After queuing to enter the capital, you found a hotel to stay in. Following a refreshing bath, you set out to scout the estate of Lord Chun Nan. Chun Nambwa still has surviving offspring. shattering the wealth dreams of many in the capital. Numerous individuals wish for his demise. However, you are somewhat acquainted with the workings of the Xianxia court. Even for the sake of preserving its facade, the court would undoubtedly ensure that the child inherits the title. There is no possibility of allowing his death. Naturally, a portion of Chun Nambua's estate must be redistributed, for a mere concubine and a child of 8 or 9 cannot safeguard such a vast fortune. To prevent any prolonged uncertainties, you resolve to take action within 3 days, possibly even tonight if the circumstances prove favorable. Disguised as a passerby near the Earl's residence, you observe that it is under heavy guard, yet you remain unperturbed. After all, if even the imperial palace can be infiltrated by assassins, how much more so can one breach a mere heavily guarded estate? As night falls and the world grows silent, you, seasoned with ample experience from your previous exploits in wealth redistribution, don dark attire and stealthily infiltrate the Earl's estate. Although the exterior is heavily guarded, the interior sentinels are rather lax, particularly in the back garden, which is devoid of any watchman. A smile graces your lips as you successfully penetrate the grounds. Now, all that remains is to locate Chun Nambua's repository of martial arts manuals, and this night will culminate in triumph, leaving you with no regrets. You tread lightly, making not a single sound as you navigate forward, suspecting that the 4th-rank military officer might also be present at the Earl's estate. While you possess certain skills in this domain, you lack experience in pilfering under the watchful eyes of seasoned martial arts masters. Thus, caution is prudent. After a full 10 minutes, you arrive at the midsection of the back garden, passing by a decorative rock formation. Just 2 meters ahead, you suddenly halt. A tremor coursing through you, and you quietly retreat. This rock formation looks remarkably familiar. Observing its shape, you quickly summon control over your racing heart. This formation resembles the one at Lu Turin's residence, which conceals the mechanism for a hidden cellar. Although the designs differ, your artistic inclination allows you to discern that the carving marks are likely the handiwork of the same artisan. You are confident in this assessment, having seen Lu Turin's rock formation no fewer than 3 times a month, and as many as 6 on occasion. Lu Turin is Chun Nambua's subordinate, and both households boast rock formations crafted by the same hand. Might it be that beneath Chun Nambua's rock formation lies a secret chamber, akin to that of Lu Turin's home? You take a gentle breath, reach out to grasp a corner of the rock formation, and press. A hidden door swings open. Gratitude fills your heart for the hospitable Chun Lan. Gazing at the identical rock formation and concealed door, you can only lament the laziness of the designer, who has employed the same design ad infinitum. You did not rush into the cellar. Instead, you quietly remained still like a wooden figure for 7 or 8 minutes, straining your ears to discern whether anyone was below. Only after confirming the absence of company did you cautiously descend. However, just a few steps down, a chill ran through you. Someone was there. Instinctively wishing to retreat, you forcefully suppressed your primal urge, carefully observing your surroundings. In the faint moonlight, you discerned a young Taoist priest sitting cross-legged in the center of the cellar. He exhibited no signs of breath or heartbeat, his complexion as pale as that of a corpse. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. It was merely a dead man. Yet, who could say whether he was truly dead? With a flick of your fingers, you struck a small stone against the priest's forehead. He fell to the ground, clearly beyond the brink of death. Reassured, you took a couple of steps back and closed the dark door of the cellar. This door had been specially reinforced. Once shut, any noise made within would not carry outside, a fact you were well aware of from your previous experiences in the Lu family cellar. Having secured the door, you no longer needed to tread lightly, boldly descending into the cellar to examine the deceased priest closely. To be fair, though he was dead, the Taoist was quite handsome, exuding an air of righteousness. You leaned slightly forward, extending your hand, but just as you were about to touch the priestess' robe, you opened your mouth and let out a deafening shout into his ear. The dead priest suddenly awoke, cursing, swearing that he had never encountered someone like you in his life. How could there be a scoundrel who shouted at the ears of the deceased? Was there truly no sense of public decency? You thought you are the mad one, who pretends to be dead for no reason. You too were startled by the priest's sudden outburst, quickly retreating to the cellar stairs. To be honest, your shout had been merely a precaution, yet you hadn't expected him to genuinely be feigning death. However, aside from his ability to open his eyes and curse, he bore little resemblance to the living, remaining sprawled on the ground, merely expressing his indignation. This Taoist priest was nearing his last breath. Even as he ceased to pretend, his heartbeat and breath resumed, and you could distinctly sense that death was looming. Yet, even on the brink of death, he was still capable of hurling profanities. You felt a surge of defiance. As a traveler from another world, could you truly be insulted by a local? You two transformed into paragons of virtue, only to find yourselves engaged in an intense exchange of barbs. After a fervent exchange that left you a loss for words, the Taoist continued his tirade. Even as blood spilled from his mouth, his fervor unabated despite the evident toll on his body. A native of this otherworldly realm, adept in insults, surpassed even the time-traveling individual who practiced vocal techniques through endless short videos. This Taoist possessed an intriguing essence. Stop. Cease your vitriol. Upon encountering a formidable opponent, you wisely refrained from further provocation. The Taoist, lying on the ground and coughing up more blood, wore a victorious grin as he proclaimed, "Daring to engage in a war of words with me? I've driven 3 of those chanting bald monks insane. You ought to consider whether you are truly worthy. By the way, you are affiliated with the court, aren't you? Is it that obvious?" You replied, taken aback, aware that you were not clad in official attire. The Taoist smirked, blood spilling from his mouth, of course. Even from 2 miles away, I could detect the stench of a corrupt official emanating from you. Your fists clenched slightly. You may speak freely, but should you continue to insult me, I shall twist your head off. Ha! Does the esteemed Taoist fear death? You, on the other hand, accompany Spring South's lackey, collecting the crimson essence in such heinous, inhumane acts. Aren't you afraid of dying a dismembered corpse? Unable to be reborn, condemned to exist as a mere dog? I do not spare me your pretense. You know exactly where the mechanism to open this cellar lies. Deny it no longer. The Taoist sneered, an extraordinary aura emanating from him. His heartbeat grew steadily stronger, his breathing normalized, and his pallor transformed into a sickly shade of red, evidently having employed some secret technique to restore his vitality. With a swift motion, the Taoist clapped his hand against the ground and stood up, grinning malevolently at you. Did you not expect that the one who slaughtered your Master-S family would be hiding here? I had initially intended to let you minions of Spring South live a few more days to recover from your injuries before I methodically dispatched you. However, since you have so graciously presented yourself, I shall not be courteous. Taking a deep breath, the Taoist summoned an ethereal energy resembling clouds and mist in his palms. Wait, are you delusional? Who among us is a lackey of Spring South? Remember, it is I who seeks to end your life. I am Xianxia, a man devoted to but 2 pursuits in life, denouncing monks and vanquishing villains. The Taoist interrupted your retort, seemingly deafened by the secret technique he employed, chattering away to himself while launching an assault towards you. You felt an immediate headache, yet a flicker of compassion crossed your gaze. This Taoist, though foul-mouthed and lacking decorum, appeared to be a man who endeavored to uphold justice. You were not inclined to harm a good person. Alas, he seemed incapable of understanding reason. Though this cellar was soundproof, the vibrations from the ensuing battle might still be detected by the outside world, where, unbeknownst to you, a seasoned martial arts master could be residing within the Count's estate tonight. You appreciated virtuous individuals, but sought to avoid being entangled in their conflicts. You let out a soft sigh, your eyes, once filled with compassion, now turned to indifference. You deftly sidestepped the Taoist's dual strikes. The Taoist, nearing the end of his strength, unleashed a secret technique, revealing the prowess of a peak martial artist. It is astonishing that he could exhibit such power even at death's door, hinting at the formidable strength he possessed before his injuries. Yet, it is only fitting that he is strong. Otherwise, he could not have annihilated the entire family of Lord Chun Nan in a single night. The Taoist's first strike missed its mark, and he swiftly turned again, launching 2 more attacks. However, you too retaliated. Your Imperial Supreme fist struck from a distance, shattering his heart, causing the Taoist to tremble, and a flicker of clarity returned to his eyes. I shall remember you, Taoist Xianxia, should the opportunity arise. Let's meet again under different circumstances. I find you quite likable. You are truly unwell. The corners of the Taoist's mouth twitched as he drew his last breath. This time, Taoist Xianxia truly passed away, his eyes wide open, unblinking, a rather eerie sight. You gently laid him on the ground, mimicking a scene from a drama, your hand gliding down his face. Taoist, stare. Chapter 79, Punishing Evil. The young Taoist Xianxia's unblinking gaze sent a chill down your spine. Logically, in this martial world, there should be no place for supernatural phenomena. Yet he is a Taoist, a profession tinged with the uncanny. You felt a shiver in your heart, contemplated for a moment, then stood at attention and bowed solemnly to his lifeless body. Taoist Xianxia, you were a good man, undertaking what I dare not. On behalf of all the innocents who perished at Lord Chunnan's hands, I thank you. I vow not to let your body rot in this cellar. Once I depart from the Count's mansion, I shall ensure your peaceful rest in the earth. After uttering these words, you bowed 3 times, once more running your palm across his face. Xianxu's eyes gently closed, his death serene. You exhaled softly, patted your chest, then crouched down to begin removing the Taoist-esque garments. While respect for a good man is commendable, does the noble tradition of collecting valuables not deserve the same regard? One must separate matters appropriately. However, the Taoist possessed no treasures, nor did he have the martial arts manuals you sought. A sense of disappointment lingered, yet you understood. After all, this Taoist, named Xianxia, was a good man who sought to uphold justice. Those in his line of work are often destitute. Such a pity. Yet I shall ensure your peaceful rest. To prevent the Taoist from opening his eyes once more, you hurriedly adjusted his clothing, planning to place him in a simulated space until you could find an auspicious location outside the city to bury him. But then, why is his hair coming undone? As you tended to Xianxu's hair, you were taken aback. Being somewhat skilled in the art of disguise, you felt you had a valid opinion on this matter. Upon observing the peeling hair at the temples, it became apparent that even those unacquainted with disguise could recognize this as a wig. As you gently pulled at the hairline, you uncovered Xianxu's slightly disheveled mixed bun, which was entirely removed. Beneath the wig lay a round, gleaming skull, adorned with 2 rows of scarred sutures. However, let me recollect. I distinctly remember his pronounced disagreement with the monks. Your features contorted slightly as you recalled the words Xianxia spoke before his demise. Daring to argue with me, the Taoist, I have already driven 3 of those chanting bald donkeys mad. You ought to consider whether you are worthy. Remember this. It was I who ended your life. I am Xianxia, devoted to 2 pursuits alone, cursing monks and eliminating evil. You covered your face, feeling a bit bewildered. Previously, you assumed Xianxu's animosity towards the monks stemmed from a clash of profession and belief. Yet in this light, it seemed clear this faux Taoist genuinely relished confronting his peers. Ah, love is what it is. If you enjoy masquerading as a Taoist, then by all means continue. You casually replaced the wig atop his head, yet as you pressed it down, your palm distinctly felt an unusual texture. A hard, subtle protrusion nestled within the wig. A shake of the wig revealed an ancient, asymmetrical, fish-shaped jade pendant tumbling out. Your eyes sparkled at the sight. Such a treasure, hidden so deeply. As you reached to collect the pendant, an immediate sharp pain pricked your fingertip. Upon inspection, you discovered a small cut on your index finger. A droplet of blood lingering on the jade, which was swiftly absorbed. A pendant, smooth and unblemished, capable of piercing your iron-like skin. This was decidedly unscientific. Yet, a jade pendant that could absorb blood was even more perplexing. However, at that moment, a smile stretched across your face. It seemed you had caught a whiff of fortune. As you picked up the pendant once more, an influx of information surged into your mind. Punishment of evil. Eradicate the guilty, acquire the golden elixir of virtue, consume it, and the path of martial arts shall flourish. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, despite your efforts to contain it, the exhilaration within you throbbed like a drum. Your heart racing uncontrollably. This was indeed a boon, a new boon. Even after a month of rigorous training with Chunlan, you could not have envisioned such a vivid dream. Yet now, there was no need for dreams. You were soaring, full of vigor. You grasped the jade pendant, named Punishment of Evil, tightly, realizing that this new artifact was, in truth, more advanced than the 3-legged golden tripod previously acquired. It even boasted the ability to recognize its master through blood and actively present its functions. The purpose of this remarkable item was becoming increasingly clear. In essence, it involves eliminating malevolent individuals to obtain a substance known as the virtuous golden pill, which, when ingested, significantly accelerates one's martial arts training. Although the precise number of adversaries required for the acquisition of a single virtuous golden pill remains unknown, along with the exact extent of its enhancement on training speed, such uncertainties are trivial. This new ability, akin to the 3-legged golden cauldron, is undoubtedly a remarkable boon. One aspect enhances medicinal potency, facilitating swifter martial cultivation, while another directly accelerates the training process. The abundance of such external aids in this world seems rather excessive, does it not? As you ponder this, you cannot help but feel a mix of confusion and clarity. Gazing upon Zhang Yu's serene, yet youthful visage post-mortem, it becomes apparent that his tender appearance, coupled with his miserly demeanor, suggests he is merely in his early 20s, at most 30. Previously, you were perplexed by the fact that not only did Uncle Chun Nan possess the prowess of a martial arts master, but as the most notorious blood merchant in Jian Prefecture, he surely had formidable guards surrounding him. The notion that Zhang Yu could single-handedly annihilate them overnight raises questions about his strength. Is he a master, or perhaps a grandmaster? To possess such power at such a young age surpasses even your former surrogate son, Little Tiger, during your simulations. However, upon confirming that Zhang Yu was indeed endowed with extraordinary abilities, everything falls into place. His strength is explicable, as is his penchant for vanquishing evil. With such powers, reasoning becomes unnecessary. It is conceivable to become the strongest in the world in mere minutes. Yet, this power is now mine, making this venture into the capital worthwhile. With a sense of satisfaction, you store Zhang Yu's corpse in the simulated space and commence ransacking the cellar. Just then, you hear the faint sound of the hidden door mechanism activating. Instantly, you act with keen intuition, extracting Zhang Yu's corpse from the simulated space and positioning it in a meditative pose akin to your arrival. With a swift leap, you conceal yourself within a row of large wooden barrels, once used for storing human blood, now empty. Taking a deep breath, it must be said that Zhang Yu's act of feigning death was quite convincing, yet you too possess your own skills. After all, the Ire Zombie technique is not practiced in vain. Having prepared yourself, a soft click resonates, accompanied by a waft of enchanting fragrance swept into the cellar by the night breeze. Suddenly, a sound interrupts the silence. A bundle, ignited and exuding a captivating aroma of poison, is tossed into the cellar, followed swiftly by the rapid closure of the hidden door. Alas, it seems you have fallen victim to a midnight poisoning. As you remain concealed within the barrel, your brow furrows, but fortunately, you had already held your breath. With your current lung capacity, akin to inflating a rubber tire, as if it were a balloon, holding your breath for an hour is a trivial feat yet. This particular substance poses no immediate threat, provided one refrains from inhaling it. However, the toxic smoke seems to infiltrate the skin with alarming tenacity. At that moment, you could feel your lower abdomen ensheathed as if by layers of steel, devoid of any other sensations. You scratch your head and press your hand against the peculiar area of your lower abdomen, the dantian. Could it be? A smile creeps across your face, and you abandon your breath holding. This toxic aroma, far from being lethal or detrimental to one's health, possesses a singular effect. It seals the dantian of martial artists. For others of your ilk, this substance might indeed be fatal. After all, with the dantian sealed, the true energy cannot be harnessed, rendering even a martial arts master no different from an ordinary novice. Thus, this poison, specifically targeting the dantian of martial artists, undoubtedly ranks among the most exquisite and potent of its kind. Regrettably, it has encountered you, an athletic young man. Business is business. If you aim for my dantian, then I must possess something in my dantian to counteract your intentions. You leap from the barrel, extinguishing the toxic aroma beneath your foot, and secure it within the simulated space. After a moment's contemplation, you also gather Zhang Yu's lifeless body. A man of honor must keep his word. Having pledged to ensure the peace of the bald monk in his resting place, you cannot falter. Having settled all matters, you meticulously inspect the ground and discover a modest pile of incense ash in a corner of the cellar. Clearly, this act of poisoning is not a novel occurrence. Someone had previously introduced toxic incense into this space. The cogs of your athletic mind begin to whirl, and the scheming frog within stirs to life. Initially, you believe Zhang Yu had sustained grave injuries after assassinating Lord Chun Nan and had chosen to hide in this cellar to recuperate. However, upon further reflection, it seems that is not the case. A multitude of questions arises in your mind. For years, Lord Chun Nan committed his misdeeds without detection. How did Zhang Yu uncover the truth? After assassinating Lord Chun Nan, why was Zhang Yu still so weak when he sought refuge in the cellar before encountering you tonight? Shouldn't wounds heal with time? How could they worsen instead, despite the numerous skilled warriors in the Count's manor perishing? Why did a woman and a child manage to escape? Why indeed? With the intent to eradicate evil, Zhang Yu targeted the nefarious, including Chun Nan's concubine, Chung Yunxin, and his biological son. Even if they did not directly partake in the heinous act of collecting the crimson paste, They passively benefited from Chun Nan's wealth. For Xianxia, they too are villains. He has slain those with more tenuous ties to Chun Nan. Why then did he spare these two? Why would someone throw poison incense into the cellar, and not just once but twice, with a significant interval in between? Why did no one else come to do so? Each question you posed intertwined with the others, ultimately forming answers. You blinked, contemplating a possibility. The news of Elder Chun Nan collecting red incense was divulged to Zhang Yu by Cheng Yunxin, prompting Zhang Yu to act in accordance with heaven's will, sparing Cheng Yunxin in the process. If Cheng Yunxin's calculated motive for the death of Elder Chun Nan was rooted in self-interest, her most prudent course of action would have been to conceal a manageable heir of Elder Chun Nan before Zhang Yu intervened, allowing the child to inherit the title and fortune, thus enabling her to manipulate the young heir in a twisted version of ruling through a puppet. After executing her plan, Zhang Yu, who came to enact justice, became Cheng Yunxin's sole vulnerability. She had to eliminate him. Thus, following Zhang Yu's grievous injury from the assassination of Elder Chun Nan, Cheng Yunxin sought to rid herself of him. However, Zhang Yu was formidable. Even in a weakened state, she dared not confront him directly. So she deceived him into hiding in the cellar to recuperate. Were it not for this, how could Zhang Yu, an outsider, have known of the existence of such a cellar? Once Zhang Yu entered, Cheng Yunxin could take action, but prudence led her to first administer poison. A martial artist in a critical state possesses vital energy within their dantian, and sealing Zhang Yu's dantian would exacerbate his injuries. With his dantian blocked and his condition dire, Zhang Yu was utterly unable to open the specially reinforced hidden door of the cellar. He was akin to a turtle in a jar. Thus, the first pile of incense ash was cast on the night of Elder Chun Nan's demise. The second instance of poison incense was deployed tonight, coinciding perfectly with Cheng Yunxin's return with Elder Chun Nan's child. If my surmising holds true, Cheng Yunxin is indeed quite formidable. The image of that exceedingly beautiful woman becomes increasingly vivid in your mind. After all, conceiving a plan is one thing, but executing it flawlessly is another matter entirely. Should Cheng Yunxin have truly orchestrated and executed this scheme, the seasoned political veterans in the court would likely pale in comparison to her cunning. You, for your part, consider yourself incapable of such intricate machinations. Yet fantasizing about Cheng Yunxin's next move remains an intriguing endeavor. Given her meticulous nature, it is likely she will refrain from reopening the cellar in the near future after casting the poison incense again tonight. Cautious as she is, she would undoubtedly prefer to let Zhang Yu perish from poison or starvation rather than taking a direct approach. You waited quietly, and indeed, after more than an hour, the hidden door of the cellar remained unopened. You smiled faintly as you approached a wooden barrel, turning it to reveal a concealed door leading to the second level of the cellar. Indeed, it was the handiwork of the same individual, as the mechanism for opening the door to the second level mirrored that of the first. You leapt down into the cellar, and before your eyes lay a dazzling array of treasures. Gold glimmered, silver sparkled, and vibrant greens flourished, with heaps of wealth forming small mountains. Adjacent to this bounty were two shelves laden with various precious herbs, among which even the century-old ginseng was but a trivial item. You instinctively began to gather the riches. Yet alas, the second level of the cellar contained only material wealth and medicinal herbs, devoid of the martial arts manuals you so ardently desired. However, this seemed amiss. When Lord Chun Nan rewarded his subordinates, such as Lu Turin, for collecting the crimson essence, martial arts manuals were included, exemplified by the 12 dragon seals. It appeared that the manuals were not stored here. Perhaps they resided within the study. You navigated the mechanisms of the cellar to unlock the hidden door and departed, your mind racing with calculations. This evening's discoveries were already substantial. Merely the acquisition of the new punishment evil artifact had yielded an extraordinary profit. Yet it was still insufficient. Your ambition craved more. Chapter 81. Gratitude to the Master of Mysteries, CSDG. 7th year, October. I have secure a baseline. Once one possesses a safety net, it becomes exceedingly difficult to temper one's arrogance. You felt a surge of greed, contemplating the immense fortune to be gained if you could uncover the martial arts manuals hoarded by Lord Chun Nan. If you failed and met your demise, it would matter little. You resolved to take the plunge. With resolve, you opened the simulation space and began to tinker with your surroundings. First, you fetched dozens of barrels of oil, drenching the cellar, and then carefully stowed the punishment evil jade pendant close to your person. Soon, you might need to engage in a confrontation. If any of your victims were wicked individuals, you could not afford to forfeit your merit. Finally, you struck a match. igniting a blaze that tore through the inky darkness of the night. The commotion in the estate erupted as it became evident that water had flooded the premises. A throng of men clad in the uniforms of the capital's constabulary surged toward the back garden. These men were emissaries sent by the court to investigate the cause of Lord Xianxia's demise. You, cloaked in the garb of night, concealed yourself in the shadows, biding your time until the perfect moment arrived to seize an unfortunate soul. With a swift motion, you snapped his neck, stripped him of his attire, and donned his garments, subsequently discarding the unfortunate fellow into the simulation space. However, just before you cast him in, you sensed a slight tremor from the jade pendant against your skin, as it absorbed an imperceptible essence from the hapless man. It seemed you were not the unfortunate one. Perhaps this was a fortuitous act of divine justice. You were certain that anything capable of provoking a reaction from the punishment evil pendant could not possibly be virtuous. Yet, the specifics were best left for later contemplation. You could analyze them once you had departed the estate. Adjusting your attire, you dashed toward the inner courtyard of the manor. Having skin is advantageous. It allows one to make a grand appearance without suspicion, even in the darkest of circumstances where chaos reigns. No one would suspect you to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Of course, some may wonder why you are running in the opposite direction. A mere explanation that the fire is too intense and you need to call for help is sufficient to quell their doubts. The only inconvenience for you is the vastness of the Count's estate, where the location of the martial arts manuals remains a mystery. You can only rely on your past experiences of redistributing wealth to methodically investigate. Fortunately, the inhabitants of the estate are preoccupied with extinguishing the flames, granting you ample time to search. You push open a door, taking no more than 3 seconds to ascertain whether it contains the treasures you seek. 1 room, 2 rooms, 3 rooms. After a quarter of an hour, upon opening the door to a 3-story wooden loft, your eyes gleam with excitement. Rows upon rows of bookshelves greet you. This is evidently the repository of Lord Xianxia's literary collection. According to your analysis, the likelihood of finding martial arts manuals here is the greatest. Ignoring the tomes on the 1st and 2nd floors, you head straight for the 3rd floor, as precious items are typically found at the uppermost levels. With a swift ascent to the 3rd floor, you find it surprisingly spacious yet adorned with only 5 bookshelves. You hasten toward the shelf closest to the staircase and casually pull out a book. The 5 Tiger Sabers, a second-rate martial art. Splendid. While second-rate techniques do not pique your interest, it is clear you have come to the right place. You quickly scan the shelf, only to find it filled with second-rate manuals. Next, the 2nd shelf yields the same result, as does the 3rd and 4th, until you reach the 5th shelf. This shelf consists of a solid wooden structure, over 3 meters in cross-section, with only a few openings for storage. Rather than a conventional bookshelf, it resembles a wooden wall with limited compartments for books. The material is familiar to you. It is a rare wood sourced from the miasmic forests of the southern frontier, preserving its contents for millennia without decay or insects. During your 3rd simulation at the Iron Cutting Mountain, this was the same type of wood used to house first-class martial arts manuals, albeit in a far less extravagant manner than what Lord Xianxia possesses, where it was merely used for small book boxes. The use of such exquisite wood for a bookshelf implies that the tomes housed within must indeed be of first-class caliber, or would be utterly unjustifiable. The shelf is impressive, yet it holds only a dozen or so books, each occupying its own compartment. With a heart full of anticipation, you extract one. The Tuine Cloud Hands, a first-rate palm technique. Ah, what a relief. You promptly stow it away in your simulation space, and then extract a 2nd volume. 1,000-Mile Soaring Dragon, a first-rate agility technique. This is even more gratifying. You hastily reach for the 3rd book, but found it immovable. After another attempt, still nothing. You scoffed, thinking it was foolish to remove them one by one when you could simply envelop the entire bookshelf into the simulated space. With a decisive slap on the bookshelf, it vanished completely, and you nodded in satisfaction. However, your moment of triumph was interrupted by a pair of astonished eyes, as if they had encountered a ghost. The owner of those eyes, silver-haired and poised with one hand raised, was in the midst of extracting a book from the shelf. Despite the change of attire, you recognized him as the court's 4th-rank martial officer adorned with a golden-threaded tiger insignia on his chest from earlier that day. A jolt of surprise coursed through you, mirroring the shock in his gaze. For 3 breaths, you both stared at each other, startled. Eventually, the official brushed his chest with his hand, his astonishment shifting to a playful intrigue. I intended to frighten you, little thief, yet you have startled me instead. To make such a large bookshelf vanish into thin air resembles the feats recounted by storytellers about celestial beings. But how could such beings exist? If they did, how would the court remain unaware? How did you achieve this? Are you a celestial being yourself? In that moment, you felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. Here you were, caught red-handed by an esteemed martial master while pilfering a martial arts manual, and your secret of the simulated space had been uncovered. Yet, despite the gravity of the situation, you were expected to respond to his inquiries? Forget this. You thought, I need to escape. Although you might profit from a death in this predicament, surviving was far more advantageous. Without hesitation, you unleashed a powerful strike against the demonic orb, transforming into the golden giant of the golden corpse body. As the resplendent figure emerged, your intention was to dazzle the martial master opposite you and make your escape. Alas, the flash was futile against a seasoned martial master, especially one with years of experience. The moment you transformed and emitted light, he enveloped himself in a protective aura, particularly around his eyes. With age comes not only wisdom, but also caution. Seasoned masters are acutely aware of the dangers of underestimating their opponents due to their own prowess. The official reached out, evidently intent on subduing you for further interrogation. You swiftly switched to the mindset of a time traveler, unleashing your most formidable technique, the Imperial Sky-Shattering Fist. The sheer force of your physical strength, combined with the might of the technique, delivered over 50 tons of power, sufficient to annihilate any adversary below the rank of master. Even a martial master would hesitate to meet such a blow head-on. Yet this official chose to confront it directly, and he succeeded. The instant your fists collided, it felt as though you had struck not a hand, but the depths of an unfathomable ocean. The fierce force clearly penetrated the official's palm and surged into his body. Yet he managed to dissipate it layer by layer through his vital energy, expelling it all from his rear. The wall behind him crumbled entirely, while his garments bore only a hint of dirt, leaving him unscathed. What strength! Had I encountered you 30 years ago, I would have certainly lost half my life. He mused, his eyes shining with newfound interest. However, dismissing the previous plan that had failed to dazzle, and the direct confrontation that had also faltered, he still had a plan C. Behold the hidden weapon. You leaped backward, launching two humanoid objects accompanied by a barrage of foul-smelling eggs raining down upon the official. The official was genuinely startled by your audacity. After years of holding office, investigating cases, and honing his martial skills, he had never before witnessed anyone hurling eggs as concealed weapons. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a surge of vital energy, shattering all the projectiles a yard away. Yet, the overwhelming stench and the grotesque sensory assault of blood and flesh were not something his vital energy could impede. My apologies, Xianxia. To bury you peacefully counts as my betrayal. Should we meet again in the simulation, I shall treat you to a month of indulgence at the brothel to atone. Having held your breath for so long, you charged forward, crashing through the wall and fleeing with reckless abandon. Chapter 82. A single encounter can mislead one for a lifetime. Your legs propelled you gracefully across the water, exerting every ounce of strength. You possessed a keen self-awareness. Given your current prowess, with all cards laid bare, you might be able to triumph over a martial artist akin to Liu Turin, who had recently ascended to the rank of martial master through ambush or cunning tactics. Yet, faced with this formidable opponent, a fourth-grade martial official of the Shang nation, who had spent decades as a martial master and possessed an incredibly rich reservoir of combat experience, perhaps only a step away from becoming a grandmaster, there was no chance of victory. Escaping would be sheer fortune. Little thief seeks death. From within the library, the Master's furious shout echoed as he unleashed a round orb of vital energy that soared towards you. However, this orb was not intended to attack. It hovered above you like a drone, bursting forth with a blinding white light that pierced the night, rendering you the brightest figure in the darkness. In truth, even without illumination, you would still be the most conspicuous one. Indeed, you, the towering figure adorned in golden attire, clad only in shorts, stood out. All personnel, surround and pursue, regardless of life or death. The Master's voice thundered throughout the Earl's estate, prompting those extinguishing fires in the courtyard and the guard station outside to drop everything and charge towards you. Among them were certainly experts in true energy and vital energy realms. In terms of speed and agility, they may not match you, yet they surge from all directions. This time, the court had dispatched a team of over 100 to investigate the cause of the Earl of Chunnin's demise, and in addition, Local officials and soldiers from the Jian prefecture were lending their assistance. As the attention of everyone in the Earl's residence was fixated upon you, none noticed an elderly man, devoid of clothing, with graying hair, clutching a book in each hand to shield his modesty, stealthily darting from the third floor of the library into a nearby courtyard. One must admit, your cunning technique of hurling foul-smelling projectiles possesses a certain finesse. This esteemed master, adept at deflecting the filth thrown upon him, could not, however, escape the noxious stench that infiltrated his attire. Were he a man of coarser disposition, perhaps he would remain indifferent to such indignities. Yet, how could a martial arts master be coarse? Even if he were rough-hewn prior to his ascension, once he attained mastery, he would be surrounded by sycophants, who would polish his demeanor to an immaculate sheen. Once a man becomes accustomed to refinement, how can he tolerate such a foul odor? You wretched thief, utterly shameless. Just wait until I change my clothes. If I do not tear you apart, may I be raised by dogs. After hastily donning fresh garments, the official's irritation dissipated, his aged eyes igniting with fury as he summoned his inner energy to soar into the sky. He was confident that the moment he had a change, you would be ensnared, unable to move an inch, even if not captured by his subordinates. What good is brute strength if one cannot fly? Dozens of true Qi practitioners and several masters of the astral realm could not defeat you, but could surely hinder you. But as the official ascended, where were you? He was bewildered. He distinctly remembered that before returning to change, you had been blocked by 3 of his approaching astral realm subordinates. Yet now, half of those he had brought from the capital lay incapacitated upon the ground, and you had vanished without a trace. How to pursue the elusive fragrance of ruin? Just as he prepared to descend and confront you, a lingering scent carried by the night breeze invaded his nostrils. In his prime, with profound martial prowess, this diluted poison could not affect him. Yet, the veins on his forehead bulged as he realized that the fragrance of ruin was specifically designed to target a martial artist's dantian. With a furious stomp, the ground around him collapsed by half a meter, sending shockwaves that toppled countless structures. He understood that capturing you was now futile. With your sheer strength, coupled with the fragrance of ruin that could seal a martial artist's dantian, his subordinates were ill-equipped even to delay you for 2 seconds. And once you slipped from sight, how could he possibly locate you amidst the hundreds of thousands of residents in the city? How could he pursue you? Alas, I have been blinded by the glory and wealth that come with fame. I have fallen indeed, yet you are aware that this night, you have escaped unscathed. Oh, who can rival my expertise in search and capture? Ha ha ha. Under the cover of night, you sprinted away, shedding your golden zombie form the instant you departed from the Count's mansion. Now you found yourself at the base of the city walls, moving like a gecko, silent and swift, without a moment's pause, plunging into the depths of the ancient forest. At the Count's estate, a high-ranking official wore a sorrowful expression, reminiscing about his past. Orphaned at the tender age of 3, he lost his father, and at 5, his mother, only to have his inheritance seized by his aunt. Forced to live as a mere dog. In those days, he resided in a doghouse, subsisting on scraps, merely hoping to survive, regardless of the filth surrounding him. As he grew older, he pilfered silver to study martial arts, sweating profusely by day and laboring at the docks by night, his body never free from the stench. Becoming a warrior and serving in battles, he went entire years without bathing, often sleeping among the dead. Even after achieving the status of a martial arts master and ascending to high office, he never forgot his martial roots, remaining unrefined in his habits. The official pondered. At what point did he become so fastidious, unable to tolerate even the slightest odor? If not for this, how could that cunning little thief have escaped tonight? It dawned on him. It was all because of that individual. With reddened eyes, he reflected on the past, finally identifying the source of his own decline. This was over 20 years ago. At that time, he was just over 50, a mere youth for a martial arts master whose lifespan could extend to 200 years. 50, indeed, marked the springtime of life. Lacking any romantic experience, he fell in love with a woman, the daughter of the Prime Minister. Renowned as the most beautiful among the 5 in the capital 2 decades ago, he pursued the Prime Minister's daughter with fervor, yet she consistently rebuffed him, never granting him a kind glance. Undeterred, he pressed on until, a year later, the Prime Minister unexpectedly sought a son-in-law, shattering his heart. A frivolous young man, lacking even the basic martial prowess, became the partner of the woman he adored. He could not accept it. What made that pretty boy superior to him? Was it merely his fairer complexion, his attention to hygiene, his fashionable attire, or his charming words? Beyond his looks, he was utterly devoid of merit. Why should he succeed? Unwilling to concede defeat, he began to emulate that pretty boy, developing a fondness for enjoying life, for new clothes, for remaining spotless. Over time, he found that living exquisitely was indeed more gratifying than a rough existence. Xiao Balian, you have led me astray. Chapter 83. The Concept of Sustenance by Hanging. In the 7th year, October, you remained oblivious to the high-ranking official's seething resentment. You simply ran from the city, not stopping until you returned to Tuanqing County, where you clenched your fists tightly, releasing a silent yet deafening cheer of exhilaration in your heart. I am triumphant. I am flourishing. What a delight. Upon returning home, you rolled on the ground without a trace of solemnity, tumbling back and forth. Despite the high-ranking officials racking their brains, they could never fathom that the intruder who stealthily invaded the Count's mansion was merely a lowly county constable from Tuanqing County. You wholeheartedly embraced the joy within, reveling in the moment before rubbing your hands together. As winter descended, with nature withering away, this county constable was poised to welcome a bountiful harvest. With a flick of your hand, a small pile of books materialized out of thin air, 16 volumes in total, a complete collection of 16 extraordinary martial arts manuals. This would elevate your martial arts repertoire from a mere 5 to a staggering 21. With such an abundance of elite martial arts techniques and 3 prestigious school secrets awaiting your practice, you had ample opportunity to dedicate yourself to your training. However, one could never be too certain. This little jade pendant, which you kept close to your person, represented the most significant gain from your visit to the city. The punishing jade pendant, designed to punish the wicked and bestow benevolent golden elixirs upon the virtuous, promised a smooth journey on the path of martial arts. As you gaze at the pendant in your hand, you recalled its initial appearance, a solitary, yin-yang fish-shaped jade, entirely dark. Now, however, a pristine white hue had emerged at its base. This was no mere change in color. When you shook the pendant, that white area swayed like liquid. When you inverted the pendant, a droplet, tinged with a hint of gold, fell, which you quickly caught in your hand. The droplet transformed into a round, fragrant elixir, approximately the size of a mung bean. So this is the exchange ratio for the benevolent golden elixir. As you examined the elixir delicately pinched between your fingertips, a newfound clarity blossomed in your mind. The logic behind this newfound ability was simple. Slay the wicked to earn benevolence, which could then be converted into golden elixirs. Yet, there was no fixed ratio between the two. The amount of benevolence gained from vanquishing a villain bore no direct correlation to their strength. Rather, it was influenced solely by the extent of their malevolence, varying from person to person. Likewise, there was no ratio for converting benevolence into elixirs. Even a mere wisp of benevolence could yield a single golden elixir, while an abundance would still only produce one, with the only distinction being that the more benevolence expended, the more potent the elixir. This archaic system lacked clear and direct data representation, rendering its use somewhat uncomfortable. Thus, I shall devise specific usage values on my own. Having perused numerous data-driven system novels, the stream of consciousness mechanics found in these early fantasy tales felt quite peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, you formulated a set of data based on the dimensions of the punishing jade pendant and the quantity of benevolence it contained. If one were to measure with the virtuous golden elixir in hand as the unit of measurement, let us assume that the quantity of virtue contained within this elixir is equivalent to 1. In that case, the malevolent jade pendant can store a maximum of 100 units of virtue. This implies that exchanging 100 units of virtue for a golden elixir would yield a training acceleration effect 100 times greater than that derived from the current elixir of 1 unit. Upon reflection, it becomes clear that virtue is indeed a rather rare commodity. As you grasp the elixir, your mind wanders back to the harrowing escape from the Count's estate. At that moment, wielding the breakthrough incense in one hand and executing the fastest attack of your martial arts repertoire, the Starlit Palm, you fought your way through, dispatching foes until no pursuers remained. The bodies of more than 20 city guards, soldiers, and officials from the capital lay at your feet, slain in your wake. To have accumulated a single unit of virtue by vanquishing such malevolent beings speaks volumes about its scarcity. At this juncture, one might pose the question, how can you assert that all those individuals were indeed wicked? What if there were innocents among them? Such a stance seems rather careless. Doesn't it? Should anyone dare to inquire, your retort would resonate with conviction. Innocence? In this day and age, Which virtuous soul would choose to serve in such a capacity? As a renowned bureaucrat of Tuanqing County, you possess a profound understanding of the nature of those who serve in the halls of power within this feudal society that venerates personal might. While it would be imprudent to label them all as irredeemably vile, human beings are inherently complex, embodying both good and evil. It is undeniable that those who work for the government commit far more misdeeds than virtuous acts throughout their lives, and by a significant margin. What kind of duty involves terrorizing the streets, oppressing the innocent, and perpetuating violence? Such a role is ill-suited for the virtuous. Moreover, even if one were to mistakenly slay an innocent, what of it? In the simulation, merely abstaining from consuming beef could be considered a manifestation of benevolence. I am unconcerned with the particulars. With that thought, you open your mouth wide and swallow the virtuous golden elixir, eager to observe the effects this single unit of virtue will have on your martial training. Upon ingesting the elixir, you promptly assume the stance of the premier martial technique you are currently studying, quietly attuning yourself to the ensuing changes. After half an hour, you withdraw your stance, a slight frown creasing your brow. The effects are rather modest, with the enhancement in training efficiency barely reaching 1/10. A golden elixir derived from one unit of virtue can only augment training efficiency by approximately 1/10, and its duration is limited to half an hour. Is it useful? Indeed. However, the effect is hardly pronounced. Even with 100 units of full virtue exchanged for a golden elixir, the improvement in training efficiency caps at around tenfold. This conclusion is drawn without considering the elixir's duration. This substance may prove advantageous for those endowed with extraordinary martial talent, but for someone like me, it is akin to a useless trinket. You seem somewhat disinterested, acquiring virtue through the elimination of numerous malevolent individuals in order to exchange it for a golden elixir that aids in martial training. Achieving an efficiency tenfold is indeed an unrealistic aspiration. Perhaps for someone of Zhang Yu's extraordinary talent, a mere 10th increase in training speed suffices for rapid advancement. Yet for you, why does even the external assistance look down upon those of us with less martial aptitude? Is that not a form of injustice? Why can one not learn from the three-legged golden cauldron, which, despite being an external aid, does not face such disdain? You pause, realizing that the virtue elixir derived from the evil punishing jade is indeed an elixir, while the three-legged golden cauldron is a refining furnace, capable of amplifying medicinal effects 100-fold. If it is an elixir, could one not use the three-legged golden cauldron to refine the virtue elixir? What a stroke of genius! If I could leverage one external aid to sustain another, I would soar to unimaginable heights. At that moment, you could no longer remain seated. You donned the attire of the county lieutenant, armed yourself with a blade, and stepped out. Where are you headed? You are aware of a place notorious for ridding the world of evil, and you must swiftly gather another unit of virtue to ascertain if one could indeed sustain an external aid with another. Half a stick of incense later, you arrived at the county jail, kicking awake the warden who had been dozing off. Go, bring all the prisoners slated for execution next autumn to cell number 6. Chapter 84. In my eyes, there is no room for grit. My lord, this. Awoken from his slumber, the warden was flustered, and upon hearing your command regarding the prisoners, his anxiety only deepened. Is there a problem? No, my lord, please wait a moment. I shall attend to it immediately. Watching the warden depart, you furrowed your brow slightly. As the county lieutenant, you undoubtedly possess the authority to deal with prisoners. Executing a few slated for death is hardly a grave matter. Yet the warden's reaction. 15 minutes later, in cell number 6, the warden, accompanied by several guards, ushered in 12 prisoners. You cast a keen glance. The count was indeed correct. Prior to your journey to the capital, you had perused the relevant documents, noting that only 12 remained, as one had been executed last month. However, the demeanor of these 12 prisoners was conspicuously unsettling. They appeared fearful, bearing injuries, devoid of the ferocity typical of the truly wicked. Reflecting on the offenses recorded in the documents, you could not recall the specifics. Yet one name stood out vividly in your mind. Who is Lu Bingdong? No one responded. The warden discreetly nudged one of the prisoners, who hesitantly stepped forward. My lord, I am Lu Bingdong. Laughs heartily. You laughed, pointing at the cowering prisoner, who weighed less than 100 pounds, stood barely 5 feet tall, and was as thin as a stick, inquiring of the warden, are you referring to Lu Bingdong, the butcher, who brazenly killed someone in the street after a quarrel at the market? This official, having consumed meat for so many years, had never encountered a butcher so emaciated. Who exactly is he? In response to your inquiry, the warden trembled, gritting his teeth as he replied, He is indeed the butcher, Lu. He was somewhat plumper before, but after falling gravely ill in prison, he has withered to this state. With a sudden kick, you sent him sprawling, his body wedged between the wooden bars of the cell wall. Turning to glare at the prisoner, you demanded, Who are you truly? Just moments ago, you had emerged from the Earl's estate, still exuding a terrifying aura that could instill fear in anyone with just a glance. The prisoner quaked, collapsing to his knees, pleading, My lord, I am wronged. I am Ho Chi, a mere thief. It was the warden who forced me to impersonate Lu the butcher. If I refused, he would have killed me. And you? You directed your gaze at the other 11 prisoners, who promptly knelt in unison, crying out in their innocence. The 12 so-called death row inmates brought forth this evening were all impostors, their crimes trivial, petty theft and brawls. While guilty, their offenses hardly warranted execution. Very well. Let be known that tonight, I shall execute a new batch. You instructed the guards to return the prisoners to their cells, then summoned all the guards for a meeting, clutching the half-broken bones of the warden. After thorough interrogation, you unearthed the long-standing secret hidden within the Tunxing County Jail. Most of the so-called autumn executions across the realm did not await a designated day for the death row inmates to be publicly beheaded at the market. Only major cities operated in such a manner. In county towns like Tunxing, it was customary to conduct humane disposal of the condemned within the prison itself on the appointed day. For years, the warden had maintained a clandestine connection with a powerful figure, quietly selling the inmates to that personage. Limu, I know you are formidable, but you would do well to release me. The individuals behind me are not to be trifled with, not even by the county magistrate. If you were wise, I could introduce you to that influential P you turned the blade, striking down, and once again, you dispatched the jailers who had conspired with the warden. With your weapon sheathed, you straightened your posture and surveyed the remaining jailers. From this day forth, all matters concerning the execution of death row inmates within the county's prison shall be under my direct oversight. Those who dare oppose will face execution. Having declared this, you strode purposefully towards the county office, promptly dispatching a team of constables to take control of the prison. You were acutely aware of Lu Turin's clandestine schemes to amass blood offerings, yet his encroachment into the precincts of the county prison was audacious in the extreme. Were it 7 years ago, I would have retreated. However, now, anyone who dares to encroach upon what is mine shall meet their end. My younger brother shall forever remain a brother. It would be wise for you to refrain from trouble, for I have taken a liking to executing justice on behalf of the heavens. The manner in which one conducts themselves is intrinsically linked to their own capabilities. After your experience in the capital, what of Lu Turin? The once lofty martial arts master has, unbeknownst to him, transformed into prey within your imagined benevolence. Lu Turin, the harbinger of death, gathers blood offerings. You dismiss such matters with a wave of your hand. Slaying Lu Turin could yield a significant harvest of virtue. You declare, I will not tolerate any impurities within my domain. Yet, patience is a virtue. There is no need to rush. A further enhancement of my strength shall suffice. Having addressed the inquiries of the county magistrate and managed affairs within the county office, you hurried home, retrieving the penal jade pendant. Indeed, it belonged to a person of profound transgressions. Within the pendant, a unit of virtue appeared. The malevolence contained within a mere 5 individuals, the warden and 4 jailers, was equivalent to that of over 20 officers in the capital. Taking a deep breath, you produced the 3-legged golden cauldron. You lacked knowledge on how to refine virtue elixirs within a cauldron. In truth, there was no need for refinement, as it could simply drip forth from the penal jade pendant and automatically form into elixirs. The only method you could conceive was to properly stoke the flames and allow the virtue to drip directly into the cauldron. You reasoned that since both were processes of transformation, following a procedure should suffice. After a brief wait, the temperature of the 3-legged cauldron became optimal. Steadily, you inverted the penal jade pendant, allowing a droplet of liquid, pure white with hints of golden luminescence, to fall. The difference was palpable. Your eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, when catching the virtue droplets by hand, they transformed into elixirs upon contact. Yet now, as the droplet descended into the cauldron, it did not instantaneously solidify, remaining in liquid form. You watched as the droplet rolled within the cauldron, swirling for a minute before emitting a soft glow. The 3-legged cauldron began to shimmer with iridescent hues, lifting and sinking in a dance of colors. With a resounding thud, A pure golden elixir, no larger than a soybean, materialized within the cauldron. The elixir was complete. You picked up the golden core, a rich and fragrant aroma wafting into the air. The pill was complete, but whether it could truly nurture gains through gains, and if it would actually work, would only be known after taking it. Gulp.